Introduction. Regarding Nezha, the devil's rebirth. The opinions of others are mere nonsense. Who you are is defined solely by your own declaration. This is a lesson imparted to me by my father. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Whether I am a demon or a celestial being, only I have the authority to determine that. Born as a demon, so what? If destiny is unjust, I shall confront it to the bitter end. Chapter 1. The Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pill, a Twisted Fate. In the ethereal realm, where clouds and mist intertwine and celestial melodies resonate, a radiant aura envelopes the majestic and solemn Jade Void Palace. Within, the primordial supreme being sits solemnly upon the 8-treasure cloud seat, his gaze fixed on 2 spirit entities before him, the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pill. These 2 artifacts, one embodying righteousness and the other malevolence, harbor the power to annihilate the world. The primordial supreme being speaks slowly, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, yet imbued with profound authority. The Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pill are manifestations of the yin and yang forces of the universe. The Spirit Pearl may aid in the overthrow of tyranny and forge a great legacy. However, the Demon Pill, burdened with excessive malevolence, if left unchecked, will surely bring calamity to the world. Having spoken, he turns his gaze to the respectful figure of the great master, Tai, standing nearby. The great master Tai hastens forward, bowing deeply in reverence. Master, your disciple is here. The primordial supreme being, his eyes ablaze with intensity, addresses the great master Tai. I command you to reincarnate the Spirit Pearl within the son of Li Jing at Chintang Pass. Upon his birth, you shall guide him diligently, for he shall one day assist a wise ruler in establishing peace throughout the realm. As for the Demon Pill, 3 years hence, it must be destroyed with heavenly thunder to prevent it from wreaking havoc upon the world. The great master Tai bows deeply once more, resolutely responding, rest assured, master, your disciple shall not fail in this sacred duty. With that, he carefully places the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pill into the cosmic circle, carrying the weight of this grave mission as he descends upon the clouds. Yet, hidden in the shadows, the envious Shun Gongbao observes all. A fierce flame of jealousy ignites within him. Discontent has long simmered in his heart over the primordial supreme being's favoritism towards the great master Tai. Now learning of Tai's significant responsibility only fuels his resentment. Why is it always the great master Tai? What makes him superior to me? He seethes, his eyes glinting with malice. Transforming into a wisp of black smoke, Shun Gongbao stealthily trails the great master Tai. He follows closely, devising schemes to thwart Tai's mission. As Tai traverses a desolate valley, Shun Gongbao senses the moment is ripe. Suddenly, he springs forth from the shadows, his sword gleaming with a chilling light, and bellows, "Great Master Tai, today marks your misfortune." Startled by the sudden ambush, the great master Tai swiftly dodges, his heart racing. "Shun Gongbao, what do you intend? Why do you attack me?" he demands. With a cold sneer, Shun Gongbao replies, "Why? You bask in the favor of our master, seizing all the good fortune for yourself. Today, I shall make a fool of you." With that, he brandishes his sword, launching a tempestuous assault upon the great master Tai. Tai Zhenren felt a surge of anger. He had no time for further words and hastily summoned his whisk to defend himself. The two engaged in a fierce exchange within the valley, their spells illuminating the surroundings, while thunderous sounds reverberated through the air. Xinguang Bao wielded his sword with ferocity, each strike imbued with a palpable intent to kill Tai Zhenren. Relying on his profound magical prowess, deftly countered Xinguang Bao's assaults with his whisk, all the while seeking an opportunity for retaliation. In the midst of the intense battle, Xinguang Bao seized upon a flaw and lunged his sword directly at Tai Zhenren's chest. Caught off guard, Tai Zhenren could only raise his arm in defense, his sleeve torn and a shallow wound inflicted upon his arm. Seizing this moment, Xinguang Bao delivered a powerful kick aimed at the Qinquan circle in Tai Zhenren's grasp. The Qinquan circle slipped from his hands, tumbling through the air and descending to the mortal realm. Xinguang Bao, having achieved his objective, transformed into black smoke and swiftly fled. Tai Zhenren, consumed by urgency, rushed towards the direction where the Qinquan circle had fallen. Meanwhile, within the residence of Li Jing at Chintang Pass, Yin Shenyang was peacefully asleep. Abruptly, she dreamed of a resplendent lotus flower blooming, radiating brilliance, which jolted her awake. Bewildered, she pondered the significance of this dream. At that moment, Li Jing also awoke from his slumber, having dreamt of a golden dragon coiling majestically above their home, its roar echoing through the heavens. The couple exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and confusion in the other's eyes. Just then, a flash of light illuminated the sky as the Qianquan circle, accompanied by the spiritual pearl and the demonic orb, plummeted into Li Jing's residence. Instantly, the abode was filled with a radiant glow as the spiritual pearl and demonic orb collided chaotically, heralding the arrival of Nezha, reincarnated through the demonic orb. With a resounding wail, Nezha was born. Yet, from the moment of his arrival, he was unlike any other child. Swirling black, demonic flames enveloped him, and his eyes gleamed with an eerie red light, sending the midwives and maidservants fleeing in terror. Li Jing and Yin Shenyang hurried to the delivery room, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were taken aback. Yin Shenyang's eyes brimmed with concern and heartache as she trembled, reaching out to cradle her child. Nezha brandished his tiny fists, the demonic flames dancing with his every movement. Li Jing furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He understood the extraordinary nature of this child, yet he was filled with trepidation for his future. At that moment, Tai Junren arrived in haste. Upon seeing Tai Junren, Li Jing quickly inquired, "Tai Junren, what has transpired? Why does my son appear in such a manner?" Tai Junren, his face etched with remorse, replied, "General Li, I deeply apologize. While I was descending the spiritual pearl and the demonic orb, I was ambushed by Shengguang Bao, resulting in the misplacement of the spiritual pearl and the demonic orb, leading to Nezha's incarnation as the demonic orb's rebirth." Upon hearing this, Yin Shenyang's tears flowed freely. "What shall we do? Is my son destined to be ensnared by this demonic orb?" Tai Junren hastily reassured her, "Madam, do not despair. Although Nezha is reborn from the demonic orb, he is not beyond redemption. I shall dedicate myself to teaching him and aiding him in suppressing the demonic nature within him." Li Jing pondered for a moment before stating, "Junren, I implore you to invest your efforts. I shall not abandon this child, and I will find a way to resolve the malevolent essence that resides within him." Tai Junren nodded firmly, saying, "Rest assured, General Li. Having wrought a grave error, I shall bear the responsibility to the end. However, I fear that the childhood of Nezha, due to his unique lineage, will be fraught with tribulations." As they gazed at the wailing Nezha in his swaddling, Li Jing and Yin Shenyang's eyes brimmed with both concern and affection. They were acutely aware that the path ahead would be exceedingly arduous nonetheless. As parents, they were resolute in their commitment to protect Nezha and assist him in navigating through the myriad challenges. Thus, the life of this child, burdened with the magic orb, filled with legendary promise, commenced amidst chaos and anticipation. Chapter 2. The conspiracy succeeds. The demon child is born. Shen Gongbao transformed into a wisp of black smoke, racing through the mountains, closely trailing Tai Junren, who bore the spirit pearl and magic orb. His eyes glinted with malice, consumed by jealousy, as he muttered, "Why must it always be Tai Junren? What makes me, Shen Gongbao, any less deserving? Such fortune seems perpetually out of my reach." At that moment, Tai Junren was wholly engrossed in his journey, completely oblivious to the imminent danger behind him. His thoughts were entirely consumed with the urgency of delivering the spirit pearl and magic orb to Li Jing's residence, fulfilling the task bestowed upon him by his master. Seizing an opportunity, Shen Gongbao spotted a secluded valley, tranquil and uninhabited, with grotesque rock formations and foreboding trees. He deemed this the perfect place to strike, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. With a sudden burst of speed, Shen Gongbao appeared before Tai Junren like a specter, his sword gleaming coldly as he bellowed, "Tai Junren, today marks your doom." This unexpected turn of events startled Tai Junren, causing the clouds beneath his feet to tremble slightly. Upon recognizing Shen Gongbao, a mix of shock and anger surged within him. "Shen Gongbao, we are both disciples of the primordial supreme being. Why do you seek to harm me?" Shen Gongbao sneered, his eyes filled with resentment. "Why? You are favored by our master, while I can only watch enviously as such glorious tasks fall upon you. Today, I shall ensure you taste the bitterness of defeat." With that, he lunged forward, his sword striking towards Tai Junren like a venomous serpent. Tai Junren hurriedly wielded his whisk to fend off the attack, admonishing Shen Gongbao, "You are being foolish. For the sake of your selfish desires, you commit such a heinous act. Do you not fear our master's wrath?" Unyielding, Shun Gongbao continued his frenzied assault, shouting wrath. Once I disrupt everything, our master may reconsider my capabilities. The clash of their magical powers illuminated the valley, echoes of thunder resonating through the air. Shun Gongbao's swordplay was fierce, each strike infused with lethal intent on forcing Tai Zhenren to surrender the spirit pearl and magic orb. In contrast, Tai Zhenren, drawing upon his profound magical prowess, skillfully parried Shun Gongbao's attacks while attempting to persuade him to relent. Shun Gongbao, cease this madness at once. Should you remain obstinate, you will surely face eternal damnation. However, Shun Gongbao had long been blinded by jealousy and was completely impervious to the counsel of Tai Zhenren. Seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, he thrust his sword fiercely, striking Tai Zhenren's arm. In agony, Tai Zhenren involuntarily released the Qianquan circle, which spiraled through the air, plummeting to the mortal realm along with the spirit pearl and the demon orb. Seeing his objective achieved, Shun Gongbao was filled with elation and transformed into a plume of black smoke, swiftly escaping. Tai Zhenren, consumed by urgency, did not pursue but instead hurriedly followed the trajectory of the fallen Qianquan circle, muttering in distress, "What a disaster! How shall I remedy this?" At that moment, within the Li Jing residence in Shentang Pass, Yin Shenyang was strolling in the courtyard when a strange radiance flashed across the sky, followed by a powerful wave of energy. Startled, she barely had time to react before the light descended directly into the estate. Simultaneously, Li Jing was in his study, engrossed in military texts, when he too sensed the extraordinary energy. He hastily set down his book and rushed outside to meet Yin Shenyang. "My lord, what is happening?" Yin Shenyang asked, her face etched with worry. Li Jing furrowed his brow, his expression grave. "I do not know, but it seems something formidable has fallen into our home. We must investigate." The two hurried to the site where the light had descended, discovering a large pit in the ground, surrounded by cracked earth and swirling dust. At the center of the pit, the Qianquan circle emitted a faint glow, while the spirit pearl and the demon orb had become entangled in chaos. Before long, a resounding cry of an infant echoed, imbued with an innate authority. Following the sound, Li Jing and Yin Shenyang found that she had miraculously carried a child for 10 months and was now giving birth to a baby boy. This child was Nezha, but upon his arrival, he was enveloped in dark demonic flames, his eyes flickering with an eerie red light, as if he were a demon from the depths of hell. The midwives and maidservants turned pale with fright, fleeing in terror. Yet, Yin Shenyang, undeterred by the danger, tremblingly reached out her arms to embrace her child. "My son." Li Jing's brow furrowed. Even deeper, he understood that this child's birth was extraordinary, filling him with dread. At that moment, Tai Zhenren arrived in haste, and upon witnessing the scene, he was momentarily taken aback, then filled with remorse, exclaiming, "It is all my fault. If I had not been so negligent, Shun Gongbao would not have found an opportunity to misplace the spirit pearl and the demon orb." Li Jing turned to Tai Zhenren, anxious, and inquired, "Master, what has transpired? Why has my son become like this?" With a deep sigh, Tai Zhenren recounted the events in detail, concluding with a heavy heart, "General Li, I sincerely apologize. I betrayed my master's trust and caused this misfortune for Nezha." Tears streamed down Yin Shenyang's face as she lamented, "What shall become of my son? Is he doomed to be influenced by this demon orb for his entire life?" Tai Zhenren quickly reassured her, "Do not be overly sorrowful, madam. Although Nezha is the reincarnation of the demon orb, he is not without hope. I will dedicate myself to guiding Nezha, helping him suppress his demonic nature and lead him onto the righteous path." Li Jing pondered for a moment before resolutely declaring, "Master, Nezha is my son. Regardless of the form he takes, I shall never abandon him. I hope you can lend your efforts, and together we will devise a way to alleviate the darkness that envelopes him." The master of Tai nodded and replied, "Rest assured, General Li, I shall take full responsibility. However, the path that lies ahead for this child, Nezha, may be fraught with hardships." The onlookers gazed upon the wailing Nezha. Swaddled in his blankets, the demonic flames surrounding him seemed to narrate the injustice of his fate. Thus, Nezha, the child burdened with the demonic orb, embarked on a tumultuous journey through life. In the eyes of Li Jing and Yin Shenyang lay a profound blend of concern and affection, as they silently vowed to protect Nezha and support him through whatever trials lay ahead. Chapter 3. The birth of the demon child sparks worries. united in search of a solution within the Li Jing residence in Shintang Pass. The atmosphere was as tense as the stillness before a storm. The arrival of Nezha, accompanied by the ominous aura of the demon orb, cast a pall of gloom over the entire household. Li Jing and Yin Shenyang stood gravely by the bedside, their eyes filled with concern as they gazed at the wailing infant wrapped in swaddling. The small body of Nezha was enveloped in flickering black, demonic flames, which seemed eager to break free from all constraints, while the strange red light that occasionally flickered in his eyes instilled fear in their hearts. Yin Shenyang's eyes glistened with tears, trembling hands gently caressing Nezha's tiny face, her voice quivering as she spoke. "My lord, look at our child. What shall we do?" Li Jing furrowed his brow, a heavy expression on his face as he tenderly embraced Yin Shenyang's shoulders, offering solace. "My dear, do not grieve excessively. Now that the child is born, we must find a way to assist him." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Tai Yizhen Rin rushed in. His face was etched with guilt and regret. Upon entering, he bowed deeply to Li Jing and Yin Shenyang, saying, "General Li, madam, I am profoundly sorry. It was my momentary oversight that allowed Shun Gongbao to seize the opportunity, leading to the misplacement of the spiritual pearl with the demon orb, thus endangering our child Nezha." Li Jing regarded Tai Yizhen Rin, feeling a flicker of resentment, but ultimately replied, "Zhenren, it serves no purpose to dwell on blame at this juncture. The immediate priority is to find a means to alleviate the demonic influence upon Nezha." Tai Yizhen Rin nodded in agreement, saying, "You speak wisely, General Li. Although Nezha is the reincarnation of the demon orb, he is not beyond salvation. I shall dedicate myself to teaching him spells to help him suppress the demonic nature within. However, this journey will not be without its trials." Yin Shenyang lifted her gaze, eyes filled with hope. "Zhenren, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we cannot give up. Regardless of the cost, we must restore Nezha to a normal child." Observing the anxious parents, Tai Yizhen Ren felt a pang of guilt and reassured them. "Fear not, madam. I shall exert every effort. Yet, the path ahead for Nezha may be fraught with difficulties, and you both must prepare yourselves mentally." Li Jing inhaled deeply and stated, "Zhenren, we understand. Yet, we remain uncertain about the extent of the demon orb's influence on Nezha. What harm might the heavenly thunder bring him 3 years hence?" Tai Yizhen Rin furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. The demon orb harbors intense malice, continuously affecting Nezha's mind and behavior. If it remains unchecked, he risks being consumed by its darkness. As for the heavenly thunder 3 years from now, it was devised by my master to obliterate the demon orb, possessing immense power. Given Nezha's current condition, Tai Yizhen Rin paused, unable to continue. Upon hearing this, Yin Shenyang's tears flowed anew. Is there truly no way to avert the heavenly thunder? He is but a child. Tai Yizhen Rin shook his head with resignation. This is my master's decree, which we cannot defy. However, during these 3 years, we can teach Nezha to control the power of the demon orb. Perhaps, by that time, he might withstand some of the thunder's might and preserve his life. Li Jing gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, since that is the case, we shall devote ourselves entirely to this endeavor over the next 3 years. Master, I kindly ask you to expedite your teachings for Nezha, enabling him to master the control of the demon pearl at the earliest opportunity." Tai Yizhen nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Rest assured, General Li, I shall commence Nezha's instruction tomorrow. However, this child is naturally restless and burdened by the demon pearl, so considerable effort may be required in his guidance." At this moment, the swaddled Nezha seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him and began to cry even more vehemently. Yin Shenyang hastily cradled him, soothingly whispering, "Fear not, my dear child, for your mother is here with you." Gradually, Nezha ceased his wailing in her embrace, though his eyes continued to shimmer with an unsettling light. As days turned into weeks, Nezha grew under the tender care of Li Jing and Yin Shenyang. However, the influence of the demon pearl became increasingly pronounced. The power of the demon pearl would often spiral out of control with the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. Flames of chaos would erupt uncontrollably. On one occasion, while playing in the courtyard, Nezha spotted a butterfly fluttering by and, filled with curiosity, reached out to catch it. Yet, at the moment he extended his hand, a surge of demonic flames erupted from his palm, reducing the delicate creature to ashes. Gazing at the remnants of what was once a butterfly, terror and confusion filled his eyes. He could not comprehend why he acted in such a manner, nor why others recoiled in fear from him. On another occasion, as a group of children from Chuntang Pass frolicked on the street, Nezha, brimming with joy, rushed over, eager to join their merriment. However, upon seeing him, The children fled in panic, shouting, "A monster! Run for your lives!" Nezha stood there, frozen, tears welling in his eyes. He could not understand why his simple desire to play was met with rejection. In Shenyang, witnessing Nezha's repeated rejections, felt a deep pang of sorrow in her heart. She often stayed by his side, teaching him basic manners and principles. "Nezha, my dear, I know you are a good child, but your powers are rather extraordinary, which is why others fear you. You must learn to control your emotions. Do you understand?" Nezha nodded, somewhat comprehending. "Mother, I understand. I will strive to do better." Though Li Jing was preoccupied with military affairs, he carved out moments to instruct Nezha. With a serious demeanor, he said, "Nezha, as my son, you must bear responsibility and learn to control your powers. You cannot succumb to despair simply because of the demon pearl." Nezha gazed at his father's stern face, feeling a twinge of fear, yet resolutely replied, "Father, I will work hard to gain control. I do not wish to disappoint you." However, Nezha's inherently restless nature and the uncontrollable power of the demon pearl often led him to inadvertently cause calamities, further instilling fear and loathing in the hearts of the citizens of Chintang Pass, who clamored for Li Jing to banish Nezha from their midst. "Generally, your child is a monster. Keeping him in Chintang Pass will surely bring us disaster. You must expel him at once." A villager shouted. "Indeed, we cannot coexist with a monster. Generally, please consider the well-being of the people of Chintang Pass." Others echoed in agreement. Li Jing surveyed the agitated crowd with a heavy heart and replied, "Dear villagers, Nezha does not intend any harm. He is but a child. Please allow him some more time. I believe he will change." "Humph, give him time. How much longer can we endure his repeated transgressions? Generally, if you do not expel him, we shall collectively petition for intervention from above." The villagers were relentless. Hearing these words, In Shenyang hurriedly stepped forward to plead, "Fellow villagers, I implore you, Nezha is truly a good child. He simply cannot control the power within him. We will certainly teach him well. Please grant us one more chance." However, the villagers remained unmoved, insisting that Li Jing must remove Nezha. Li Jing and In Shenyang found themselves in a difficult predicament, torn between their desire to keep Nezha and the need to appease the citizens of Chintang Pass. At that moment, Nezha burst out of the house, gazing at the villagers with earnestness as he proclaimed, "Do not cast me away. I will strive to improve, and I shall not cause any more trouble." The villagers looked upon Nezha with eyes still filled with fear and disdain. No one believed his words. Heartbroken, Nezha turned and ran back into the house, retreating to a corner where he silently wept. He could not comprehend why it was so difficult to coexist harmoniously with others. In Shenyang, witnessing Nezha's retreat, felt a deep pang of sorrow. She turned to Li Jing, saying, "My lord, we cannot abandon Nezha. We must protect him at all costs." Li Jing nodded in agreement. "My dear, I understand. Yet, we must devise a way to soothe the citizens of Chintang Pass." As Li Jing and In Shenyang fretted over Nezha's situation, Tai Jinren arrived at Li Jing's residence. Observing their troubled expressions, he inquired, "Generally, madam, what troubles you?" Li Jing recounted the villagers' demands for Nezha's expulsion. Tai Jinren pondered for a moment before responding, "Generally, madam, this matter is indeed complex. However, we cannot simply yield to the villagers' demands. Nezha's circumstances are unique and require our patient guidance. I propose that we first create a suitable space for Nezha to cultivate within the estate, allowing him to focus on mastering his powers. Simultaneously, I will expedite his training to ensure he learns to control his abilities as soon as possible. As for the citizens of Chintang Pass, we can find opportunities to showcase Nezha's transformation." Li Jing and In Shenyang found some wisdom in Tai Jinren's words. Li Jing replied, "Your words resonate profoundly, esteemed one. We shall rely on your expertise." Tai Jinren waved his hand dismissively. "Generally, you flatter me. It is my obligation. After all, this situation arose due to my actions." Thus, Li Jing ordered the construction of a training chamber within the estate, dedicated to Nezha's cultivation. Tai Jinren began to impart his knowledge to Nezha daily, teaching him spells and methods to control his powers. In the training chamber, Tai Jinren addressed Nezha. "Nezha, while the magic orb has brought you much trouble, it is also a source of immense strength. You must learn to communicate with it, to master it, rather than allowing it to dominate you." Nezha nodded earnestly. "Master, I will strive to do my best." Tai Jinren commenced teaching Nezha some fundamental spells, yet Nezha found the learning process to be quite arduous. The power of the demonic orb surged violently within him, often disrupting his comprehension of spells. Yet, Nezha did not relent. He endeavored time and again, despite numerous failures, remaining resolutely persistent. "Master, why can I never seem to learn?" Am I simply too foolish? Nezha inquired, a hint of despondency in his voice. Tai Jinren chuckled softly, shaking his head. Nezha, you are not foolish. It is merely that the power of the demonic orb within you is exceedingly potent, requiring you to invest more time and effort to tame it. As long as you remain steadfast, success will eventually be yours. Encouraged by Tai Jinren's words, Nezha devoted himself even more fervently to his practice. Each day, he toiled in the secluded chamber, striving to discover methods to harness the orb's power. Meanwhile, In Shenyang and Li Jing anxiously awaited outside, hoping for Nezha to soon master the control of the orb and alter the townspeople's perception of him. Days passed, and through diligent training, Nezha gradually acquired some techniques for controlling the orb, its power no longer spiraling out of control as frequently as before. However, he was acutely aware that the path ahead remained long, with many challenges yet to overcome if he were to gain the townsfolk's acceptance. Nevertheless, a resolute belief resided within him. He was confident that with unwavering effort, there would come a day when he would be embraced by all. Chapter 4. The uncontrollable demonic nature brings trouble. A lonely childhood yearning for acceptance in the coastal town of Chantang Pass, usually bustling with life. An unusual tension now permeated the air due to Nezha's presence. As time flowed, Nezha grew up within Li Jing's household. Though his stature was diminutive, he exuded an innate vivacity and liveliness. Yet, the power of the demonic orb lurked like a hidden demon, occasionally causing chaos. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed the streets of Chantang Pass. Nezha, filled with joy, dashed out as usual, yearning to frolic in the streets like other children and relish the beauty of the world. However, upon his arrival, the children, who had been playing merrily, scattered as if startled by an arrow. "The monster is here! Run!" shouted an astute child, and they fled in panic, leaving Nezha standing alone, his eyes brimming with disappointment. "I am not a monster. I simply wish to play with you," Nezha murmured softly, a trace of grievance in his tone. He could not fathom why he was consistently shunned by others. He attempted to approach, yet each time he was met with screams and avoidance, piercing his heart that longed for friendship. Upon returning home, Nezha found his mother, In Shenyang, busy in the courtyard. Noticing his disheartened demeanor, her heart ached for him. She set aside her work, approached Nezha, and gently caressed his head as she knelt beside him. "Nezha, what troubles you? Has someone bullied you again?" she inquired softly, her eyes filled with concern. Nezha looked up at her, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Mother, why does no one want to play with me? They call me a monster." In Shenyang embraced Nezha tightly, soothingly whispering, "Silly child, do not be sad. You are not a monster. You are the apple of my eye. Your power is rather unique, and others have yet to understand it. As they gradually come to know you, they will join you in play." "Is that truly the case, mother?" Nezha lifted his head, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Indeed, it is true. When have I ever deceived you? However, Nezha, you must learn to control your power. It cannot be allowed to run amok and frighten others. Do you understand?" In Shenyang spoke earnestly. "Yes, mother, I understand. I will strive to master it." Nezha nodded resolutely. Yet, the power of the demon orb is not easily tamed. One day, while wandering the streets, Nezha observed a group of children playing with a shuttlecock. The shuttlecock danced joyfully in the air, and the children's laughter rang out like the chime of silver bells. Captivated, Nezha could not resist approaching them. "May I join you in your game?" he asked cautiously. The children halted their play, regarding Nezha warily, none daring to speak. Just as Nezha feared he would be rejected once more, an older child finally spoke. "If you can catch the shuttlecock, we will let you play with us." Elated, Nezha nodded eagerly. The child kicked the shuttlecock towards him with vigor, and Nezha, filled with excitement, reached out to catch it. However, as his fingers grazed the shuttlecock, the power of the demon orb suddenly spiraled out of control, and a burst of black flames erupted from his hand, instantly incinerating the shuttlecock to ashes. The children gazed at Nezha in terror, their eyes filled with fear and anger. "You monster! We knew we shouldn't play with you. Yes, you are a menace. Go away," they shouted, hurling stones at him. Nezha instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, overwhelmed by feelings of injustice and helplessness. He could not fathom why he merely wished to join in their fun, yet always ended up ruining everything. Nezha turned and fled, the sounds of the children's insults echoing behind him. He ran all the way to the seashore, staring out at the vast expanse of the ocean, tears streaming down his face. Why can I never control this power? Why does everyone despise me?" He cried out to the sea, his voice filled with anguish and confusion. The sea breeze gently caressed him, and the waves lapped at the shore, as if responding to Nezha's lament. At that moment, he suddenly noticed an unusual flicker of light in the water. The lights shimmered in a myriad of colors, like a dreamlike tapestry, captivating Nezha's gaze. His feelings of grievance were momentarily replaced by curiosity, and he followed the direction of the light. Among the rocky outcroppings by the shore, he unexpectedly discovered a hidden cave nestled within the crevices of the rocks. A mysterious aura emanated from within, as if beckoning him. What could be inside? Nezha wondered aloud. Curiosity overcame all caution, and he cautiously stepped into the cave. The interior was dark and damp, filled with a faint, fishy odor. Nezha groped his way forward when, suddenly, a swarm of small sea demons sprang forth from the shadows. These diminutive creatures were grotesque in appearance, their claws bared as they lunged toward Nezha. What are you? Stay away from me. Nezha shouted loudly, his heart racing with a blend of anxiety and fear. Yet, being the reincarnation of the demon pill, he possessed an inherent courage that coursed through his very being. He quickly regained his composure, harnessing the power of the demon pill within him, ready to engage in battle with the sea demons. The sea demons shrieked as they charged forward, and Nezha nimbly evaded their attacks, seizing the opportune moment to retaliate with his fists and feet. The power of the demon pill surged within him, imbuing each strike with formidable strength. One of the sea demons, taking advantage of Nezha's momentary distraction, lunged at him from the side and sank its teeth into his arm. Nezha winced in pain but did not falter. He swiftly grasped the body of the sea demon and hurled it aside with great force. "Huh, you little monsters. Watch how I deal with you," Nezha bellowed, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Amidst the fierce skirmish, Nezha gradually mastered some techniques for wielding the power of the demon pill. He discovered that by concentrating his mind, he could better control the forces of the demon pill, allowing it to manifest according to his will. With the skills he had painstakingly developed, Nezha ultimately succeeded in repelling the sea demons. Sensing their impending defeat, the sea demons hastily retreated into the shadows. However, the intense battle had drained Nezha of much of his strength. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His legs weakened, and he collapsed within the cave. Meanwhile, at the residence of Li Jing, Yin Shenyang realized that Nezha was missing and was filled with anxiety. She immediately sought out Li Jing, speaking urgently. "My lord, Nezha has vanished. What shall we do?" Li Jing's heart tightened upon hearing this. He was acutely aware that Nezha carried the demon pill and could encounter danger at any moment. "Do not fret, my lady. We must dispatch people to search for him," Li Jing reassured her, promptly gathering the guards of the residence and instructing them to split into groups to search for Nezha both inside and outside Chintang Pass. Yin Shenyang remained unconvinced and set out herself to look for him. As she walked, she called out Nezha's name, her voice laden with urgency and concern. "Nezha, where are you? Please come out." Upon learning of Nezha's disappearance, Tai Jinren hurried to the scene. After calculating with his fingers, his expression changed slightly. "This is not good. Nezha is in danger." With that, Tai Jinren cast a spell and, accompanied by Li Jing and Yin Shenyang, rushed toward Nezha's location. In the cave, the unconscious Nezha seemed to be ensnared in an endless abyss of darkness. He witnessed the scenes of rejection from the people of Chintang Pass, the disdainful gazes of children, filling his heart with anguish and despair. "Am I truly a monster? Will I forever be unable to play with everyone?" Nezha murmured in his dreams. After an indeterminate passage of time, Tai Jinren, along with Li Jing and Yin Shenyang, finally located the cave. They rushed to Nezha's side, who lay unconscious on the ground. "Nezha, Nezha, wake up!" Yin Shenyang cried urgently, tears streaming down her face. Tai Jinren examined Nezha's injuries and breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, it is merely exhaustion. He is not gravely harmed." With this assurance, everyone felt at ease. Tai Jinren then performed a spell to awaken Nezha. Nezha slowly opened his eyes and was greeted by the anxious faces of his mother and father, filling his heart with warmth. "Mother, father," he weakly called out. "Foolish child. How could you be so reckless as to come to such a place alone?" Yin Shenyang reproached him with a heart full of concern. Nezha recounted his encounter with the sea demon. Upon hearing this, Li Jing felt a surge of silent worry. "Nezha, although the power of the demon pill within you is formidable, you are still unable to fully master it. You must not act so rashly in the future." "Yes, father. I understand," Nezha murmured, his head bowed. Tai Jinren gazed at Nezha and said, "Though this experience was fraught with danger, it has also provided you with a new understanding of your own strength. This can be seen as a blessing in disguise. However, you must strive even harder in your cultivation to control the power of the demon pill." "Master, I will. I do not wish to be regarded as a monster. I seek the acceptance of others," Nezha declared with determination. The group returned to Li Jing's residence with Nezha. Following this incident, Nezha engaged in profound contemplation regarding his powers. He realized that only by learning to control the power of the demon pill could he alter the perceptions others held of him and find his place in this world. Throughout this challenging journey, his longing for acceptance grew ever stronger, illuminating his path like a beacon in the darkness. Chapter 5. Seeking Friendship, Facing Setbacks, and Enduring Unjust Slander in Chintang Pass. Nezha's fervent desire to integrate into the crowd burned like an intense flame. Yet it was ruthlessly extinguished by the indifference of those around him. Since his battle with the sea demon, Nezha had diligently practiced under Tai Jinren's guidance, hoping to better control the power of the demon pill and thus alter the opinions of others. However, the power of the demon pill was like a wild stallion, difficult to tame. One bright day, the marketplace in Chintang Pass bustled with life. Stalls lined the streets, and the sounds of vendors calling out and haggling filled the air. With hopeful anticipation, Nezha stepped out of his home, thinking that perhaps today would be different and the others would welcome him to play. He approached a gathering of children who were engaged in a game with colorful stones, their laughter ringing out joyfully. After a moment of hesitation, Nezha mustered his courage and approached them with a pleasing smile, saying, "May I join you? I promise I won't cause any trouble." The children halted their activities, turning to Nezha with expressions full of wariness and disdain. One boy, slightly taller and appearing to be the leader, frowned and shouted, "You monster, stay away from us. We don't want to play with you." The others chimed in, "Exactly, you only bring disaster. Last time, you turned the shuttlecock to ashes. Who would dare to play with you?" Nezha's smile instantly froze on his face, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. Desperately, he pleaded, "I didn't mean to. I am trying my best to control it. I truly want to play with you." Yet, the children paid no heed to his explanation. The leader picked up a stone and hurled it at Nezha, shouting, "Go away, monster." As Nezha instinctively dodged, a stone grazed his cheek, leaving him feeling a wave of injustice wash over him, his eyes gradually reddening. Why was it that no one was willing to grant him an opportunity? He merely yearned to experience the simple joys of companionship, just like everyone else. Just as he was about to leave, disheartened, a gentle voice broke through the air. "Children, this is quite rude." The crowd turned to see a venerable old craftsman slowly approaching. His face was etched with wrinkles, yet his eyes radiated kindness and warmth. The old craftsman stepped beside Nezha, gently patting his shoulder, and said, "Child, do not be disheartened." He then turned his gaze toward the other children and earnestly declared, "Nezha is not a monster. He is, like you, merely a child yearning for friendship. We should all be a bit more kind." Though the children ceased their stone throwing upon hearing the craftsman's words, they remained reluctant, murmuring quietly among themselves, "He's just different. There's always something strange about him." The old craftsman smiled, choosing not to engage in further debate. He led Nezha to his stall, which was adorned with an array of exquisite wooden carvings. Grasping a wooden sculpture of a small tiger, he handed it to Nezha, saying, "Child, this is a gift for you. I hope you will cherish it." Nezha gazed at the old craftsman in astonishment and then at the carving in his hands, his eyes shimmering with surprise and tears of gratitude. He carefully accepted the gift and whispered, "Thank you, Grandpa. This is the first gift I have ever received." The old craftsman chuckled softly, ruffling Nezha's hair. "No need for thanks. Your happiness brings joy to me as well. If ever you encounter sadness, come find me." Nezha nodded vigorously, clutching the wooden sculpture tightly, as though it held the warmth of the entire world. He felt as if a sliver of sunlight had finally pierced through the darkness of his existence. However, this bliss was short-lived. The other children, witnessing the old craftsman's kindness toward Nezha, were consumed by jealousy. They huddled together, whispering, and soon a scheme began to take shape in their minds. The self-proclaimed leader of the children pointed at Nezha and shouted, "Look, everyone. Nezha has stolen the old man's carving. He is a thief." The others echoed in unison, "Yes, he is a thief. Drive him away." Stunned, Nezha hastily defended himself. "I didn't steal it. The old man gave it to me." The old craftsman quickly interjected, "Children, do not speak carelessly. This carving was indeed a gift for Nezha." But the children disregarded his words, blinded by jealousy, intent on humiliating Nezha. The leader proclaimed, "Humph, you must be in cahoots. Nezha is a bad child. Let us tell the adults and have them banish him." With that, the children scattered, spreading the tale of Nezha's alleged theft. Before long, the adults at the market were abuzz with the news, gathering around to point and whisper about Nezha. How could this child behave so? At such a tender age, he has already learned to steal. Indeed, the reincarnation of the demon must harbor ill intentions. He is always causing trouble, and now he has resorted to thievery. As Nezha surveyed the surrounding crowd, filled with expressions of anger and disdain, despair enveloped his heart. He longed to plead his case vocally, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him mute. Tears welled in his eyes as he pondered why the warmth he had so painstakingly acquired was so swiftly snatched away with such cruelty. The old craftsman, observing Nezha's helplessness, felt a profound ache within. He raised his voice to the crowd, declaring, "Please, do not misinterpret this. Nezha has not stolen anything. This was a gift I willingly bestowed upon him. The boy is not inherently bad. He simply possesses a unique power that warrants our understanding." However, the crowd remained indifferent to the craftsman's words, their anger towards Nezha unabated. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he asserted, "Regardless of the circumstances, this child consistently finds himself in trouble. Allowing him to remain in Chintang Pass is ultimately a calamity. General Li must discipline him appropriately." The crowd nodded in agreement. Nezha stood amidst them, feeling a tumult of anger and injustice. He could not fathom why his goodwill was perpetually misconstrued, or why no one was willing to believe in him. Just as he felt utterly isolated, In Shenyang hastened to his side upon hearing the commotion. Spotting Nezha's aggrieved expression, her heart ached. She stepped protectively behind him, addressing the crowd. "Dear fellow villagers, Nezha has truly not committed any theft. He is a good child. I implore you not to misjudge him." From the crowd, a voice scoffed, "Madamine, we do not seek to unfairly target Nezha. This child has caused disturbances time and again, and we are genuinely fearful. Just look at the trouble he has stirred this time." In Shenyang sighed in resignation. "I understand your concerns. The power of the magic orb has indeed brought him numerous troubles. Yet, he is striving to change. Please grant him a little more time." Nonetheless, the crowd remained relentless, insisting that Nezha was a troubled child, demanding that Li Jing discipline him properly, with some even suggesting he be expelled from Chintang Pass. In Shenyang gazed at them, her eyes filled with helplessness and entreaty. "Dear villagers, Nezha is still just a child. He requires your understanding and guidance. Please, grant him another chance." As the atmosphere reached an impasse, Li Jing arrived on the scene. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he approached the crowd and clasped his hands in respect. "Fellow villagers, I, Li Jing, assure you that I will diligently guide Nezha, ensuring he no longer causes trouble. In light of my years of safeguarding Chintang Pass, I ask you to afford Nezha another opportunity." Seeing Li Jing's earnestness, the crowd relented slightly, though their gazes still harbored skepticism and discontent as they murmured among themselves and gradually dispersed. In Shenyang turned to Nezha, her heart heavy. "Do not be disheartened. Nezha, I believe in you. You are not as they portray you." Nezha looked at his mother, tears spilling over. "Mother, why does no one believe me? I truly did not steal anything." In Shenyang gently wiped the tears from Nezha's face, reassuring him, "I understand. It is those children who have misunderstood you. You must be resilient. Do not be disheartened by their words. Have faith that, with diligence, one day everyone will recognize your worth." Li Jing added, "Nezha, remember to face any difficulties with courage. You bear a mission that cannot be overshadowed by setbacks." Nezha nodded vigorously, a renewed determination igniting in his eyes. He understood that he could not be easily defeated. He needed to strive harder, to manifest his transformation and earn the acknowledgement of others. After this incident, the weight of grievance in Nezha's heart felt as heavy as a boulder, yet it also solidified his resolve to change and gain recognition. He was aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, but he was willing to tread forward bravely for the glimmer of hope. In Shenyang and Li Jing observed Nezha with a blend of concern and compassion. They recognized that his journey of growth would be laden with trials. Yet they vowed to stand by his side, offering unwavering support and encouragement. Chapter 6. A caring mother's presence warms a child's heart. Mischief unruly once again since Nezha had been wrongfully accused of theft, the townsfolk of Shintangwen had grown increasingly hostile towards him, burdened with injustice. Nezha often secluded himself in his room, clutching the wooden carving gifted by the old craftsman, the sole remnant of warmth in the frigid confines of his dwelling. In Shenyang, witnessing Nezha's gradual despondency, felt as though her heart were being torn asunder. Understanding her son's inner turmoil, she endeavored to carve out time to be with him, hoping to offer solace and support. One morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in warmth, yet Nezha remained languidly lying on his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. In Shenyang gently pushed open the door, her face adorned with a tender smile, softly saying, "Nezha, rise and shine. The weather is splendid today. Let me take you for a stroll." Nezha turned his head, glancing at his mother, and weakly replied, "Mother, I do not wish to go out. They all despise me, and being outside will only deepen my sorrow." In Shenyang approached the bedside, sitting beside Nezha and gently stroking his head. My dear child, do not think that way. Not everyone dislikes you. I love you dearly, and your master cares for you as well. Moreover, you cannot allow the opinions of others to confine you. We must strive to reveal your true self to them. Nezha sat up, tears shimmering in his eyes as he said, But mother, I have tried so hard. Why do they still refuse to believe in me? Embracing Nezha, Shinyang responded, Changing others' perceptions takes time. The power of the demon mark within you frightens them. But that is not your fault. As long as you persist in doing what is right, one day they will come to understand. With his mother's patient persuasion, Nezha finally agreed to rise and step outside with her. In the courtyard, Shinyang gazed at the vibrant flowers and attempted to divert Nezha's attention, saying, Nezha, look how beautifully these flowers bloom. Each blossom possesses its unique beauty, just like you. While you may differ from others, you too have your own brilliance. As Nezha observed the flowers, the shadows in his heart seemed to lift, if only slightly. He crouched down gently to touch the petals and said, Mother, these flowers are truly beautiful. If only everyone could appreciate me as much as they do these blossoms. Shinyang smiled and replied, They will, my dear. As long as you treat others with sincerity, they will sense your kindness. By the way, let me teach you some etiquette. Polite children are more endearing. Thus, Shinyang patiently began to instruct Nezha in some fundamental courtesies, such as bowing to elders and using polite language in conversation. Nezha was earnest in his studies, yearning for these changes to foster a warmer reception from others. However, Nezha was inherently restless, and the chaotic energy of the demon pill within him disrupted his focus, making it difficult to concentrate for long periods. After a while, he found himself fidgeting, his gaze drifting towards the courtyard, his mind wandering to thoughts of playing outside. Shinyang perceived Nezha's distraction and gently admonished, Nezha, one must cultivate patience and not abandon tasks midway. Once you have mastered etiquette, we shall engage in other activities. Shall we? Reluctantly, Nezha nodded and continued his studies under Shinyang's guidance. Yet, before long, his attention waned again, and the chaotic energy seemed to sense his distraction, stirring restlessly within him. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the courtyard, toppling the flower pots askew. Shinyang looked around in astonishment, and before she could react, the chaotic energy within Nezha erupted uncontrollably, unleashing a wave of black flames that engulfed the surrounding flora. Oh no, Shinyang gasped, hastily conjuring a spell in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, the power of the demon pill was too formidable. The fire spread rapidly, and in an instant, the courtyard was left in disarray, the plants reduced to ashes. Nezha stood frozen before the devastation, his eyes filled with terror and remorse. He never anticipated causing such havoc. The flicker of hope he had felt moments ago had been extinguished. Mother, I didn't mean to. I truly tried to control it, Nezha said, his voice trembling with emotion. Shinyang gazed at him, feeling a mix of helplessness and deep compassion. She embraced Nezha gently and reassured him, I understand, Nezha. This is not your fault. The demon pill's power is overwhelming, and controlling it is indeed a challenge. Do not lose heart. We will find a way together. At that moment, Li Jing returned home after attending to military affairs. Upon witnessing the chaos in the courtyard, he furrowed his brow slightly. Shinyang quickly interjected, My lord, please do not blame Nezha. He has made a great effort. The power of the demon pill simply spiraled out of control. Li Jing looked at Nezha and sighed. Nezha, your father knows you did not wish for this. Yet, you must learn to master this power. Otherwise, you may cause even greater mischief in the future. Nezha lowered his head, murmuring, Father, I understand. I will strive to improve. Li Jing stepped forward, patting Nezha on the shoulder, and said, Very well, I believe in you. From tomorrow onward, in addition to learning spells from your master, you must also intensify your training in controlling your own power. Yes, Father, Nezha replied resolutely. Though he had once again caused trouble, this incident deepened Nezha's understanding of the importance of mastering the power of the demon pill. He understood that only by mastering this power could he alter the perceptions others held of him and truly integrate into this world. Thus, Shinyang and Li Jing resolved that, regardless of the difficulties, they would assist Nezha in overcoming this formidable challenge, ensuring he would grow up healthy. That night, as Nezha lay in bed, gazing at the luminous moon outside, he silently vowed to learn to control the power of the magic orb, so that his parents would no longer worry for him, and the people of Chuntang Pass would accept him. The moonlight cascaded upon his resolute face, as if cheering him on and accompanying him through this challenging night, as he drifted into a hopeful slumber. Days passed, and under the guidance of Tai Jinren, Nezha embarked on a more arduous path of cultivation. Tai Jinren, fully aware of Nezha's struggles, devised various methods to help him harness the power of the magic orb. One day, Tai Jinren led Nezha to a tranquil valley. A gentle mist enveloped the area, and silence reigned around them. Tai Jinren addressed Nezha, saying, "Today, we shall practice here. The serene environment of this valley will aid your concentration. You must attempt to calm your mind. Feel the flow of the magic orb's power within you, and then guide it with your will, rather than allowing it to control you." Nezha nodded, settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to follow Tai Jinren's teachings to control the power of the magic orb. Initially, all seemed to progress smoothly, as the power moved gently within him under his guidance. However, before long, a vividly colored butterfly fluttered by, dancing before Nezha. His attention was instantly captivated, and the power of the magic orb grew restless. This is not good, Tai Jinren thought to himself, quickly urging Nezha, "Nezha, focus your mind. Do not let external distractions sway you." Nezha attempted to regain his concentration, yet the butterfly appeared to deliberately flit about, causing him distress. The power of the magic orb spiraled out of control, unleashing a powerful force that sent surrounding stones flying. Tai Jinren swiftly cast a protective spell around Nezha, shouting, "Nezha, steady your mind, do not panic. Use your heart to tame this power." Gritting his teeth, Nezha struggled to calm himself. He recalled his mother's love, his father's expectations, and his own desire for acceptance. Supported by this inner conviction, he gradually regained control over the power of the magic orb. Once tranquility returned, Nezha, drenched in sweat, looked weakly at Tai Jinren and said, "Master, am I truly useless if a mere butterfly can distract me?" Tai Jinren shook his head with a smile, replying, "Nezha, you have done remarkably well. Controlling the power of the magic orb is no easy feat, and it is entirely normal to be swayed by external distractions. What matters is that you manage to steady your mind at a crucial moment. That is a significant advancement." Encouraged by Tai Jinren's words, Nezha reignited his confidence. He understood that this journey was still long, but he would not surrender. In the days that followed, Nezha dedicated himself to rigorous training, constantly pushing his limits. Meanwhile, Yin Shenyang and Li Jing worried for Nezha's well-being. Yin Shenyang often prepared nourishing meals for Nezha, hoping he could regain his strength amidst his training. Meanwhile, Li Jing tirelessly sought treasures and scriptures that could help control the power of the magic orb. Despite minimal success, he never lost hope. Throughout this challenging journey, although Nezha's childhood was overshadowed by the magic orb, the unwavering support from his family and master kept his heart filled with hope. He was like a seed striving to break through the darkness, yearning for the day he could embrace the light. Chapter 7. The stern father's difficult teachings and the longing for parental understanding. The sky over Chuntang Pass was shrouded in thick clouds, mirroring the persistent gloom in Nezha's heart. Though Li Jing, as the commander of Chuntang Pass, was preoccupied with military affairs and potential threats from all sides, his thoughts remained with Nezha. He understood that the magic orb's power was not only a burden for his son, but could also pose a future threat to Chuntang Pass. On this day, after much effort, Li Jing managed to carve out some time and decided to have a serious conversation with Nezha. He summoned Nezha to the study and took a seat at his desk, his expression solemn as he awaited his son. Nezha bounced into the room, but upon seeing his father's grave demeanor, his heart tightened, and his usual exuberance diminished. "Father, did you call for me?" Nezha asked cautiously. Li Jing raised his head, his gaze settling on Nezha as he spoke slowly. "Nezha, please sit. Today, I wish to have a serious talk with you." Nezha complied, though his eyes wandered restlessly, pondering what his father might say. Observing Nezha's fidgeting, Li Jing's brow furrowed slightly as he continued. "Nezha, you are aware of the magic orb you carry. Its power is formidable and perilous. If not properly controlled, it will inevitably lead to disaster." Nezha lowered his head, murmuring, "Father, I know. I've been trying to control it, but it never listens." Li Jing sighed softly, replying, "Effort alone is insufficient. You must be more diligent and focused. As my son, you must bear responsibility and not allow this magic orb to dictate your actions." Nezha looked up, a hint of grievance in his eyes, and said, "Father, I've tried my best. I feel terrible whenever I cause trouble. Yet, no one understands me and they call me a monster." Li Jing regarded Nezha, his expression softening slightly. "I understand your frustration, but you must also consider the perspective of the common people. When you cause chaos time and again, it is only natural for them to feel fear. You must learn to control your power and avoid causing disturbances if you wish to change their perception of you." Nezha bit his lip and replied, "Father, I've attempted that, but every time I make some progress, an accident occurs. Just yesterday, while I was learning etiquette with Mother, the magic orb's power suddenly spiraled out of control and scorched the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Li Jing furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before saying, "Perhaps we should adopt a different approach. Starting tomorrow, in addition to practicing spells with Tai Yi Zhenren, you must also set aside time each day to practice controlling the magic orb's power. I shall personally supervise your training." Upon hearing this, Nezha felt reluctant. Yet seeing his father's serious expression, he nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, father." On the following dawn, before the first light graced the sky, Li Jing brought Nezha to the training grounds of Chintang Pass. The training field lay deserted, enveloped in a serene silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind. Li Jing regarded Nezha and instructed, "Nezha, today we shall commence with the fundamentals. First, calm your mind and attune yourself to the flow of the magic orb's power within you." Obediently, Nezha closed his eyes, attempting to concentrate. Yet, memories of past rejection by the townsfolk flooded his mind, thwarting his efforts to find tranquility. The magic orb's power seemed to sense his distraction, stirring restlessly within him. Watching Nezha struggle, Li Jing furrowed his brow and admonished, "Nezha, focus. How can you hope to control the magic orb like this?" Taking a deep breath, Nezha endeavored to regain his composure. After a while, he finally sensed the power of the magic orb flowing gently within him. He attempted to guide it with his will, but the magic orb's energy behaved like a stubborn beast, refusing to be tamed. Suddenly, a surge of formidable power erupted from Nezha, sending sand and stones flying into the air. Li Jing swiftly cast a protective spell around himself and Nezha, and shouted, "Nezha, steady yourself. Do not let it control you." Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, Nezha exerted every ounce of strength to suppress the magic orb's energy. After a fierce struggle, the tumultuous power gradually subsided. Li Jing looked at Nezha and said, "You must understand, Nezha, that the key to controlling the magic orb lies within your heart. You must cast aside all distractions and fortify your resolve. Only then can you master it." Panting heavily, Nezha replied, "Father, I understand, but it is truly difficult. I cannot help but dwell on how others perceive me." Li Jing stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on Nezha's shoulder, and said, "I understand you, my son, but you cannot allow these thoughts to hinder your training. Have faith that once you successfully harness the magic orb's power, others will see your transformation." In the days that followed, Nezha practiced diligently under Li Jing's watchful eye. However, the dynamic between father and son began to weigh heavily on Nezha. Li Jing's stern demeanor and high expectations often led to harsh reprimands for even the slightest errors, instilling in Nezha a mix of reverence and resistance toward his father. One day, during practice, Nezha inadvertently lost control of the magic orb's power again, leveling a corner of the training ground. Li Jing, witnessing the chaos, could not suppress his frustration and bellowed, "Nezha, are you even trying? After all this time, you show no progress." Feeling deeply wronged, Nezha retorted, "Father, I am trying my hardest. You only know how to blame me, without truly understanding my efforts." With that, he turned and fled. Li Jing watched Nezha's retreating figure, his heart heavy with helplessness and regret. He recognized that his methods might be overly harsh. Yet his concern for Nezha's future and the safety of Chintang Pass weighed heavily on him. Nezha ran all the way to the seaside, seated on the sandy shore, gazing at the endless ocean as tears streamed down his face. He could not comprehend why his father could not exhibit more patience and understanding. In that moment, he recalled his previous encounter with the old craftsman, remembering the warmth and kindness that radiated from him. "If only my father could treat me like the old craftsman does," Nezha murmured to himself. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Yin Shenyang found him. Seeing Nezha's tear-streaked face, she sat beside him with a heavy heart and said, "Nezha, do not be sorrowful. Your mother understands that both you and your father have it tough." Nezha threw himself into Yin Shenyang's embrace, crying, "Mother, why is father always so strict with me? I have tried my utmost, yet he remains dissatisfied." Gently stroking Nezha's head, Yin Shenyang replied, "Silly child, your father is simply overly concerned for you. He is aware of the significant responsibilities you bear, which is why he holds you to such high standards. Deep down, he loves you dearly. He merely struggles to articulate it." Nezha lifted his head, his eyes brimming with confusion, and asked, "Is that true? Mother, I feel that father only cares whether I can control the power of the magic orb, without regard for my feelings." With a smile, Yin Shenyang responded, "How could that be? Your father worries day and night about you. He seeks out ways to help you master the magic orb and often loses sleep out of concern. He simply adopts the wrong approach, leading to your misunderstandings." As Nezha listened to his mother's words, the grievances in his heart began to dissipate. He seemed to grasp his father's good intentions. Yin Shenyang looked at Nezha and continued, "Nezha, both you and your father need to foster understanding and communication. Your father loves you. He only wishes for you to become better. Nezha nodded and said, Mother, I understand now. I will strive to comprehend, Father. Shenyang smiled with relief and said, That's right. Go back and have a good talk with your father to unravel the knots in your hearts. Nezha stood, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and followed Shenyang back to Li Jing's residence. He recognized that the path ahead would still be fraught with challenges. Yet he was willing to endeavor to understand his father and face difficulties together, growing side by side. Meanwhile, Li Jing awaited Nezha's return, hoping to communicate with his son and bridge the gap between them, assisting Nezha in mastering the formidable and perilous power of the magic orb. Chapter 8. An unexpected encounter with a kind craftsman. Unfounded accusations arise. The streets of Chuntang Pass were always bustling with life, filled with people coming and going. However, for Nezha, this place was not one of joy, but rather a realm of misunderstanding and exclusion. One day, as usual, Nezha wandered aimlessly through the streets, his heart filled with a yearning for friendship and a desire for understanding from others. Dressed in his iconic red belly band and wearing the wind-fire wheels, he navigated through the crowd. Upon seeing him, people displayed expressions of fear, hastily stepping aside as if he were a fearsome beast. A wave of disappointment washed over Nezha, causing him to lower his head and proceed silently. Just then, a cheerful tinkling sound reached his ears. Following the sound, he noticed a quaint carpenter's shop by the roadside. At the entrance stood an elderly craftsman, his white hair contrasting with the warm smile on his face as he diligently carved the wood in his hands. The old craftsman's gentle demeanor seemed to possess a certain magic, compelling Nezha to stop in his tracks. Nezha curiously approached the workshop, watching the old craftsman skillfully maneuver the carving knife across the wood. In a short while, the outline of a vividly lifelike creature began to emerge. Captivated, Nezha could not help but inquire, Grandfather, what are you carving? The old craftsman looked up, and in his eyes, there was no trace of fear or disdain, but rather a warmth filled with kindness. He smiled and replied, Little friend, I am carving a fawn. Isn't it beautiful? Nezha nodded vigorously, exclaiming, It is beautiful. Grandfather, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. I have never seen such incredible skill. Amused by Nezha's praise, the old craftsman set down his carving knife and said, You like it? Then do take a closer look. When I was young, I traveled far and wide, encountering all sorts of rare and exotic creatures, and I wished to carve them all. As Nezha listened to the old craftsman's tales, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He asked, Grandfather, having visited so many places, you must have countless fascinating stories. Could you share one with me? The old craftsman nodded with a smile and said, Of course. Let me tell you about the time I encountered a talking fox deep in the mountains. Oh, that fox was remarkably clever. With vivid detail, the old craftsman recounted his experiences, and Nezha was utterly entranced. In that moment, Nezha seemed to forget about the magical orb within him and the disdain of those around him, completely immersed in the old man's storytelling. Once the tale concluded, Nezha, still yearning for more, remarked, Grandfather, your stories are enchanting. How wonderful it would be if I could travel like you and see the world. The old craftsman gazed at Nezha with affection and said, Little friend, as long as you strive for it, opportunities will surely come your way. By the way, what is your name? Nezha hesitated for a moment and whispered, My name is Nezha. He then discreetly observed the old craftsman's expression, fearing that upon hearing his name, he might react with the same disdain as others had. However, the old craftsman showed no sign of disapproval. He smiled and said, Nezha, what a splendid name. I can see how much you appreciate these wooden carvings. I would like to gift you this fawn. I hope you will cherish it. As he spoke, the old craftsman handed Nezha the freshly carved fawn. Nezha stared in astonishment at the old man, then at the wooden sculpture in his hands, his eyes brimming with surprise and gratitude. He carefully accepted the carving, saying, Grandfather, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. The old craftsman waved his hand dismissively and replied, Take it, little friend. My intention in creating these wooden sculptures is to bring joy to others. Seeing you happy brings me joy as well. Nezha clutched the carving tightly, tears glistening in his eyes as he said, Thank you, Grandfather. This is the finest gift I have ever received. From that day forth, Nezha frequently visited the old craftsman's workshop, listening to his stories and watching him carve. The old craftsman, fond of Nezha, patiently taught him various carving techniques and shared delightful anecdotes from his travels. In the workshop of the old craftsman, Nezha experienced an unprecedented warmth and care, feeling as though he had finally discovered a friend with whom to share his thoughts. However, such bliss was short-lived. One day, as Nezha approached the craftsman's shop, he was met with a cacophony of voices. It's him. He stole the old man's wooden carving. A sharp voice rang out. Startled, Nezha hurried over to find a group of children embroiled in a quarrel with the old craftsman and a companion. The companion clutched a wooden sculpture, the very dear figurine that the craftsman had gifted to Nezha. The old craftsman anxiously interjected, "Children, you misunderstand. This carving was given to Nezha by me. He did not steal it." Yet, the children paid him no heed. One slightly older boy crossed his arms defiantly, stating, "Humph, we all saw it. Nezha is a monster. He must have taken your sculpture. Don't let him deceive you, old man." Nezha, witnessing this scene unfold, felt a surge of anger and injustice. He exclaimed, "I did not steal it. This was a gift from the old man. Why are you slandering me?" The self-appointed leader of the children sneered, "You're just making excuses. Everyone knows you are the reincarnation of the demon, a troublemaker by nature. We will not believe you." The other children echoed in agreement, "Yes, we don't believe you. Return the carving." Fuming with indignation, Nezha clenched his fists and retorted, "This is a gift from the old man. On what grounds do you accuse me of theft?" The craftsman looked at Nezha, his eyes filled with compassion. "Children, it is indeed a gift from me to him. Nezha is a good child. You cannot unjustly accuse him." But the children remained relentless, insisting that Nezha return the sculpture. Nezha, faced with the unreasonable accusations of the children, felt both furious and helpless. He could not fathom why they were so intent on targeting him, why they refused to believe his words. Just as the stalemate continued, a few adults began to gather around. Upon witnessing the scene, they too began to admonish Nezha. "How can this child behave so? At such a young age? He has learned to steal," said one. "Indeed, the reincarnation of a demon surely harbors ill intentions. He has always caused trouble and now resorts to theft." Nezha felt a wave of despair wash over him as he listened to the accusations. He turned to the old craftsman, hoping for a word of support. The craftsman, anxious, attempted to explain, but the adults remained deaf to his pleas, their anger toward Nezha unwavering. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward, frowning as he addressed Nezha. "You, child, return the carving to the old man at once, and then come with me to see your father so he can discipline you properly." Clenching his teeth, Nezha replied, "I will not return it. This was given to me by the old man. You are all mistaken about me." Seeing Nezha's defiance, the man reached out to seize the carving. In a surge of urgency, Nezha felt the power of the demon within him awaken. A formidable aura emanated from him, causing those around to recoil in fear. "You do not believe me? Then you shall not take my carving," Nezha shouted in fury. The old craftsman was taken aback by the scene before him and quickly exclaimed, "Nezha, do not act impulsively. Refrain from using the power of the magic orb. It could harm everyone." Upon hearing the old craftsman's words, Nezha made a concerted effort to suppress the power of the orb within him. He understood that if he lost control, it would only instill greater fear and disdain among the onlookers. At that moment, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see Yin Shenyang hastily approaching on horseback. Upon noticing Nezha surrounded by the crowd, her heart tightened, and she swiftly dismounted to stand beside him. "What has happened? Nezha, are you all right?" Yin Shenyang inquired anxiously. Nezha looked into his mother's eyes, tears glistening, and replied, "Mother, they are falsely accusing me of stealing the old man's wood carving, but it was truly a gift from him." Upon hearing Nezha's words, Yin Shenyang turned her gaze towards the old craftsman. He immediately affirmed, "Madam Yin, what Nezha says is true. This wood carving is indeed a gift I bestowed upon him. These children have misunderstood." Understanding the situation, Yin Shenyang addressed the surrounding villagers. "Dear friends, Nezha is a good child. He would never steal. There must be a misunderstanding, so I implore you not to wrongfully accuse him." However, the villagers remained skeptical of Nezha, and one voiced, "Madam Yin, this child has a history of causing trouble. It is difficult for us to place our trust in him. How do we explain his possession of the wood carving?" Yin Shenyang sighed, feeling helpless, and replied, "I understand your doubts regarding Nezha, but he is genuinely striving to change. This is truly a misunderstanding. Please grant him a chance." Just as the debate continued, Li Jing arrived on the scene. Observing the gravity of the situation, he stepped forward and addressed the villagers with a respectful bow. "Dear friends, I, Li Jing, assure you that I will thoroughly investigate this matter. If Nezha has indeed stolen something, I shall not condone it. However, if it is a misunderstanding, I ask you not to wrongfully accuse the child." Seeing Li Jing's stance, the villagers felt it inappropriate to press further, though their eyes still reflected suspicion and discontent. Li Jing turned to Nezha and said, "Nezha, return home with me." Nezha looked at his father, feeling a wave of injustice wash over him, knowing that his father must be disappointed. Yet he clutched the wood carving tightly and followed Li Jing and Yin Shenyang home. Upon their return, Li Jing regarded Nezha with a serious expression and said, "Nezha, Tell me the truth about this wood carving. Did you truly steal it? Tears welled in Nezha's eyes as he replied, Father, I did not steal it. It was genuinely a gift from the old man. Those children are envious of the kindness the old man has shown me and have deliberately slandered me. In Shenyang chimed in, My lord, I believe in Nezha. The old craftsman has confirmed that this wood carving is indeed his gift. Li Jing gazed at Nezha, torn with conflicting emotions. He recognized that Nezha had indeed been making efforts to change, and the old craftsman had corroborated his words. However, this incident had already stirred considerable unrest in Chintang Pass, and he needed to find a solution. Nezha, your father believes in you. However, this matter casts a shadow, and you shall accompany me tomorrow to apologize to the old craftsman and clarify the situation to everyone, Li Jing declared. Nezha nodded in agreement, responding, Yes, father. That night, Nezha lay in bed, gazing at the wooden carving in his hands, his heart in turmoil. He could not comprehend why it was so challenging to earn the approval of others. Yet, he silently vowed to strive diligently to prove himself, to allow others to witness his transformation. Meanwhile, Li Jing and Yin Shenyang observed the flickering light emanating from Nezha's room, their hearts laden with concern. They understood that Nezha's path to growth was still long and fraught with challenges ahead. Nevertheless, they resolved to support him unwaveringly, assisting him through his trials. Chapter 9. Jealousy breeds calumny. A trap weaved the sunlight of Chintang Pass bathed the streets as usual, yet for Nezha, this radiance could not dispel the shadows within his heart. Since meeting the old craftsman, Nezha had finally felt a glimmer of warmth. But this warmth flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. The children of Chintang Pass, witnessing the old craftsman's unusual kindness towards Nezha, along with his gifts of exquisite wooden carvings, found their hearts overrun with envy. They huddled together, whispering and plotting a scheme against Nezha. How dare that oddity receive the old craftsman's carvings? We have assisted him countless times, yet he has never treated us this way, exclaimed a round-faced boy, his cheeks puffed with indignation. Indeed, Nezha is merely the reincarnation of a demon. He surely harbors ill intentions. Perhaps he has bewitched the old craftsman into giving him gifts. Another tall, thin boy chimed in. We must devise a plan to reveal his true nature to everyone. A crafty glint flashed in the eyes of the leader of the children as he spoke with malicious intent. After much deliberation, they resolved to slander Nezha, accusing him of stealing the old craftsman's wooden carvings. This group of children proclaimed their falsehoods throughout the streets, declaring to anyone who would listen, Did you know? Nezha stole the old craftsman's precious carving, a treasure painstakingly crafted by him. The rumor spread like wildfire across Chintang Pass. The townsfolk, already harboring fear and disdain towards Nezha, were incensed by the news. This reincarnation of a demon is indeed no good. How could he engage in such thievery? Indeed, he has always been a troublemaker, and now he has resorted to stealing. Such audacity is beyond measure. As the townspeople murmured, they surged towards the old craftsman's workshop, seeking an explanation. At that moment, Nezha, filled with joy as he clutched the wooden carving, was on his way to find the old craftsman, eager to hear more of his fascinating tales. To his surprise, he was met by a throng of furious townsfolk. Nezha, you little thief, return the old craftsman's carving, bellowed a burly man, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Nezha stood bewildered, looking at the enraged crowd, unsure of how to respond. What are you saying? I did not steal anything. This carving was a gift from the old craftsman. Humph, you still dare to defend yourself. Everyone claims you are the thief. What else do you have to say? A voice from the crowd boomed. Yes, hand over the wooden carving and accompany us to see the officials. The crowd clamored in unison. Nezha clutched the wooden sculpture tightly, his heart brimming with both indignation and fury. This was truly a gift from the old craftsman. Why will you not believe me? At that moment, the old craftsman, alerted by the commotion, emerged from his shop. Upon witnessing the tense standoff, he felt a pang of anxiety and quickly interjected, Dear villagers, you have misunderstood. This wooden carving was indeed a gift to Nezha, and he did not steal it. Master craftsman, do not be deceived. Nezha is the reincarnation of a demonic orb, inherently mischievous. How could you have willingly given it to him? The king of children feigned innocence as he spoke. Indeed, old craftsman, do not be soft-hearted. This rascal is known for causing trouble and must have stolen your wooden carving, echoed the other children in agreement. The old craftsman gazed at the group of children, his brows furrowed in concern, and stated solemnly, You are spreading falsehoods. I have witnessed Nezha's character firsthand. He is a good child, and I gifted him the wooden carving because he genuinely cherishes it, and he has never harmed me in any way. However, the citizens, consumed by rage, refused to heed the old craftsman's explanation. Master craftsman, You are too kind. Nezha has a notorious reputation, and we can no longer indulge him. They cried. Yes, he must be taught a lesson today. He should be expelled from Chintang Pass. Nezha surveyed the furious faces around him, despair flooding his heart. He turned to the old craftsman, his eyes pleading for help. Grandfather, they do not believe me. What should I do? The old craftsman looked at Nezha with compassion and said, Child, do not fear. I will help you prove your innocence. At that moment, Yin Shenyang and Li Jing, having heard the news, hurried over. Yin Shenyang, seeing Nezha besieged by the crowd, rushed to his side and sheltered him behind her. Dear villagers, there must be a misunderstanding. Nezha would never steal anything. Please, let us remain calm, she urged anxiously. Li Jing, with a serious countenance, addressed the crowd. Everyone, I, Li Jing, am known for my fairness and will thoroughly investigate this matter. Until the truth is revealed, I kindly ask you not to jump to conclusions. Yet, the citizens remained relentless. Generally, you have always protected Chintang Pass, and we hold you in high regard. But your son has gone too far this time. We cannot let this pass. They insisted. Yes, we demand an explanation, otherwise, we will not relent. Li Jing recognized the fervor of the agitated populace and understood that failing to resolve the situation could lead to greater discord. He turned to Nezha and inquired, Nezha, are you certain that this wooden carving was given to you by the old craftsman and that you are not lying? Tears glimmered in Nezha's eyes as he resolutely replied, Father, I am certain. I did not steal it. It was given to me by the old grandfather. Li Jing then looked to the old craftsman, who nodded affirmatively, stating, Generally, every word Nezha has spoken is true. This wooden carving is indeed my gift to him. Taking a deep breath, Li Jing addressed the villagers, Dear citizens, since the old craftsman has confirmed this, there must indeed be a misunderstanding. I, Li Jing, assure you in my capacity as general that I will uncover the truth of this matter. If Nezha indeed engaged in acts of theft, I would not hesitate to impose severe punishment. However, should anyone deliberately slander him, I shall not let that go unpunished. The common folk, upon hearing Li Jing's words, felt their emotions somewhat ease, yet skepticism remained etched upon their faces. Generally, we place our trust in you. But Nezha's past actions make it exceedingly difficult for us to believe in his innocence. Indeed, we hope for a prompt resolution. Li Jing nodded and assured them, Rest assured. I shall address this matter swiftly. Subsequently, he returned to the residence with Nezha and Yin Shenyang. Upon entering the house, Nezha could no longer contain his tears, exclaiming, Father, Mother, why does no one believe me? I truly did not steal anything. Yin Shenyang, feeling maternal sympathy, embraced Nezha and comforted him. My child, I believe you. This must be a deliberate scheme against you. Do not let your heart be too burdened. Li Jing, observing Nezha's distress, spoke gravely. Nezha, I too have faith in you. Nonetheless, this situation is complex. We must uncover why those children would defame you and whether ulterior motives lie behind their accusations. Calm yourself and reflect. Has anything unusual transpired recently? Nezha wiped his tears and strained to recollect. Father, I do not understand why this is happening. I merely grew closer to the old craftsman, and those children have since pointed fingers at me. Li Jing furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. It appears they may be envious of your bond with the old craftsman, thus concocting this slander against you. Yin Shenyang expressed her concern. My lord, what shall we do now? The townsfolk's misunderstanding of Nezha runs deep. If we do not resolve this expeditiously, it may inflict even greater harm upon him. Li Jing pondered briefly before responding. I shall dispatch someone to investigate these children and discern who has instigated them. Simultaneously, we must gather further evidence to vindicate Nezha. Nezha gazed at his parents, filled with gratitude. Father, Mother, thank you for believing in me. I shall prove my innocence. Li Jing affectionately ruffled Nezha's hair, saying, My child, remember, no matter the challenges you face, you must confront them with courage. Your father and mother will always support you. Yet, matters were far from straightforward. Under the covert manipulation of Shen Gongbao, the children who defamed Nezha adamantly insisted that he had stolen the wooden carving and sought to recruit others to corroborate their claims. The citizens of Chintang Pass, misled by these deceitful assertions, grew increasingly incensed against Nezha. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao lurked in the shadows, observing with a sinister smile, Humph, Nezha, let us see how you will respond this time. As long as the people of Chintang Pass despise you, you shall become the target of their ire. I am eager to witness how you shall thwart my plans. In this web of misunderstanding and intrigue, Nezha faced unprecedented challenges. Would he be able to clear his name and regain the trust of the people? What crisis would Chintang Pass endure as a result of this turmoil? Everything remains an enigma. In the days that followed, the soldiers dispatched by Li Jing scoured the land for information. Yet they found that the children seemed to be under some enchantment, unwaveringly insisting that Nezha had stolen the wooden carving, their accounts astonishingly consistent. These children appear bewitched. No matter how we inquire, they adamantly assert that it was Nezha who took the item, leaving us devoid of any useful leads, reported the soldiers to Li Jing. Li Jing, his brow furrowed, understood that a formidable force must be manipulating events from the shadows. He pondered. Could it be that Shin Gongbao was up to his mischief again? Yet, without concrete evidence, all remained mere conjecture. Yin Shinyang gazed at the troubled Li Jing and the increasingly despondent Nezha, her heart brimming with anxiety. She addressed Li Jing, "My lord, this cannot continue. Nezha grows more melancholic each day. If this persists, both his mind and body will suffer." Li Jing sighed in resignation. "I am aware, but without evidence. We cannot convince the populace of Nezha's innocence." Just then, Nezha abruptly rose, determination flashing in his eyes. "Father, mother, I cannot simply sit idly by. I will seek out evidence to prove my innocence." Li Jing looked at Nezha, feeling a mix of pride and concern. "Nezha, your courage is commendable. But this matter is fraught with danger. You must exercise caution." Nezha nodded, saying, "Do not worry, father, I will be careful. I cannot allow those who slander me to prevail." Thus, Nezha stealthily left the Li Jing residence, concealing his departure from his parents. His first destination was the workshop of the old craftsman, hoping to uncover some clues. "Grandfather, please reflect carefully. Was there anyone unusual present that day? Did you hear any peculiar remarks from those children?" Nezha implored anxiously. The old craftsman, furrowing his brow, strained to recall. "Child, I did not notice anything peculiar that day. However, I do feel as though those children were somehow being manipulated. Their behavior seemed quite abnormal." Nezha pondered for a moment, responding, "Grandfather, I too sense something amiss. I shall uncover the truth." After departing from the old craftsman's workshop, Nezha resolved to confront the children who had defamed him. He arrived at the place where the children often played and indeed found them gathered. "Why do you slander me? What have I done to offend you?" Nezha confronted them, demanding answers. The children, upon seeing Nezha, displayed flickers of fear, yet at the behest of their leader, they mustered the courage to retort. "You stole the old craftsman's wooden carving. We witnessed it with our own eyes, so do not attempt to deny it." Nezha observed them. Realizing that these children were undoubtedly being coerced, he decided to adopt a different approach, stating, "I know you did not mean to. But is there someone forcing you to say this? If you reveal the truth, I shall not hold it against you." However, the children remained obstinate, unmoved by his words. As Nezha found himself in a state of helplessness, a little girl stepped forward and softly spoke. "Nezha, we haven't finished our conversation." The child king shot her a fierce glare and admonished, "Shaoli, do not speak out of turn, or you shall face the consequences." The little girl, frightened, lowered her head, silenced by fear. Nezha's heart tightened, realizing that the child king undoubtedly held more secrets. He resolved to confront the child king directly. "Why are you doing this? Has someone promised you a reward?" Nezha fixed his gaze upon the child king, inquiring sternly. The child king, intimidated by Nezha's piercing eyes, stubbornly retorted, "No, it's simply that you have taken something, and we aim to reveal your true nature to everyone." Nezha understood that the child king would not easily divulge the truth. He decided to discreetly follow him to uncover any clues. That evening, Nezha stealthily trailed the child king, who glanced around cautiously to ensure he was not being followed before heading towards the outskirts of Chintang Pass. Nezha carefully shadowed him, making not a sound. After a while, the child king arrived at the entrance of an abandoned temple. He looked around, then entered the temple. Nezha quietly approached, peering through a crack in the window, and witnessed the child king conversing with a figure cloaked in black. "Have those children kept silent?" the black-robed figure inquired. "Rest assured, sir, they have all adhered to your instructions, insisting that Nezha stole the wooden carving," the child king flattered. "Excellent. As long as the citizens of Chintang Pass despise Nezha, you shall be rewarded. But be warned, should anyone dare to speak out of turn, you know the consequences," the black-robed figure threatened. Upon hearing this, Nezha's heart sank. It was evident that someone was orchestrating this scheme from the shadows. Just as he contemplated rushing in to seize the black-robed figure, he inadvertently stepped on a stone. "Who goes there?" the black-robed figure called out, alert. Realizing he had been discovered, Nezha boldly charged inside, exclaiming, "You wicked villains, why do you slander me?" The black-robed figure, upon recognizing Nezha, sneered, "Ah, Nezha, you have arrived just in time. Today shall be your last." With that, he brandished a dagger and lunged at Nezha. Nezha swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack with ease. Anger surged within him as he harnessed the power of the magic orb, preparing for a counterattack. "You despicable scoundrel, how dare you frame me? Today, You shall pay the price. Nezha roared. Thus commenced a fierce battle within the confines of the abandoned temple. Chapter 10. The azure sea reveals strange glimmers. A heart of curiosity pierces through the gloom. The winds of Chintang Pass, laden with a salty tang, swept across Nezha's tear-streaked face. Clutching the wooden carving gifted by the old craftsman, he wandered alone to the seashore. Having just endured the injustice of slander, he was now consumed by resentment with no outlet for his feelings. The rhythmic crashing of the waves against the shore produced a dull sound, as if the ocean itself lamented Nezha's plight. He approached the water's edge, sank down onto the sand, and gazed at the boundless sea. Finally, unable to contain his sorrow, and wept aloud. Why? Why does no one believe me? I did not steal anything. Why must I be treated this way? Nezha's cries echoed in the sea breeze, tears cascading down his cheeks, falling onto the beach, where they were swiftly absorbed by the sand. After a long while, Nezha's emotions gradually began to settle. He lifted his gaze to the shimmering surface of the sea, the grievances in his heart still surging like tides. Is it merely because I am the reincarnation of a demon that everyone perceives me as a villain? Nezha murmured, his voice laden with resentment. At that moment, the previously tranquil sea suddenly shimmered with an extraordinary light. The radiance was vibrant and kaleidoscopic, resembling a resplendent rainbow descending into the ocean, harmonizing beautifully with the azure waters. Appearing remarkably captivating, Nezha was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his troubles, and curiously fixated on the luminous spectacle. What could this be? Why does such a peculiar light exist? Unable to contain his curiosity, Nezha rose to his feet and approached the water, eager to investigate further. The brilliance intensified, illuminating vast expanses of the sea. Nezha squinted, striving to discern what lay hidden within the radiance. He perceived indistinct shapes gliding within the light, resembling some enigmatic creatures. Could they be sea spirits? A flicker of caution flashed through Nezha's mind. Yet, curiosity soon prevailed. He thought to himself, whatever it is, I shall uncover the truth behind this phenomenon. Nezha employed his magical prowess to enable him to breathe freely underwater and then gradually stepped into the sea. As he drew closer to the light, the indistinct figures became increasingly clear. To his astonishment, it was a school of luminous fish, their scales shimmering in a myriad of colors, swimming gracefully like a flowing masterpiece. What exquisite fish! Nezha marveled. He extended his hand, longing to touch one of the creatures. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, the school of fish suddenly darted away, forming a colossal whirlpool that engulfed Nezha. He felt as though the world was spinning, his vision blurring. When he finally regained his balance, he discovered himself in an unfamiliar realm. Surrounding him were walls of crystal radiating light, embedded with a variety of strange gemstones, casting a soft glow. Where am I? Nezha exclaimed in astonishment, his heart racing with a blend of curiosity and trepidation. He cautiously advanced, each step producing a crisp sound, as if conversing with this mysterious space. As he wandered, Nezha arrived before a grand crystal door. The door emanated a gentle blue light, intricately engraved with peculiar runes, seemingly narrating ancient tales. Nezha reached out to touch the crystal door, and the runes suddenly blazed with intense light, causing the door to slowly swing open. Beyond it lay a spacious hall, at the center of which stood a massive stone pedestal, upon which rested a box emanating a faint glow. What lies within this box? Nezha pondered, filled with curiosity as he hurried to the pedestal, extending his hand to open the box. At that moment, a voice resonated in his ear. Who are you? Why have you come here? Startled, Nezha quickly scanned his surroundings, yet saw no one. Who are you? Where are you? Nezha called out loudly. I am the guardian of this place, yet you have yet to answer my question. The voice resounded once more, tinged with a hint of authority. Nezha steadied himself and replied, I am Nezha. I followed a peculiar light by the sea and arrived here unintentionally. Nezha? The reincarnation of the demon pill? The voice seemed taken aback. Indeed, I am Nezha. Since you are aware of my identity, you must also know of the slanders cast upon me. Why does no one believe me? Nezha could not restrain his grievances any longer. The voice fell silent for a moment before responding. Most people only perceive the surface and are reluctant to seek the truth. However, you must understand that the opinions of others do not define you. Trust in your own heart and demonstrate your worth through your actions. Upon hearing this, Nezha felt a tremor within, as if he had grasped a profound understanding. I shall prove myself. But could you enlighten me on what lies within this box? This box contains a form of power, a force that will aid you in mastering your own abilities. Yet, remember, power is a double-edged sword. When wielded wisely, it can bring prosperity, but if misused, it can lead to calamity, the voice imparted. Nezha solemnly nodded and declared, I understand, and I shall wield this power wisely. With that, Nezha opened the box. A radiant light emanated from within, enveloping him in a gentle glow. Nezha felt his body brimming with strength, and his control over the power of the demon pill became more adept. Thank you. I will utilize this power to prove myself, he spoke into the air. Go forth. May you remain true to your heart and not be swayed by external voices, the voice advised. Nezha exited the hall as the crystal door gently closed behind him. Following the path etched in his memory, he departed from this enigmatic place. Upon returning to the surface of the sea, the luminous fish reappeared, encircling Nezha before swiftly vanishing into the depths. He gazed at their retreating forms, his heart swelling with gratitude. He recognized that this experience not only bestowed upon him newfound strength, but also fortified his resolve to prove himself. Once ashore, Nezha inhaled deeply, savoring the caress of the sea breeze. He looked at the wooden carving in his hand and silently vowed, "Grandfather, I shall vindicate my innocence and not let you down." At that moment, the sun began its descent, painting the sky with resplendent hues of twilight. Nezha strode forward with unwavering determination towards Chintang Pass. He understood that numerous challenges awaited him, yet fear no longer gripped him, for he believed that by staying true to himself, recognition from all would eventually follow. Meanwhile, at Chintang Pass, Yin Shenyang and Li Jing were anxiously searching for Nezha. "My lord, where could Nezha have gone? It has been so long. I fear he may be in trouble." Yin Shenyang expressed her concern. Li Jing furrowed his brow and replied, "I do not know. This child, undoubtedly distressed by the slanders, must have ventured out alone. We must continue searching. We must find him swiftly." As they prepared to continue their search, a soldier hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "General, my lady, we have just spotted Nezha heading towards the gate, and he appears to be unharmed." Upon hearing this, Yin Shenyang and Li Jing felt a tremendous weight lift from their hearts. "Let us go and see," Li Jing suggested, and the two hastened in the direction of Nezha. Before long, they caught sight of him. Upon seeing his parents, Nezha felt a warmth envelop him and quickened his pace. "Father, mother, I am fine. I just visited a most extraordinary place and gained some powers," Nezha exclaimed with excitement. Yin Shenyang scrutinized Nezha from head to toe, and upon confirming his safety, she said, "You child, you have made us terribly anxious. You must not run off like that again." Li Jing looked at Nezha and added, "Nezha, regardless of the difficulties you encounter, always speak to your parents. We shall face everything together. You mentioned acquiring powers. What does that entail?" Nezha recounted his experiences by the sea in vivid detail to his parents, who listened with a mixture of astonishment and relief. It seemed this had been a rare opportunity. "Nezha, you must make good use of this power to prove your innocence," Li Jing urged. Nezha nodded firmly and replied, "Father, I will. I shall not disappoint you again." From that day forth, Nezha devoted himself to rigorous training, not only to master his newfound abilities, but also to vindicate himself in the eyes of the people of Chintang Pass. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Shen Gongbao, having learned of Nezha's experiences, grew increasingly wary, realizing that Nezha was becoming more formidable. Yet, his schemes would not cease. A greater crisis was silently looming over Chintang Pass. Upon returning home, Nezha was eager to test his newfound powers. He ventured into the backyard, took a deep breath, and summoned the strength within him. A faint glow enveloped his body, shimmering with runes, resonating with the earlier power of the magic orb, yet now imbued with a softness and control. "Huh," Nezha exclaimed, executing a series of thrusts with his fire-tipped spear. This time, the energy unleashed was not the chaotic force of destruction, but rather a precise and orderly wave of energy. Each thrust stirred a gentle breeze, rustling the surrounding flowers and grass without inflicting the slightest harm upon them. "Well done, Nezha. Your mastery of this power has progressed remarkably." Li Jing marveled from the side. Nezha, putting away his spear technique, wore a confident smile. "Father, this is all thanks to the power from that mysterious place. I feel I can now control the magic orb's power with much greater ease." Yin Shenyang approached with a smile, saying, "Seeing you like this puts my heart at ease. However, do be cautious not to overexert yourself, lest you harm yourself." "Yes, mother, I understand," Nezha replied obediently. Yet unbeknownst to him, his extraordinary adventure by the sea had drawn the attention of certain forces. In the shadows of Chintang Pass, pairs of eyes were watching his every move. "My lord, it appears that Nezha has inexplicably acquired a new power, significantly aiding him in controlling the demon orb strength." A cloaked figure knelt upon the ground, reporting to the esteemed Sh Ingji Ingbo, who sat in the foremost position. Sh Ingji Ingbo furrowed his brow, a flicker of malevolence crossing his gaze. "Humph, this young man is rather fortunate." It seems we must expedite our plans. We cannot afford to grant him the opportunity to prove his innocence. Otherwise, our scheme will falter. Yes, my lord. What shall we do next? The cloaked figure inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Bo replied, You shall inform Ao Bing to proceed with the plan post-haste. As for Chintang Pass, I shall devise a means to create further chaos, deepening the misunderstandings of the populace regarding Nezha. Understood, my lord. The cloaked figure departed with purpose. Meanwhile, Ao Bing, within the Dragon Palace, received word from Bo. He was tormented by conflicting emotions, loyalty to Nezha on one hand, and the obligations of the Dragon Clan alongside Bo's coercion on the other. Third Prince, our Dragon Clan has languished at the ocean's depths for many years, enduring immense suffering. This is our sole opportunity. You must not falter, implored King Ao Guang. Gazing earnestly at Ao Bing, lowering his head, Ao Bing responded, Father, I understand. Yet, Nezha is my friend. I cannot bear to harm him. Friendship? What does it signify in the face of our clan's future? Do not forget the weight of the mission our dragon lineage bears. King Ao Guang admonished sternly. Ao Bing was engulfed in anguish. He recognized the validity of his father's words, yet he was loath to betray Nezha. Father, is there truly no alternative? Must we resort to harming Nezha to fulfill our plan? King Ao Guang sighed. As it stands, this appears to be the swiftest and most effective means. Bo has assured that if we succeed, our clan shall have the chance to escape our predicament and regain our freedom. Clenching his fists, Ao Bing felt his inner turmoil reach its zenith. Ultimately, he resigned himself to say, Very well, Father, I shall proceed with the plan. Simultaneously, Nezha was striving to vindicate himself. He sought out the children who had slandered him, wishing to engage in earnest dialogue to resolve the misunderstandings. I know you have been manipulated. I bear you no ill will. But could you tell me who compelled you to act thus? Nezha inquired patiently. The children regarded Nezha with a flicker of trepidation in their eyes. The leader among them, gritting his teeth, declared, We will not speak. Do not expect to glean any information from us. Disappointment settled within Nezha, yet he did not relent. I merely wish to clear my name, to cease being misjudged. If you can reveal the truth, I shall assist you. However, the children remained unmoved. Nezha understood they must have faced grave threats. At that moment, a small girl stepped forward, whispering, Nezha, actually we. Before she could finish, the leader shot her a fierce glare, saying, Xiaohua, if you dare to speak, we shall never play with you again. Xiaohua, frightened, lowered her head and ceased to speak. Nezha understood that in order to compel the children to reveal the truth, he needed to uncover more substantial evidence. Do not worry, Xiaohua. Should you ever wish to speak, you may come to me at any time. I believe that the truth will ultimately emerge, Nezha reassured Xiaohua. After parting from the children, Nezha resolved to investigate from other angles. He recalled the peculiar light he had encountered by the sea. Perhaps that enigmatic location held clues regarding the incident that had sullied his reputation. Thus, Nezha returned to the seashore, hoping to once again access that mysterious realm. At that moment, the surface of the sea was calm as ever, as if the prior extraordinary light had never graced it. Nezha stood at the water's edge, closed his eyes, and endeavored to recall the circumstances of his entrance into the enigmatic space. Suddenly, he felt a familiar force calling to him. Following the guidance of this power, Nezha stepped into the sea. Indeed, the luminous fish reappeared, swimming around him in a circle before leading him back into the mystical space. Upon entering the grand hall once more, the voice echoed again. You have returned. It seems you have encountered new difficulties. Nezha nodded and replied, Yes. I seek evidence to prove my innocence, yet the children refuse to speak the truth. Can you assist me? The voice fell silent for a moment before responding. I can offer you some hints, but the ultimate truth must be sought by you alone. The matter of your defamation is intertwined with a dark force. This power lurks in the shadows of Chintang Pass, seeking to exploit you to create turmoil. Observe the people and events around you closely. Perhaps you will uncover some clues. Elated by the guidance, Nezha responded, Thank you for the hints. I shall certainly uncover the truth. After leaving the mysterious space, Nezha felt a newfound sense of direction. He decided to investigate some peculiar incidents that had recently transpired in Chintang Pass. He began to inquire among the townsfolk, seeking any accounts of unusual occurrences. While Nezha diligently pursued his investigation, Ao Bing, following the schemes of Shun Gongbao, instigated small disturbances near Chintang Pass. He manipulated the waters, flooding several farmlands, and even triggered minor tsunamis, causing widespread panic among the citizens. The waters are rising. Flee for your lives. The people of Chintang Pass cried out in terror as they scattered in all directions. Upon hearing the alarming news, Nezha rushed to the scene. He witnessed Ao Bing manipulating the waters by the shore, astonished by the sight. Ao Bing, what are you doing? Why harm the people of Chintang Pass? Nezha called out loudly. Chapter 11. Exploring the mysterious cave. A new journey begins. Unknown dangers lurk in the shadows with an inquisitive heart. Nezha followed the guidance of the peculiar light, stepping into the waters. The radiance intensified, illuminating the surrounding sea, as if forging a path to a mysterious realm. The vibrant fish, dancing in the light, joyfully encircled Nezha, leading him onward. Before long, a vast cave emerged where the light converged. The cave entrance was surrounded by strange coral reefs that emitted a soft glow, as if whispering ancient secrets. Nezha inhaled deeply, casting a spell that allowed him to breathe freely underwater, and cautiously made his way toward the cave. As he stepped into the cavern, a wave of mysterious and ancient energy enveloped him. The walls of the cave were adorned with various luminous stones, illuminating the entire space. The floor was carpeted with fine, delicate sand, leaving deep footprints with each step he took. This place appeared to be profoundly enigmatic. What secrets lay hidden within? Nezha pondered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. He proceeded along the winding passage, which alternated between narrow and spacious sections. Suddenly, he encountered a fork in the path. The left passage emanated a gentle blue light, while the right one glowed with a faint red hue. Which path should he choose? Nezha furrowed his brow, pondering the decision. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to venture down the blue-lit passage. As he advanced through the blue passage, Nezha felt the temperature around him gradually drop, goosebumps rising on his skin. Strange patterns began to emerge on the walls, resembling ancient scripts or mysterious symbols. What could these patterns signify? Nezha leaned in for a closer inspection, attempting to glean some clues, but found nothing. At that moment, a faint sound reached his ears, reminiscent of someone softly chanting. Nezha's heart tightened. He clenched his fists and cautiously approached the source of the sound. Turning a corner, he beheld a vast stone chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a crystal orb radiating blue light, surrounded by a group of diminutive sea demons who were intoning incantations. Who are you? What are you doing here? Nezha demanded loudly. The sea demons were startled by his voice and turned to face him, their eyes flashing with malice. Who is this little brat daring to intrude upon our territory? One of the larger sea demons snarled. This is a place I stumbled upon. What mischief are you up to? Nezha replied fearlessly. Humph, we are awakening slumbering powers. Once they awaken, this sea domain will belong to us. Another sea demon laughed maniacally. A chill ran down Nezha's spine as he realized that these sea demons were plotting something sinister. You will not succeed. I will not allow it, he declared, channeling the power of the magical orb within him, flames erupting around his form. The fire illuminated the entire chamber, casting light upon the sea demons' grotesque faces. Everyone attack. Eliminate this bothersome little brat, commanded the leader of the sea demons, as they lunged toward Nezha with claws bared, armed with his fiery spear. Nezha darted forward with the swiftness of lightning. The spear danced in his hands, cutting through the air, causing the sea demons to scatter in fear. One sea demon, seizing the opportunity while Nezha was engaged with others, stealthily circled behind him and lunged. Sensing the movement behind him, Nezha swiftly sidestepped, deftly avoiding the attack, and retaliated with a thrust of his spear, piercing the sea demon. Ah! The sea demon cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. However, the sea demons did not retreat. Rather, they attacked Nezha with even greater ferocity. Although Nezha was valiant, the sheer number of sea demons overwhelmed him, plunging him into a fierce struggle. These creatures were rather tenacious. While fending off the onslaught, Nezha contemplated his strategy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He concentrated the power of the magical orb into the fire-tipped spear and swung it with great force. A powerful wave of flames erupted from the spear's tip, sweeping towards the sea demons. Boom! The fiery shockwave struck the horde of sea demons, causing them to wail in agony as they were engulfed by the flames. Run! This fellow is too formidable. The sea demon leader, sensing the peril, rallied the remaining demons and fled in disarray. Nezha, observing their retreating figures, did not pursue them. He understood well that this was not a place to linger, as more significant matters awaited his exploration. Nezha ventured deeper into the cave, traversing through the stone chamber until he arrived at a more spacious area. Here, an array of peculiar artifacts was displayed. Some resembled enormous shells, others twisted corals, and some appeared to be weapons fashioned from fish bones. At the end of the space stood a high platform, upon which rested an ancient tome emanating a faint glow. Nezha approached and gently lifted the tome, noticing strange inscriptions on its cover. Although he could not decipher them, an inexplicable feeling surged within him. This ancient book seemed to conceal profound secrets. What could this tome be? Just as Nezha was about to open it, the cave began to tremble violently. Oh no! Could the sea demons be fetching reinforcements? Nezha's heart raced, and he hurriedly stowed the tome away. At that moment, stones began to plummet from the cave's ceiling, and seawater surged in. Nezha knew he had to escape swiftly. Retracing his steps, he dodged falling rocks with agility, narrowly evading danger time and again. Finally, Nezha emerged from the cave. As he stepped out, he saw the colorful fish anxiously swimming at the entrance, seemingly concerned for him. Thank you. I owe my safety to your guidance, Nezha said to the vibrant fish. The colorful fish appeared to understand his words, encircled him once before vanishing into the water. Upon returning to the shore, twilight had settled in, casting a shimmering glow upon the sea. Holding the ancient tome, Nezha was filled with curiosity and anticipation. I must consult my master about this mysterious object, he mused to himself. Back at the Li Jing residence, Nezha promptly sought out Tai Jinren. Master, please take a look at this, Nezha said, presenting the tome to Tai Jinren. Receiving the ancient text, Tai Jinren's expression shifted slightly as he examined the inscriptions on the cover. This is an ancient tome of the primordial sea tribes, chronicling numerous powerful spells and secrets of the sea folk. Where did you acquire this? Tai Jinren inquired, astonished. Nezha recounted his experiences in the cave in detail. After listening, Tai Jinren furrowed his brow. It seems that a far greater conspiracy lurks behind this. The sirens seek to awaken a power that could pose a grave danger to Chintang Pass, expressed Tai Jinren with deep concern. Master, what shall we do? Nezha inquired anxiously. We must swiftly ascertain the sirens' intentions and prepare for defense. I shall meticulously study this ancient tome to uncover a means of counteracting their plans, Tai Jinren declared. At that moment, Li Jing and Yin Shenyang entered. Nezha, I heard you ventured into a mysterious cave today. Were you harmed? Yin Shenyang asked with genuine concern. Mother, I am unscathed. However, I uncovered matters that might threaten Chintang Pass, Nezha replied. He then recounted the events to Li Jing and Yin Shenyang. It appears that the crisis facing Chintang Pass is drawing ever closer. We cannot remain passive. We must bolster our defenses, Li Jing stated with a serious demeanor. You speak true, my lord. We must devise a strategy promptly. Nezha, you too must intensify your training to enhance your capabilities, Yin Shenyang advised, gazing at Nezha. Indeed, mother. I shall do everything in my power to safeguard Chintang Pass, Nezha affirmed resolutely. Unbeknownst to them, deep in the eastern sea, Dragon King Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao were conspiring a far grander scheme. Shun Gongbao, will Nezha's discovery of the Siren's lair impede our plans? Dragon King Ao Guang asked with apprehension. Nonsense. The power that the Sirens seek to awaken is not so easily controlled. Once they unleash it, we shall exploit this force to utterly annihilate Chintang Pass, plunging the world into chaos, thus presenting us with our opportunity. Shin Gongbao replied with a sinister grin. But what if Nezha and his allies thwart the Sirens' plans? What then? Dragon King Ao Guang remained troubled. Rest assured, my lord. I have deployed Ao Bing to monitor the situation covertly. Should Nezha make any move, we will be the first to know. Furthermore, even if the Sirens' plans falter, we possess other means, Shun Gongbao asserted confidently. Very well, I hope all unfolds as you anticipate, Dragon King Ao Guang conceded with resignation. Meanwhile, Nezha diligently practiced. Fully aware that a monumental crisis loomed ahead, he resolved to be thoroughly prepared to protect Chintang Pass and all that he cherished. At the same time, he vowed to unearth the truth behind every conspiracy and ensure that those who sought to disrupt peace would face due retribution. In the days that followed, Nezha trained rigorously, not only practicing the spells imparted by Tai Jinren, but also seeking valuable insights from the ancient tome. Although the text was cryptic and challenging, Nezha, through sheer perseverance, gradually began to comprehend some of its contents. One day, while practicing in the courtyard, Ao Bing unexpectedly arrived. Nezha, I have heard you recently discovered a mysterious cave and obtained an ancient tome? Ao Bing inquired with concern. Indeed, Ao Bing. This tome seems to conceal great secrets, potentially linked to the crisis threatening Chintang Pass, Nezha responded. A pang of anxiety gripped Ao Bing as he became acutely aware of the scheme devised by Shun Gongbao and the Dragon King Ao Guang. Fearing that Nezha might uncover some clues. Have you discovered anything from the ancient texts? He inquired. Not much yet, but I shall continue my research, came the reply. Ao Bing, what do you think these sea demons are truly after? Nezha questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. After a moment's hesitation, Ao Bing responded. I am uncertain. Perhaps they seek to expand their influence. Regardless of their intentions, I shall not allow them to succeed. Chintang Pass is my home, and I will protect it fiercely, Nezha declared resolutely. Ao Bing gazed into Nezha's determined eyes. A surge of guilt washed over him. He understood that his involvement in the conspiracy was gradually leading Nezha into perilous territory. Nezha, you must be cautious. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Ao Bing urged. With your words, I find solace. Together, we shall strive to safeguard the peace of these waters, Nezha smiled. Ao Bing managed a strained smile. Yet turmoil brewed within him. He was uncertain how much longer he could grapple between loyalty and duty. Nor did he know if their friendship would endure once the truth was unveiled. Meanwhile, Shun Gongbao was meticulously monitoring Nezha's every move. My lord, Nezha has been poring over that ancient tome recently, seemingly searching for a way to thwart the sea demon's plan, one of his subordinates reported. Humph. Does he think it will be that simple to unravel? Continue to observe him closely and report any developments to me immediately, Shun Gongbao replied coldly. Yes, my lord. The subordinate acknowledged before departing. As time passed, the atmosphere at Chintang Pass grew increasingly tense. An exhilarating confrontation was on the brink of unfolding. Chapter 12. A valiant battle against the sea demons as Nezha stepped into the mysterious cave. He had yet to fully absorb the peculiar surroundings when a swarm of diminutive sea demons erupted from the shadows like phantoms. Though small in stature, each demon bore a grotesque visage, their sharp fangs and claws glinting menacingly in the dim light of the cave. Who dares trespass upon our territory? The leader of the sea demons shrieked, its voice a piercing shrill that seemed capable of penetrating eardrums. Unfazed, Nezha placed his hands on his hips and boldly retorted. I am Nezha, son of Li Jing from Chintang Pass. I stumbled upon this place accidentally. What business do you demons have here? The sea demons erupted in laughter, their jeers echoing throughout the cave, thick with mockery. Humph, little brat from Chintang Pass, this is no place for you. Surrender your life. Hardly had the words left their mouths when the sea demons lunged forward, claws brandished. Nezha swiftly drew his fiery spear, its shaft a blur as it cut through the air with a whoosh. In that moment, the cave sparkled with light, the shadows of his spear intertwining with those of the sea demons. Like a streak of crimson lightning, Nezha darted among the demons with agility, each thrust of his spear expertly repelling those who dared to close in. One sea demon, seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, launched itself from the side in an attempt to ambush Nezha. Nezha, quick-witted and agile, swiftly sidestepped and deftly thrust his spear, the tip grazing the body of the sea demon, leaving a deep gash. The sea demon, in pain, let out a piercing cry and rolled back. Everyone advance. Do not let this rascal escape. Seeing this, the sea demon leader, filled with rage and humiliation, commanded the other demons to launch a more ferocious assault. The sea demons surged from all directions, encircling Nezha. Unfazed, he harnessed the power of his magic core, flames instantly igniting around him, illuminating the entire cavern. With a mighty roar, he declared, "Come at me." The fiery spear in his hand danced with precision, forming a wall of flames that kept the sea demons at bay. However, the sheer number of sea demons, undeterred by death, continued to charge relentlessly. After a prolonged and fierce battle, Nezha began to feel the toll on his stamina. Sweat soaked through his garments, and his breath quickened. These sea demons are indeed a formidable challenge, he pondered, realizing that he could not maintain this stalemate and must find a way to break through. At that moment, one of the sea demons stealthily approached from behind, seizing the opportunity while Nezha was fully engaged in fending off the front line. It leaped forward, extending its sharp claws towards Nezha's back. Nezha sensed the movement behind him and attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only slightly sidestep. The demon's claws grazed his shoulder, leaving 3 deep. Bloody scratches. Ah! Nezha cried out in pain, yet rather than retreating, his fighting spirit ignited even more fiercely. He concentrated the power of the magic core into his spear. Shouting, "Behold my might!" He then thrust the spear forward with great force, unleashing a powerful torrent of flames that surged forth like a roaring fire dragon, charging into the throng of sea demons. Boom! Wherever the flames reached, the sea demons cried out in agony, collapsing one after another. The cave was soon suffused with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Realizing the dire situation, the sea demon leader shouted, "Retreat! We must flee!" And, with the remaining sea demons, they made a hasty escape. Nezha watched as the demons fled, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, after such an intense battle, his strength had been nearly depleted. Weakening, he collapsed to his knees, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Yin Shenyang and Li Jing, alarmed by Nezha's disappearance, were frantic. My lord, where could Nezha have gone? We cannot find him anywhere, Yin Shenyang exclaimed, her face etched with worry, tears welling in her eyes. Li Jing furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Do not panic, my dear. Let us search thoroughly once more. Nezha is mischievous, but he would not wander far without reason. He may have stumbled upon something intriguing and gone off to explore. Together, they, along with the household servants, scoured the vicinity of Chintang Pass. They inquired among the townsfolk in every alley and street, yet no one had any knowledge of Nezha's whereabouts. What shall we do? Yin Shenyang fretted, her anxious pacing intensifying. Just then, Tai Jinren arrived upon hearing the news. Seniors, do not despair. Allow me to use my mystical arts to ascertain Nezha's location, he said. And as he began to calculate with his fingers, a grave expression settled upon his face. Where's Nezha? Li Jing asked anxiously. Tai Jinren shook his head, replying. It appears that this young lad is ensnared in a mysterious realm, surrounded by an unusual force that disrupts my spells. I cannot pinpoint his exact location, but I sense he is near the seaside. Upon hearing the mention of the sea, Yin Shenyang immediately dashed towards the ocean, with Li Jing and Tai Jinren closely following. Upon reaching the shore, the trio searched frantically, yet Nezha remained elusive. This coastline is vast. Where do we even begin? Li Jing lamented, gazing out at the endless waters. His heart racing with worry. Tai Jinren closed his eyes, once more employing his magical abilities in an attempt to penetrate the disruptive force. After a moment, he opened his eyes and pointed toward a section of the sea, declaring, There, I can feel Nezha's presence over there, seemingly beneath the water. Without hesitation, the three sped towards the direction indicated by Tai Jinren. As they approached, they noticed the surface of the water gently rippling, as if something stirred beneath. Could Nezha be down there? Yin Shenyang asked, her voice tinged with concern. Li Jing, without a moment's delay, cast a spell that allowed him to move underwater and plunged into the sea. Tai Jinren remained above the surface, guiding Yin Shenyang. Underwater, Li Jing searched diligently until, unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a mysterious cave. The entrance emitted a faint glow, and there were signs of a struggle. Could Nezha be inside? Li Jing's heart raced as he swam inside with urgency. Inside the cave, silence enveloped him. Proceeding cautiously, he eventually discovered the unconscious Nezha in a corner. Nezha! Li Jing called out, his heart aching, quickly lifting Nezha into his arms and swimming back to the surface. On the water's surface, Yin Shenyang and Tai Jinren awaited anxiously. As Li Jing emerged with Nezha in his arms, Yin Shenyang rushed forward. Nezha, my son, what has happened to you? She cried, receiving Nezha and gazing at his closed eyes and wounds, tears streaming down her cheeks. Do not fret, sister. Nezha is merely unconscious. He is not gravely injured. Let us return home, where I can tend to his wounds, Tai Jinren reassured. The trio hastily made their way back to Li Jing's residence. Once there, Tai Jinren immediately began his healing incantations. With a gentle flick of his wand, a soft glow enveloped Nezha's body. Under the light's embrace, Nezha's wounds gradually healed, and his complexion began to regain its rosy hue. After a while, Nezha slowly opened his eyes. Mother, father, master, where am I? He asked, bewildered as he took in the familiar surroundings. My dear, you are finally awake. Do you have any idea how worried your mother has been? Yin Shenyang exclaimed, embracing Nezha tightly, overcome with joy and tears. Nezha, you reckless child. How could you venture into such perilous places alone? Li Jing chastised, albeit with eyes filled with concern. Nezha recounted his encounter with the strange light by the seaside, his entry into the mysterious cave, and the battle with the sea monster in vivid detail. It is indeed as such. It seems this enigmatic cave conceals numerous secrets, while the sirens are undoubtedly plotting something. Upon hearing this, Master Tai furrowed his brow. Master, I overheard the sirens speaking of awakening slumbering powers, claiming that this maritime expanse would belong to them. What exactly are their intentions? Nezha queried with a perplexed expression. After a moment of contemplation, Master Tai responded, I am uncertain, but from their words, it appears that should this power be awakened, it could bring tremendous calamity to Chintang Pass and indeed the entire sea region. We must remain vigilant and closely monitor this situation. Regardless of their intentions, I shall not allow them to succeed, Nezha declared, clenching his fists, his eyes glimmering with determination. Nezha, your resolve is commendable. However, you must refrain from acting recklessly. It is a stroke of fortune that you have returned safely, Li Jing admonished seriously. Yes, father, I understand, Nezha replied obediently. Yet unbeknownst to them, the conflict between Nezha and the sirens was merely the inception of a grander conspiracy. Deep within the East Sea, the Dragon King Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao were closely monitoring every movement of Chintang Pass. Shingongbao. That Nezha has discovered the Sirens' lair and engaged in conflict with them. Could this jeopardize our plan? The Dragon King inquired, his brow knitted with concern. Shingongbao responded with a cold laugh. There is no need for the Dragon King to worry. The Sirens are indeed a component of our scheme. The power they wish to awaken can only manifest under specific circumstances and timing. Although Nezha is a nuisance, he is not capable of undermining our grand design. However, we must expedite the advancement of our subsequent plans, leaving them little time to prepare. But what if Nezha and his companions detect our conspiracy in advance and take precautions? What then? The Dragon King voiced his lingering apprehension. They are likely still in the dark, unaware of our true objectives. Moreover, isn't Tao Bing among them? With him observing, we can monitor Nezha's movements at all times. As long as Ao Bing acts according to plan, everything will remain under our control. Shingongbao asserted confidently. Let us hope so. For the future of the Dragon Clan, we must not afford any missteps. The Dragon King sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, Nezha, though his body had yet to fully recuperate, had secretly vowed to unearth the nefarious designs of the Sirens and safeguard Chintang Pass from harm. He was acutely aware that he must grow stronger to confront the impending crisis. In the days that followed, Nezha devoted himself to rigorous training. He rose before dawn each day, practicing the spells and martial arts imparted by Master Tai in the courtyard. The fire-tip spear became increasingly adept in his hands, while he wielded the wind and fire wheels with effortless grace. One day, as Nezha was immersed in his training, Ao Bing came to visit. Nezha, I heard you were injured. How do you feel now? Ao Bing asked with genuine concern. I am fine, Ao Bing. I merely did not anticipate encountering the Sirens in that cave and engaging in a fierce battle with them, Nezha replied with a smile, as if that confrontation was a trivial matter. A pang of anxiety gripped Ao Bing's heart as he realized that a connection might exist between Shingongbao and the sea monsters, fearing that Nezha might uncover some clues. Did you find anything unusual in the cave? Nezha inquired. I overheard the sea monsters speaking of awakening slumbering powers. It seems they are plotting something sinister, Ao Bing replied. What do you think the sea monsters intend to do? Nezha asked, his gaze fixed on Ao Bing with curiosity. Although Ao Bing felt a tumult of panic within, he outwardly maintained a facade of composure. I am not entirely certain. Perhaps they merely seek to expand their sphere of influence, he suggested. Be cautious, Nezha. Those sea monsters are not to be trifled with. Do not worry, Ao Bing. I will not be intimidated by them. I shall uncover their schemes and protect Chintang Pass, Nezha declared resolutely. As Ao Bing observed the determination in Nezha's eyes, a wave of guilt washed over him. He was acutely aware that his involvement in the conspiracy was gradually leading Nezha into perilous territory, and he felt utterly at a loss. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me, Ao Bing offered. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Together, we shall strive to safeguard the tranquility of these waters, Nezha replied, patting Ao Bing on the shoulder with a smile. Ao Bing managed a strained smile, yet turmoil churned within him. He pondered how much longer he could grapple between friendship and duty, uncertain if their bond could endure the moment the truth was unveiled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shingongbao was devising his next move. My lord, Nezha has begun to suspect the sea monster's motives and is diligently training. What shall we do? One of his subordinates reported. A glint of malice flickered in Shungongbao's eyes. Let him train. Does he believe he can become powerful enough to thwart our plans in a short span? He scoffed. Inform Ao Bing to seize any opportunity to exacerbate the discord between Nezha and the citizens of Chintang Pass. Additionally, keep a vigilant watch on the sea monsters to ensure the ritual for awakening the power proceeds smoothly. Yes, my lord, the subordinate acknowledged before departing. As time progressed, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Chintang Pass, a tempest brewed quietly. A greater storm was stealthily approaching. Chapter 13. Exhaustion and fainting in the cave. The search for rescue and affection, the confrontation between Nezha and the sea monsters was nothing short of breathtaking. Within the cave, shadows danced, and the cacophony of battle cries and roars intertwined. Armed with the formidable powers bestowed by the reincarnation of the magic orb and his own fearless courage, Nezha fought valiantly amidst the throngs of sea monsters. However, their overwhelming numbers, undeterred by death, surged forth like a relentless tide, and even Nezha, despite his extraordinary valor, began to feel the strain of exhaustion. With each swing of the fire-tipped spear, a fierce wind accompanied its arc, the spearhead glinting with a chilling light as it pierced towards the clawing sea monsters. Yet, they seemed endless, attacking from all directions. A particularly robust sea monster seized an opportunity amidst the chaos, lunging at Nezha's arm with a vicious bite. Stung by pain, Nezha nonetheless gripped the fire-tipped spear firmly, retaliating with a powerful punch to the monster's head. The creature howled and released its hold, retreating while shaking its head. At this moment, Nezha bore multiple wounds. His garments stained crimson with blood. Sweat cascaded down his cheeks, blurring his vision, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. "I shall not be defeated by you fiends," Nezha roared, summoning the full force of the demon pill, flames erupting fiercely from his form, illuminating the entirety of the cavern. The sea demons were momentarily forced back by the sudden blaze, but soon, under their leader's command, they regrouped and charged once more. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha plunged his fire-point spear into the ground, and from its center, a powerful wave of fiery energy radiated outward. With a resounding explosion, the nearby sea demons were hurled away, crashing against the cavern walls. However, this strike drained Nezha's stamina significantly, causing his legs to weaken as he knelt, gasping for breath. Sensing his vulnerability, the sea demons surged forward again. Gritting his teeth, Nezha struggled to rise, bracing himself for yet another onslaught. Just then, a small sea demon stealthily approached from behind, leaping suddenly with its sharp claws aimed at Nezha's back. Nezha sensed the movement too late to evade. Twisting his body as best he could, the sea demon's claws grazed his back, leaving deep gashes, and Nezha stifled a groan as darkness threatened to engulf him. "I cannot fall," he silently urged himself, and with unwavering determination, he once more raised his fire-point spear, continuing the battle against the sea demons. Yet, his strength had waned considerably, and his attacks became sluggish. The sea demons, sensing his weakness, intensified their assault. After repelling several more, Nezha could endure no longer. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The sea demons closed in, and their leader sneered at the fallen Nezha. "Humph. This little one certainly put up a fight, but now he has succumbed. We must depart. This place is no longer safe." With that, he led the group of sea demons deeper into the cavern. Meanwhile, at the residence of Li Jing in Qintang Pass, Yin Shinyang anxiously awaited Nezha's return. Ordinarily, by this hour, Nezha would be frolicking about, yet today he was nowhere to be found. A sense of foreboding surged within her, prompting her to seek out Li Jing. "My lord, Nezha has yet to return. Could he be in trouble?" Yin Shinyang's face was etched with worry, tears glistening in her eyes. Li Jing, too, bore a grave expression, fully aware of Nezha's restless nature and penchant for exploration, yet he had never been absent for such an extended period. "Do not fret, my dear. I shall dispatch someone to search for him," he assured her, immediately summoning the household staff to meticulously scour Qintang Pass for any sign of Nezha. However, despite their thorough search through the streets and alleys, no trace of Nezha could be found. Li Jing and Yin Shinyang were beside themselves with anxiety, uncertain of what to do. At that moment, Master Tai happened to arrive. "What has transpired, my esteemed seniors, that you appear so distressed?" he inquired upon noticing their anxious demeanor. Li Jing recounted the troubling news of Nezha's disappearance to Master Tai. Upon hearing this, Tai Jinren furrowed his brows, calculating with his fingers, and his expression shifted slightly. "This is not good. It seems that Nezha is ensconced in a mysterious realm, where an unusual force disrupts my spells. I can only vaguely sense that he is in the direction of the seaside." The moment Yin Shinyang heard this, she immediately dashed toward the coast, followed closely by Li Jing and Tai Jinren. The trio arrived at the shore, gazing at the vast ocean, uncertain of where to begin their search. Yin Shinyang, in a state of utter despair, called out loudly, "Nezha, where are you? My child, please come out." Her voice echoed in the sea breeze, yet received no response. Tai Jinren once again invoked his magic, attempting to penetrate the disruptive force to ascertain Nezha's precise location. After a while, he opened his eyes and pointed toward a section of the sea, saying, "Over there, I sense Nezha's aura emanating from that direction, seemingly beneath the water." Without hesitation, Li Jing cast a spell to enable underwater movement and plunged into the sea. Tai Jinren, meanwhile, anxiously awaited at the surface with Yin Shinyang. Li Jing swam swiftly below, searching diligently. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a mysterious cave radiating a faint glow. The entrance bore signs of a struggle and remnants of sea demons. Could Nezha be within? A sense of urgency gripped Li Jing as he quickened his pace and entered the cave. Inside, the light was dim, and he proceeded cautiously, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Eventually, in a corner of the cave, he discovered Nezha, unconscious. "Nezha," Li Jing called out, his heart aching, as he rushed over to cradle Nezha in his arms. Nezha's face was pale, his body marred with wounds, and his breath faint. Filled with anxiety, Li Jing turned and swam back toward the cave's entrance, holding Nezha tightly. At the surface, Yin Shenyang and Tai Jinren awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Li Jing emerge with Nezha in his grasp, Yin Shenyang hurried forward. "Nezha, my son, what has happened to you?" She took Nezha from him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gazing at her son's injuries, her heart ached. "Do not panic, sister. Nezha is merely unconscious. He is not gravely harmed. Let us return to the estate, and I shall tend to his wounds," Tai Jinren reassured her. The three hastily returned to Li Jing's residence with Nezha. Tai Jinren promptly set up a ritual altar in the hall, preparing to heal Nezha. With a gentle flick of his talisman, he chanted incantations, and a soft glow emanated from the tip of the talisman, enveloping Nezha's body. Under the radiance, Nezha's wounds began to mend slowly, and his complexion gradually regained its color. Yin Shenyang and Li Jing watched anxiously, scarcely daring to breathe. After a while, Nezha slowly opened his eyes. "Mother, father, master, where am I?" he asked weakly, surveying the familiar surroundings. "My child, you have finally awakened. Do you have any idea how worried your mother has been?" Yin Shenyang exclaimed, embracing Nezha tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Nezha, my boy, how could you be so reckless as to venture into such a perilous place alone?" Li Jing's tone was stern, yet his eyes were filled with concern. Nezha recounted in detail his encounter with the strange radiance by the seaside, his venture into the mysterious cave, and his battle with the sea monsters. It was revealed that this enigmatic cavern concealed numerous secrets, and the sea creatures appeared to be plotting something sinister. Upon hearing this, Tai Jinren furrowed his brow deeply. "Master," Nezha inquired, "I overheard the sea monsters speaking of awakening a dormant power, claiming this sea region would belong to them. What are their true intentions?" Tai Jinren pondered for a moment before responding. "I am uncertain, but based on their words, should this power be awakened, it may bring catastrophic calamity to Chintang Pass and the entire maritime expanse. We must remain vigilant and closely monitor this matter. Regardless of their schemes, I shall not allow them to succeed," Nezha declared, clenching his fists, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Yet, at that moment, he was still physically weakened from the recent battle. After uttering this proclamation, he succumbed to a deep slumber once more. Yin Shenyang gazed at Nezha with a heart full of concern, gently covering him with a blanket and whispering, "My lord, this child Nezha is truly heart-wrenching. I fear for his safety after this injury." Li Jing comforted her, embracing her shoulders. "My dear, rest assured, Nezha is a blessed soul. However, in light of this incident, we must teach him to temper his impulsiveness." Meanwhile, Ao Bing, having learned of Nezha's injury and unconsciousness, felt immense worry. He stealthily approached the Li Jing manor. Wishing to visit Nezha, outside the residence, he encountered Tai Jinren, who was just about to depart. "Tai Jinren, I have heard of Nezha's injury and wish to see him," Ao Bing expressed with genuine concern. Tai Jinren regarded Ao Bing and nodded slightly. "Nezha has regained consciousness and is not in grave danger. Your concern is commendable. You may enter and see him." As Ao Bing entered Nezha's room, he beheld Nezha lying on the bed. A wave of guilt washed over him. He recalled his involvement in the conspiracy, and his heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions. "Nezha, please recover swiftly," Ao Bing murmured, his eyes filled with remorse. At that moment, Nezha slowly opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Ao Bing, managed a faint smile. "Ao Bing, you have come. Nezha, how do you feel?" Ao Bing rushed to his bedside, his voice laced with concern. "I am fine, merely a bit fatigued." "Ao Bing, why do you think those sea monsters wish to awaken this dormant power? What are their schemes?" Despite his physical frailty, Nezha's curiosity about the sea monster's intentions remained undiminished. Ao Bing's heart tightened, uncertain of how to respond to Nezha's inquiry. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "I am not entirely sure. Perhaps they seek to dominate this maritime realm. Nezha, focus on your recovery and do not dwell on this too much." "Yes, I understand. Once I am healed, I shall uncover their plot and ensure they do not harm the people of Chintang Pass," Nezha asserted with determination. Ao Bing, observing Nezha's resolute gaze, felt a deeper sense of guilt. Fearing he might inadvertently reveal the truth, he dared not linger any longer. "Then rest well. I shall take my leave," he said hurriedly, exiting the Li Jing manor with urgency. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing found himself ensnared in a profound turmoil. On one hand, he was deeply concerned for Nezha's safety. On the other, he felt trapped by the obligations of his dragon lineage and the relentless pressure from Shingongbao. "Third Prince, what troubles you?" inquired King Ao Guang, noticing the unease etched upon Ao Bing's face. After a moment's hesitation, Ao Bing resolved to disclose Nezha's injuries to his father. Upon hearing this, King Ao Guang's expression shifted. Nezha is wounded? Will this jeopardize our plans? Father, I am uncertain. However, Nezha is a man of integrity. He will undoubtedly pursue the investigation into the sea demon's conspiracy with unwavering determination. Are we truly acting rightly? The conflict within Ao Bing deepened. With a heavy sigh, King Ao Guang replied, My son, for the future of our dragon clan, there is no turning back. Remember, we, the dragon race, are imprisoned in the depths of the sea, enduring humiliation. Only by executing this plan can we hope to see the light of day again. Ao Bing bowed his head, overwhelmed with anguish. He recognized the truth in his father's words, yet he could not bear the thought of harming Nezha. But, Father, Nezha is my friend. I do not wish to cause him harm. Friend, what significance does friendship hold in the face of our clan's mission? You must prioritize the greater good. King Ao Guang spoke sternly. A sharp pain pierced Ao Bing's heart. He understood that he could not alter his father's decision. Yes, Father, I comprehend. Nevertheless, Ao Bing's inner turmoil persisted. He was uncertain how to confront Nezha, nor could he foresee whether their friendship would endure once the truth was revealed. In a shadowy corner of the East Sea, Shen Gongbao was smugly orchestrating his next move. Humph, that brat Nezha, injured as he is, will likely cause no further trouble for some time. Inform Ao Bing to proceed with the plan, intensifying the discord between Nezha and the citizens of Chintang Pass. Furthermore, keep a close watch on the movements of the sea demons to ensure the ritual of awakening the power unfolds smoothly. Shen Gongbao commanded his subordinates. Yes, my lord. They replied, departing to fulfill his orders. As time passed, Chintang Pass appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, currents of unrest brewed. A greater crisis was silently approaching this land. Following his near-fatal ordeal, would Nezha be able to discern Shen Gongbao and King Ao Guang's schemes and protect the citizens of Chintang Pass? All remained uncertain. In the days that followed, under the attentive care of Yin Shenyang and Tai Yi Jinren, Nezha's injuries gradually healed. Each day, he practiced simple exercises in the backyard, striving to regain his strength while contemplating the sea demon's conspiracy. One day, while training in the backyard, Nezha was startled by a commotion outside. Curiosity piqued. He stepped out to find a throng of Chintang Pass citizens gathered at the gate, clamoring loudly. What troubles you? Nezha approached and inquired. One citizen, upon seeing him, changed countenance and pointed an accusing finger, exclaiming, You, the reincarnation of the demon spawn, dare to show your face. Surely, you are the cause of our misfortunes. Strange occurrences have plagued Chintang Pass lately, and it must be your doing. Nezha wore a bewildered expression, exclaiming, I haven't done anything. I've been recuperating in the manor and haven't ventured outside at all. What on earth has transpired? An irate villager retorted, Stop your prevarications. Strange lights have been appearing by the seaside, and peculiar sounds have been heard. Who else could it be but you? You are the bane of Chintang Pass. Alarmed, Nezha recalled his experiences in the mysterious cave. Could this be related to the sea demons? Everyone, please remain calm. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly, he assured. I promise I will not allow any harm to befall Chintang Pass. However, the villagers remained unconvinced, continuing to clamor for Li Jing to expel Nezha from Chintang Pass. At that moment, Li Jing and Yin Shenyang emerged, alerted by the commotion. Dear villagers, let us all take a moment to calm down. Nezha has been recuperating in the manor. He is certainly not responsible for these events. We will conduct a thorough investigation and provide you with an explanation. Li Jing declared firmly. Commander Li, we know you are a good man, but Nezha is simply too concerning. He is the reincarnation of the demon orb. Who knows what he might do? An elder remarked. Yin Shenyang quickly added, Dear villagers, although Nezha is the reincarnation of the demon orb, his nature is inherently kind. His recent injuries were incurred while protecting Chintang Pass and investigating potential threats to everyone. I implore you to grant him another chance. The villagers, upon hearing her words, quieted somewhat, yet their gazes remained filled with skepticism towards Nezha. Very well, Commander Li, we shall trust you once more. But should any further strange occurrences arise, we shall not be so forgiving. The villagers declared before dispersing. Li Jing turned to Nezha, his expression grave. Nezha, it seems this matter is quite complex. Reflect carefully on what clues you may have discovered in the cave. We must swiftly unravel the sea demon's scheme, or Chintang Pass will indeed face grave peril. Nezha nodded and replied, Father, I understand. I will recall every detail. However, those sea demons are exceedingly cunning. I must find evidence to convince everyone of my innocence. Meanwhile, in the mysterious cave, the sea demons were anxiously preparing for the ritual to awaken their dormant powers. Chief, that boy. Chapter 14. Eager search within the commander's manor at Chintang Pass. Yin Shenyang and Li Jing paced back and forth, their faces etched with concern and anxiety. Where could that child possibly be? Yin Shenyang's voice trembled, her eyes slightly reddened. She had searched the manor repeatedly, but still found no trace of Nezha. Li Jing's brow furrowed deeply, his fists clenched as he spoke in a low voice. I have dispatched soldiers to search meticulously both inside and outside Chintang Pass. Yet there has been no news thus far. He felt a profound sense of guilt. Consumed by military duties, he had shown insufficient care for Nezha. Now, with his son missing, he was acutely aware of his shortcomings as a father. Just as their anxiety reached a fever pitch, a radiant light appeared, and Taiji Jinren manifested before them. He wore a Taoist crown upon his head, donned a flowing robe, and stepped gracefully on cloud-like shoes. Yet, at this moment, the usual mirth had vanished from his countenance, replaced by an expression of grave concern. Master, have you discerned the whereabouts of Nezha? Li Jing inquired urgently, his eyes brimming with anxious anticipation. The venerable Tai Jinren calculated with a flick of his fingers, a trace of worry etched upon his face as he replied. The child is within a mysterious cave by the seaside. However, a strange force seems to interfere within, making it difficult for me to perceive the specifics. Upon hearing this, Yin Shenyang felt a surge of urgency and immediately exclaimed, What are we waiting for? We must hasten to rescue him. The trio dared not linger and swiftly made their way to the cave by the sea. As they journeyed, the wind howled in their ears, tightening Yin Shenyang's heart, conjuring images of the dangers Nezha might be facing. Nezha, you must not come to harm, she silently prayed. Soon, they arrived at the cave's entrance. An eerie aura enveloped the vicinity, with peculiar vines entwining the entrance, flickering with an ethereal blue light. This cave exudes strangeness. We must tread carefully, Li Jing cautioned, gripping his sword tightly as he ventured inside first. Tai Jinren followed closely, summoning a bright lantern with a wave of his hand to illuminate their path. The flickering light cast shadows on the bizarrely shaped rocks within the cave, hinting at lurking dangers. Yin Shenyang cautiously followed, her eyes scanning the surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked. Nezha, Nezha, where are you? She called out anxiously, her voice echoing through the cave, met only by a profound silence. As they advanced with utmost caution, a deep growl suddenly reverberated from ahead. Li Jing halted immediately, gripping his sword with vigilance, ready to confront any peril. What could it be? Tai Jinren tightened his grip on his whisk, his body poised for action. As the growl grew closer, a colossal figure emerged from the darkness. It was a gigantic sea monster, its body covered in sharp scales, with blood-red eyes gleaming ominously in the shadows, and green slime oozing from its mouth. It is a sea demon. Li Jing's expression turned grave. He was all too aware of their ferocity, as these creatures often prowled the shores, assaulting passing ships and innocent folk. This is fortuitous. Today, Tai Jinren shall rid the people of this scourge, he declared, preparing to charge forward. Hold on. This sea demon is formidable. We must not underestimate it, Li Jing quickly interjected, turning to Yin Shenyang. Madam, please find a safe place to hide. We will handle this. However, Yin Shenyang resolutely shook her head, declaring, No, I will stay with you. I must find Nezha. At that moment, the sea demon unleashed a furious roar and lunged toward them. Li Jing and Tai Jinren immediately met the creature head-on, engaging in a fierce battle. Li Jing moved with agility, wielding his sword with a fierce momentum, each strike imbued with an intense force that compelled the sea demon to retreat repeatedly. Tai Jinren unleashed his spell, waving his feather duster, and beams of light shot forth, causing the scales of the sea monster to fall off in droves. The sea monster, not to be outdone, opened its gaping maw and spewed forth streams of green venom. Li Jing and Tai Jinren quickly evaded the onslaught. As the venom splattered onto the ground, corroding deep pits into the earth. This sea monster is quite formidable, Tai Jinren remarked while dodging. Humph, no matter how formidable. It shall be vanquished today, Li Jing gritted his teeth, intensifying his assault with his sword. The duo, working in perfect harmony, gradually gained the upper hand. Sensing the tide turning against it, the sea monster attempted to flee. You shall not escape, Li Jing bellowed, swinging his sword with force, unleashing a wave of sword energy that severed one of the creature's arms. The sea monster let out a piercing scream of agony before desperately fleeing. Li Jing and Tai Jinren chose not to pursue and instead continued deeper into the cave. After traversing a short distance, they finally discovered Nezha, unconscious in a corner. Yin Shenyang rushed forward, cradling Nezha in her arms. Nezha, wake up. What has happened to you? She called anxiously, her voice laced with sorrow. Li Jing and Tai Jinren gathered around, their faces etched with concern. Tai Jinren quickly examined Neza's condition, and after a moment, he sighed with relief, saying, "Fortunately, it is merely exhaustion that has rendered him unconscious. He is not gravely harmed." Yin Shenyang's worry eased as she gently caressed Neza's face, saying, "My child, you have frightened your mother terribly." Li Jing gazed at the unconscious Neza, filled with guilt, and said, "It is my fault. I have shown you too little care." Tai Jinren added, "This child, having endured so many trials at such a young age, must be taught well in the future." The three of them departed the cave with Neza in tow. Upon returning to the general's residence, Yin Shenyang remained vigilantly by Neza's bedside until he slowly opened his eyes. "Mother, where am I?" Neza inquired, bewildered. "You are at home, my child. What were you thinking, venturing to the seaside cave? Do you have any idea how worried your mother was?" Yin Shenyang replied, a mix of anger and concern in her tone. Neza recalled his experiences in the cave and said, "I saw some strange lights by the sea and followed them in, only to encounter the sea monster. But I defeated them all. You must not be so reckless next time." Yin Shenyang gently chided, tapping Neza's forehead. Li Jing stepped forward. Looking at Neza with a relieved expression, "Neza, I am glad you are safe. In the future, should you face danger, you must inform your parents immediately." Neza nodded at his father, a warm surge of emotion filling his heart. For the first time, he felt the depth of his father's concern. Despite his father's usual stern demeanor, he could truly sense his love in that moment. Tai Jinren smiled and said, "Neza, you performed admirably this time. But you must strive even harder in your training to protect yourself and those around you." "Yes, I will," Neza affirmed resolutely. Through this experience, Neza gained a renewed understanding of his own strength and an even greater desire for acknowledgement. He understood that his journey of growth was still long and arduous. Yet he would not retreat. He was determined to become stronger, to alleviate the fears of the people of Chintang Pass, and to make his parents proud. Chapter 15. Awakening of Rebirth. A new beginning at the manor. In the dimness of the mysterious cave, Neza lay collapsed on the ground, his eyes tightly shut. Surrounded by the remnants of the sea demons he had repelled previously, fueled by the power of the magic orb and his innate bravery, he had engaged in a fierce battle against the sea demons. Although he successfully drove the enemy away, he had exhausted his energy and succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, and suddenly a voice filled with urgency echoed from outside the cave. "Neza, Neza, where are you?" It was Yin Shenyang, her hair disheveled, her eyes brimming with fear and anxiety as she called out, searching frantically within the cave. Following closely behind her was Li Jing, his expression grave, clutching his sword tightly as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings, ready to confront any impending danger. "My lady, do not despair. Neza is favored by the heavens. He will surely be safe," Li Jing attempted to reassure Yin Shenyang, though his own voice betrayed his anxiety. With tears in her eyes, Yin Shenyang turned to him, saying, "It is our fault for not watching over Neza. If anything were to happen to him, what would I do?" Just as their hearts were filled with worry, a golden light flashed, and Tai Jinren arrived swiftly, riding on clouds. Holding a talisman, he spoke with a serious demeanor, "Do not panic. Allow me to cast a spell. I will surely locate Neza." With that, Tai Jinren waved the talisman while reciting incantations. The talisman shimmered with brilliance, and a beam of light extended deep into the cave. "I have found him. Just ahead," Tai Jinren exclaimed. The three hurriedly followed the light's guidance, soon discovering Neza unconscious on the ground. Upon seeing this, Yin Shenyang rushed forward. Embracing Neza tightly, her voice choked with tears, "My son, why do you worry your mother so?" Li Jing stepped forward, gently caressing Neza's face, his brow furrowed. "This child has undoubtedly endured a fierce battle." Tai Jinren approached to examine Neza's injuries and sighed in relief. "Fortunately, he is not gravely harmed, merely exhausted. Let us take him back to the manor, and I shall perform healing spells on him." With great care, they carried Neza out of the cave and embarked on their journey back to Li Jing's residence. Throughout the journey, Yin Shenyang held Neza closely, her gaze never straying from his face, filled with compassion and guilt. Meanwhile, Li Jing silently vowed to spend more time with Neza in the future, ensuring he would be protected from harm. Upon their return to Li Jing's manor, they carefully placed Neza in his room. Tai Jinren stood by the bedside, forming hand seals as a gentle golden light emanated from his palms, gradually infusing into Neza's body. As the golden light flowed, Neza's previously pale complexion began to regain some color. After a considerable time, Tai Jinren concluded his spell, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. "All is well now. Neza is out of danger. He simply needs to rest well to regain his strength." Yin Shenyang gazed at Tai Jinren with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Tai Jinren. Had you not arrived in time, I shudder to think of the consequences." Li Jing also bowed respectfully to Tai Jinren, expressing, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in this matter. Should there be any future needs, I shall do my utmost. Tai Jinren waved his hand dismissively, replying, There is no need for such formality. Nezha is my disciple, and I will ensure his protection. However, this child is inherently restless and bears the power of the magic orb. He will require considerable guidance moving forward. At that moment, Nezha, lying on the bed, stirred slightly and gradually opened his eyes. The first sight to greet him was his mother's face, filled with worry and joy, alongside the concerned expressions of his father and master. Mother, Nezha called out weakly. In Shenyang quickly grasped Nezha's hand, exclaiming, My child, you have finally awakened. Do you have any idea how worried I have been for you? Nezha looked at his mother, warmth flooding his heart, then turned slightly to Li Jing and Tai Jinren, saying, Father, Master, I have caused you concern. Li Jing stepped forward, gently stating, It is good that you are awake. You must not act so recklessly in the future. Do you realize how anxious your mother was during your disappearance? Nezha lowered his head, a hint of guilt in his voice as he replied, Father, I understand my mistake. I merely wished to prove myself and did not want to be seen as a monster by everyone. Tai Jinren smiled and patted Nezha's head, saying, Foolish child, though you are the reincarnation of the magic orb, your nature is kind. As long as you dedicate yourself to training and learn to control the power within you, there will come a day when you gain everyone's acknowledgement. Nezha lifted his head, determination gleaming in his eyes, declaring, Master, I will strive diligently in my training. During the battle in the cave with the sea demon, I discovered a new understanding of how to wield my power. Oh, please, do share, Tai Jinren said with keen interest. Nezha earnestly explained, In the beginning of the battle, I attacked recklessly, relying solely on instinct and the power of the magic orb. However, I later realized that when I calmed my mind and attuned myself to the surrounding energies, I could better control my strength and unleash greater power. Tai Jinren nodded approvingly, affirming, Indeed, this is the essence of cultivation. It is not only about possessing immense strength, but also about mastering it. Your ability to gain insight from practical experience is truly commendable. Li Jing looked at Nezha with pride, stating, My son has matured, learning to reflect and grow. But in future endeavors, you must not act impulsively. Consider the consequences carefully. Father, I shall remember, Nezha responded. In Shenyang gazed at Nezha, her eyes filled with affection, saying, My child, no matter what happens, you will always be my precious one. If you ever have worries, do not hesitate to share them with me. Do not bear them alone. Yes, mother, I will, Nezha replied, feeling enveloped by his family's love. Through this incident, Nezha gained a profound understanding of his powers and solidified his resolve to earn the recognition of the people of Chintang Pass. He was acutely aware that the road ahead might still be fraught with challenges, yet with the support of his family and master, he felt fearless. Likewise, Li Jing and In Shenyang resolved to accompany Nezha more attentively as he grew, aiding him in overcoming the obstacles that lay ahead, guiding him toward a brilliant future that awaited him. In the ensuing days, Nezha found solace in recuperating at Li Jing's residence, all while remaining devoted to his training. Each morning, he would rise early to practice the spells and martial arts imparted by the great Master Tai in the courtyard. Every move was meticulously honed. As he strived for perfection, In Shenyang would silently observe Nezha from the sidelines, her eyes reflecting a blend of pride and concern. She took comfort in his diligence and growth, yet worried about the uncertainty surrounding the power of the demon pearl within him. One day, as Nezha practiced his spear techniques, his fiery spear danced through the air with remarkable grace, the spearhead glimmering with vigor. In Shenyang approached and handed him a towel, saying, My son, take a break. Do not overexert yourself. Nezha accepted the towel and wiped his brow, responding, Mother, I am not tired. I must strengthen myself swiftly to protect Chintang Pass and safeguard you all. In Shenyang gazed into Nezha's resolute eyes, feeling a mix of admiration and heartache. I know you are becoming more responsible, but you must not push yourself too hard. Your health is the foundation of your training. Only by taking care of yourself can you fulfill your ambitions. Nezha nodded, Yes, Mother, I understand. By the way, I have recently discovered some progress in controlling the power of the demon pearl during my training. I feel I can wield it more effortlessly now, and it no longer overwhelms me as it once did. A glimmer of surprise flashed in In Shenyang's eyes. Really? That is wonderful. It is the result of your hard work. However, we must remain vigilant, for the power of the demon pearl is formidable and perilous. Yes, I will be cautious. Mother, I also wish to help those who once misunderstood me when I have fully mastered this power. I want them to know that although I am the reincarnation of the demon pearl, I am not a monster that threatens them. Nezha clenched his fists. His eyes filled with aspiration. Yin Shenyang smiled and patted Nezha's head. I believe you can achieve that. As long as you harbor a sense of justice, you will eventually earn everyone's recognition. At that moment, Li Jing entered the room, and, upon seeing Nezha and Yin Shenyang, smiled warmly. What are you two discussing? You seem so joyful. Yin Shenyang replied. Nezha was just sharing his progress in training, stating that he has made advancements in controlling the power of the demon pearl. A glimmer of pride appeared in Li Jing's eyes. My son is indeed commendable. Nevertheless, the path of training is long. One must not become complacent. Although I am not adept in spells, my experience in military affairs is substantial. Should you require it, I can teach you some strategies for dealing with others. Nezha exclaimed with excitement. Really? Father, that would be splendid. I am eager to learn more so I can better protect everyone. Li Jing nodded. Very well. Once you have fully recovered, I shall teach you. The situation at Qintang Pass is complex, with various forces stirring. You must possess not only formidable strength, but also exceptional wisdom and strategy. Yes, father, I will remember, Nezha replied earnestly. During his time at Li Jing's residence, Nezha flourished under the care and guidance of his family, achieving notable advancements in both his magical and martial abilities, while also maturing mentally. The tale between him and the citizens of Qintang Pass is merely at its inception. Awaiting him in the future are myriad challenges and opportunities, alongside a path illuminated by hope. Chapter 16. A coastal encounter unveils magic and kindred spirits under the meticulous care of Tai Jinren and Yin Shenyang. Nezha's injuries gradually healed. During this period, Nezha profoundly realized the instability of his own powers and the significance of mastering them. Thus, after his recovery, he often ventured to the seaside near Qintang Pass to practice. On this day, sunlight danced upon the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering spectacle. Clad in crimson silk and wielding the fire-tipped spear, Nezha stood upon the beach, his gaze unwavering. He inhaled deeply, channeling the power of the magic orb within him, and the spear was instantly engulfed in flames. With a mighty roar, he thrust it forward, unleashing a fiery dragon that soared towards the ocean, erupting into a massive splash upon contact with the water. However, Nezha was not satisfied. Furrowing his brow, he pondered how to render this strength more precise and formidable. At that moment, the sea nearby suddenly rippled with strange undulations. Nezha looked up to see a young boy standing atop the water, surrounded by a radiant blue glow. The boy gestured with his hands, reciting incantations, and the once calm sea transformed into tumultuous waves. The water seemed to be manipulated by invisible hands, coalescing into various forms, sometimes resembling a dragon emerging from the depths, at other times mimicking a giant whale's tail, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Instantly captivated by this exquisite display of magic, Nezha sheathed his spear and hurried to the shoreline, his eyes fixated on the boy. What an impressive spell! Nezha exclaimed in admiration. The boy was none other than Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Hearing Nezha's voice, he turned to see him on the beach. With a gentle wave of his hand, the sea instantly returned to tranquility. Stepping upon the blue glow, he gracefully approached Nezha and landed steadily on the sand. Greetings, I am Ao Bing, he said with a warm and friendly smile, his eyes bright and clear. I am Nezha. Your spell was extraordinary. How did you achieve that? Nezha asked eagerly, curiosity radiating from him. Observing the admiration and envy in Nezha's eyes, Ao Bing felt a spark of fondness for the reincarnated boy. This is our Dragon Palace's water control technique. Once one understands the properties of water and learns to guide it, mastery comes easily, Ao Bing patiently explained. Ah, I see. How I wish I could learn such an impressive spell. Nezha replied with envy. Ao Bing regarded Nezha with intrigue, noting the absence of malevolence in the reincarnated boy, who instead exuded a vivacious and optimistic spirit. You are the reincarnation of the magic orb. Your powers should be formidable. Why then do you admire my water control technique? Ao Bing couldn't help but inquire. Nezha scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. Though my magic or power is strong, I often struggle to control it, frequently causing trouble. Unlike you, who can wield magic so effortlessly. Ao Bing felt a stirring in his heart, admiring Nezha's optimistic demeanor despite his tumultuous origins. In truth, the essence of magic lies not in the magnitude of power, but rather in the mastery over that power. With diligent practice, one can undoubtedly become proficient in wielding their abilities, Ao Bing encouraged. Indeed, I shall strive earnestly, Nezha declared resolutely. From that moment onward, Nezha and Ao Bing frequently gathered by the seaside, eagerly sharing their recent insights into their training with each meeting. On one particular day, they reconvened at the shore. Ao Bing, donned in a flowing blue robe and wielding an ice spear, exuded an air of gallantry. He was the first to demonstrate a set of spear techniques from the Dragon Palace. The spear danced in his hands, radiating blue light, causing the surrounding waters to surge in response to its momentum, forming walls of ice that swiftly transformed into arrows, striking distant rocks with devastating precision. Remarkable technique, Nezha exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. Albing, your spear play not only possesses formidable power, but also adeptly harnesses the force of the sea. Truly exquisite. Albing, sheathing his spear with a smile, replied, this technique emphasizes harmony with water, leveraging its fluidity and resilience to unleash maximum strength. Nezha, do showcase your own skills as well. With enthusiasm, Nezha grasped his fiery spear and unleashed his own technique. His movements were vigorous and forceful, flames swirling with the spear, warping the air around them with intense heat. In his hands, the fiery spear resembled a furious beast, each thrust delivering immense impact. Observing Nezha's prowess, Albing silently marveled. Nezha, your technique is exceedingly powerful and exudes strength. However, if you could infuse some agile variations into your might, you might ascend to even greater heights, Albing sincerely suggested. Nezha paused, contemplating Albing's words. You speak with wisdom. I have always pursued sheer power, neglecting the importance of adaptability. Albing, do you have any sound advice? Albing stepped forward, picked up a stick, and began to draw in the sand. Observe, during an attack, you can utilize the surrounding environment, such as harnessing the sea breeze to alter the direction of your flames, leaving your adversaries unsuspecting. Moreover, the rhythm of your assaults is crucial. One must not merely charge recklessly but balance ferocity with restraint, Albing elucidated in detail. Nezha listened intently, nodding in understanding. I comprehend now. Albing, I am grateful for your guidance. I had not considered these aspects before. As time flowed on, their friendship deepened considerably. They not only learned from each other's magic and martial skills, but also shared their dreams. On a day when the sunset cast its golden glow across the sea, painting the waters in hues of orange and red, Nezha and Albing sat upon the sandy shore, gazing at the breathtaking twilight. Albing, you mentioned having a wish to alter the fate of the Dragon Clan. Would you elaborate on that? Nezha inquired curiously, turning to Albing. Albing sighed softly, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. Nezha, do you know? Though we dragons reign supreme among water beings, we are ensnared in the depths of the sea. The heavenly court imposes numerous restrictions upon us, stifling our advancement. I aspire for a day when our clan can break free from these shackles, bask in the light once more, and soar freely across the vast expanse of the world. As Nezha listened to Ao Bing's words, compassion welled up within him for his plight. Ao Bing, I empathize with your feelings. It is truly unfortunate that the mighty Dragon Clan is confined to the depths of the sea. If there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to let me know. Ao Bing gazed at Nezha, a warm current surging through his heart. Nezha, thank you. I have always worried that my wish might be too unrealistic. Not at all. As long as there are dreams, there exists the possibility of their realization. Let us strive together. Perhaps we can indeed alter the fate of the Dragon Clan, Nezha declared resolutely, his eyes brimming with encouragement. With your assurance, I feel more confident. Ao Bing replied. Nezha, what is your dream? He inquired. Nezha looked towards the direction of Chintang Pass, his eyes shimmering with light. I hope to earn the recognition of the people of Chintang Pass, to let them know that although I am the reincarnation of a demon, I mean them no harm. Rather, I will protect them. Ao Bing patted Nezha's shoulder and said, I believe you will succeed. You possess a kind heart and formidable strength. If you persist, the people will surely see your sincerity. Indeed, I shall strive with all my might, Nezha declared, clenching his fist with determination. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being secretly observed by a solitary figure. Shin Gongbao lurked behind the clouds, casting a malevolent glance at the two conversing intimately by the seaside. Ao Bing has grown so close to Nezha. I must devise a plan to expedite Ao Bing's actions. Their friendship cannot interfere with the greater matters at hand. Shin Gongbao muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the East Sea Dragon Palace, King Ao Guang was closely monitoring Ao Bing's movements. Upon learning of Ao Bing's friendship with Nezha, he was filled with concern. If my son becomes too close to Nezha, what if he inadvertently reveals our plans? King Ao Guang paced back and forth in the grand hall, his face etched with worry. The Tortoise Prime Minister pondered for a moment before speaking. Your Majesty, the third prince has always considered the bigger picture. He would not act against the interests of the Dragon Clan. However, as a precaution, it is wise to remind him that the mission of the Dragon Clan supersedes all else. King Ao Guang nodded in agreement. You are correct. Convey my orders for Ao Bing to return to the palace immediately. Soon after, Ao Bing received the command from King Ao Guang, feeling a sense of helplessness as he bid farewell to Nezha. Nezha, my father summons me back to the palace. I must take my leave, he said apologetically. All right, return swiftly, so as not to worry your father. When you have time, we shall train together again, Nezha replied with a smile. Ao Bing turned and transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring towards the East Sea Dragon Palace. Watching him depart, Nezha felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart, yet he understood that Ao Bing had his own responsibilities. Upon returning to the palace, Ao Bing went straight to the Grand Hall, where King Ao Guang sat upon his throne, his expression solemn. My son, do you not realize that your close association with Nezha could pose a danger to our dragon clan? King Ao Guang stated with gravity. Ao Bing felt a tightening in his chest and quickly spoke. Father, Nezha is a person of integrity and kindness. Forming a bond with him may bring a turning point for our dragon clan. You are far too naive. Nezha is the reincarnation of a demon orb, and his very existence is fraught with uncertainty. Moreover, he shares a close relationship with the people of Chintang Pass. If he discovers our plans, he will undoubtedly intervene. The Dragon King Ao Guang retorted angrily. However, Father, Nezha is unaware of our intentions, and I believe he will understand the plight of our dragon clan. Ao Bing attempted to clarify. Understand? In the face of self-interest, such understanding is utterly worthless. My son, you must remember that the future of the dragon clan is of paramount importance. You must act according to the plan and not be swayed by emotion, the Dragon King Ao Guang commanded sternly. Ao Bing lowered his head, heart heavy with anguish. He recognized the truth in his father's words, yet he could not bear the thought of hurting Nezha. Yes, father, I understand. At that moment, Shen Gongbao suddenly appeared in the Grand Hall. Dragon King, Ao Bing, the situation is urgent. We must expedite our plans. Nezha is becoming increasingly difficult to handle. If we wait until he fully masters the power of the demon orb, our scheme may very well fail. The Dragon King Ao Guang regarded Shen Gongbao and inquired, what do you suggest we do? With a cold smirk, Shen Gongbao replied, let Ao Bing continue to befriend Nezha and earn his trust. Then, we should find an opportunity to create a greater conflict between Nezha and the people of Chintang Pass, driving them to a complete rupture. This way, Nezha will be left isolated, and our plan will proceed smoothly. Ao Bing was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a ruthless scheme from Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao, you are exploiting my friendship with Nezha. I cannot do this. Shen Gongbao's expression darkened as he said, Ao Bing, do not forget the mission of the Dragon Clan. If you do not follow through with the plan, the Dragon Clan will never see the light of day. And do you truly believe that withdrawing now is an option? Ao Bing was overwhelmed with pain as he looked to his father, hoping he would change his mind. However, the Dragon King Ao Guang stated, my son, Shen Gongbao, is right. For the sake of the Dragon Clan, you must proceed. With no other choice, Ao Bing closed his eyes, tears welling in his gaze. He understood that he had no path of retreat remaining. Yes, father, I will act according to the plan. After exiting the Grand Hall, Ao Bing found himself alone in the garden of the Dragon Palace. As he gazed at the flowers and plants, his mind was a swirl of thoughts. He recalled the moments spent with Nezha, the trust Nezha placed in him, and his heart was filled with guilt. Nezha, I am so sorry. For the sake of the Dragon Clan, I can only make this choice. I hope you can forgive me, Ao Bing murmured softly. Meanwhile, Nezha remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. He diligently practiced by the seaside, eagerly anticipating his next encounter with Ao Bing, longing to realize his dreams and gain the recognition of the people of Chintang Pass. Beneath the seemingly tranquil shoreline, a tremendous storm was brewing. What fate awaits the friendship between Nezha and Ao Bing? Will Ao Bing be able to harden his heart to implement the plan? What destiny lies in store for Chintang Pass? All remains uncertain, while the tale unfolds in an unexpected direction. As the days pass, Nezha grows increasingly adept at mastering his powers. Each day, he endeavors to incorporate Ao Bing's sword intent into his training by the seaside. The fire-tipped spear becomes ever more agile and versatile in his hands, its fiery potency intensifying. On this day, as usual, Nezha practices by the shore when suddenly dark clouds gather in the sky, and the once tranquil sea surges violently. Alarmed, Nezha senses a formidable and malevolent presence approaching. Could it be that the sea demon has returned? Gripping the fire-tipped spear tightly, he watches the surface of the water with keen vigilance. At that moment, a colossal sea monster bursts forth from the depths, towering like a mountain. Its body is covered in sharp scales, and its eyes glimmer with an eerie red light, emitting black smoke from its maw. What audacious creature dares to wreak havoc near Chintang Pass? Nezha bellows. charging towards the beast with his spear in hand. The monster, upon noticing Nezha, opens its gaping maw and unleashes a beam of darkness aimed directly at him. Nezha swiftly sidesteps, the beam narrowly missing him and striking a nearby rock, which shatters into fragments. Such a formidable assault. Nezha thinks, though he does not falter. Channeling the power of his magic orb, the flames on his spear surge dramatically. He executes a newly grasped spear technique, sending fiery serpents towards the sea creature. The monster swipes its massive claws, dispersing the fire serpents one by one. With a furious roar, it conjures icicles from the surrounding seawater, launching them at Nezha, standing upon his wind and fire wheels. Nezha deftly navigates the air to evade the icy projectiles. This demon proves to be quite troublesome. I must devise a strategy. Nezha contemplates while dodging the creature's relentless attacks and observing its vulnerabilities. Just then, Aobing arrives. Witnessing the battle, he joins without hesitation, employing his water manipulation technique. Aobing commands the sea to form a colossal water sphere, ensnaring the sea monster within. Nezha, I'm here to assist you. Aobing calls out. All right, Aobing, let us confront this fiend together. Nezha responds. The duo synchronizes their efforts. Nezha seizes the opportunity to plunge the fire-tipped spear into the water sphere, causing flames to engulf the interior and eliciting anguished cries from the creature. As it struggles fiercely, cracks begin to form in the sphere. Not good. It's about to break free. Aobing exclaims. Nezha furrows his brow, channeling all his strength for another thrust. This strike, infused with the full might of his magic orb, pierces through the water sphere, striking the monster squarely on its head. With a wretched howl, the creature sways before slowly descending to the ocean floor. Phew, it's finally over. Nezha breathes a sigh of relief. Are you all right, Nezha? Aobing inquires with concern. I'm fine, thanks to your timely arrival. It would have been quite taxing otherwise, Nezha replies with a smile. We are friends, and we must always support one another. However, the sudden appearance of this sea monster is rather peculiar. Could it be that someone is orchestrating this? A sense of unease flickered within Aobing. You raise a valid point. It seems the sea demon's conspiracy persists. We must exercise greater caution, Nezha remarked. The two gazed at the now tranquil surface of the sea, both aware that a more formidable crisis may loom ahead. Chapter 17. A mutual appreciation of friendship. Concealed schemes and inner turmoil on the expansive beach adjacent to Chintang Pass. The sea breeze gently caressed, carrying a briny scent. Nezha and Aobing stood face to face, curiosity glimmering in their eyes. Having just exchanged introductions, the two were irresistibly drawn to each other, their conversation flowing effortlessly. Breaking the silence, Aobing spoke first, admiration evident in his gaze. Nezha, as a reincarnation of the magic orb, you embody no malice. Instead, your optimism is truly commendable. Dressed in flowing blue, Aobing's sincere smile illuminated his gentle features. Nezha scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness gracing his expression. Hee. My mother always said that despite my unusual origins, possessing a kind heart is paramount. Besides, frowning all day serves no purpose. It is far better to embrace joy. Aobing nodded, his fondness for Nezha deepening. While that may be true, bearing the power of the magic orb must have made your journey arduous. He hesitated, knowing well the misunderstandings Nezha faced in Chintang Pass due to his reincarnation. Nezha furrowed his brow slightly, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his features before he quickly regained his smile. Alas, they indeed fear me, perceiving me as a scourge, constantly evading my presence and forbidding their children from playing with me. Nevertheless, I believe there will come a day when I can change their minds. A pang of empathy gripped Aobing as he sensed the loneliness veiled beneath Nezha's resilient exterior. Nezha, with such a heart, the people will surely come to recognize your sincerity in the future. As for me, though I am a reincarnation of the spirit pearl, being of the dragon lineage, I too bear my share of burdens. Intrigued, Nezha inquired eagerly, Oh, pray tell, what burdens do your kind endure? I had assumed you lived in leisure within the dragon palace. Aobing gazed into the depths of the ocean. Concern etched across his face. The world perceives the dragon clan as mighty, the sovereign of the waters, yet in truth, we are confined to the abyss. The heavenly court imposes numerous restrictions upon us, preventing us from freely leaving our marine domain. Though the dragon palace is grand, it resembles a cage, hindering our development at every turn. Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment. What? How could this be? Have you not considered ways to alter this predicament? Clenching his fists, a flicker of hope ignited in Aobing's eyes. I have always yearned to change this reality. aspiring for the day when the dragon clan can break free from their constraints and soar freely across the vast expanse. This is also the reason for my rigorous training. Nezha placed a reassuring hand on Ao Bing's shoulder, exuding confidence. Ao Bing, I stand by you. Who knows, perhaps I may even assist you in the future. Gratitude shone in Ao Bing's eyes as he regarded Nezha. Nezha, your words inspire me even more. In truth, I see your eagerness for mastery of spells with your talent. If you were to acquire some techniques from the Dragon Palace, you might harness the power of the magic orb even more effectively. Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? That would be splendid. Please teach me, for I have long envied your ability to command the sea with such ease. Ao Bing smiled and nodded, then raised his hand, allowing a stream of azure light to spill from his fingertips and gently descend into the ocean. Instantly, the waters transformed, a portion rising from the surface and coalescing into a vividly lifelike blue waterbird. The bird soared gracefully, circling around Nezha and Ao Bing before dissolving back into droplets that fell into the sea. Wow, how marvelous! Nezha couldn't help but exclaim. Ao Bing patiently explained. The art of water manipulation from the Dragon Palace hinges on perceiving the flow and rhythm of the water, resonating with it through one's own magical power to achieve control. Try to sense the power of the surrounding sea. Nezha complied, closing his eyes and calming his mind to feel. However, after a considerable time, he reluctantly opened his eyes, saying, "All I sense is chaos. This is incredibly difficult." After a moment of contemplation, Ao Bing suggested, "Perhaps you could start by harnessing the power of your magic orb, guiding it to establish a connection with the sea. The power of the orb is formidable. If it can merge with the water's strength, it may yield unexpected results." Taking a deep breath, Nezha closed his eyes once more, channeling the power of his magic orb. A crimson light emanated from him, resonating with the surrounding waters. The sea began to ripple slightly, but soon returned to calmness. "Do not be disheartened, Nezha. This requires time and practice. Look, when you summon the power of your orb." The sea responded, indicating that this path is indeed viable. Ao Bing encouraged. In the days that followed, the two met daily by the shore to train. Ao Bing taught Nezha to perceive the ocean's currents with delicate magic, guiding the power of the orb to merge with the water. In turn, Nezha shared his insights on weaponry with Ao Bing. One afternoon, under the fierce sun casting shimmering reflections on the sea, they took a break on the beach after a tiring session. Nezha picked up a stone and hurled it into the ocean, splashing water everywhere. "Ao Bing, do you think I can truly win the recognition of the people of Chintang Pass? At times, I feel a bit lost." Looking intently at Nezha, Ao Bing replied earnestly. "Nezha, your heart is kind, and you possess the determination to protect everyone. If you persist, you will surely succeed. Everything you do for Chintang Pass will one day be acknowledged." Nezha turned to Ao Bing, his eyes filled with trust. "Yes, hearing you say that restores my confidence. Ao Bing, how wonderful it would be if we could truly fulfill our dreams." Ao Bing smiled faintly. "We will. Let us strive together." However, unbeknownst to them, a pair of cold eyes watched from the clouds not far away. Shen Gongbao, clad in a black robe, glowered as he observed the closeness between Nezha and Ao Bing, a fiery anger brewing within him. "Humph, with Ao Bing and Nezha growing so close, it seems I must hasten my plans. I cannot allow them to thwart my endeavors." He muttered darkly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. In a swift motion, Shen Gongbao vanished into the clouds. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the East Sea Dragon Palace. Within the Grand Hall, the Dragon King Ao Guang sat upon his throne, a troubled expression etched on his face. The sudden appearance of Shen Gongbao startled Ao Guang. "Shen Gongbao, why do you appear in such a state of disarray? Has something occurred?" Ao Guang inquired, furrowing his brow. Shen Gongbao stepped forward, urgency etched across his face. "Dragon King, we are in grave peril. Ao Bing's bond with Nezha grows increasingly intimate, and if this continues, our plans may be jeopardized." Ao Guang's expression darkened. "What shall we do?" he inquired, bewildered. "Bing has always prioritized the greater good. How could this happen?" Shen Gongbao let out a cold chuckle. "Humph, it is evident that Nezha's sweet words have beguiled Ao Bing. Dragon King, we must make Ao Bing understand that the mission of our dragon clan supersedes all else. We cannot allow fleeting friendships to thwart our grand designs." After a moment of contemplation, Ao Guang nodded in agreement. "You are right. I shall summon Bing back and counsel him earnestly." Meanwhile, by the seaside, Nezha and Ao Bing remained enraptured in the joy of their friendship. "Ao Bing, do you think my understanding of water manipulation has improved today?" Nezha exclaimed, demonstrating the newly acquired skill as he commanded a small portion of the sea to swirl in his hands. Ao Bing nodded with a smile. "Indeed, you have made significant progress. At this rate, you will soon master it. Suddenly, the jade pendant at Ao Bing's waist emitted a faint blue glow. His expression shifted slightly. He recognized it as a summons from his father, Ao Guang, to return to the palace. Nezha, my father has called me back. I must take my leave. Ao Bing said apologetically. Nezha felt a pang of disappointment, but managed to smile. Very well, return quickly and do not keep your father waiting. We shall practice together when you have the time. Ao Bing nodded and transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring towards the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon his return, he made his way directly to the Grand Hall, where Dragon King Ao Guang sat upon his throne, his countenance dark and forbidding. Bing, are you aware that your close association with Nezha poses a threat to our clan's plans? Ao Guang admonished sternly. Ao Bing's heart tightened, and he hastily explained, Father, Nezha is not an evil person. Our friendship may bring a turning point for our clan. Ao Guang slammed his hand on the table in anger. Foolish. Nezha is the reincarnation of a demon. He is closely tied to the people of Chintang Pass. If he uncovers our plans, he will undoubtedly do everything in his power to thwart us. You cannot let a momentary friendship jeopardize the future of our dragon clan. With his head bowed, Ao Bing felt a deep anguish within. Father, I understand the mission of the dragon clan, but Nezha genuinely wishes to be my friend. I cannot bear to harm him. At that moment, Shun Gongbao stepped forward. Ao Bing, do not forget that our clan is trapped beneath the sea, enduring humiliation due to the oppression of the heavenly court. If we do not implement our plan, the dragon clan will never rise again. As the third prince of the dragon clan, you bear the hopes of our entire lineage. How can you waver because of romantic feelings? Ao Bing wrestled with inner turmoil, gazing at Dragon King Ao Guang, his eyes filled with despair. Father, is there truly no other way? A means to fulfill the dragon clan's aspirations without harming Nezha? Ao Guang sighed, his tone softening slightly. Bing, for the sake of our clan, we have no other choice. You must act according to the plan, earn Nezha's trust, and find an opportunity to sever his ties with the people of Chintang Pass. Only then can our plans proceed smoothly. Ao Bing's heart felt as if it were being torn apart. He understood that his father's decision was unlikely to change. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. Yes, father. I shall act according to the plan. Upon exiting the Grand Hall of the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing found himself alone in the garden. There, a variety of extraordinary corals emitted a gentle luminescence, while vividly colored fish darted between them. Yet, at that moment, Ao Bing was devoid of any desire to appreciate the breathtaking scenery. He perched upon a stone bench, gazing at his reflection in the water, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Nezha, I am truly sorry. For the sake of the dragon clan, I have no choice but to make this decision. I hope you can forgive me. Ao Bing murmured softly, tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, Nezha remained oblivious to the impending crisis, his heart brimming with anticipation for their next encounter, eager to master his magical skills with Ao Bing's assistance and earn the recognition of the people of Chintang Pass. In this seemingly tranquil sea, a colossal storm was brewing silently. What fate awaited the friendship between Nezha and Ao Bing? Would Ao Bing be able to steal his heart to execute the plan? What destiny lay ahead for Chintang Pass? All remained uncertain, and the story was unfolding toward an unforeseen direction. As time progressed, Ao Bing adhered to the scheme devised by Xinguang Bao and King Ao Guang, maintaining a close relationship with Nezha. However, each time he faced Nezha's genuine smile, Ao Bing's guilt deepened. One day, they reunited by the seaside, where Nezha eagerly showcased his newly developed spear technique, a fusion of the power of the magic orb and the fluid control Ao Bing had taught him, rendering the technique even more elusive. Ao Bing, what do you think of my spear technique? Nezha asked, standing proudly with his spear, his face alight with expectation. Ao Bing forced a smile. It is truly remarkable, Nezha. You possess an extraordinary talent, seamlessly blending these two powers in such a short time. Nezha chuckled. I owe much of this to the water control techniques you taught me. By the way, Ao Bing, have you encountered anything interesting while training in the Dragon Palace recently? Ao Bing's heart tightened. He had no inclination to dwell on the Dragon Palace's amusements, his mind consumed by the agonizing plan. Nothing particularly special, he replied. Noticing Ao Bing's unusual demeanor, Nezha inquired with concern. Ao Bing, is something troubling you? You seem a bit off today. Flustered, Ao Bing hastily shook his head. No. Perhaps I've just been a bit fatigued from training lately. Nezha, showing genuine concern, said, make sure to rest. Training is important, but don't overexert yourself. As he observed Nezha's caring gaze, Ao Bing felt an even deeper pang of guilt. He resolved silently that, regardless of the circumstances, He would do everything in his power to assist Nezha in enhancing his strength before the plan was set into motion. In the days that followed, Ao Bing dedicated himself to imparting various magical techniques and skills of the Dragon Palace to Nezha with renewed fervor. Nezha sensed that Ao Bing seemed more invested than ever before, feeling profoundly touched. However, Xinguang Bao grew increasingly dissatisfied with Ao Bing's progress. He sought Ao Bing once more, urging, Ao Bing, when will you make your move? If you delay any longer, we may face unforeseen consequences. Ao Bing, feeling vexed, responded, Xinguang Bao, Nezha trusts me implicitly. I cannot bring myself to strike suddenly. Can you not give me a little more time? Xinguang Bao sneered, time? We have little left. Do not forget, should the plan fail, the Dragon Clan will never rise again. You bear the fate of the entire Dragon Clan, not merely your personal emotions. Ao Bing, feeling helpless, closed his eyes, tormented within. All right, I will think of a solution swiftly. Just as Ao Bing was in turmoil, strange phenomena suddenly appeared near Chintang Pass. At night, eerie cries often echoed from the seaside, accompanied by mysterious flickering lights. The citizens of Chintang Pass were filled with trepidation, speculating whether some monsters were at work again. Upon learning of this, Nezha decided to investigate alongside Ao Bing. Under the cover of darkness, they arrived at the seashore. Ao Bing, do you sense a peculiar aura? Nezha asked, gripping his fiery spear tightly and speaking in a hushed tone. Ao Bing also detected the anomaly and nodded. Yes, this aura feels somewhat familiar. It seems related to sea demons. At that moment, a swarm of dark figures surged from the sea, lunging towards them. These shadows moved with uncanny agility, swiftly surrounding Nezha and Ao Bing. Humph, indeed, they are sea demons. Watch how I deal with you. Nezha shouted, launching the first attack, his fiery spear ablaze, thrust toward the nearest sea demon. Ao Bing swiftly conjured a spell, manipulating the seawater into icy blades that shot towards the demons. Unfazed, the sea demons emitted piercing cries, engaging in a fierce battle with Nezha and Ao Bing. During the combat, Nezha realized that these sea demons were more cunning than any he had previously encountered. They coordinated with each other, attempting to distract him and Ao Bing. Ao Bing, these sea demons are rather peculiar. We must exercise caution, Nezha warned. Meanwhile, Ao Bing pondered silently whether the emergence of these sea demons was a deliberate ploy by Xun Gongbao to further his scheme. Yet, the situation was dire, and he had no time for contemplation, compelled to fight with all his might. After an intense struggle, Nezha and Ao Bing finally repelled the sea demons. As they fled, the demons left behind a chilling message. Wait for us. This is merely the beginning. What intentions do these sea demons harbor? Nezha furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with uncertainty. Ao Bing felt an ominous premonition but dared not reveal the truth to Nezha. Perhaps they aimed to sow chaos and take advantage of Chintang Pass's vulnerabilities. Nezha, we must alert General Li and bolster the defenses of Chintang Pass. Indeed, you are right. Let us inform my father at once, Nezha replied, and together they made their way back to Chintang Pass. Along the path, Nezha remained preoccupied with thoughts of the sea demons, utterly oblivious to the inner turmoil and anguish that plagued Ao Bing. As Ao Bing gazed at Nezha's silhouette, a myriad of emotions stirred within him. He was uncertain how much longer he could conceal the truth within this conspiracy. Nor could he foresee how Nezha would react when the reality was unveiled. Chapter 18. Bonding by the seaside amidst rising tides of crisis since Nezha and Ao Bing's acquaintance. The beach near Chintang Pass had become their frequent meeting place. Each morning, as sunlight danced upon the shimmering sea surface, Nezha and Ao Bing would already be present, commencing a day of cultivation. On that day, Nezha donned a striking crimson outfit, standing proudly upon his fiery wheels, wielding his flaming spear with an air of gallantry. He spoke first. Ao Bing, yesterday, I endeavored to perceive the rhythm of water using the method you taught me, yet I still find it somewhat elusive. Ao Bing, clad in azure, smiled gently and replied, Nezha, mastering the art of water control requires a gradual approach. One must not be overly eager for success. First, calm your mind. Cast aside distractions, feel the caress of the sea breeze, listen to the sound of the waves, and imagine yourself merging with the ocean. Following his counsel, Nezha closed his eyes, striving to achieve inner tranquility. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement glimmering within them. I believe I have sensed something. The seawater seems to possess a unique rhythm, yet I still struggle to command it effectively. Ao Bing nodded, raising his hand to gently wave, and instantly, a column of water surged from the nearby sea, spiraling gracefully into the air, transforming into a magnificent water qilin. The water Qilin roared towards the heavens, before slowly dissipating upon the surface of the sea. Behold, Nezha, controlling the sea is not solely reliant on magical prowess. One must feel its power and establish a resonance with it. Now, give it another try, Ao Bing encouraged patiently. Taking a deep breath, Nezha summoned the power of his magic orb, attempting to forge a connection with the seawater. This time, a bead of perspiration formed on his brow, his gaze unwavering. At last, through his efforts, a small portion of seawater gently rose, swirling into a water sphere in his hands. I did it, Nezha exclaimed with exhilaration. Well done, Nezha. You are progressing rapidly. Next, try to infuse the power of the magic orb into it, and see if you can unleash greater strength from the water sphere. Ao Bing urged. Following his advice, Nezha infused the magic orb's power into the water sphere, which immediately radiated a blazing light, transforming the once clear water into a scalding torrent. Steam rising above. However, due to his still imprecise control, the water sphere suddenly burst, sending droplets flying. Oh no, Nezha lamented, a hint of frustration in his voice. Ao Bing chuckled reassuringly. Do not fret, Nezha. This is already a significant advancement. Mastering two entirely distinct forces is inherently challenging. With further practice, you will surely become adept. In the ensuing hours, Nezha persistently practiced, gradually achieving a more stable command over the water sphere infused with the magic orb's power. Observing Nezha's progress, Ao Bing felt a mixture of pride and concern. He was proud of Nezha's extraordinary talent, but troubled by the impending plan he was to execute. Uncertain of the harm it might inflict upon their friendship. In the afternoon, the two took a brief respite, seated upon the beach. Nezha picked up a seashell, drawing various patterns in the sand as he spoke. Ao Bing, once I master this water control technique, combined with my flaming spear and the universe circle, I shall better protect Chintang Pass. At that time, the people shall no longer fear me. Ao Bing, gazing into Nezha's expectant eyes, felt a pang in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Nezha, your tireless efforts will surely reveal your sincerity to the people of Chintang Pass. However, human emotions can be complex. Perhaps some opportunity is required for them to truly understand you. Nezha turned to Ao Bing, curiosity shining in his eyes. What opportunity? What must I do? Ao Bing felt a tumult of emotions, uncertain of how to respond. He stammered, I'm not entirely sure either. Perhaps it is a significant crisis. And you step forward to allow the people to witness your strength and kindness. Nezha nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, you make a valid point. As long as I can gain the people's recognition, I am willing to do anything. What about you, Ao Bing? Having learned the weaponry techniques I taught you, do you find it more beneficial in realizing your dreams? Ao Bing recalled his aspiration to alter the fate of the dragon clan, his heart a mixture of emotions. Yes, your techniques have indeed made me more agile and versatile in wielding weapons. If I can integrate these skills with the spells of the Dragon Palace, I believe I could unleash even greater power. After a brief respite, the two resumed their training. Ao Bing began to impart some defensive spells from the Dragon Palace to Nezha. With hands forming seals and reciting incantations, a layer of azure water curtain gradually ascended around them, its crystalline clarity radiating a gentle glow. This is the water curtain shield of the Dragon Palace, capable of withstanding formidable attacks. You see, it not only blocks physical assaults, but also mitigates magical attacks to some extent, Ao Bing explained. Nezha gazed at the shimmering curtain, his eyes brimming with curiosity. How marvelous. Please teach me how to conjure it. Ao Bing meticulously elucidated the essence of the spell and the method of sealing, while Nezha diligently practiced. After numerous attempts, Nezha finally succeeded in casting the water curtain shield. Although it appeared somewhat feeble compared to Ao Bing's, it marked a significant advancement for him. Haha, I did it. Ao Bing, thank you. Nezha exclaimed excitedly. No need for thanks. We are friends, and mutual learning is only natural, Ao Bing replied with a smile, though a subtle bitterness lingered beneath his cheerful facade. Meanwhile, as they immersed themselves in training and deepening their friendship, an undercurrent of conspiracy was surreptitiously brewing. Shen Gongbao lurked in the clouds, observing the two close companions on the shore, his eyes glinting with malice. Humph, their bond is growing stronger, yet Ao Bing remains inactive. It seems I must apply some pressure, Shen Gongbao murmured to himself before transforming into a wisp of black smoke and vanishing into the clouds. Shortly thereafter, Shen Gongbao arrived at the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. King Aoguang paced restlessly within the palace, and upon seeing Shen Gongbao, he hastily inquired, Shen Gongbao, have you made any new progress on this visit? Shen Gongbao let out a cold laugh. Your Majesty, the progress is not particularly favorable. Ao Bing and Nezha have been inseparable, and their friendship is deepening. If this continues, our plans may very well be thwarted. King Aowang's expression darkened. What shall we do? He asked. Aobing has always prioritized the great cause of the dragon clan. How could this be? Shen Gongbao shook his head. I believe it is Nezha's enchantment that has led Aobing astray. Your Majesty, you must once again exert pressure on Aobing, making him understand that the mission of the dragon clan supersedes all else, and he must not allow fleeting friendships to jeopardize our grand designs. King Aowang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. You are correct. I shall summon Aobing back at once and counsel him earnestly. Meanwhile, at the seaside, Nezha and Aobing remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Nezha, brimming with enthusiasm, was eagerly demonstrating to Aobing a novel technique that combined his mastery of the fire spear with his newly acquired water manipulation skills. Aobing, observe this move. I will envelop a water sphere with flames and then launch it with the spear's tip. This way, I can harness the impact of the water while also utilizing the destructive power of the fire. The force will surely be formidable. Nezha exclaimed, performing the maneuver with fervor. The fiery water sphere shot forth like a cannonball, exploding upon contact with the ocean's surface and creating a magnificent splash. Aobing, watching Nezha's display, silently marveled at his creativity, yet felt a growing sense of inner turmoil. He understood that such precious moments with Nezha might soon be scarce. Nezha, your technique is indeed exquisite. With further practice, it could prove extraordinarily effective in battle, Aobing remarked. Once I refine it, I shall seek out those sea demons and see if they dare to cause trouble near Chintang Pass, Nezha replied confidently. At that moment, the jade pendant at Aobing's waist suddenly emitted a frantic blue light. A sense of urgency gripped his heart. He recognized it as the signal from Dragon King Aogwang, summoning him back to the palace. Nezha, my father is calling me back to the palace. It seems there is an urgent matter. I must leave at once, Aobing said anxiously. Then you should hurry. Do not delay important affairs. When you return, we shall train together, Nezha responded. Aobing nodded and transformed into a beam of blue light, swiftly soaring toward the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon his return, he made his way directly to the Grand Hall, where Dragon King Aogwang sat solemnly upon his throne, with Shen Gongbao standing nearby, his expression dark. Binger, are you aware that your close association with Nezha has severely undermined our Dragon Clan's plans? Dragon King Aogwang admonished sternly. Aobing's heart sank, and he quickly replied. Father, Nezha is not our enemy. Cultivating a friendship with him might unexpectedly benefit us. In a fit of anger, Dragon King Aogwang slammed his hand down on the table. Foolish. Nezha is the reincarnation of the Demon Pearl. His ties to the people of Chintang Pass are strong. If he learns of our plans, he will undoubtedly do everything in his power to thwart us. You cannot jeopardize the future of our clan for a fleeting friendship. Shen Gongbao chimed in. Aobing, do not forget the humiliation our clan suffered at the bottom of the sea. If we do not execute our plan, the Dragon Clan will never rise again. As the third prince of our lineage, you bear the hopes of our entire race. How can you waver due to romantic sentiments? Aobing felt an overwhelming anguish within him as he gazed at Dragon King Aogwang, his eyes filled with conflict. Father, is there truly no alternative? One that can fulfill the desires of our clan without causing harm to Nezha? With a sigh, Dragon King Aogwang's tone softened slightly. Binger, for the sake of our clan, we have no other options. You must act according to the plan, gain Nezha's trust, and find an opportunity to sever his ties with the people of Chintang Pass. Only in this manner can our plans proceed smoothly. Aobing felt as though his heart were being torn asunder, fully aware that his father's decision was unchangeable. After a lengthy silence, he slowly acquiesced. Yes, father. I will proceed as planned. Upon exiting the grand hall of the Dragon Palace, Aobing found himself alone in the palace garden. In the garden, vibrant corals shimmered with a soft glow, and an array of peculiar fish danced gracefully in the water. Yet, Aobing was indifferent to the captivating scene. Seated in a pavilion, he gazed at the distant sea, his heart awash with tumultuous thoughts. Nezha, I am truly sorry. For the sake of the Dragon Clan, I am compelled to make this choice. I hope you can forgive me, he murmured softly, tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, Nezha remained blissfully unaware, eagerly anticipating Aobing's return to continue their cultivation and heartfelt conversations. Little did he know, their friendship was on the verge of facing a formidable trial, as a tempest loomed ominously over him in Chintang Pass. In the following days, although Aobing maintained a facade of camaraderie with Nezha by the seaside, the weight of guilt grew increasingly burdensome. Each time he observed Nezha engaging with him unguardedly, Aobing felt as though he were a traitor. One day, during a lull in their training, They sat on the sandy shore, conversing. Nezha sensed a shadow of melancholy enveloping Ao Bing and inquired with concern, Ao Bing, is there something troubling you? You seem rather unhappy. Startled, Ao Bing quickly donned a mask of forced cheerfulness, replying, no, not at all. Perhaps I am merely fatigued from our recent training. A little rest should suffice. Nezha regarded him with skepticism. Really? If something is bothering you, please confide in me. We are friends, and I will be there to help you. Ao Bing felt a surge of gratitude, yet simultaneously, his self-reproach deepened. Yes, I understand, Nezha. Thank you for your concern. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the sea. A flock of seabirds took flight, screeching in alarm. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a glance and immediately sprang to their feet. Let us go investigate, Nezha declared, leaping onto his wind fire wheels and soaring toward the source of the disturbance. Ao Bing swiftly conjured his magic, following closely behind. Upon arrival, they discovered a horde of sea demons assaulting a fishing vessel. The demons, grotesque in form and ferocious in demeanor, sent the fishermen fleeing in terror, their cries for help piercing the air. How dare these sea demons commit their misdeeds in broad daylight? Nezha shouted, brandishing his fiery spear as he charged into the throng of demons. Flames erupted as he wielded the spear, and several demons were struck down, plummeting into the depths with anguished wails. Ao Bing, not to be outdone, summoned the power of the sea to form icy blades, launching them at the demons. Realizing the peril, the demons pivoted, redirecting their focus towards Nezha and Ao Bing. Bring it on, Nezha declared fearlessly as he engaged in a fierce battle with the demons. Ao Bing provided support from the sidelines, using the ocean's force to ensnare some demons, creating opportunities for Nezha to strike. However, these demons appeared more cunning than any they had previously encountered. They coordinated their efforts to distract Nezha and Ao Bing. One audacious demon seized the moment to launch a surprise attack from behind. Ao Bing, with keen eyes, shouted urgently, Nezha, watch out behind you. Simultaneously, he conjured a water column to hurl the demon away. Thank you, Ao Bing, Nezha called out. After a fierce and grueling skirmish, Nezha and Ao Bing finally repelled the sea demons. The defeated creatures fled in disarray, retreating with menacing threats. You shall not escape our vengeance. We will return. The fishermen gathered around, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Nezha and Ao Bing. Thank you, young masters, for your timely rescue. Had it not been for you, we would have faced dire consequences today, an elderly fisherman remarked with deep appreciation. Nezha smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks, sir. It is our duty to help. I am just relieved that you are all safe. Observing the grateful expressions of the fishermen, a warm current surged within Nezha's heart. Ao Bing, look at how wonderful it feels to assist others. If only the people of Chintang Pass could understand me like these fishermen do. A pang of pain struck Ao Bing as he gazed at Nezha, caught in a moment of hesitation. He understood that the actions he was about to undertake might strip Nezha of this joy and erode the trust of the Chintang Pass citizens. Nezha, you will undoubtedly earn the people's recognition, Ao Bing said, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation and bitterness. Nezha remained oblivious to Ao Bing's turmoil, still immersed in the joy of aiding the fishermen. Meanwhile, Ao Bing wrestled with his inner turmoil, uncertain how long he could maintain the facade of friendship and fearful of how Nezha would react when the truth was unveiled. Chapter 19. A heartfelt conversation amidst dreams and intrigues on the tranquil beach of Chintang Pass. Nezha and Ao Bing gathered as usual for their training. After a morning spent honing their magical skills, they sat side by side on the soft sand, the sea breeze gently caressing them, infused with a salty freshness. While the rhythmic waves lapped at the shore, Nezha casually picked up a smooth stone and tossed it into the sea. The stone danced briefly upon the surface before sinking slowly beneath the water. He turned to Ao Bing, his eyes filled with curiosity and concern. Ao Bing, you mentioned that the dragon clan is trapped beneath the sea. What exactly is going on? Please, elaborate. Ao Bing let out a soft sigh, his gaze drifting towards the boundless depths of the ocean, as if he could see the imprisoned dragon clan through the layers of water. His eyes reflected worry and helplessness as he slowly spoke. Nezha, although we, the dragon clan, are esteemed as the rulers of the waters, we are, in truth, confined deep within the sea, akin to being in a cage. The heavenly court fears our power and has imposed numerous restrictions, forbidding us from leaving our aquatic domain at will. This underwater dragon palace, though resplendent, has become our shackle. Nezha furrowed his brow, clenching his fists in righteous indignation. How can the heavenly court act in such a manner? The dragon clan has done nothing wrong. Why must we endure such constraints? With a bittersweet smile, Ao Bing shook his head. The reasons behind this are intricate and cannot be conveyed in mere words. In essence, despite our formidable power, the Dragon Clan is unable to wield it freely, forced to silently endure in this underwater realm. For too long, our development has been stifled, and our kin live under considerable oppression. Nezha placed a reassuring hand on Ao Bing's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Ao Bing, do not lose hope. Did you not express your desire to change the fate of the Dragon Clan? I believe you can achieve it. If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help. A wave of warmth surged within Ao Bing as he looked at Nezha with gratitude. Nezha, hearing those words from you brings me great comfort. Indeed, I have long pondered how to transcend the constraints of the heavenly realm, allowing the Dragon Clan to reclaim their freedom and soar freely across the vast expanses of the universe. Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, yes. As long as we devise a plan, there will surely be a way out. Why don't we cultivate together, grow stronger, and perhaps we will amass sufficient power to challenge the heaven's limitations? Ao Bing nodded, a flicker of hope igniting within his gaze. Indeed, that is a viable approach. However, it will not be an easy task. It requires immense effort and time. Moreover, the affairs of the Dragon Clan are intricate, and we must deliberate carefully. Nezha rose, brandishing his fiery spear with resolute determination, declaring, no matter how arduous it may be, I shall stand by you. At worst, we shall toil in our training until our strength is formidable enough to see who can dare to impede us. Observing Nezha's vibrant spirit and unwavering resolve, Ao Bing silently vowed that no harm would befall Nezha due to the tribulations of the Dragon Clan. The two continued their discussion on the Dragon Clan's plight and future aspirations when Nezha suddenly recalled his own dream. He scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor, and said, Ao Bing, please do not mock me when I share this. My dream is quite simple. I wish to earn the recognition of the people of Chintang Pass. I want them to know that although I am the reincarnation of a demonic essence, I bear no intent to harm them, but rather to protect them with my strength. Ao Bing smiled warmly at Nezha and replied earnestly, Nezha, how could this be a source of ridicule? Your dream is indeed noble. Your heart is kind, and you possess tremendous power. If you persist, you shall undoubtedly realize this aspiration. Nezha expressed his worries. Yet, the people of Chintang Pass have always regarded me with fear, perceiving me as a monster. Unwilling to engage with me, despite my numerous efforts, they remain unconvinced. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Bing responded, perhaps it is because they do not know you well enough. You could undertake tangible acts of kindness to assist them, allowing them to witness your goodwill and sincerity firsthand. In time, their perceptions will surely evolve. Nezha's eyes brightened as he acknowledged, you make a valid point. I have often rushed to gain their acceptance, neglecting the importance of demonstrating my intentions through action. I shall strive even harder from now on. As they conversed, the sky suddenly darkened, obscuring the once radiant sunlight. A fierce wind swept through, churning the sea into tumultuous waves. Nezha, gripping his fiery spear with vigilance, remarked, Ao Bing, why has the weather changed so abruptly? It feels rather ominous. Ao Bing also stood, his expression grave as he scanned the surroundings, stating, I too sense a peculiar aura. It seems something is approaching. At that moment, a swarm of shadows surged forth from the sea, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they were before Nezha and Ao Bing, a horde of sea demons, each grotesque in form and exuding a repugnant odor. Humph! You two little brats dare to act recklessly in these waters. Today shall mark your demise. A larger sea demon bellowed, brandishing a trident menacingly. Nezha, undaunted, shouted boldly, you sea demons, notorious for your malevolence, dare to confront us today? Witness how I shall deal with you. With that, he leaped onto his wind-fire wheels, wielding his fiery spear like a streak of crimson lightning as he charged into the throng of sea demons. Ao Bing swiftly conjured spells, manipulating the waters to erect towering ice walls that sealed off the demons' escape routes. Simultaneously, he formed a long spear of ice, joining the fray. The sea demons, realizing the peril, roared in fury and surged toward Nezha and Ao Bing. The cacophony of battle cries and the clash of spells intertwined ominously. Harnessing the power of his magical orb, Nezha wielded his fiery spear with fierce vigor, flames erupting as numerous sea demons were struck and injured. Ao Bing adeptly employed his water manipulation techniques, his ice spear darting gracefully in tandem with Nezha, making it exceedingly difficult for the demons to counter their assault. However, these sea demons appeared to be well prepared. They remained composed, coordinating their efforts to exploit any weaknesses in Nezha and Ao Bing's defenses. One demon, Seizing the opportunity amidst Nezha's fierce battle with others, stealthily circled behind him, raising its spiked club to strike him down. Nezha, watch your back. Ao Bing, keen-eyed, urgently warned. At the same time, he directed a jet of water towards the ambushing demon, slightly altering its trajectory. Upon hearing Ao Bing's warning, Nezha swiftly turned, thrusting his fiery spear to block the demon's blow. Thank you, Ao Bing, he exclaimed. Be cautious. These sea demons are rather formidable. Ao Bing replied. The two warriors then approached the sea demon's onslaught with heightened vigilance, simultaneously seeking opportunities to counterattack. After an intense bout, Nezha and Ao Bing gradually gained the upper hand, causing the sea demons to show signs of retreat. Withdraw, bellowed a larger demon, sensing the tide turning. The sea demons promptly turned and fled toward the ocean's surface. Nezha was eager to pursue, but Ao Bing restrained him, saying, Nezha, do not chase them. These demons may have further tricks up their sleeves. We cannot recklessly pursue. Nezha halted, watching the fleeing demons with a sense of frustration. They have escaped too easily. But why did they attack us so suddenly? Ao Bing furrowed his brow. Pondering for a moment before responding, I too find it odd. Their appearance was far too abrupt, and it seems they were specifically targeting us. Could it be that someone is orchestrating this? A chill ran through Nezha as he replied. Are you suggesting there is a conspiracy at play? Ao Bing nodded gravely. It is quite possible. The situation near Chintang Pass has been unstable lately. We must tread carefully. Clenching his fists, Nezha declared, whoever is behind this, I shall not cower before them. If I discover their identity, they shall not escape unscathed. The two gathered their belongings and resolved to return to Chintang Pass to inform Li Jing, urging him to bolster defenses. Upon their return, Nezha and Ao Bing proceeded directly to the general's residence to meet Li Jing. Father, we encountered an attack from a horde of sea demons by the shore. They seemed well prepared. Nezha recounted the events in detail to Li Jing. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression turned grave as he stated, recently, the vicinity of Chintang Pass has indeed been tumultuous, with numerous citizens reporting peculiar occurrences. It appears that we must bolster our defenses and ensure that the sea monsters do not find any opportunity to strike. Ao Bing interjected, generally. I believe the emergence of these sea monsters may be linked to certain forces. We cannot merely adopt a passive defense. We must also seek to uncover the hidden puppeteer. Li Jing nodded in agreement. You are correct, young master Ao Bing. However, the mastermind is well concealed, and discovering their identity will not be a simple task. We must deliberate carefully. Nezha, feeling anxious, inquired, Father, what shall we do? Are we to wait idly for the sea monsters to attack again? Li Jing looked at Nezha with a serious demeanor. Nezha, we cannot rush this matter. On one hand, we must strengthen the defenses of Chintang Pass, while on the other, we must conduct a discreet investigation. You and Ao Bing must also exercise caution and avoid reckless actions. Nezha nodded reluctantly. All right, father. I understand. After leaving the general's residence, Nezha and Ao Bing walked along the streets of Chintang Pass. The townsfolk, upon seeing Nezha, displayed expressions of fear and wariness, hastily avoiding him. Observing their reactions, Nezha felt a pang of disappointment. Ao Bing, look at how terrified they still are of me. I truly wish for them to realize that I mean them no harm. Ao Bing offered consolation. Nezha, do not lose heart. This transformation requires time. As long as you persist in doing what you believe is right, they will eventually change their perspective. As they conversed, they suddenly heard the sound of weeping. Following the sound, they discovered a young girl sitting by the roadside, crying. Surrounded by a group of children who were mocking her, Nezha approached and asked, Little friend, why are you crying? Why are they bullying you? The young girl looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, and replied, My kite is stuck in the tree, and they not only refuse to help me retrieve it, but also laugh at me. Nezha glanced at the kite caught in the tree, smiled, and said, Do not worry, I will help you. With that, he cast a spell, leaped gracefully to the tree, retrieved the kite, and handed it to the girl. The girl's tears transformed into a smile as she accepted the kite, saying, Thank you, big brother. You are not at all as frightening as they said. Nezha gently patted the girl's head, replying, You are welcome. If anyone bothers you again, come find me. The surrounding children watched in astonishment, surprised that Nezha, whom they had always regarded as a monster, would assist the young girl. Brother Nezha, I'm sorry. We shouldn't have treated you that way before, a young boy said, blushing. Nezha responded with a smile, It is all right, as long as you no longer misunderstand me. Ao Bing observed this scene, feeling a myriad of emotions. He understood that Nezha was striving to change the public's perception of him, while he himself found himself ensnared in a dilemma due to the obligations of his dragon lineage. Upon returning to their seaside abode, Ao Bing's mind remained unsettled for a long time. He recalled the cherished moments spent with Nezha, reflecting on the trust and assistance Nezha had bestowed upon him, which deepened his feelings of guilt. Am I truly to follow the scheme devised by my father and Shun Gongbao to harm Nezha? Ao Bing paced back and forth in his chamber, grappling with inner turmoil. At that moment, Shun Gongbao unexpectedly materialized in Ao Bing's room. He regarded Ao Bing with a cold smirk, remarking, Ao Bing, it seems you have been enjoying your time with Nezha. Have you forgotten the mission of the Dragon Clan? A pang of anxiety gripped Ao Bing's heart as he replied, Shun Gongbao, I have not forgotten our clan's mission. It is just that Nezha genuinely regards me as a friend, and I cannot bear to harm him. Shun Gongbao's expression darkened as he retorted, Humph, cannot bear? Do not forget, the Dragon Clan is trapped beneath the sea, enduring humiliation, all due to the oppression from the Heavenly Court. If we do not execute the plan, the Dragon Clan will never ascend again. As the third prince of the Dragon Clan, you bear the hopes of our entire lineage. How can you hesitate because of transient friendship? Ao Bing clenched his fists, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. I understand the dire plight of our clan. Yet I do not wish to lose Nezha as a friend. Is there truly no other way? Shun Gongbao scoffed away. The only solution lies in adhering to our plan, utilizing the discord between Nezha and the citizens of Chuntang Pass to provoke a conflict with the Heavenly Court. Only then can we profit from the chaos and aid the Dragon Clan in escaping our predicament. This is the sole path forward. Ao Bing lowered his head, falling into silence. He recognized the validity of Shun Gongbao's words. For the sake of the Dragon Clan, he seemed to have no alternative. Observing Ao Bing's wavering resolve, Shun Gongbao continued, Ao Bing, you must act swiftly. Time is of the essence. If you miss this opportunity, the Dragon Clan may never rise again. Ponder this well. With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. Alone in his chamber, Ao Bing was engulfed in conflict and despair. He was torn between the mission of the Dragon Clan and his friendship with Nezha. Meanwhile, Nezha remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, still reveling in the joy of having assisted a young girl. Chapter 20, Conspiracy and Temptation, A Heart in Doubt, Friendship versus Duty. In the waters connecting Chuntang Pass to the East Sea, sunlight danced upon the shimmering surface of the sea as Nezha and Ao Bing, as per their routine, concluded yet another session of training by the shore. Their garments were slightly damp with sweat, yet their faces radiated with a gratifying smile. They sat side by side on the sandy beach, the gentle sea breeze brushing against them, imbued with the ocean's distinctive briny scent, while the rhythmic waves caressed the shore, seemingly serenading their friendship. Ao Bing, the water manipulation technique you taught me today allows for a more precise control over the currents. I feel my mastery of power has advanced yet again, Nezha exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Ao Bing responded with a smile. You possess extraordinary talent and learn swiftly. At this rate, it won't be long before you can adeptly wield a variety of water-related spells. Nezha scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness in his smile. I owe it all to your patient instruction. Without you, I wouldn't know how long I would have to fumble around. The two individuals were immersed in a serene and joyful atmosphere when, suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, and the once clear sky was abruptly shrouded by dark clouds. The sun's radiant beams were completely obscured, casting a somber hue upon the sea. How could the weather change so swiftly? Nezha stood alert, gripping his fiery spear tightly. Ao Bing also sensed the unusual shift. He rose to his feet, casting a grave glance around, feeling the ominous presence carried by the wind. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow rapidly descended from the clouds, landing firmly before them. Clad in a dark robe and adorned with a leopard-headed crown, the figure bore a grim expression. It was Shun Gongbao. Shun Gongbao, what do you intend? Nezha recognized the troublemaker who had previously caused his master, Tai Junren, distress, and immediately adopted a defensive stance. Shun Gongbao, however, remained unperturbed. He glanced at Nezha, a cold smirk curling his lips, before turning his gaze towards Ao Bing. Ao Bing, I have come to speak with you about matters of great significance concerning the Dragon Clan. Matters of the Dragon Clan? What relevance does that have to you? Ao Bing furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Shun Gongbao took a couple of steps forward and lowered his voice. Ao Bing, we both understand that the Dragon Clan is trapped beneath the sea, oppressed by the Heavenly Court, with no hope of liberation. Do you truly wish to witness the Dragon Clan remain in such a state? Ao Bing felt a pang in his heart. The plight of his kin had long been a thorn in his side. I certainly do not wish for that, but how does your visit today relate to this? Shun Gongbao chuckled slyly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. I possess a method to free the Dragon Clan from their predicament and restore their freedom. This method, however, is intricately linked to Nezha. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Nezha's confusion deepened. What does this have to do with me? What are you plotting? Shun Gongbao disregarded Nezha's query and continued addressing Ao Bing. Ao Bing, you have spent considerable time with Nezha and are well aware of his reincarnated power. If we could manipulate him to incite discord between him and the people of Qintang Pass, thereby provoking a conflict with the Heavenly Court, we could seize the opportunity to benefit and secure a chance for the Dragon Clan to rise. Ao Bing's heart trembled. He instinctively glanced at Nezha, a torrent of emotions swirling within him. Nezha appeared bewildered, completely oblivious to the sinister intentions behind Shun Gongbao's words. Shun Gongbao, you are scheming against Nezha. How could I partake in such treachery? Ao Bing bit his lip, resolutely refusing. Shun Gongbao's expression darkened, and he snorted disdainfully. Humph, Ao Bing. Do not forget the mission of the Dragon Clan. As the third prince of the Dragon Clan, you bear the hopes of your entire kin. Will you forsake the future of the Dragon Clan for fleeting sentiments? Ao Bing wrestled with his anguish. He recalled the faces of his kin trapped deep within the Dragon Palace, their eyes yearning for freedom. He glanced at Nezha, who looked at him with unwavering trust, and found himself at a loss. Nezha, observing Ao Bing's expression, sensed something was amiss. Ao Bing, what does he truly mean? What are you concealing from me? Seeing Ao Bing's hesitation, Shun Gongbao added fuel to the fire. Ao Bing, ponder this carefully. The Dragon Clan has endured humiliation and hardship at the bottom of the sea for many years. Do you not wish to see them rise with dignity? Simply follow my instructions, and the Dragon Clan shall emerge from its predicaments. This is a rare opportunity. Ao Bing clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands protruding as the internal conflict reached its zenith. On one hand lay the long-standing mission of the Dragon Clan, the future of the entire lineage. On the other, a dear friend with whom he had shared countless moments. Nezha. Ao Bing, speak up. Nezha urged anxiously, taking a deep breath. Ao Bing replied slowly. Nezha, please hold your questions for a moment. This matter is rather complex, and I require time to contemplate. Observing Ao Bing's wavering stance, Shun Gongbao felt a surge of delight within. Very well, Ao Bing, make your decision swiftly. Time waits for no one. Should we miss this chance, the Dragon Clan may never rise again. With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into the ether. As the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, sunlight once again graced the ocean's surface. Yet the atmosphere between Nezha and Ao Bing had turned exceedingly heavy. Ao Bing, what is it that you are concealing from me? Why do I find Shun Gongbao's words utterly incomprehensible? Nezha gazed at Ao Bing, his eyes filled with confusion and concern. Avoiding Nezha's penetrating gaze, Ao Bing's heart was laden with guilt. Nezha, I am truly sorry. There are matters I cannot divulge at this moment. Trust me, I would never wish you harm. Though dissatisfaction brewed within Nezha, he chose to believe Ao Bing upon witnessing his distress. Very well, Ao Bing, I trust you. However, you must reveal the truth to me promptly. We are friends, and we should face challenges together. Ao Bing nodded silently, acutely aware that he was ensnared in a dilemma. Should he proceed with Shun Gongbao's scheme, leveraging Nezha, he would betray a hard-won friendship and inflict pain upon a cherished companion. Yet, if he refused, he felt he would be failing the entire Dragon Clan, unable to fulfill the duty of the third Prince of Dragons. In the ensuing days, Ao Bing remained burdened with worry. He and Nezha continued to gather by the seaside to train, yet their exchanges were no longer as open and unreserved as before. Nezha sensed Ao Bing's unusual behavior, and his own unease deepened. Ao Bing, have you been overly fatigued lately? You seem perpetually distracted, Nezha inquired with concern. Ao Bing forced a faint smile. It's nothing, Nezha. Perhaps I am just a bit weary from training. A little rest should suffice. However, internally, Ao Bing was tormented. Shun Gongbao's words echoed incessantly in his mind, and the Dragon Clan's plight loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. He understood that he must arrive at a resolution swiftly. One day, Ao Bing returned alone to the Dragon Palace. The opulent DCOR remained splendid, yet Ao Bing found no joy in its splendor. He made his way directly to the chamber of King Ao Guang. Seated upon his throne, the Dragon King regarded Ao Bing with a grave expression. My son, Shun Gongbao has shared the plan with you, has he not? What are your thoughts? A bitter pang surged within Ao Bing as he raised his gaze to meet King Ao Guang's. Father, to exploit Nezha for the Dragon Clan's ambitions is profoundly cruel. Nezha is my friend, and I cannot bear to harm him. The Dragon King Ao Guang furrowed his brow and rose from his seat, pacing back and forth within the hall. Binger, he said, I comprehend your sentiments. However, You must realize that the future of our dragon clan supersedes all else. We have languished at the ocean's depths for years, enduring the disdain and oppression of the heavenly court. Do you not wish to alter this plight? Ao Bing lowered his head, enveloped in silence. The Dragon King continued, though Shun Gongbao's scheme is somewhat audacious, it represents our sole opportunity at present. If we can incite a conflict between Nezha and the heavenly court, we may navigate the ensuing chaos to secure freedom and status for our kin. Ao Bing was tormented, and he pleaded, Father, is there truly no alternative? Surely, there must be another path for our clan to escape this predicament. The Dragon King sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Ao Bing's shoulder. Binger, I too wish for other solutions. Yet, the harsh reality is that our time and choices are dwindling. As the third prince of the Dragon Clan, you must prioritize the greater good and make the right decision. With a heart laden with helplessness and sorrow, Ao Bing replied, Father, I understand. I shall contemplate this. Upon exiting the Dragon King's palace, Ao Bing wandered alone into the garden of the Dragon Palace. The vibrant corals shimmered with a soft glow, and oddly shaped fish frolicked freely in the water. Yet at that moment, all of this appeared painfully glaring to him. He sat on a stone bench in the garden, gazing at the surroundings, his mind a tumult of thoughts. Nezha, what should I do? I wish not to harm you. Yet I cannot disregard the future of our kin. He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with anguish and confusion. Meanwhile, Nezha remained at Chintang Pass, eagerly anticipating Ao Bing's return to his former self to share his innermost thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, a colossal conspiracy involving him and the Dragon Clan was quietly unfolding, and his most trusted friend, Ao Bing, was ensnared in profound turmoil, soon to confront a formidable choice. Days passed, and Ao Bing still had not devised a solution that would satisfy both sides. He realized he could no longer afford to procrastinate. Shun Gongbao had begun to press him more insistently, and the Dragon King Ao Guang had intensified his pressure. On this day, Ao Bing and Nezha reunited by the seaside once more. Observing Ao Bing's increasingly haggard appearance, Nezha felt a deep concern. Ao Bing, what troubles you? If something is amiss, confide in me, and we shall find a way to resolve it together. Ao Bing met Nezha's earnest gaze, and a pang of pain struck his heart. He knew he could no longer conceal the truth. However, as the words lingered on his lips, they became difficult to utter. Nezha. Ao Bing hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking. At that instant, a cacophony erupted from the distant sea. The two turned to see a horde of sea demons swiftly approaching them. These creatures were massive, with fearsome visages, wielding various weapons and exuding an intimidating presence. Oh, it is those sea demons again. It seems they have no intention of letting us be, Nezha exclaimed, gripping his fiery spear in anger. Ao Bing pondered silently. Could the sudden appearance of these sea demons be a deliberate ploy by Shun Gongbao to coerce me into making a decision? Yet at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on his thoughts. The sea monster was already looming before them. Nezha, be careful, Ao Bing shouted, swiftly conjuring a spell to manipulate the water into a formidable wall, shielding them in front. The sea monsters collided with the water barrier, emitting a cacophony of enraged roars. They unleashed their own spells, striving to breach the water wall. In an instant, the surface of the sea was aglow with magical brilliance, and splashes erupted around them. Nezha, standing atop his fiery wheels, brandished his flaming spear and charged into the throng of sea monsters. The spear danced in his grasp like a blazing inferno, causing the sea monsters to wail in agony as they fell one by one. Ao Bing, equally resolute, swiftly formed hand seals, transforming the water under his command into countless sharp ice spikes that shot towards the sea monsters. The ice spikes pierced through their bodies, staining the sea with crimson. However, these sea monsters appeared fiercer and more tenacious than any they had previously encountered. They surged forward relentlessly towards Nezha and Ao Bing, showing no signs of retreat. There was something peculiar about these creatures. They seemed to be fighting with reckless abandon. Amidst the chaos, Nezha shouted as he battled. Ao Bing understood that these monsters were undoubtedly being manipulated by someone. Yet, he had no time to ponder further, focusing solely on the imminent peril. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, a colossal sea monster suddenly launched a surprise attack on Nezha from the side, wielding a spiked club high above its head, ready to strike down upon Nezha's back. Nezha, watch out, Ao Bing exclaimed, hastily directing a water column to slightly alter the trajectory of the creature's assault. Hearing Ao Bing's warning, Nezha swiftly turned, using his spear to deflect the incoming blow. Nevertheless, the immense force still forced him to stagger back a few paces. Thank you, Ao Bing. Nezha cast a grateful glance at him. No need for thanks. Let us deal with these sea monsters first. Ao Bing urged. The two of them coordinated with newfound synergy, engaging in a desperate struggle against the sea monsters. After a fierce confrontation, the sea monsters began to falter and gradually retreated. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Nezha aimed to pursue them and eradicate the threat completely. Ao Bing intercepted him. Nezha, do not pursue. These monsters may have more tricks up their sleeves. We cannot recklessly chase them. Nezha halted, gazing at the retreating monsters, his heart brimming with confusion. What was the reason behind the sudden frenzy of these creatures? Ao Bing harbored the same questions. Yet he knew that this chaos was undoubtedly entwined with the sinister machinations of Shen Gongbao. He looked at Nezha, feeling increasingly conflicted. He realized that he must make a swift decision. Otherwise, not only would Nezha find himself in peril, but the future of the Dragon Clan would also become increasingly bleak. This decision, regardless of how he chose, would inflict pain upon one side. Chapter 21. The Burden of Mission and the Wounds of Friendship. A dilemma of hesitation on the beach connecting Chintang Pass and the East Sea. The sea breeze still carried a salty, damp essence, while the waves tirelessly crashed against the shore. However, at this moment, Ao Bing had no heart to admire the familiar scenery. The staggering conspiracy brought by Shen Gongbao loomed over him like a dense, oppressive cloud, weighing heavily upon his heart. Since the moment Shen Gongbao revealed to him the possibility of utilizing Nezha to realize the Dragon Clan's grand plan, Ao Bing's internal struggle has been unrelenting. He is acutely aware that participating in this scheme would signify a betrayal of the sincere friendship he shares with Nezha. Yet, the plight of his kin trapped beneath the sea, along with the gaze of his father filled with hope and concern, renders him incapable of forsaking the mission of the Dragon Clan. Ao Bing returned to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace with heavy steps. Within the palace, luxury persisted. Corals shimmered with iridescent hues, and the merfolk danced gracefully in the water, producing a melodious symphony. However, Ao Bing perceived all of this as mere illusions, the turmoil within him rendering him indifferent to the beauty before his eyes. He strode directly towards the palace of King Ao Guang. Inside, a magnificent crystal chandelier bathed the room in gentle light, while King Ao Guang sat upon his dragon throne, his expression grave as he contemplated the dragon pearl in his hands, seemingly pondering the future of their clan. Father, Ao Bing spoke softly, his voice tinged with weariness and resignation. King Ao Guang lifted his gaze, and a flicker of hope appeared in his eyes upon seeing Ao Bing. Binger, you have come. How have you considered the matter that Shen Gongbao spoke of? A sharp pang struck Ao Bing's heart. He took a few steps forward and knelt on one knee, saying, Father, to exploit Nezha for the sake of the Dragon Clan's objectives is too cruel. Nezha and I share a profound bond. He has always treated me sincerely, and I cannot bear to harm him. King Ao Guang furrowed his brow slightly, rising to pace within the palace. His dragon robe billowed gently with each movement, every step seeming to tread upon Ao Bing's heart. Binger, I understand your feelings. You have spent much time with Nezha and formed a deep friendship. How could I not know? King Ao Guang paused, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Ao Bing. But you must understand. The Dragon Clan has languished at the bottom of the sea for countless years. The Heavenly Court's edicts act like shackles, binding us tightly. We possess great power, yet we can only survive in this dark abyss. Ao Bing lowered his head, anguish filling his heart. Father, is there truly no other way? Surely there must be alternative paths to liberate the Dragon Clan without inflicting harm upon the innocent Nezha. King Ao Guang sighed heavily, slowly approaching Ao Bing and gently lifting him up. Binger, how I wish to restore our clan's freedom through righteous means. However, the Heavenly Court's suspicion and vigilance towards us have never waned. Breaking free from this predicament is no easy feat, although Shen Gongbao's plan is somewhat perilous. It is currently our only opportunity. Ao Bing gritted his teeth, a flicker of struggle flashing in his eyes. Father, this opportunity comes at the cost of sacrificing Nezha and the innocent people of Chintang Pass. Is such a victory truly what our Dragon Clan desires? King Ao Guang's expression hardened, his tone serious as he replied, Binger, you must prioritize the greater good. The future of the Dragon Clan surpasses all else. Everything we do is for the survival and dignity of our entire clan. Though Nezha is your friend, he remains an outsider. For the sake of the Dragon Clan, we must make certain sacrifices. A pang of anguish gripped Ao Bing's heart as memories of his time with Nezha flooded his mind, their moments of training by the seaside, the dreams they shared, and their united struggles against sea demons. These cherished recollections now pierced his heart like daggers. Father, Nezha is not a stranger. He is my friend. Genuinely willing to assist me. Ao Bing's voice trembled with emotion. Dragon King Ao Guang regarded Ao Bing with a gaze that bore both authority and a hint of resignation. My son, as the third prince of the Dragon Clan, you bear the hopes of our entire lineage. You cannot let fleeting sentiments cloud your judgment and overshadow the mission of the dragon race. Should you miss this opportunity, our kin may forever remain ensnared in adversity, and our descendants will continue to suffer in the abyss. Conflicting emotions swirled within Ao Bing. He recognized the truth in his father's words. The Dragon Clan was trapped beneath the sea, suffering under the disdain and oppression of the heavenly court, while the longing for freedom was a constant presence in the eyes of his people. Yet, Nezha's visage and laughter lingered in his heart, refusing to fade. Father, allow me to contemplate this further, Ao Bing said, struggling to find the right words. Dragon King Ao Guang placed a reassuring hand on Ao Bing's shoulder. Time is of the essence, my son. We cannot afford to linger in uncertainty. Make your decision swiftly. It concerns not only the future of our clan, but also your own fate. Silently nodding, Ao Bing turned and exited the palace. He found himself alone in the garden of the Dragon Palace, where an array of extraordinary sea flowers bloomed, emitting a gentle luminescence. Fish darted through the blossoms, releasing vibrant bubbles. Yet, this dreamlike beauty could not dispel the gloom that enveloped Ao Bing's heart. He seated himself in a pavilion, gazing at the scene before him, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Nezha, how should I choose? If I side with the Dragon Clan, I betray you. If I choose you, how will I face my entire clan? Ao Bing murmured softly, his eyes clouded with pain and confusion. Time slipped by unnoticed, and darkness gradually descended. The Dragon Palace, shrouded in the night, appeared even more mysterious and oppressive. Ao Bing remained motionless in the pavilion, like a statue. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. He looked up to see a guard from the palace rushing towards him. Third Prince. Master Shun Gongbao requests an audience, the guard said, kneeling respectfully. A heaviness settled in Ao Bing's heart. He realized that Shun Gongbao had come to press him once more. Let him in, Ao Bing replied, resigned. Before long, Shun Gongbao strode into the garden, clad in his black robe and wearing a leopard head crown. His expression a mix of urgency and displeasure. Ao Bing, what is your decision? Time waits for no one. The future of the Dragon Clan rests in your hands. He stated bluntly. Ao Bing felt a surge of irritation but suppressed his feelings, responding, Shun Gongbao, this matter is of great significance. I require more time to deliberate. Nezha is my friend, and I cannot hastily make a decision that would harm him. Shun Gongbao scoffed derisively. Friend? In this harsh world, can friendship feed you? Do not forget, you are the third prince of the Dragon Clan. Your foremost duty is to liberate our people from their plight. Should you remain indecisive and miss this opportunity, the future of the Dragon Clan will be dire. Ao Bing clenched his fists, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Shingingbao, cease your words. No one desires the liberation of the Dragon Clan more than I do, yet I refuse to resort to such despicable tactics. Shingingbao's expression darkened as he stepped forward, lowering his voice. Ao Bing, do you believe you have any other options? This is the sole opportunity to elevate the Dragon Clan. By inciting discord between Nezha and the citizens of Shintangwan, we can ignite a conflict with the Heavenly Court. In the ensuing chaos, we shall seize the chance to secure freedom and status for our kind. If you let this opportunity slip, you will bear the burden of our clan's downfall. A sharp pang pierced Ao Bing's heart, for Shingingbao's words struck him like a hammer, resonating with undeniable truth. He realized that the future of the Dragon Clan truly lay within his grasp. Shingingbao, return for now. I shall make a decision swiftly, Ao Bing replied, taking a deep breath. Shingingbao regarded Ao Bing with a glimmer of doubt in his eyes, but ultimately said, very well, I shall grant you time. However, be swift in making the right choice, for the consequences are beyond our endurance. With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished from the garden. Ao Bing lingered in the garden until the depths of night, his mind plagued by visions of the Dragon Clan's plight and Nezha's trusting gaze. These two images intertwined, intensifying his torment. Was there truly no way to achieve a harmonious resolution? Ao Bing murmured to himself, filled with resignation. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the ocean, illuminating the Dragon Palace. Ao Bing, having endured a sleepless night, bore bloodshot eyes. He understood that evasion was no longer an option, a decision was imperative. He returned once more to the palace of King Ao Guang. Observing Ao Bing's haggard appearance, the Dragon King felt a twinge of compassion. My son, have you come to a conclusion? King Ao Guang inquired softly. Ao Bing inhaled deeply before responding. Father, I agree to partake in the plan. However, I implore you to minimize harm to Nezha during its execution. A hint of relief flickered in King Aoguang's eyes. My son, you have finally come to understand. I know your heart is full of loyalty. Yet for the sake of the Dragon Clan, we must proceed thus. As for Nezha, if he can comprehend our plight and collaborate with us, it would be ideal. If not, we must bear the consequences. A sense of sorrow washed over Aobing, for he recognized that from this moment forth, his friendship with Nezha might very well reach its conclusion. Yet for the sake of the Dragon Clan, he had no alternative. Father, I shall act according to the plan. But I hope that once it succeeds, the Dragon Clan will treat the world with kindness and justice, refraining from inflicting harm upon the innocent, Aobing declared. King Aoguang nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, my son, as long as the Dragon Clan can escape this predicament, I shall lead our kin to coexist harmoniously with the world. Aobing turned and departed the palace, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware that he was about to embark on a path fraught with thorns, the end of which remained shrouded in uncertainty, whether it would lead to light or darkness. From that moment onward, Aobing maintained a facade of camaraderie with Nezha by the seaside, engaging in training together. Yet with each encounter with Nezha's sincere smile, his sense of guilt deepened immeasurably. He remained oblivious to the profound anger and despair that would engulf Nezha upon discovering the truth. How then would he confront Nezha's inquiries? In the days that followed, Aobing spent time with Nezha while simultaneously preparing for his plan. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart, steeped in unbearable anguish. One day, after concluding their practice by the sea, they sat on the beach to rest. Nezha observed Aobing and noted the increasing pallor of his complexion, which stirred deep concern within him. Aobing, have you been overworking yourself lately? You seem rather unwell. If you're feeling under the weather, do not force yourself to train. Nezha said with genuine care. Aobing felt a surge of emotion, compounded by guilt. He managed to muster a faint smile. It's nothing, Nezha. I've just been a bit busy with affairs in the Dragon Palace. A little rest will suffice. Nezha scrutinized Aobing with suspicion. Really? If there's anything troubling you, you must confide in me. We are friends, and we shall face any hardships together. Aobing's heart tightened, nearly spilling the truth, yet he refrained, replying, I assure you. It's nothing, Nezha. Please don't worry about me. Though Nezha harbored lingering doubts, he recognized Aobing's reluctance to elaborate and chose not to press further. Very well. Aobing, should anything arise, you must let me know, Nezha insisted. Aobing silently nodded, his heart heavy with the thought. Nezha, I am truly sorry. Once everything concludes, I hope you can forgive me. However, as the plan advanced, Aobing's internal torment intensified. He was acutely aware that the tranquil days shared with Nezha were numbered, for a tempest was on the horizon. Chapter 22. The Scheme of the Sea Demon and the Strengthening of True Friendship. Upon deciding to partake in the scheme involving Nezha, Aobing was perpetually shrouded in guilt and helplessness. Nevertheless, Shingongbao meticulously orchestrated a seemingly fortuitous assault by sea demons, aimed at ensuring Aobing could gain Nezha's trust. On a day marked by clear skies, sunlight poured unreservedly over the waters near Chintang Pass, creating a dazzling spectacle. As usual, Nezha and Aobing engaged in their martial training by the sea. Clad in crimson silk and wielding a fiery spear, Nezha moved with agility. Each flourish of his weapon summoned a gust of wind, the spear tip shimmering with a cold glint. Aobing, draped in a light blue robe, exuded elegance as he manipulated the sea, conjuring wondrous forms that transformed between a dragon emerging from the depths and a lotus blooming in the sun. Aobing, do you think my technique, the fiery clouds piercer, has improved compared to before? Nezha stood poised with his spear, a confident smile illuminating his face as beads of sweat sparkled under the sun. Aobing nodded with a smile. Indeed, Nezha, your progress is markedly evident. The power and speed of this technique have significantly enhanced. Given time, it will surely become your ultimate weapon. Just as the two were enjoying their exchange, the distant sea suddenly erupted with colossal waves. The formerly tranquil waters transformed into a tumultuous tempest. A multitude of sea monsters emerged from the tumultuous waves, displaying a variety of forms, some resembling colossal sharks with dorsal fins that jutted out like blades, others akin to octopuses, their tentacles swirling and exuding a nauseating slime, and still others like crabs, their massive pincers snapping with a cacophonous clatter. These sea creatures surged menacingly towards the direction of Nezha and Aobing. Humph. It's those sea monsters causing trouble again. Nezha furrowed his brow, gripping the fire-tipped spear tightly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Aobing, understanding the situation, suspected this was likely orchestrated by Shingongbao. However, he maintained a composed demeanor and solemnly remarked, Nezha, it seems an arduous battle is inevitable. We must proceed with caution. As they spoke, the sea monsters rapidly closed in. A gigantic shark monster opened its gaping maw and lunged at Nezha first, its sharp teeth glinting coldly in the sunlight. Unfazed, Nezha leaped onto the wind-fire wheels, darting forward like a streak of crimson lightning. He thrust the fire-tipped spear with great force, striking the shark monster squarely in the throat. The creature let out a muffled roar of pain, writhing violently in an attempt to break free from the spear. With a powerful flick, Nezha hurled the shark monster aside, blood quickly spreading across the surface of the sea. Simultaneously, Ao Bing summoned his magic, manipulating the seawater to create formidable ice walls that obstructed the advances of the other sea monsters. The ice walls shimmered with crystalline clarity, exuding an icy chill. However, the sea monsters did not relent. They collided furiously against the ice barriers, striving to breach this defense. Some octopus monsters even spewed out black ink, attempting to obscure Ao Bing's vision. Let me assist you. After dispatching the shark monster, Nezha swiftly joined Ao Bing's side. Channeling the power of the magic orb within him, flames erupted from the fire-tipped spear, sweeping towards the ink. The fire instantly dissipated the ink, allowing Ao Bing to regain clarity of the situation. Thank you, Nezha. Ao Bing expressed his gratitude with a swift glance, his hands forming intricate seals as he chanted incantations. The seawater surged once more, transforming into countless sharp ice spikes that rained down upon the sea monsters like a torrential downpour. The ice spikes struck true, eliciting cries of agony from several sea creatures, plunging the scene into chaos. Yet, the sea monsters appeared driven by some unseen force, intensifying their frenzied assault. Seizing the moment while Nezha and Ao Bing contended with the other sea monsters, a crab monster stealthily circled behind them, raising its enormous pincers to deliver a crushing blow to Nezha's back. Nezha, watch your back. Ao Bing's keen eyes caught the impending attack, and he urgently warned. Simultaneously, he manipulated a column of water, ensnaring the crab monster's pincers like a robust rope, diverting its strike. Hearing the warning, Nezha swiftly turned, positioning his fire-tipped spear to block the crab monster's assault. The immense force of the impact staggered him back a few steps, but he quickly regained his footing, glaring fiercely. You crafty creature. With that, Nezha unleashed a surge of power, intensifying the flames on his spear until the crab monster's pincers glowed red-hot. The crab monster, in pain, relinquished its grip and retreated hastily. Ao Bing, these sea monsters seem unusually formidable. They are proving to be more troublesome than any we have encountered before. Nezha called out amidst the fray. Ao Bing was acutely aware that this was a deliberate ploy by Bao, who had summoned more formidable sea demons to ensure the success of his scheme. However, he could only respond, Nezha, let us not dwell on the details. Our priority is to fend them off first. The two stood back to back, coordinating their efforts in a fierce battle against the sea demons. The relentless waves of adversaries surged forth, only to be repelled time and again by Nezha and Ao Bing. The surface of the sea shimmered with magical brilliance, interwoven with the cacophony of battle cries and roars. In the brief interludes between skirmishes, Ao Bing gazed at the fearless Nezha by his side, his heart heavy with guilt. He was painfully aware that he intended to exploit this trust forged in combat to execute a plan that would harm Nezha, a thought that tormented his conscience. Yet, for the sake of his dragon kin, he buried the guilt deep within and continued to fight alongside Nezha. Nezha, let us try our newly devised combined technique, Ao Bing proclaimed. Very well, Nezha replied without hesitation. Their minds in sync, they unleashed their spells simultaneously. Ao Bing manipulated the waters to form an enormous sphere, ensnaring the surrounding sea demons within. Nezha, harnessing the power of the magic orb, infused the water sphere with flames. Instantly, the sphere transformed into a colossal fireball, where the sea demons writhed in agony under the dual torment of flame and water. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball detonated, sending a powerful shockwave that hurled the surrounding sea demons away. In an instant, the demons suffered grievously, and upon witnessing their comrades' plight, the remaining ones began to retreat in fear. Trying to escape? Not so fast, Nezha declared, eager to pursue and annihilate the sea demons entirely. Ao Bing interjected, Nezha, do not chase after them. These sea demons may have further tricks up their sleeves. We must not act recklessly. Nezha halted, watching the retreating figures of the demons, his frustration evident as he muttered, Humph, they have gotten off too easily. But why did they suddenly attack us with such ferocity today? Ao Bing pondered how to address Nezha's inquiry without revealing his intentions or arousing suspicion. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Nezha, I too find it peculiar. Perhaps the situation in the East Sea has shifted recently, compelling these sea demons to launch such a frenzied assault against us. Nezha furrowed his brow, nodding thoughtfully. That may be so. It seems the vicinity of Chintang Pass has become rather unsettled. We must exercise greater caution. Following this confrontation, the synergy between Nezha and Albing grew more profound. Their trust in one another further solidified. They sat upon the beach, observing the gradually calming sea. Their garments soaked with sweat, yet both wore triumphant smiles. Albing, had we not coordinated so well today, we might not have succeeded in repelling those sea demons. Nezha remarked with a grin, his eyes filled with appreciation for Albing. Albing's heart was a tumult of emotions as he managed a faint smile. Indeed, Nezha, we are friends, and it is only natural that we support one another. Whatever difficulties we may face in the future, let us confront them together. Agreed. It is settled. Nezha exclaimed with enthusiasm, rising to his feet and clapping Albing on the shoulder. Come, let us return and rest well. Should those sea demons dare to return, we shall ensure they do not escape unscathed. Albing rose to his feet, accompanying Nezha as they made their way towards Chintang Pass. Along the journey, Nezha animatedly recounted the details of their recent battle, discussing how they could refine their spells and coordination. Albing, however, responded only intermittently, his thoughts adrift, preoccupied with the impending plan and its implications for his friendship with Nezha. Upon their return to Chintang Pass, the two friends parted ways to their respective abodes. Alone in his room, Albing gazed out at the bustling streets, yet his heart was heavy with sorrow. He understood that Shun Gongbao would not let this opportunity slip away easily and would undoubtedly urge him to expedite the plan. The genuine bond he shared with Nezha felt fragile in the face of such a scheme. Nezha, I am truly sorry. I cannot fathom the anger and heartbreak you will feel when the truth is revealed. Yet, for the sake of the Dragon Clan, I must tread this path. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Albing murmured softly, pain and helplessness evident in his eyes. As night fell, the bright moon hung high, casting its cool, silvery light. Albing lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Memories of his time with Nezha flooded his mind. From their initial meeting to training together, sharing dreams, and ultimately standing side by side to repel the sea demons. Each image was vivid, yet it twisted his heart in anguish. Suddenly, a faint sound from outside the window caught his attention. Albing cautiously rose and opened the window, spotting a shadow darting past. Alarmed, he realized it was likely an envoy sent by Shun Gongbao to assess the plan's progress. Albing leaped from the window, pursuing the shadow. In a secluded alley, he intercepted the figure, which slowly turned to reveal Shun Gongbao. Albing, your cooperation with Nezha during today's sea demon attack was rather impressive, Shun Gongbao sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. Albing felt a surge of revulsion, yet he suppressed his emotions and replied, Shun Gongbao, while your orchestrations of these sea demons have indeed strengthened my trust with Nezha, I urge you to exercise restraint. I do not wish for Nezha to suffer unduly. With a dismissive snort, Shun Gongbao retorted, do not forget our plan, Albing. Now is not the time for compassion. You must seize opportunities and act swiftly, otherwise, the future of the Dragon Clan may rest upon your shoulders alone. Albing clenched his fists, seething with anger. Yet he recognized the futility of arguing with Shun Gongbao at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he stated, I know what I must do. However, do not press too hard, lest you raise Nezha's suspicions. Shun Gongbao scrutinized Albing, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. I hope you can fulfill your words. The fate of the Dragon Clan hangs in the balance. With that, Shun Gongbao transformed into a plume of black smoke and vanished into the night. Alone in the alley, Albing stared into the darkness where Shun Gongbao had disappeared, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and despair. He understood that there was no turning back. He could only forge ahead, resolute in his path. Yet with each step he took, Ao Bing felt himself drifting further from Nezha's friendship and increasingly distant from his own conscience. In the following days, Chintang Pass appeared to regain its tranquility. But Ao Bing knew this was merely the calm before the storm. He continued to meet Nezha by the seaside for their training. Yet each time he beheld Nezha's unguarded smile, waves of guilt surged within him. Look at my water manipulation technique today, have I improved? Nezha asked, skillfully controlling a small patch of seawater, transforming it into various shapes, his face alight with anticipation. Ao Bing gazed at Nezha, a sharp pang of pain piercing his heart. He forced a smile and replied, yes, Nezha, you have made significant progress. Keep practicing, and your mastery over water will become even more adept. Nezha beamed with excitement. That is wonderful. Once I master these spells, I can better protect Chintang Pass. Ao Bing, do you think we will encounter even more formidable foes in the future? Ao Bing's heart sank. He knew that according to their plan, Nezha would soon confront a monumental crisis, one that he and Shin Gongbao had meticulously orchestrated. After a moment's hesitation, he responded, Nezha, dangers lurk everywhere in this world. We must not let our guard down. However, as long as we work together, we can face any challenge that comes our way. Nezha nodded vigorously. Exactly. With a friend like you, I fear nothing. No matter what difficulties arise, we shall face them together. As Ao Bing looked into Nezha's resolute eyes, he silently wished, Nezha, I hope you can always maintain this conviction. As time passed, Ao Bing was acutely aware that the day of their plan's execution drew ever closer. His inner turmoil intensified, caught between the pangs of guilt towards Nezha and the overwhelming weight of his Dragon Clan's mission. Meanwhile, Nezha remained blissfully immersed in their friendship, oblivious to the looming peril. Chapter 23. Deepening Conflicts. The struggle between duty and friendship. With the quiet passage of time, the conflicts within Ao Bing swelled like turbulent undercurrents in a deep ocean. The incident orchestrated by Shin Gongbao, where he and Nezha collectively repelled the sea demons, had fortified their bond, yet plunged Ao Bing into deeper anguish. On the familiar beach where Chintang Pass met the East Sea, the sun continued to shine generously, and the waves tirelessly crashed against the shore, sending up sprays of pristine white foam. As was their custom, Nezha and Ao Bing gathered here to train. Nezha, clad in vibrant red silk and wielding his fiery spear, moved with the grace of a tempest, the glint of his spear tip seeming to slice through the air. Ao Bing, adorned in a delicate blue robe, his garments flowing gracefully, manipulated the seawater into wondrous and magnificent forms, sometimes resembling a soaring dragon, at other times blooming like an elegant lotus. Ao Bing, witness my newly practiced move, fire dance in the wind. Nezha exclaimed with enthusiasm, channeling the power of the magic orb within him. Instantly, flames erupted from his spear, the fire swirling in a fierce tempest as he danced, sending forth waves of scorching flames that crackled and sizzled against the sands of the beach. Ao Bing nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Nezha, this move is remarkably powerful. Your progress is indeed astonishing. Given some time, you will undoubtedly make a significant impact in battle. However, despite his outward praise for Nezha, Ao Bing's heart was a tumultuous mess. He was acutely aware that the deepening bond of friendship between him and Nezha was facing an unprecedented trial. The plans devised by Shin Gongbao and Dragon King Aoguang hung over them like a sharp blade, poised to sever their friendship at any moment. Ao Bing, what about you? Have you recently mastered any new spells? Nezha inquired, sheathing his fiery spear, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ao Bing snapped back to the moment, forcing a faint smile. Well, I have garnered some new insights into water manipulation, though I have yet to fully master it. As he spoke, he formed intricate hand seals, conjuring the sea water into a magnificent water bird, its wings poised to take flight, lifelike and vibrant. Wow, that's incredible. Ao Bing, your water manipulation skills are becoming increasingly extraordinary. Nezha exclaimed, his gaze filled with envy. Gazing into Nezha's innocent and fervent eyes, Ao Bing's guilt deepened. He couldn't help but recall Shin Gongbao's sinister visage and relentless urgings, as well as the hopeful yet imposing gaze of Dragon King Aoguang, alongside the dire plight of their entire dragon clan trapped beneath the sea. On one hand was Nezha, a true friend fighting alongside him. On the other was the heavy burden of their clan's fate. Ao Bing felt as though he stood on the precipice of an abyss, each step fraught with difficulty, where a single misstep could plunge him into an irreversible chasm. After their training, the two settled on the beach to rest. The gentle sea breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing coolness, yet it could not dispel the gloom that enveloped Ao Bing's heart. Ao Bing, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could roam the world together, upholding justice and safeguarding peace? Nezha gazed out at the expansive sea, his eyes shimmering with dreams. Ao Bing felt a sharp pang in his heart. He turned his head away, unable to meet Nezha's gaze, and murmured, Nezha, the affairs of this world are not always as we wish them to be. Noticing Ao Bing's unusual demeanor, Nezha asked curiously, Ao Bing, what's wrong? You seem troubled lately. Is there something weighing on your mind? You mustn't keep it from me. We are friends. Ao Bing was torn, fully aware that he could not divulge the details of the plan to Nezha, yet he could not disregard Nezha's concern. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Nezha, I am merely worried about the future of the Dragon Clan. As you know, the clan is trapped beneath the sea, in dire straits. Although I wish to change this, I feel utterly powerless. Nezha patted Ao Bing's shoulder reassuringly. Ao Bing, do not despair. Do we not agree? I will help you find a solution. As long as we work together, we will surely find a way to free the Dragon Clan from their predicament. Ao Bing felt deeply touched, yet simultaneously loathed the harm he was destined to inflict upon Nezha. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, oblivious to the pain. "Thank you, Nezha. Having a friend like you is a stroke of fortune for me." Albing spoke, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. As the days passed, the turmoil within him intensified. Shengguobao loomed like an unrelenting specter, reappearing before him intermittently, urging him to expedite his plans. "Albing, how much longer do you intend to procrastinate? The future of the Dragon Clan cannot afford your indecisiveness." Shengguobao stood before Albing with a grim countenance, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Albing seethed with anger, yet felt utterly powerless, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Shengguobao, I am already seeking an opportunity. However, Nezha is astute by nature. A single misstep could arouse his suspicions. You wouldn't want to see our plans come to naught, would you?" Shengguobao let out a cold scoff. "Humph, it better be so. I warn you, the Dragon King grows impatient. Should you delay any further, you are well aware of the consequences." With that, Shengguobao transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. Meanwhile, the Dragon King Aoguang exerted even greater pressure upon Albing. "My son, as the third prince of the Dragon Clan, you must prioritize the fate of our kin. Our alliance with Shengguobao has granted us this rare opportunity. We cannot let your personal emotions jeopardize it." The Dragon King sat sternly upon his throne, casting a serious gaze upon Albing. Albing knelt on one knee, his heart laden with anguish. "Father, I comprehend your intent. Yet, Nezha is my friend, and I cannot bear to harm him." The Dragon King furrowed his brow and thundered, "Friend, in this harsh world, can friendship save the Dragon Clan? If you do not act swiftly, our race will remain in perpetual darkness, and you shall be forever branded as a traitor." Albing felt as though struck by a heavy blow, bowing his head as tears welled in his eyes. "Father, I shall make a decision post-haste." Upon exiting the Dragon Palace, Albing found himself alone in the depths of the palace, a forbidden realm steeped in mystery and antiquity. Gazing at the walls adorned with the illustrious history of the Dragon Clan, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Once, the Dragon Clan soared majestically through the heavens. Yet now they languished in the abyss of the sea, enduring humiliation. Is it truly necessary to sacrifice Nezha to save the Dragon Clan? Albing murmured to himself, filled with helplessness and sorrow. Meanwhile, Nezha in Chintang Pass remained blissfully unaware of Albing's inner turmoil. He diligently practiced each day, yearning to assist Albing in overcoming the plight of the Dragon Clan, while also hoping to earn the recognition of the people of Chintang Pass through his own strength. One day, Nezha encountered a group of children bullying an injured puppy on the streets. His brow furrowed as he swiftly intervened. "How can you torment such a vulnerable creature? It is already hurt. Your actions are utterly cruel." Nezha exclaimed with indignation. The children, startled by Nezha's presence, recoiled in fear. One bolder child retorted, "Nezha, mind your own business. We found this puppy and can do with it as we please." Nezha knelt down gently, cradling the small puppy in his arms, and said softly, "Even small creatures possess life. We ought to cherish them rather than inflict harm. If you do not wish to keep it, you may entrust it to me." The children, upon hearing this, pouted and walked away. Nezha, holding the puppy, made his way to the medical hall, requesting the physician to tend to its wounds. Nezha, once again engaging in acts of kindness? The physician remarked with a smile. Nezha scratched his head and replied, "Grandpa physician, this little puppy is so unfortunate. I cannot bear to see it in pain." At that moment, Ao Bing happened to pass by and witnessed this scene, feelings of conflict swirling within him. He understood that Nezha, by nature, was kind-hearted, treating even small animals with such compassion. How much more so would he extend that kindness to friends? Yet here he was, participating in a plan that would harm Nezha, which only deepened his sense of guilt. "Nezha," Ao Bing called softly. Nezha looked up, and, upon seeing Ao Bing, beamed a radiant smile. "Ao Bing, look at this little puppy. Isn't it adorable? It's injured, so I brought it here for treatment." Ao Bing stepped closer, gazing at the puppy nestled in Nezha's embrace, a pang of sorrow striking his heart. "Nezha, your goodness will surely be rewarded." Nezha smiled and replied, "I seek no reward. My happiness lies in being able to help others." "Ao Bing, what do you think? Once the puppy is healed, I can take it back to the General's residence to care for it." Ao Bing silently contemplated that perhaps soon, he and Nezha would find themselves on opposing sides. And in that moment, this beautiful scene would be lost forever. Suppressing his inner anguish, he replied, "Very well, Nezha, I trust that under your care, the puppy will flourish." However, as time passed, Ao Bing was acutely aware that the day of the plan's execution drew nearer. He felt as though he was plummeting into a dark abyss, grasping at any semblance of hope. Each time he beheld Nezha's smile, it felt as though countless needles pierced his heart, leaving him in torment. On a moonless night, with the winds howling, Ao Bing stood alone by the sea, gazing at the tumultuous waves, having made a difficult decision. He knew this choice would irrevocably alter the relationship between him and Nezha and would determine the fate of the Dragon Clan. Yet, regardless of the outcome, he would bear the heavy shackles of pain and guilt as he moved forward. Nezha, I am sorry, Ao Bing whispered to the sea, tears streaming down his cheeks, merging into the endless darkness. In that moment, he envisioned a future day when Nezha would learn the truth. His eyes filled with rage and despair, a consequence of Ao Bing's own making. The following day, Ao Bing mustered his spirits to meet Nezha by the shore. Nezha noticed something amiss in Ao Bing's demeanor, but Ao Bing merely deflected with a claim of having had a restless night. During their training, Ao Bing was often distracted, miscasting spells on several occasions. Ao Bing, you don't seem well today. Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps we should skip practice? Nezha inquired with concern. Ao Bing shook his head. I'm fine, Nezha. It's just that I've been under a lot of pressure lately. Let us continue. However, during the subsequent training, Ao Bing found himself unable to concentrate. His mind was plagued by the persistent urgings of Shun Gongbao and the overwhelming pressure from Dragon King Ao Guang, as well as the potential reactions of Nezha upon discovering the truth. Ao Bing, do you harbor some concerns? If you keep it bottled up, I will be worried, Nezha said, pausing his actions to gaze earnestly at Ao Bing. A wave of panic surged within Ao Bing. He was at a loss for how to respond. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Nezha, I am indeed feeling a bit troubled. Could you allow me some solitude? Nezha, his eyes filled with concern, responded, very well. Ao Bing, should you wish to share anything, I am here to listen. Ao Bing silently nodded and walked alone to the shore, staring blankly at the vast sea. He understood that the tranquil days he shared with Nezha were numbered, as a storm was on the horizon, and he felt powerless to avert it. Chapter 24, Schemes and Inner Turmoil. Under the relentless urgings of Shun Gongbao and the heavy burden from Dragon King Ao Guang, Ao Bing's inner turmoil intensified. Akin to being trapped within a searing furnace, tormented by his thoughts. He was acutely aware that the plan was like an arrow released from the bow, destined to unfold. Yet every time he contemplated it, the guilt towards Nezha surged like a torrential tide, overwhelming his heart. On this day, sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting its glow upon the tranquil beach near Chintang Pass. The sea shimmered with rippling reflections, and a gentle breeze carried hints of salt. Nezha and Ao Bing, as usual, gathered here to commence their training. Clad in vibrant red silks, Nezha wielded his fiery spear, exuding vitality as its tip sparkled with a sharp glint under the sun. In contrast, Ao Bing donned a pale blue robe, his expression somber and burdened with thoughts. Ao Bing, you still seem out of sorts today. Is there truly something weighing on your mind? Bottling it up may not be the best course, Nezha perceptively inquired, noting Ao Bing's unusual demeanor with concern. Ao Bing felt a warmth in his heart, yet the guilt deepened. He forced a smile and replied, Nezha, I am fine. Perhaps I am just a bit fatigued from not resting well these past few days. Let us begin our training. The two assumed their stances and commenced their practice. Nezha was wholly focused, each move exuding vigor, showcasing the formidable strength of his reincarnation as a magical being. On the surface, Ao Bing sparred with Nezha, yet his thoughts were far removed from the training. He incessantly pondered how to advance the plan while minimizing harm to Nezha, yet he could not find a satisfactory resolution. Halfway through their training, the two paused for a brief respite. Nezha wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed with enthusiasm, Ao Bing, have you noticed how my control over this fiery spear has become increasingly adept? Given time, I will surely harness its full power. At that point, neither sea demons nor any other malevolent forces will dare to wreak havoc at Chintang Pass. As Ao Bing beheld Nezha's confident visage, a pang of pain coursed through him. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to follow Shun Gongbao's guidance and attempt to incite discontent among the citizens of Chintang Pass through Nezha, seeking a breakthrough for the plan. Nezha, you toil tirelessly to protect the citizens of Chintang Pass, yet they persist in misunderstanding you, harboring animosity towards you. Do you not feel aggrieved? Ao Bing inquired cautiously, his eyes revealing a hint of trepidation. Nezha paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow, responding earnestly, Ao Bing, while I yearn for the recognition of the people of Chintang Pass, my guardianship over them is not contingent upon their gratitude. I am aware of my reincarnation from the demon pill, which has caused them considerable distress. Nevertheless, I believe that as long as I genuinely act in their best interest, they will eventually alter their perceptions. Furthermore, It is my duty to protect the weak. How could I allow their fleeting misunderstandings to kindle resentment within me? Albing felt a jolt within his heart. He understood Nezha's inherent kindness and integrity, but was taken aback by Nezha's serene acceptance of the long-standing misconceptions held by the citizens, devoid of any bitterness. He attempted to persuade further. But, Nezha, their misunderstandings run so deep that they even hurl insults at you. Can you truly endure this? Nezha rose, his gaze resolutely fixed toward Chintang Pass, declaring, Albing, I can endure. My mother once said that the prejudices in people's hearts are akin to a towering mountain, immovable despite one's efforts. Yet, I am determined to try. I shall demonstrate through my actions that I, Nezha, am their protector, not the monster they perceive me to be. Albing found himself at a loss for words. Nezha's righteous declaration struck his heart like a hammer. He recognized that instigating discord between Nezha and the citizens of Chintang Pass through such means would be an insurmountable challenge. Just then, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, obscuring the once bright sunlight, plunging the entire beach into a somber gloom. A fierce wind arose, and the waves surged tumultuously, emitting a cacophony of roars. This is not good. Why has the weather turned so suddenly? Nezha tightened his grip on the fire spear, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Albing was equally perplexed. This abrupt change was too peculiar. He harbored an ominous premonition that it might have something to do with Shingongbao. Indeed, moments later, a shadow swiftly descended from the ominous clouds, landing steadily before them. It was none other than Shingongbao, clad in a black robe, adorned with a leopard headdress, his expression dark and his eyes glinting with a sinister light. Shingongbao, what brings you here again? Nezha glared fiercely, filled with wariness and disdain for Shingongbao's sudden appearance. Shingongbao paid no heed to Nezha, instead directing his gaze straight at Albing, coldly stating, Albing, it seems you have no desire for the Dragon Clan to see the light of day again. Why is the plan stalled? What are you waiting for? Albing felt a wave of panic. He glanced at Nezha, then at Shingongbao, whispering, Shingongbao, we cannot rush this. Nezha is astute, and any misstep could expose our intentions. I have been seeking the opportune moment. Shingongbao scoffed, stepping forward, lowering his voice yet brimming with menace. Humph, seeking an opportunity? It appears you have been blinded by this so-called friendship, forgetting the mission of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King has lost his patience. If you do not act soon, you know the consequences. Nezha, overhearing their exchange, grew increasingly perplexed, demanding, what are you two talking about? What plan? Albing, please clarify your intentions. Albing was deeply conflicted. He found himself unable to disclose the truth of the plan to Nezha, yet he could not bear the weight of Nezha's inquiries in silence. Just as he hesitated, Shingongbao interjected, saying, Nezha, there is no need for you to know. This is a secret of the Dragon Clan, and it does not concern you. Albing, it is imperative that you make the right choice without delay. With that, Shingongbao transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into the gathering storm clouds. As the clouds gradually dispersed, sunlight once again illuminated the beach, yet the atmosphere between Nezha and Albing grew palpably tense. Albing, what exactly are you and Shingongbao conspiring? Why must I remain in the dark? Do not forget that we are friends, and friends should share no secrets. Nezha gazed at Albing, his eyes brimming with doubt and discontent. Albing felt an agonizing turmoil within. He knew that failing to provide a reasonable explanation would undoubtedly provoke Nezha's suspicion, jeopardizing the entire plan. Striving to maintain his composure, he replied, Nezha, please do not misunderstand. The plan that Shingongbao mentioned pertains to the Dragon Clan's escape from peril. However, it involves numerous intricate reasons that are not yet fully formed, hence I cannot divulge them to you at this moment. Rest assured, I would never do anything to harm you. Nezha scrutinized Albing, a flicker of skepticism evident in his gaze, yet considering their bond, he chose to trust him. Albing, I hope what you say is true. We are friends, and we should be forthright with one another. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I will stand by you. Albing felt a surge of gratitude, yet his disdain for the conspiracy he was entangled in deepened. He nodded silently, saying, Nezha, thank you for your trust. When the time is right, I will reveal everything to you. Nevertheless, Albing came to realize that Shingongbao would not grant him much time. He needed to devise a strategy that would advance the plan while minimizing harm to Nezha, a task far from simple, with each choice akin to a sharp blade, piercing his heart. In the days that followed, Albing outwardly continued to train by the seaside with Nezha, yet internally, he was tormented by pain and conflict. He understood that the bond between himself and Nezha resembled a precarious tightrope stretched over an abyss. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. One day, after their training, they strolled along the beach. The gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, and the waves lapped softly at the shore, yet the weight of their hearts was unbearable. Albing, why do you think there is so much strife and misunderstanding in this world? Nezha suddenly asked, gazing out at the distant horizon. Albing was taken aback, realizing that Nezha's words might stem from the misunderstandings faced by the people of Chintang Pass. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Nezha, everything in this world has its cause and effect. Differences in perspective and understanding inevitably breed conflict and misunderstanding. However, as long as one harbors righteousness and kindness, perhaps these contradictions can ultimately be resolved. Nezha turned to Albing, his eyes shimmering with insight, and said, Albing, you are absolutely right. I believe that as long as I persevere, the people of Chintang Pass will eventually see my sincerity. Just as I trust you, I am willing to face any challenges together with you. A warm current surged within Ao Bing, solidifying his resolve to protect Nezha as he advanced his plans. Yet, he was acutely aware of how fragile this determination appeared under the formidable pressure exerted by Shun Gongbao and the Dragon King Ao Guang. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing sat alone in his chamber, gazing out at the profound underwater world, his mind a tumult of thoughts. He understood that time was slipping away, and a decisive action was imperative. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a respectful voice from a guard. Third Prince. The Dragon King summons you. A sense of dread washed over Ao Bing. He knew the Dragon King was there to press for progress on the plans. He rose, adjusted his attire, and made his way slowly to the Dragon King's palace. Inside the Grand Hall, the Dragon King Ao Guang sat regally upon his throne, his demeanor both stern and commanding. Upon Ao Bing's entrance, the king's gaze pierced him with the sharpness of an eagle's, and he intoned, Binger, Shun Gongbao has informed me of your circumstances. Why do you hesitate to act? Are you truly willing to forsake the future of our entire dragon clan for the sake of one Nezha? A pang of anguish struck Ao Bing's heart. He knelt, lowering his head, and replied, Father, your son would never dare. However, Nezha is inherently astute and bears goodwill towards the people of Chintang Pass. Provoking discord between him and the populace is no simple task. I have been seeking a suitable opportunity. I beseech you, grant me a little more time. The Dragon King furrowed his brow, his voice rising in fury. Time. We have precious little left. Binger, as the third prince of the Dragon Clan, you carry the hopes of our entire lineage. If you cannot swiftly execute the plan, our clan will remain in perpetual darkness, and you shall become a historical sinner among dragons. Ao Bing felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, his head bowed, tears welling in his eyes. Father, I understand. I shall exert every effort to fulfill your expectations and those of our clan. Emerging from the Dragon King's palace, Ao Bing felt as if his legs were leaden. He knew that there was no turning back. The plan must be set in motion without delay. Yet, the mere thought of causing harm to Nezha pierced his heart like 1,000 needles. Returning to his chamber, he sat alone by the window, staring at the faint glimmer beneath the sea, silently whispering, Nezha, I am sorry. For the sake of our clan, I am left with no choice but this. I hope you can forgive me. Meanwhile, Nezha remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. He diligently practiced each day, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to collaborate with Ao Bing in finding a solution for the Dragon Clan's predicament, while also yearning for the recognition of the people of Chintang Pass. On what appeared to be a tranquil night, a tempest was brewing quietly. Caught in a web of anguish and helplessness, Ao Bing was forced to make a harrowing decision, one that would irrevocably alter his relationship with Nezha and incite a tumultuous upheaval in Chintang Pass. Chapter 25, In the Shadows of Doubt. Bonds of loyalty begin to fray under the relentless pursuit of Shun Gongbao and the urgent pressure from Dragon King Ao Guang. Ao Bing realized that his options for negotiation were rapidly diminishing. His previous attempts to incite discontent in Nezha towards the people of Chintang Pass had been effortlessly countered by Nezha's righteous words, leading Ao Bing to the disheartening conclusion that this path was unviable. In a moment of desperation, he could only seek alternative methods. Discreetly observing Nezha during their daily training sessions, hoping to uncover Nezha's weaknesses and find new avenues for his impending plan. One day, beneath a clear blue sky, the sun poured its warmth generously upon the familiar beach near Chintang Pass. The gentle waves caressed the shore, producing a melodious sound, while the sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness, brushing against the garments of Nezha and Ao Bing. As usual, the two gathered here to engage in their training. Nezha, clad in his signature red silk, wielded the fire-tipped spear with an air of valor. The spear's tip gleamed with a cold light under the sun's rays, and with each movement, it cut through the air with a fierce whoosh. Every strike he executed was powerful and vigorous, showcasing the immense strength and indomitable courage bestowed upon him by the reincarnation of the demon pill. "Ao Bing, behold my fiery onslaught," Nezha shouted, channeling the power of the demon pill, igniting the spear in a blaze of fire. He thrust it forward with great force, sending flames surging like a roaring tide, scorching the sandy beach ahead into charred blackness, the sand sizzling under the intense heat, narrating the might of his attack. Ao Bing, dressed in a delicate blue robe, moved gracefully. He commanded the seawater to form sturdy water shields, effectively blocking Nezha's fiery assault. The clash of water and fire produced hissing sounds, steam rising to create a misty veil around them. "Nezha, your technique is indeed formidable, but there seems to be room for improvement in the continuity of your attacks," Ao Bing remarked, skillfully manipulating the seawater to reshape the water shields for better defense against Nezha's onslaught. Nezha paused, lowering his spear and wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Ao Bing, you are correct. I too sense that my breath transitions are somewhat obstructed when executing this technique. Do you have any suggestions?" Ao Bing gazed at Nezha, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. On one hand, he genuinely wished to assist Nezha in enhancing his magical prowess. On the other, he constantly reminded himself to seek Nezha's vulnerabilities in the process. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Nezha, while executing this technique, you might try to more adeptly harness the power of the demon pill within you, closely intertwining the rhythm of your breath with the variations of your moves. For instance, at the moment the spear thrusts forward, guiding the explosion of the demon pill's power in tandem could render your attacks more fluid and potent." Nezha's eyes sparkled with realization as he exclaimed, "Ao Bing, your insights are truly enlightening. I shall give it a try." With that, he raised the fire-tipped spear once more, following Ao Bing's advice to reapply his fiery onslaught. This time, he distinctly felt the flow of his breath was more seamless, and the ferocity of the flames intensified, further scorching the beach. "Haha, Ao Bing, it truly works. You are remarkable, always able to pinpoint my flaws," Nezha said excitedly, his face radiating with confidence. Ao Bing watched Nezha, his heart aching with a profound sense of conflict. He understood that while it seemed he was aiding Nezha, he was, in truth, exploiting this trust to seek opportunities for harm. This inner turmoil caused Ao Bing considerable distress. In the course of their subsequent training, Ao Bing appeared to be intently engaged in sparring with Nezha, while secretly fixated on observing Nezha's every movement. He discerned that although Nezha possessed formidable strength, there were certain deficiencies in the meticulous manipulation of his spells. Each time Nezha executed a more complex incantation, the control over the magical orb exhibited brief fluctuations. Though these variations were exceedingly subtle, to a master like Ao Bing, they were as conspicuous as a beacon in the night. "Perhaps this is the vulnerability I seek," Ao Bing mused inwardly. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he was beset by inner turmoil. The notion of exploiting Nezha's trust to uncover and target his weaknesses filled Ao Bing with profound guilt. "How about this technique, Water Dragon Break?" Nezha's voice interrupted Ao Bing's reverie. Nezha conjured the surrounding seawater, coalescing it into a colossal water dragon, which surged forward with ferocity, churning the ocean in its wake. Ao Bing steadied himself and remarked, "Nezha, you have made significant progress, yet the stability of the water dragon's form could be further reinforced. You might consider concentrating more on the delicate manipulation of the water element. This will greatly enhance both the power and stability of your dragon." "All right, I shall try again," Nezha replied. He closed his eyes, focused his energy, and once more invoked Water Dragon Break. This time, the dragon's form was more lifelike, with scales distinctly visible, and it flew with a steadiness that had eluded it previously. "Ao Bing, do you think this is much improved?" Nezha opened his eyes, looking at Ao Bing with eager anticipation. "Indeed, Nezha, you are learning swiftly. If you continue on this path, your spells will undoubtedly grow ever more formidable," Ao Bing said. Though his thoughts lingered on how, without this wretched scheme, he and Nezha might have continued to spar and progress together. As time passed, Ao Bing became increasingly convinced of Nezha's weakness in the intricate control of spells. Yet, he remained hesitant to resolve whether to truly exploit this flaw to advance his agenda. Each time he contemplated harming Nezha, his heart felt as though pierced by countless needles. "Ao Bing, let us conclude today's training here. I feel I have gained much. Thank you for your guidance," Nezha said with a smile, resting the fire-tipped spear upon his shoulder. "Not at all, Nezha. We are friends. It is only right that we assist one another," Ao Bing replied, managing to force a smile. The two wandered along the beach, savoring the momentary tranquility. However, Ao Bing's heart was tumultuous. He understood that Shun Gongbao and the Dragon King Ao Guang would not grant him much time for contemplation. He needed to decide swiftly. Ao Bing, how wonderful it would be if we could one day embark on heroic quests together, vanquishing demons and evil. Nezha gazed at the distant horizon, his eyes sparkling with dreams. Ao Bing felt a sharp pang in his heart as he responded, Nezha, I too hope for that day. Yet the affairs of this world are often far more complex than we imagine. What troubles you, Ao Bing? You seem to be burdened with worries lately, Nezha inquired. Noticing Ao Bing's preoccupation, Nezha noticed the unusual demeanor of Ao Bing and inquired with concern. Startled, Ao Bing quickly replied, It's nothing, Nezha. I was merely contemplating the affairs of the Dragon Clan, as their plight beneath the sea has long weighed heavily upon my heart. Nezha placed a reassuring hand on Ao Bing's shoulder, saying, Do not worry, Ao Bing. We have always been seeking solutions, have we not? I firmly believe that with our united efforts, we shall discover a way to liberate the Dragon Clan from their predicament. As Ao Bing gazed at Nezha, he silently pondered, If only you knew my true thoughts at this moment, would you still place such trust in me? Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing sat alone in his chamber, gazing out at the profound underwater world, lost in contemplation. He was acutely aware that he stood at a crossroads. One path led to his genuine friendship with Nezha, while the other was the duty to his clan. Regardless of the choice he made, a heavy toll awaited him. Is there truly no alternative? Ao Bing murmured to himself, his heart brimming with helplessness and anguish. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached, and a guard respectfully announced, Your Highness, Lord Shun Gongbao requests an audience. Ao Bing's heart sank. He knew that Shun Gongbao had returned to press him. Let him enter, he replied, his tone tinged with fatigue. Shortly thereafter, Shun Gongbao strode into the room. Clad in a dark robe and adorned with a leopard headdress, his countenance was grim, and his eyes sparkled with a piercing intensity. Ao Bing, I have heard that you have yet to take any action. What are you waiting for? Do you intend to watch the Dragon Clan remain trapped in this abyss forever? Shun Gongbao stated bluntly. Anger surged within Ao Bing, yet he restrained his emotions and replied, Shun Gongbao, I have been seeking opportunities. Nezha is not so easily dealt with. A single misstep could unravel our entire plan. Shun Gongbao scoffed. Humph, it appears you are blinded by Nezha's camaraderie. Do not forget, you are the third prince of the Dragon Clan, bearing the weight of their future. If you do not act soon, I shall not let you off lightly. Clenching his fists, Ao Bing retorted, Shun Gongbao, do not push me too far. I have identified a weakness in Nezha and am contemplating how to exploit it to advance our plan. However, do not press me too tightly, for I cannot accomplish anything under such duress. Shun Gongbao scrutinized Ao Bing, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Oh, you have truly discovered Nezha's weakness? I hope you are not deceiving me. I grant you 3 days. By then, I expect to see progress in our plans. Otherwise, you know the consequences. With that, Shun Gongbao transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished from the room. Ao Bing remained alone, filled with fury and helplessness. He understood that there was no turning back. In 3 days, he must decide to exploit Nezha's vulnerability and execute the plan, even if it meant betraying their friendship entirely. Nezha, I am sorry, Ao Bing whispered, tears streaming down his cheeks. He recognized that once he took this step, the bond with Nezha would shatter, and he would become his adversary. In the ensuing 2 days, Ao Bing found himself engulfed in profound anguish and turmoil. He endeavored to devise alternative solutions to alleviate the plight of the Dragon Clan, all while seeking to spare Nezha from harm, yet his efforts bore no fruit. The threat posed by Shun Gongbao loomed over him like a sharpened blade, suffocating him with its presence. At last, the fateful day delineated by Shun Gongbao had arrived. Ao Bing recognized that he could no longer evade his destiny. He resolved that during his next encounter with Nezha, he would exploit Nezha's vulnerabilities and act according to his plan. Each thought pierced his heart like a dagger, yet for the sake of the Dragon Clan, he felt he had no alternative. On this day, burdened by heavy thoughts, Ao Bing made his way to the beach where he had arranged to meet Nezha. Nezha awaited him there, his face adorned with the usual radiant smile. Ao Bing, you have finally arrived. Today we shall continue our training. I feel there is still much I need to improve, Nezha exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ao Bing gazed at Nezha, a sharp pang of sorrow gripping his heart. He fought back tears and replied, Very well, Nezha, let us begin. The two positioned themselves and commenced their training. While Ao Bing feigned concentration in their sparring, his heart quietly anticipated the opportune moment. He understood that once he set his plan into motion, there would be no turning back. Chapter 26. A pretended hand of assistance lays the seeds of calamity. Naive Nezha falls into crisis under the relentless pressure of Shun Gongbao and the imposing authority of Dragon King Ao Guang. Ao Bing's internal struggle reached its zenith. He was acutely aware that time was no longer on his side, and decisive action was imperative. After days of covert observation, he finally discerned Nezha's weaknesses in the intricate manipulation of spells. Despite being engulfed in pain and guilt for the fate of the Dragon Clan, he resolved to exploit this vulnerability and execute the tormenting plan he had devised. On a day bathed in brilliant sunlight, with not a cloud in sight, the beach near Chintang Pass sparkled as waves gently caressed the shore, producing a melodious sound. Nezha and Ao Bing gathered as usual to train. Nezha, clad in vibrant red silk and wielding a fiery spear, exuded an air of dashing confidence, his eyes brimming with determination and passion. Ao Bing, I feel particularly invigorated today. Let us attempt a more challenging spell combination, Nezha declared excitedly, the spear in his hand dancing with unrestrained vigor, its tip glinting menacingly. Ao Bing looked at Nezha, his heart a tumult of emotions, and managed to force a smile. Indeed, Nezha, I share that sentiment. The two assumed their stances and commenced their training. Nezha launched the first attack, channeling the power of the magic orb within him, causing the fiery spear to ignite in a blaze of flames as he thrust it forward. The fire surging forth like a dragon, fierce and formidable. Ao Bing, in turn, manipulated the seawater to form a robust wall, effectively blocking Nezha's assault. The clash of water and fire produced a hissing sound, steam rising and enveloping the surroundings. Nezha, your technique is indeed powerful, but your control over the flames could benefit from greater precision, Ao Bing remarked, adeptly adjusting the shape of the water wall to better withstand the fiery onslaught. Nezha nodded in agreement, saying, yes, I too sense that my ability to condense and release the flames lacks a certain finesse. Ao Bing, do you have any good suggestions? Taking a deep breath, Ao Bing replied, you might consider focusing more intently on the form and direction of the flame when harnessing the power of the magic orb, concentrating the energy at a single point before unleashing it in a sudden burst. This approach will not only amplify the potency of the flames, but also enhance the precision of your attacks. All right, I shall give it a try. Nezha closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, and cast the spell once more. This time, he diligently followed Ao Bing's advice, and indeed, the flames became more concentrated, resembling a fiery arrow that shot directly towards the water wall. Ao Bing, behold! Nezha shouted as the fiery arrow collided violently with the water wall, causing it to tremble fiercely, yet it remained unbroken. Well done, Nezha, you have made significant progress, Ao Bing commented, though he quietly awaited the right moment. As Nezha delved deeper into his training, he attempted to execute a more intricate spell. He endeavored to manipulate the surrounding seawater, merging it with his fiery power to create an entirely new form of attack. However, as Ao Bing had observed, when Nezha attempted this delicate manipulation, the power of the magic orb experienced a brief fluctuation. In that fleeting moment, Ao Bing felt a pang of conflict within himself. Yet he gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed with his plan. Maintaining an outward calm, he secretly cast a spell to subtly interfere with Nezha's magic orb power. Before long, the once consolidated flames and seawater began to unravel, the fire careening wildly out of control, while the seawater lost its form, becoming tumultuous. Nezha's complexion turned pale as he realized the dire situation, struggling to regain control over the chaotic forces, but to no avail. Ao Bing, what is happening? Nezha exclaimed anxiously, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Feigning panic, Ao Bing said, Nezha, do not fret. You may have been too hasty in merging the two powers, causing the energy to spiral out of control. Allow me to assist you. With that, Ao Bing swiftly approached Nezha, his hands forming rapid seals while he muttered incantations. Although his spell appeared to be stabilizing Nezha's power, it was, in fact, further complicating the turmoil within the magic orb, exacerbating the chaotic situation. Nezha felt a formidable force surge within him, attempting to guide the unruly magic orb power. Yet this energy only worsened his condition. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if a fire were raging through his veins, inflicting unbearable pain. Nezha could not suppress a cry of agony, collapsing to one knee. His gaze was filled with confusion and suffering, unable to comprehend why the situation had devolved so drastically. Nezha, hold on, Ao Bing urged, continuing to weave his spell, though a fleeting expression of pain and guilt crossed his face. At that moment, the atmosphere on the beach grew exceptionally tense, as flames and seawater wreaked havoc, and the surrounding sand and stones were lifted and scattered by the overwhelming force. Ao Bing, I can barely maintain control, Nezha struggled to say. his voice tinged with weakness. Ao Bing felt as if his heart were being torn asunder. He understood the immense harm he was inflicting on Nezha, but for the sake of the Dragon Clan, he had no choice but to persevere. Nezha, just hold on a little longer. I will surely help you stabilize your power, Ao Bing proclaimed, yet within his heart, he silently offered apologies. Ultimately, under Ao Bing's relentless interference, Nezha's body could no longer withstand the overwhelming surge of power, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. The flames and sea water gradually subsided, leaving the beach in disarray. Ao Bing gazed at the unconscious Nezha, his heart heavy with guilt and anguish. He slowly knelt down and cradled Nezha in his arms, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Nezha, I am truly sorry. I never wished to harm you, but I had no other choice, Ao Bing whispered, his voice tinged with helplessness and despair. After a significant time had passed, Ao Bing gradually regained his composure. He understood that he must promptly resolve the situation at hand, ensuring that Nezha remained unaware of his deliberate actions. He cast a spell to erase the traces on the beach and then carried Nezha back to Li Jing's residence. Madam, it is Nezha. Ao Bing rushed into Li Jing's home, anxiety etched upon his face as he addressed Yin Shenyang. Upon seeing the unconscious Nezha, her complexion turned pale, and she hurried forward to take him, asking, Ao Bing, what happened? Weren't you two training? How did it come to this? Ao Bing lowered his head, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he replied, Madam, while we were training, Nezha attempted to merge two spells, perhaps out of impatience, which led to a loss of control over his power. I did my utmost to prevent this, but alas, I could not avert the outcome. Yin Shenyang looked at the unconscious Nezha, her heart aching, and said, This child is always so reckless. Ao Bing, thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the consequences. Madam, you flatter me. Nezha is my friend, and it is but my duty to help, Ao Bing responded, though his heart was laden with guilt. Soon after, Yin Shenyang hastily summoned people to carry Nezha into a room and called for a physician to attend to him. Ao Bing stood aside, his heart restless, apprehensive about what would transpire once Nezha regained consciousness. After the physician carefully examined Nezha's condition, he frowned and said, Madam, the young master's situation is somewhat precarious. The power within him is chaotic, and his meridians have sustained some damage. Fortunately, it is not grave. With proper care and recuperation, he should recover. Yin Shenyang breathed a sigh of relief, saying, That is good to hear. Thank you, physician. After prescribing several doses of medicine, the physician departed. Yin Shenyang personally tended to Nezha, administering the herbal concoction to him, while Ao Bing assisted, yet his heart remained tumultuous. In the ensuing days, Ao Bing visited Nezha daily. Witnessing Nezha's unconscious state tormented him deeply. Unbeknownst to him, Nezha remained oblivious to all that transpired, still locked in a battle with the chaotic power within. At long last, after 3 days and nights of unconsciousness, Nezha slowly opened his eyes. What has happened to me? Nezha inquired, his gaze wandering across the unfamiliar room in confusion. Yin Shenyang, overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Nezha awake, exclaimed, Nezha, you have finally awakened. You lost control of your power during training and have been unconscious for 3 days and nights. It frightened me terribly. Nezha rubbed his head, striving to recollect the events that had transpired earlier. He could only remember that during his cultivation, his magical powers had suddenly spiraled out of control, after which everything became a blur. Mother, I am fine now. I apologize for causing you worry, Nezha expressed, though a vague sense of unease lingered in his heart. At that moment, Ao Bing entered the room, and upon seeing Nezha awake, he felt a tumult of joy and anxiety. Nezha, you have finally awakened. You nearly frightened me to death, Ao Bing exclaimed, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Nezha gazed at Ao Bing and said, Ao Bing, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I truly do not know what would have become of me. A pang of pain shot through Ao Bing's heart. He lowered his head, unable to meet Nezha's gaze, and replied, Nezha, do not say such things. We are friends, and it is only natural for us to assist one another. Unbeknownst to Nezha, he failed to notice Ao Bing's unusual demeanor. With a smile, Nezha remarked, Ao Bing, once I have recovered, we shall resume our training. I refuse to believe I cannot master that spell. Ao Bing, grappling with a tumult of emotions, managed to force a smile and responded, Very well, Nezha. I believe you will succeed. However, Ao Bing was acutely aware that the dynamics of their relationship had subtly shifted. He had exploited Nezha's trust, inflicting harm upon him. Although Nezha was oblivious for the time being, he remained unaware of how he would confront Ao Bing when the truth eventually surfaced. In the days that followed, Ao Bing continued to interact with Nezha while enduring the torment within his heart. He was uncertain how far he could tread along this path fraught with deception and betrayal. Nor did he know what fate awaited him in the end. Meanwhile, Nezha remained entirely unsuspecting of Ao Bing, eagerly anticipating their continued training once he regained his strength, unaware that an even greater crisis was silently approaching. Chapter 27. Guilt buried deep, inner turmoil beneath the surface. Nezha gradually awakened, his gaze falling upon the worried and affectionate face of In Shenyang. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, only to find himself utterly fatigued, as though all his strength had been expended during that uncontrolled bout of cultivation. Nezha, you have finally awakened. Do not move, just lie still, In Shenyang hurriedly urged, gently pressing him back down, her voice tinged with unmistakable urgency and concern. Nezha nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the room until they landed on Ao Bing, who stood by the bedside, looking at him with deep concern. His parched lips curled into a faint, weak smile as he said, Ao Bing, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I cannot fathom what might have occurred. Ao Bing felt as though he had been struck with a heavy blow, guilt flooding over him like a relentless tide. He struggled to muster a smile as he stepped closer, saying, Nezha, we are friends. There is no need for such formalities. Knowing you are safe brings me peace. Nezha looked at Ao Bing with gratitude, warmth enveloping his heart. Ao Bing, once I regain my strength, we shall continue our training. I refuse to believe I cannot master that spell. A flicker of panic crossed Ao Bing's eyes before he composed himself, responding, Very well, Nezha. I have faith that you will succeed. However, do not rush this time. Focus on your recovery first. In Shenyang nodded beside him and remarked, Ao Bing is right. Nezha, you truly frightened your mother this time. In the future, exercise caution in your cultivation. Do not act so recklessly. Nezha stuck out his tongue and replied, Mother, I understand. This time, I was too eager to master the new spells and did not foresee the consequences. In the days that followed, Ao Bing visited Nezha daily. As he observed Nezha's gradual recovery, the guilt in his heart grew heavier rather than diminishing. Every time their eyes met, he felt like a remorseless sinner, deceiving this innocent trust. One afternoon, as sunlight streamed through the window, Nezha reclined on his bed, idly fiddling with a small object in his hand. Ao Bing entered as usual, carrying a basket of fresh fruit. Nezha, how are you feeling today? Ao Bing asked with a smile, placing the fruit on the table. I feel much better. I believe my strength is nearly restored. After a few more days of rest, I will be lively again, Nezha exclaimed, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ao Bing sat beside the bed and handed a piece of fruit to Nezha, saying, That's wonderful. Make sure to eat plenty of fruit. It's beneficial for your recovery. Nezha accepted the fruit, took a bite, and the juice burst forth, filling his mouth with sweetness. It's truly delightful. Ao Bing, how about we try some new spells during our next training session? Ao Bing's heart tightened. He was uncertain how to confront Nezha's enthusiasm for cultivation and his unwavering trust. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Nezha, there's no rush for the new spells. Focus first on solidifying your grasp of the previous ones. After all, this incident serves as a reminder that a solid foundation is essential. Nezha blinked, contemplating for a moment before nodding. You are right, Ao Bing. You always think ahead. I shall diligently refine my understanding of the previous spells first. Seeing Nezha's earnest demeanor, Ao Bing felt increasingly pained. He turned his gaze away, pretending to look out the window, and said, Nezha, concentrate on your recovery. Once you are well, we will have ample time for training. However, beneath this calm facade, turbulent currents were surging. Shen Gongbao was exceedingly displeased with Ao Bing's progress and had urged him multiple times in secret. On a certain day, just after Ao Bing left the residence of Li Jing, he was suddenly pulled into a dark corner by a mysterious force. Startled, he had yet to react when Shen Gongbao's ominous figure appeared before him. Ao Bing, what do you intend to do? So much time has passed, yet the plan shows no advancement. Shen Gongbao's face was contorted with rage, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Ao Bing felt a wave of annoyance, but dared not reveal it. Replying helplessly, Shen Gongbao, Nezha has just been injured. Now is not the time for rash actions. He is completely defenseless against me, and opportunities will arise. Shen Gongbao snorted coldly, stepping closer to Ao Bing. Humph, I warn you, the Dragon King is growing impatient. If you delay any further, you will bear the consequences for the future of the Dragon Clan. Ao Bing felt a surge of anger, clenching his fists and stating, Shen Gongbao, do not push me too far. I yearn more than anyone for the Dragon Clan to extricate itself from its plight, yet this matter cannot be rushed. Nezha is no ordinary adversary, A slight misstep could lead to total ruin. Shin Gongbao gazed at Ao Bing for an extended period, his eyes filled with skepticism. Let us hope you speak the truth. I shall grant you a little more time. Hasten the progress of your plan. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. With that, Shin Gongbao transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. Ao Bing stared in the direction of Shin Gongbao's disappearance, his heart brimming with helplessness and fury. He was acutely aware that he had ensnared himself in an inextricable dilemma, torn between his guilt and friendship for Nezha, and the duty to the Dragon Clan under Shin Gongbao's coercion. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing sat alone in his chamber, gazing out at the profound underwater world, his mind a tempest of thoughts. He recalled the cherished moments spent with Nezha, their shared training sessions and dreams exchanged, so beautiful yet now shattered by the harshness of reality. Was there truly no alternative? Ao Bing murmured softly, his eyes reflecting anguish and confusion. At that moment, a guard's voice called from outside. Third Prince, His Majesty the Dragon King summons you. A weight settled in Ao Bing's heart. He knew the Dragon King had come to urge the plan's advancement. Steeling himself, he rose and made his way to the Dragon King's palace. Inside the palace, the Dragon King Ao Guang sat regally upon his throne, his demeanor grave and authoritative. Upon seeing Ao Bing enter, his gaze pierced like an eagle's. Binger, Shin Gongbao has informed me of your situation. Why do you hesitate to act? Do you truly intend to sacrifice the future of the entire Dragon Clan for Nezha? Ao Bing knelt on one knee, his heart heavy with helplessness and inner turmoil. Father, I dare not. It is merely that Nezha has just begun to recover. Any action now might arouse his suspicions. I have been searching for the right moment, and I beseech you to grant me a little more time. The Dragon King furrowed his brow, roaring with anger. Time? We have little left. Binger, as the third prince of the Dragon Clan, you bear the hopes of our entire lineage. If you do not swiftly execute this plan, the Dragon Clan shall remain forever in despair, and you will become an eternal pariah among our kind. Ao Bing felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, lowering his head as tears welled in his eyes. Father, I understand. I shall exert every effort to meet your and the Dragon Clan's expectations. Exiting the Dragon King's palace, Ao Bing felt as though he bore an insurmountable burden, each step laden with difficulty. He recognized that time was slipping away, and he needed to make a decisive choice. Back in his room, Ao Bing sat on the bed, cradling his head in his hands, plunged into deep contemplation. The image of Nezha's pained expression during his unconsciousness pierced his heart. Yet, the grim reality of the Dragon Clan trapped beneath the sea left him feeling bereft of alternatives. Nezha, I am truly sorry, Ao Bing whispered, tears cascading down his cheeks. He understood that the bond of friendship he shared with Nezha might soon be obliterated in this cruel conspiracy. Meanwhile, Nezha remained blissfully unaware of it all, recuperating peacefully at Li Jing's residence, eagerly anticipating the day of his recovery to continue training with Ao Bing and pursue their shared dreams. He remained unaware that beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, a formidable crisis was silently approaching him, and that his dear friend Ao Bing was being drawn into the eye of this storm, struggling in pain and helplessness. As the days passed, Nezha's injuries gradually healed. Eager to resume his training, he remained oblivious to the subtle shift in the atmosphere around him. One morning, Nezha rose early and engaged in some physical exercises in the courtyard. He felt that his body had nearly recovered, and his desire to train intensified. Mother, I feel completely well now. Today, I wish to seek out Ao Bing for training, Nezha exclaimed excitedly as he bounded over to Yin Shenyang. Yin Shenyang looked at Nezha, her eyes filled with concern. Nezha, are you truly better? I still feel a bit uneasy. Perhaps you should rest a few more days? Nezha, smiling, grasped Yin Shenyang's hand. Mother, you need not worry. I am really fine. Just look at me, full of vigor. Yin Shenyang sighed, offering a reluctant smile. Very well. Since you are so eager to go, then do so. But you must be cautious. Do not act recklessly like last time. Understood, Mother, Nezha replied, before dashing out with great speed. Nezha arrived at the beach where he often met Ao Bing, and from a distance, he spotted Ao Bing already waiting for him. Clad in a light blue robe, Ao Bing's garments fluttered in the breeze, yet his expression bore a weight of seriousness. Ao Bing, Nezha called out excitedly. Rushing towards him, Ao Bing lifted his gaze, and seeing Nezha brimming with vitality, felt a pang in his heart. He forced a smile and said, Nezha, you've come. Is your body truly all right? Absolutely. I feel an abundance of strength coursing through me. Let us train earnestly today, Nezha declared confidently, unknowingly gripping the fire-tipped spear tightly in his hand. Observing Nezha, Ao Bing silently contemplated that perhaps today would mark the commencement of their plan. Yet this also signified an unprecedented trial for their friendship. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "All right, Nezha, let us begin." The two assumed their stances and commenced their training. Nezha's movements remained powerful and vigorous, the fire-tipped spear whirling in his grasp with ferocious energy. Ao Bing controlled the seawater, synchronizing with Nezha's attacks. On the surface, everything appeared as usual, yet Ao Bing's heart was torn, pondering when to execute that cruel plan. Chapter 28. Conspiracies Constrain Affections. A dilemma of the heart on the beach outside Li Jing's residence. The sunlight poured down unabashedly, while the waves rhythmically crashed against the shore, producing a melodious sound. Nezha and Ao Bing stood facing each other as they prepared to train, Nezha's eyes gleaming with eagerness and anticipation. The fire-tipped spear danced carelessly in his hands, its tip glimmering with a sharp radiance, as if expressing its master's impatience. "Ao Bing, today I feel in excellent form. Let us engage in a thorough sparring session and see if my recent recuperation has affected my skills," Nezha said with a smile, his tone brimming with confidence. Ao Bing gazed at Nezha, his heart a tumult of emotions, as he managed to force a faint smile. "Very well, Nezha, I too look forward to your progress." Yet, beneath his calm exterior, Ao Bing's inner turmoil surged like a tempestuous sea. The relentless urging of Xing Wangbao echoed in his mind like a tightening spell, leaving him breathless. Just yesterday, Xing Wangbao had once again appeared, his ominous visage and menacing words vividly etched in Ao Bing's memory. "Ao Bing, how much longer do you intend to procrastinate? The Dragon King has lost patience, and the future of our clan cannot withstand your indecision. If the plan does not advance soon, you know the consequences." Xing Wangbao's voice was chilling, like a razor-sharp blade, piercing Ao Bing's heart with every word. "Ao Bing, Nezha has just recovered. Any action now would be fraught with peril. He already places profound trust in me. I must await the opportune moment to ensure absolute certainty." Ao Bing attempted to explain, yet his heart was heavy with frustration and helplessness. "Humph, the right moment? It seems you have been bewitched by Nezha's friendship. Do not forget your identity as the third prince of the Dragon Clan, bearing the hopes of your entire kin. If you do not act soon, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With a cold snort, Xing Wangbao's eyes flashed with ferocity before he transformed into a cloud of black smoke and vanished. Ao Bing understood all too well that Xing Wangbao was not merely issuing threats. Failure to act would lead the Dragon Clan to an irretrievable abyss, and he would become a timeless sinner of his people. Yet, the thought of harming Nezha, who stood before him unguarded and regarded him as a close friend, pierced his heart like countless steel needles, causing him immense agony. "Ao Bing, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Nezha perceptively noticed Ao Bing's distress and inquired with concern. Ao Bing, startled, quickly regained his composure and replied, No, it's nothing, Nezha. Perhaps I have not rested well these past few days and have been a bit distracted. Let us begin." The two adopted their stances and commenced their training. Nezha initiated the attack, the fire spear whistling through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, aimed at Ao Bing. Instinctively, Ao Bing manipulated the waters, forming a robust water shield to deflect Nezha's assault. The clash of water and fire produced a hissing sound, steam billowing forth and enveloping the surroundings. "Ao Bing, behold my technique." Blazing flames ascending, Nezha shouted, channeling the power of the magic orb within him, igniting the fire spear in a fierce inferno. The flames roared like a ferocious beast. Lunging towards the water shield, Ao Bing focused intently, reinforcing the water shield while saying, "Nezha, your technique has indeed gained considerable strength, but your control over the flames could be more precise." As he continued his onslaught, Nezha responded, "Yes, I too sense that there is room for improvement in precision. Ao Bing, do you have any valuable suggestions?" Ao Bing found himself torn between responding to Nezha and contemplating how to advance the plan. After a moment of hesitation, he suggested, "You might try concentrating your focus more on the spear's tip while harnessing the power of the magic orb, guiding the flames to coalesce into a tighter formation. This would not only enhance your power, but also improve your accuracy." "All right, I shall try," Nezha replied, diligently attempting to adjust his technique according to Ao Bing's advice. The flames gradually coalesced into a bundle, resembling a multitude of burning arrows, aimed at the water shield. The water shield began to tremble violently under the onslaught of these fiery projectiles. "Look at me this time," Nezha exclaimed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Ao Bing gazed at Nezha, his heart racked with torment. He understood that Nezha was completely defenseless at that moment, filled with unwavering trust. Yet he was about to exploit this trust to inflict harm. Under the coercion of Shun Gongbao, he had little time left to contemplate. Finally, Ao Bing gritted his teeth. secretly casting a spell in an attempt to disrupt Nezha's demonic orb's power. Just as Nezha was wholly absorbed in wielding his magic, he suddenly sensed a tumultuous disturbance within his demonic orb's energy. The once consolidated flames spiraled out of control, scattering chaotically. His complexion shifted dramatically as he attempted to force control, only to discover that the power surged like a wild stallion, completely unmanageable. What is happening? Nezha gasped, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Ao Bing feigned panic, saying, "Nezha, do not panic. It might be that your haste has caused the power to spiral out of control. Let me assist you." As he spoke, Ao Bing swiftly approached Nezha, his hands forming intricate seals while reciting incantations. While it appeared he was helping Nezha stabilize his power, he was, in fact, secretly intensifying the interference, exacerbating Nezha's dire situation. Nezha felt a powerful force surge into his body, rather than aiding in stabilizing his power. It rendered the chaotic energy of the demonic orb even more ferocious. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if his meridians were being scorched by searing flames, overwhelming agony enveloping him. Ao Bing, I can barely hold on. Nezha struggled to articulate, his voice laced with weakness and despair. Ao Bing's heart felt as if it were being shredded by a blade as he witnessed Nezha's suffering. His soul was heavy with guilt and remorse. Yet, for the sake of the Dragon Clan, he steeled his resolve to continue. "Nezha, just a little longer. I will surely help you stabilize your power," Ao Bing declared, tears welling in his eyes. At last, Nezha could no longer withstand the brutal force of the impact, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing backward. The flames gradually extinguished, leaving the beach in eerie silence. Only the sound of the waves remained, as if narrating this tragedy. Ao Bing hurriedly rushed forward, cradling Nezha in his arms, tears escaping uncontrollably. "Nezha, I am so sorry. I truly did not wish to treat you this way, but I had no other choice." Ao Bing sobbed softly, his voice filled with helplessness and despair. After a long while, Nezha slowly opened his eyes, a haze of confusion and pain reflected within them. "Ao Bing, what exactly is happening? Why did I suddenly lose control?" Ao Bing felt a surge of panic and quickly replied, "Nezha, I am uncertain as well. Perhaps it is due to your injuries still healing. Your body has not fully recovered, and in your eagerness to wield powerful magic, you lost control." Nezha furrowed his brow, desperately trying to recall the earlier events, sensing an unsettling discrepancy. Yet, observing Ao Bing's anxious demeanor, he felt he might be overthinking it. "Maybe, as you said, I was simply too hasty," Nezha weakly responded. Ao Bing looked at Nezha, his heart brimming with remorse, and said, "Nezha, do not dwell on it. Rest well for now. Once your body is fully restored, we will resume our training at a measured pace." With a resigned nod, Nezha accepted the situation. Ao Bing cradled Nezha in his arms and returned to Li Jing's residence. Upon seeing the unconscious Nezha, Yin Shenyang's countenance paled instantly, and she rushed forward. "Ao Bing, what has happened? Weren't you both practicing?" she inquired anxiously. Ao Bing lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, and replied, "Madam, during our training, Nezha attempted to wield a new spell. It seems that his body had not fully recovered, leading to a loss of control over his power. I did my utmost to prevent it, but alas, I could not avert this misfortune." Yin Shenyang gazed at the unconscious Nezha, her heart aching. This child is always so reckless. "Ao Bing, I thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have transpired." "Madam, you are too kind. Nezha is my dear friend. It is only right that I help," Ao Bing said, though a heavy weight pressed upon his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. Soon after, Yin Shenyang hurriedly summoned others to carry Nezha into a room and called for a physician to attend to him. Ao Bing stood anxiously by, filled with trepidation about how Nezha would react upon awakening and how he himself would face Nezha thereafter. After a thorough examination, the physician furrowed his brow and said, "Madam, the young master's condition is more severe than before. His internal energies are in disarray, and his meridians have sustained further damage. Fortunately, there is no immediate danger to his life, but he will require an extended period of recuperation for a full recovery." Yin Shenyang sighed with relief, saying, "That is good to hear. Thank you for your efforts, physician." After prescribing several doses of medicine, the physician took his leave. Yin Shenyang personally tended to Nezha, administering the herbal concoction, while Ao Bing assisted her, though he remained in a state of inner turmoil. In the days that followed, Ao Bing visited Nezha daily. Observing Nezha's frail form lying on the sickbed tortured his heart. Meanwhile, Nezha's suspicions towards Ao Bing began to grow within him. Although he lacked concrete evidence, he could not shake the feeling that the incident of power loss was too peculiar. One day, in a state between dreams and wakefulness. Nezha vaguely overheard a conversation between Ao Bing and Yin Shenyang outside the door. Ao Bing, I appreciate your efforts these past few days, visiting Nezha daily, Yin Shenyang remarked. Madam, please do not mention it. Nezha is my friend. It is only natural for me to care for him. I sincerely hope for his swift recovery, Ao Bing replied. Alas, this child is truly unfortunate. Having already suffered so much due to the reincarnation of the demon orb, he now endures such trials, Yin Shenyang sighed. Madam, do not be too sorrowful. Nezha is favored by fate and will surely recover, Ao Bing consoled her. Hearing this, Nezha felt a surge of emotion. Yet, he was soon reminded of the chaos during the loss of control, and his doubts resurfaced. Was it truly just my impatience, or was there another reason? Nezha pondered silently. As time passed, Nezha's injuries gradually healed. However, the relationship between him and Ao Bing had subtly changed. On the surface, they continued to interact as before. Yet Nezha's wariness grew ever more pronounced. Meanwhile, Ao Bing sensed the shift in Nezha and felt an increasing anguish within himself. He was aware that the bond of friendship between himself and Nezha had developed an irreparable rift. On this day, Ao Bing, as was his custom, visited Li Jing's residence to see Nezha. Nezha was seated in the courtyard basking in the sun. Upon noticing Ao Bing's arrival, he merely offered a faint greeting. Nezha, how are you feeling today? Ao Bing inquired with a smile, attempting to dispel the awkwardness that enveloped them. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Nezha replied coolly. A hint of detachment evident in his gaze. A sharp pang pierced Ao Bing's heart. He understood that his actions had sown seeds of doubt in Nezha's mind. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, silently enduring the anguish. Nezha, once you fully recover, we shall train together again. I believe you will master those spells. Ao Bing said, filled with a sense of helplessness. Perhaps, Nezha responded briefly, his eyes drifting towards the horizon, seemingly lost in thought. Ao Bing gazed at Nezha, silently lamenting. Nezha, I recognize that I have caused you pain, yet I truly find myself in a predicament. I hope that one day you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Unbeknownst to Ao Bing, the seeds of suspicion within Nezha had taken root, destined to sprout with the passage of time, leading to a monumental crisis. Ao Bing would find himself confronted with even more challenging decisions as the storm brewed. In the days that followed, Chun Tang Pass appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, turmoil brewed. Shen Gongbao grew increasingly dissatisfied with Ao Bing's actions, issuing veiled threats repeatedly. Simultaneously, Dragon King Ao Guang exerted relentless pressure, demanding that Ao Bing expedite the plan. Amidst this overwhelming tension, Ao Bing felt as though he were ensnared in a hellish abyss. Beset by anguish, Ao Bing, how much longer must I wait? Dragon King Ao Guang thundered in the Dragon Palace, his eyes ablaze with fury. The future of our kind cannot be jeopardized by your incompetence. Father, I have been striving diligently, but Nezha has become wary of me, complicating my efforts. Please grant me a bit more time, Ao Bing pleaded, kneeling on one knee, his heart heavy with frustration. Time. We have precious little left. The Dragon King bellowed. If you do not succeed soon, our race will languish in perpetual despair. The choice is yours. With that, he turned and departed in a storm of rage. Left alone in the grand hall of the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing was engulfed by despair. He realized that retreat was no longer an option. For the sake of his kin, he must expedite the plan, even if it meant irrevocably sacrificing Nezha's trust. Meanwhile, Nezha, within Li Jing's abode, was clandestinely investigating the cause of his uncontrolled powers. He harbored a vague suspicion that Ao Bing was involved, yet lacked concrete evidence. He resolved that once he had fully healed, he would uncover the truth behind the matter. A tempest was brewing, poised to engulf all of Chun Tang Pass. Chapter 29. Deceit and Betrayal Amongst Friends. The turmoil of Chun Tang intensifies under the relentless coercion of Shen Gongbao and the unyielding pressure from Dragon King Ao Guang. Ao Bing's internal conflict reached its zenith. He understood that time was slipping away, and he must hasten the execution of the plan, lest the Dragon Clan face eternal subjugation. Despite being filled with guilt and reluctance towards Nezha, he gritted his teeth, determined to carry out the next step of the plan for the mission of the Dragon Clan. On this day, the skies over Chun Tang Pass were brilliantly clear, the sunlight almost blinding. The marketplace bustled with activity as the townsfolk moved about, creating a lively scene. However, beneath this seemingly harmonious atmosphere, a conspiracy was stealthily brewing. Ao Bing, clad in a pale blue robe, approached Nezha's residence at the Li Jing Manor with a grave expression. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. Upon seeing Ao Bing, Nezha's eyes lit up with surprise. Despite a prior mishap during his training, he still regarded Ao Bing as a close friend deep down. Ao Bing, you have come. I have been pondering our training for the past few days and feel I have some new insights, Nezha said enthusiastically, his face radiating excitement for their exchange. A pang of pain pierced Ao Bing's heart as he forced a smile. Nezha, I came today because I sensed something unusual near Chintang Pass. It seems a mysterious power is stirring. Shall we investigate together? Nezha's gaze sharpened at this revelation. Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. If there are any malevolent forces at play, we must eradicate them. The two swiftly departed from the Li Jing manor, heading towards the direction indicated by Ao Bing. Along the way, Nezha was wholly focused on resolving the trouble and restoring peace to Chintang Pass, completely oblivious to Ao Bing's inner turmoil and conflict. Before long, they arrived at a secluded valley. The valley was eerily tranquil, with only the occasional sound of the wind and the distant roar of a waterfall. Ao Bing felt a surge of delight. This was the meticulously chosen location, ideal for casting spells while remaining undetected. Is this the unusual occurrence you mentioned? I don't sense anything out of the ordinary, Nezha remarked, frowning as he scanned the surroundings. Ao Bing feigned vigilance, observing the area closely. It should be nearby, Nezha. Be cautious. This power is quite peculiar. Do not let your guard down. At that moment, Ao Bing secretly began to cast spells, manipulating the elemental forces around them. Instantly, the once peaceful valley was engulfed by howling winds and flying debris. The massive stones on either side of the valley began to shift, rolling down towards the narrow path within the valley. Not good, Nezha. We're in danger, Ao Bing shouted, pretending to panic as he dodged the tumbling boulders. Nezha swiftly drew his fire-tipped spear, channeling the power of his magical orb to shatter the boulders that approached him. Ao Bing, what is happening? Is there truly a monster causing chaos? Nezha shouted while managing the crisis. Ao Bing felt a deep sense of guilt, but continued to cast spells through gritted teeth. He secretly altered the trajectory of the falling stones, directing some towards the path frequently traversed by the townsfolk of Chintang Pass. Nezha, don't worry about me. Quickly, go stop those boulders and protect the citizens, Ao Bing called out, pointing towards the path. Without hesitation, Nezha charged towards the path where the townsfolk often walked, employing every skill at his disposal to block the boulders. Meanwhile, Ao Bing continued to cast spells behind him, intensifying the onslaught of the stones. At that moment, a group of villagers from Chintang Pass happened to pass by the narrow path. Upon witnessing the colossal stones plummeting like raindrops, they were struck with terror, scattering in all directions. It's Nezha. What is he doing here? Did he cause these boulders to fall? One villager exclaimed in fear. It must be him. He is the reincarnation of the demon orb, inherently vicious. Perhaps he seeks to harm us. Another villager echoed, as Nezha valiantly endeavored to halt the descending rocks. He anxiously pleaded, Please, do not misunderstand me. I am here to save you. This is not my doing. Yet, amidst their panic and dread, the villagers disregarded Nezha's clarifications. They were resolute in their belief that he was the instigator of this calamity, their anger and fear reaching a fever pitch. Observing this scene, Ao Bing was engulfed in profound anguish. He recognized that his actions were progressively cornering Nezha into a dire situation, yet for the sake of his dragon kin, he felt compelled to persist. At that instant, a massive stone hurtled toward a woman cradling her child. Nezha, without regard for his own safety, soared into the air, positioning himself as a shield against the boulder. The stone crashed heavily upon his back, causing him to spurt blood, yet he steadfastly protected the woman and her child. Nezha. Ao Bing could not contain his cry, as a wave of guilt surged within him. He was on the brink of revealing the truth to Nezha, yearning to halt the unfolding chaos. However, at that moment, the ominous voice of Shun Gongbao echoed in Ao Bing's mind. Ao Bing, do not forget the mission of the Dragon Clan. If you abandon it now, the dragon lineage shall remain forever in the shadows. With a tumult of internal conflict, Ao Bing ultimately steeled his resolve, continuing to wield his magic, exacerbating the turmoil. The villagers of Chintang Pass, witnessing Nezha bleeding, felt no gratitude. Instead, they became even more convinced that he had orchestrated this disaster. He must have done it on purpose, seeking to gain our trust before striking. They shouted in unison. We cannot let him escape. Drive him out of Chintang Pass. The villagers, in a fervor of outrage, hurled their accusations. Nezha, faced with the hostility of the crowd, experienced a blend of anger and injustice. He could not fathom why, despite his desperate efforts to protect them, he was met with such misunderstanding. They truly have misjudged me, he thought, wishing to clarify but being drowned out by the villagers' furious outcries. Ao Bing, watching from the sidelines, felt as though his heart were being wrenched apart. He longed to speak on Nezha's behalf, yet feared the threats from Shun Gongbao, apprehensive that he would jeopardize the plans of the Dragon Clan. Just as tensions escalated, Li Jing arrived with a contingent of soldiers. Upon surveying the chaotic scene, his heart sank. "Everyone, please calm down. What has transpired here?" Li Jing shouted, attempting to quell the villagers' fury. "Generally, you continue to protect your monstrous son. He seeks to bring about our demise." One villager pointed angrily at Nezha. Li Jing, observing the injured Nezha and the agitated villagers, understood that the situation was far from straightforward. "Let us not act rashly. I believe Nezha would never commit such an act. There must be a misunderstanding at play," Li Jing stated. Generally, you are showing favoritism towards your son. The facts are evident. How can there be any misunderstanding?" The common folk lamented relentlessly. Nezha gazed at his father, his eyes brimming with grievance. "Father, I truly came to save everyone. Someone is manipulating all of this from the shadows." Li Jing looked at Nezha, his eyes conveying trust. "Nezha, I believe in you. However, the immediate priority is to quell the public's fury." Ao Bing, observing this scene, felt an increasing sense of guilt. He knew that all of this was his doing, having placed Nezha in this dire predicament. "Father, I still wish to say something," Nezha began, only to be interrupted by Li Jing. "Nezha, hold your words for now. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide everyone with an explanation," Li Jing declared. Thereafter, Li Jing instructed the soldiers to pacify the populace and clear the scene. Although the townspeople remained hostile towards Nezha, they temporarily settled down under Li Jing's persuasion. On the journey back to Chintang Pass, Nezha remained silent, his face a portrait of despondency and injustice. Ao Bing, looking at Nezha, struggled several times to reveal the truth, but each time the words caught in his throat. "Nezha," Ao Bing finally spoke, unable to contain himself. "Ao Bing, please refrain from speaking. My mind is currently in turmoil," Nezha interrupted, his tone tinged with exhaustion. Ao Bing felt a sharp pang in his heart, realizing that the bond of friendship between him and Nezha now flickered like a candle in the wind, perilously close to extinguishing. Upon returning to Chintang Pass, Li Jing immediately commenced an investigation. He understood that if the truth was not swiftly uncovered, not only would Nezha be harmed, but the citizens of Chintang Pass would also be engulfed in anxiety. Meanwhile, Ao Bing returned to the Dragon Palace. Sitting alone in his chamber, gazing out at the profound depths of the sea, his heart heavy with anguish and conflict. He recognized that his actions had plunged Nezha into a tremendous predicament and had created an irreparable rift in their friendship. Yet, for the sake of the Dragon Clan, it seemed he had no path of retreat. "Nezha, I am sorry," Ao Bing murmured softly, tears streaming down his cheeks. He was uncertain how to face Nezha in the future and was oblivious to where this crisis, born of conspiracy, would ultimately lead. Simultaneously, Shun Gongbao watched from the shadows, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He was acutely aware that Ao Bing's actions had successfully intensified the conflict between Nezha and the citizens of Chintang Pass. All he needed to do now was wait for the opportune moment to further advance his scheme and reap the benefits. Meanwhile, Nezha's situation in Chintang Pass grew increasingly precarious. The misunderstandings harbored by the townsfolk loomed over him like a storm cloud, suffocating him. He firmly believed that a dark hand was orchestrating these events. Yet he was utterly at a loss, unsure of where to begin his investigation. Who was framing me? Why would they do this? Nezha sat in his room, gazing at the night sky, filled with confusion and fury. In this tense and oppressive atmosphere, the Chintang Pass seems to be shrouded in a thick haze, as a far greater storm quietly brews. Nezha and Ao Bing, once dear friends, now find themselves facing unprecedented trials within this tempest. Chapter 30, Speechless Sorrow. Friends burdened by guilt, the streets of Chintang Pass are laden with an oppressive air, reminiscent of the suffocating silence preceding a storm. Nezha stands bewildered and aggrieved, surrounded by a throng of enraged citizens whose eyes gleam with fury and disdain, piercing through him like sharp arrows. "Monster, how dare you linger in Chintang Pass? Do you wish to continue wreaking havoc upon us?" A burly man bellows, brandishing his fists. His face flushes crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as if poised to pounce and devour Nezha whole. Anxious and desperate, Nezha waves his hands in an attempt to explain, "Fellow villagers, it truly isn't me. I am here to help. The chaos was deliberately instigated, and I have been striving to halt it." Yet, his voice is swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of accusations hurled at him. How could anyone believe the words of a reincarnated demon spawn? "You are the scourge of Chintang Pass. Ever since your birth, troubles have plagued us." An elderly woman quavers, tears streaming down her face as she points a trembling finger at him. Her body shakes with fury, and a child cowers behind her, peering at Nezha with wide, terrified eyes. Yes, cast him out of Chintang Pass. Never let him return. The crowd chants in unison, their voices echoing through the streets, causing the surrounding houses to tremble slightly. Nezha's heart swells with a blend of anger and injustice, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He cannot fathom why his tireless efforts to protect everyone have resulted in such misinterpretation. I have done so much for Chintang Pass. How could you treat me this way? His voice quivers, as if his heart is being torn into countless fragments. At that moment, Li Jing stands before Nezha, arms outstretched in an attempt to shield him from the wrathful crowd. His expression is grave, eyes shimmering with determination. Everyone, please remain calm. Nezha is my son. I know his character well. He would never harm anyone. There must be a misunderstanding. Give me a moment, and I shall uncover the truth. General Li, we recognize your good intentions, but your son is perilously dangerous. We all witnessed today's events. How can there be any doubt? A middle-aged man furrows his brow, concern etched across his face. Indeed, General Li, please refrain from shielding him any further. Has Nezha not caused enough trouble in Chintang Pass? This time, it may very well be connected to the chaos. Another citizen chimes in. Li Jing, feeling helpless, understands that the villagers' long-standing misconceptions about Nezha have only been exacerbated by today's occurrences. Dear villagers, though Nezha is indeed the reincarnation of a demon, he possesses a kind heart. Has he not come to the aid of Chintang Pass multiple times before? Have you all forgotten? Li Jing patiently elucidates, hoping to rekindle a flicker of memory among the populace. At that moment, Yin Shenyang rushes onto the scene. Observing Nezha's distressed demeanor, she feels a pang of compassion and hastens to his side, shielding him behind her. My fellow villagers, Nezha is the child I bore after 10 months of pregnancy. I have watched him grow, and I know him better than anyone. He has always desired to coexist harmoniously and to protect Chintang Pass. This time, it truly is about coexistence. I implore you all to grant Nezha an opportunity. Tears glistened in Yin Shenyang's eyes, her voice laced with a hint of desperation. However, the emotions of the people remained fervent, their ears deaf to her pleas. Madam, it is not that we refuse to give him a chance. It is simply that Nezha instills too much fear within us. Today's events were perilous, and should something even graver occur in the future, what shall we do? A young mother clutched her child tightly, her face etched with terror. Nezha observed his parents pleading on his behalf, his heart brimming with emotion and guilt. Father, mother, please do not beg them any longer. I know that no matter what I say, they will never believe me. Nezha bit his lip, fighting back tears. Ao Bing stood at the edge of the crowd, his heart pierced by countless arrows of anguish. He watched Nezha, isolated and unable to defend himself, and the overwhelming guilt nearly engulfed him. He longed to step forward and reveal the truth, yet his feet felt as if they were anchored to the ground, immovable. The ominous warning from Shun Gongbao echoed in his ears. If you dare to speak the truth, the entire dragon clan shall suffer eternal damnation because of you. Shun Gongbao's words cut into Ao Bing's heart like a sharp blade. What should I do? Ao Bing murmured to himself, his hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, leaving trails of crimson. He gazed at Nezha, his eyes filled with sorrow and helplessness. Nezha, I am truly sorry. Ao Bing silently apologized in his heart, tears welling in his eyes. He felt akin to a heinous criminal, having unwittingly propelled his dearest friend into the abyss. As the standoff lingered, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, transforming the once clear heavens into a night-like gloom. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the tense atmosphere surrounding Chintang Pass. What is happening? Is this divine retribution? The villagers, startled by this sudden turn of events, turned pale and looked up at the sky, their hearts filled with dread. Do not be afraid, everyone. Remain calm, Li Jing shouted, attempting to stabilize the emotions of the crowd. He too was perplexed, questioning whether this eerie phenomenon was mere coincidence or something more sinister. Nezha, observing the sky, temporarily suppressed his anger and grievances, replaced by a sense of vigilance. Something is amiss. Father, mother, please be cautious. Nezha tightened his grip on the fiery spear, his gaze betraying a newfound determination. Ao Bing, emerging from his torment, also turned his attention to the sky, a foreboding sense of dread creeping into his heart. Could Shin Gongbao be up to some mischief again? Ao Bing pondered, his anger toward Shin Gongbao surging within him. Just as the crowd stood bewildered, a chilling laughter erupted from the dark clouds. Ha ha ha, the ants of Chintang Pass. Today marks your doom. A voice, resonant as a thunderclap, pierced the air, causing the crowd's eardrums to ache. Who dares? Show yourself. Nezha shouted, his eyes wide with fury. directing his voice toward the heavens. His voice was resolute and powerful, imbued with an indomitable courage. As a fierce wind howled, a figure gradually emerged from the dark clouds. Cloaked entirely in a black robe, the person's face remained obscured, wielding a dark staff that glimmered with an eerie light at its tip. "Humph, foolish child. Today you shall learn the consequence of opposing me." The figure in black sneered coldly, waving the staff, unleashing a beam of darkness towards Nezha. Upon witnessing this, Nezha swiftly brandished his fire-tipped spear, attempting to form a firewall before him to thwart the black beam. However, the power of the beam proved overwhelmingly potent, shattering the firewall in an instant and striking Nezha directly. "Nezha!" Both Yin Shenyang and Li Jing exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with concern and dread. With a cough, Nezha spat out blood, his body hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. "Nezha, are you all right?" Ao Bing, disregarding everything else, rushed to Nezha's side and helped him up. Observing Nezha's weakened state, Ao Bing's heart swelled with guilt and fury. "What is happening?" Nezha weakly inquired, his eyes alight with confusion and indignation. Ao Bing gritted his teeth, overwhelmed with remorse. "Nezha, I am so sorry. This is all a scheme orchestrated by Shen Gongbao. I too have been coerced." Ao Bing could no longer contain the truth, tears streaming down his face. "What? Is that so?" Nezha's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that his trusted friend had been involved in such a plot. "Nezha, I know my sins are unforgivable, but please believe me. I never intended to harm you. It was Shen Gongbao and my father. They threatened me with the future of the Dragon Clan. I had no choice." Ao Bing sorrowfully explained, hoping for Nezha's forgiveness. Nezha's heart was a tumult of emotions. He gazed at Ao Bing, feeling both anger and pity. "Ao Bing, how could you?" Nezha's voice was faint yet filled with disappointment. At that moment, the figure in black observed them and erupted into a maniacal laugh. "Ha, take your time reminiscing. Once I have dealt with you, Chintang Pass will be mine." With that, he raised his staff once more, preparing to unleash a more formidable attack. "To harm Nezha, you must first get through me," Li Jing roared, drawing his sword and charging at the black-cloaked figure. "Father, be careful," Nezha shouted anxiously, attempting to rise to assist, yet finding himself utterly powerless. "Everyone, together! We cannot allow him to succeed." A soldier from Chintang Pass cried out, and the others rallied, rushing towards the black figure. The figure in black regarded the approaching crowd with disdain, snorting derisively. "A bunch of insufferable ants, perish." With a wave of his staff, countless black blades rained down from the sky, hurtling towards the soldiers. Many soldiers were caught unawares, struck by the blades, letting out cries of agony. "Father!" Nezha watched this scene, his heart racing with urgency. He bore the pain and summoned the power of the magic orb within him, striving to stand once more. "Nezha, do not act rashly. Your injuries are too severe." Albing hastily intervened, unwilling to allow Nezha to suffer further harm. "Nezha, permit me to go," he urged. "I cannot bear to witness the demise of others because of my actions." Nezha's gaze was resolute as he forcefully pushed Albing aside and staggered toward the figure in the black robe. "Humph, a fool who knows not his own mortality." The black-robed figure, upon seeing Nezha, briefly revealed a glimmer of murderous intent, and with a swing of his staff, unleashed a more formidable beam of darkness aimed at Nezha. At that critical moment, a radiant golden light descended from the heavens, intercepting the oncoming dark beam. "Impudent demon, cease your recklessness," came a familiar voice. The crowd looked up to behold Tai Jinren, standing upon a cloud, wielding a whisk, appearing majestically in the sky. "Master!" Nezha exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Tai Jinren, as if hope had been rekindled within him. "At last, you have arrived." Li Jing let out a sigh of relief, his face reflecting a sense of comfort. "Humph. Tai Jinren, how dare you thwart my plans?" The black-robed figure seethed with rage as he glared at Tai Jinren. "You wretched scourge. How dare you act with such impunity at Chintang Pass? Today, I shall bring you down." Tai Jinren bellowed, sweeping his whisk to unleash a powerful surge of magic toward the black-robed adversary. The black-robed figure, realizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to be complacent and quickly raised his staff to defend. In an instant, the sky was illuminated with brilliance, the collision of magical forces generating a fierce gust that sent the onlookers reeling. "Nezha, are you unharmed?" Tai Jinren inquired, continuing to battle the dark figure. "Master, I am fine. You must capture this villain. He is allied with Shen Gongbao." Nezha declared emphatically. "What? Shen Gongbao? So it was he orchestrating this from the shadows." Tai Jinren's fury escalated, intensifying his assault. Albing, observing the fierce clash between Tai Jinren and the black-robed figure, found himself in a state of inner turmoil. He recognized that he must make a choice, to continue being manipulated by Shen Gongbao, or to bravely stand alongside Nezha against the forces of evil. Nezha, I was wrong. I am willing to join you in confronting Shen Gongbao and atone for my misdeeds. Albing finally resolved, his eyes filled with determination as he gazed at Nezha. Nezha, witnessing Albing's newfound resolve, felt his anger gradually dissipate, understanding the difficulty of this decision for Albing. Very well, Albing, let us unite. Nezha replied, his eyes once again ignited with fighting spirit. At that moment, the battle between Tai Jinren and the black-robed figure escalated to a fever pitch. The black-robed figure, under the relentless assault of Tai Jinren, began to falter. Consider yourselves fortunate today. I shall take my leave. But Chintang Pass shall not escape my grasp. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the black-robed figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. Attempting to flee will not be so simple. Tai Jinren attempted to pursue, only to be obstructed by a barrier left by the black-robed figure. Master, do not chase after him. Let us first assess the injuries of our companions, Nezha advised. Tai Jinren nodded and descended from the clouds. The group began to inspect the wounded, fortunately finding that there were no severe injuries. Albing, regarding this incident, I hope you will provide an explanation to everyone, Li Jing stated, his expression conveying a sense of gravity. Albing bowed his head, his face etched with shame. Commander Li, I am fully aware that I deserve the gravest of punishments. However, I implore you to believe that I shall make amends for my transgressions. Together with Nezha, I will seek out Shen Gongbao and restore peace to Chintang Pass. Very well. I hope you will uphold your word, replied Li Jing. In the aftermath of this upheaval, the townsfolk of Chintang Pass had not immediately altered their perception of Nezha, yet their fervent desire to expel him had somewhat waned. In this crisis, both Nezha and Albing re-evaluated the bond of their friendship. Nezha, regardless of the circumstances, I shall ensure you are never harmed again. Together, we shall confront Shen Gongbao and the forces of darkness, Albing declared resolutely, gazing into Nezha's eyes. Indeed, Albing. Let us stand united. Nezha replied, grasping Albing's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with trust and determination. Above Chintang Pass, the ominous clouds began to dissipate, allowing sunlight to once again illuminate the land. Yet, all were acutely aware that this was merely a fleeting calm before the impending storm. A greater crisis loomed on the horizon. Nezha and Albing would face the approaching challenges hand in hand, and their fates would undergo a profound transformation in this battle against evil. Chapter 31. The Ravaging of Chintang by the Demon Serpent and the Diabolical Scheme to Frame Nezha in the Depths of the Dark and Shadowy Dragon Palace beneath the East Sea. Shen Gongbao sat opposite Dragon King Aoguang, the atmosphere laden with tension that was almost suffocating. Clad in a black robe, Shen Gongbao wore a brooding expression, his eyes glinting with cunning. Dragon King Aoguang, adorned in resplendent dragon scales, appeared grave, his demeanor reflecting both anxiety and resolve. Aoguang, the situation has become critical. If we wish for the Dragon Clan to extricate itself from this predicament, swift action is imperative. Shen Gongbao broke the silence, his voice low and frigid, as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld. Aoguang frowned slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Shen Gongbao, this matter is of utmost gravity. Should we falter, the Dragon Clan may face irreparable ruin. Are you certain this plan is viable? With a cold sneer, Shen Gongbao rose, his hands clasped behind his back. Aoguang, we have collaborated for long, and when have we ever erred? Nezha has already garnered a measure of esteem in Chintang Pass. If we do not intensify the discord between him and the populace swiftly, he will grow too formidable to control. By unleashing the demon serpent from the depths of the sea upon Chintang Pass, we shall ensure that the people are thoroughly disillusioned with Nezha, and at that juncture, we shall reap the rewards. Dragon King Aoguang pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, you must guarantee that the future of the Dragon Clan will not suffer irreparable damage as a result. A sinister smile crept across Shen Gongbao's lips. Rest assured, as long as the plan unfolds smoothly, the Dragon Clan's dominion over the three realms shall not be an impossibility. With their agreement forged, Shen Gongbao invoked a spell, awakening the slumbering demon serpent from the abyssal depths. This serpent was colossal, stretching dozens of feet in length, its body cloaked in scales as dark as ink, exuding an ominous aura. Its eyes glowed red, reminiscent of two blazing flames, and its razor-sharp fangs were bared, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Go forth to Chintang Pass and wreak havoc. Should you encounter Nezha, ensure that he meets his demise, Shen Gongbao commanded the serpent, his voice imbued with an unyielding authority. The demonic serpent unleashed a thunderous roar, subsequently breaking through the water like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly making its way towards Chintang Pass. Wherever it passed, the sea was stirred into towering waves, resembling an enraged black dragon rampaging across the surface. At that moment, Chintang Pass basked in bright sunlight, with the townsfolk bustling through the marketplace as usual. Children laughed and played in the streets, while the cries of vendors filled the air, creating a scene of tranquility. However, they were blissfully unaware that a catastrophic disaster was silently approaching. "Look out! There's something happening on the sea," a fisherman working by the shore suddenly shouted, his face stricken with terror. The crowd turned their gaze towards the ocean, witnessing monstrous waves rising in the distance, where a colossal shadow flickered in and out of view. As the shadow drew nearer, the onlookers discerned it to be a fearsome and grotesque demonic serpent. "It is the demonic serpent. It is attacking," someone screamed in panic, their voice shattering the serenity of Chintang Pass. Instantly, the populace was engulfed in chaos, fleeing in every direction. Children cried out in fright, clutched tightly by their parents. Vendors abandoned their stalls and, in a state of disarray, joined the throng in a frantic dash. The entire Chintang Pass descended into turmoil. "Everyone, do not panic. Follow my lead." Li Jing, having heard the commotion, quickly arrived and shouted with authority. Dressed in armor and wielding a precious sword, he appeared composed, though a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. "Quickly, organize the soldiers to prepare defenses. We must not allow the demonic serpent to reach the shore." As he commanded, he cast a glance towards his deputy. "Yes, Commander." The deputy responded promptly, rushing off to gather the troops. Before long, the soldiers of Chintang Pass assembled, standing ready under Li Jing's leadership. Yet, even in the face of such a colossal and terrifying foe, the soldiers' eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. The demonic serpent approached ever closer, its gaping maw opening wide as it let out a fearsome roar, exhaling a cloud of black mist that spread towards Chintang Pass. Wherever the mist drifted, flowers withered instantly, and stones turned dark and cracked. "Fire!" Li Jing commanded, and a multitude of arrows rained down upon the demonic serpent. However, the serpent's scales proved impenetrable, and the arrows merely bounced off, inflicting no damage whatsoever. "Damn it, this serpent's hide is too tough. Ordinary arrows cannot harm it." Li Jing furrowed his brow, pondering a strategy in silence. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached. "Commander, we have sent word to Prince Nezha. He should be arriving shortly." Li Jing nodded slightly. "Good. With Nezha's assistance, we may yet repel this demonic serpent. Everyone, hold your ground. We must not allow it to breach our defenses." Meanwhile, Nezha was practicing by the seaside. Upon learning of the serpent's assault, he wasted no time in seizing his fiery spear and raced towards Chintang Pass. "Ao Bing, the demonic serpent is attacking. Chintang Pass is in peril. We must hurry to assist." Nezha called out to Ao Bing, who was nearby. Ao Bing felt a tightening in his chest, aware that this was the scheme of Shen Gongbao, yet he had no choice but to join Nezha. "All right, let us go," Ao Bing remarked, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Before long, Nezha and Ao Bing arrived at Chintang Pass. At that moment, the demonic dragon was locked in a stalemate with the soldiers led by Li Jing. The beast relentlessly battered the defenses with its body, sending splashes of water flying, while the soldiers fought valiantly, yet began to feel increasingly overwhelmed. "Father, I'm here," Nezha shouted, charging towards the demonic dragon like a crimson comet. "Nezha, be cautious. This demonic dragon is formidable. Do not underestimate it." Li Jing, seeing Nezha, felt a surge of joy but could not resist the urge to caution him. Nezha did not respond. Instead, he summoned the power of the magic orb within him, and flames erupted fiercely from the tip of his spear. "Behold the might of my fire-tipped spear," Nezha bellowed as he lunged at the demonic dragon. Sensing the threat, the dragon turned its head, its blood-red eyes fixated on Nezha, and opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of black flames towards him. With a swift maneuver, Nezha deftly evaded the inferno and, harnessing the momentum of the flames, surged towards the dragon. The fire-tipped spear struck like a bolt of lightning against the dragon's scales. With a resounding clang, the spear met the dragon's armor, sparking a shower of fire, yet it remained unpierced. Indeed, the scales of this dragon are remarkably tough. But I shall not yield easily. Nezha gritted his teeth and launched another assault. Ao Bing joined the fray, manipulating the ocean to conjure blades of water that shot towards the demonic dragon. The water blades struck the beast, producing a crisp sound. Yet they too failed to inflict any significant damage. "Nezha, this dragon's defenses are too robust. We must devise a plan to uncover its weakness," Ao Bing said while continuing his assault. Nezha nodded. I shall attempt to strike at its eyes. With that declaration, Nezha charged once more towards the demonic dragon, deliberately exposing a vulnerability to lure it into attacking. The dragon, predictably, took the bait, opening its jaws wide to bite at Nezha. Seizing the moment, Nezha deftly dodged the attack and swiftly aimed for the dragon's eyes. The creature, sensing danger, hurriedly shut its eyes. Nezha's fire-tipped spear struck the dragon's eyelid. Although it did not pierce the eye, it caused the beast considerable pain. It roared in fury, its body thrashing violently, creating towering waves. What an opportune moment. Albing, let us strike at its underbelly, Nezha shouted. Albing understood the signal perfectly. He and Nezha coordinated their efforts, attacking from opposite sides towards the dragon's abdomen. The scales there were relatively thinner, and under their combined assault, a gash was finally torn open, blood gushing forth like a fountain. We have succeeded. Continue the attack, Nezha exclaimed with exhilaration, intensifying his strikes with the fire-tipped spear. Just then, lurking in the shadows, Shun Gongbao felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing that the demonic dragon might truly be vanquished by Nezha and Albing, he discreetly cast a spell to control Albing. Albing, execute the plan. Shun Gongbao's voice echoed in Albing's mind. Albing struggled internally, yet under Shun Gongbao's influence, he found himself involuntarily turning against Nezha. The waters he commanded suddenly changed course, surging towards Nezha and ensnaring him. Albing, what are you doing? Nezha, trapped in the water, gazed at Albing with a look of bewilderment. The demon serpent seized the opportunity to launch an attack, opening its massive jaws and lunging towards Nezha. Nezha struggled valiantly, attempting to free himself from the shackles of the ocean, but found himself unable to escape. Alas, Nezha could not evade in time and was bitten on the arm by the demon serpent, his blood staining the water a deep crimson. Nezha, Li Jing, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of desperation and cried out loudly. The citizens of Chintang Pass, seeing Nezha injured, mistakenly believed he had colluded with the demon serpent, and immediately erupted in furious shouts. Indeed, Nezha is a monster. He is in league with the demon serpent. Without a doubt, he has been deceiving us. Drive him away. The anger of the townsfolk reached a fever pitch, their wrath directed squarely at Nezha. Under the control of Shun Gongbao, Albing, though tormented, found himself unable to halt his actions. He stood by helplessly, watching as Nezha suffered, and the misunderstanding among the populace deepened, filled with guilt and resignation. Albing, regain your senses. Nezha gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he spoke. Yet, Albing, as if deaf to Nezha's words, continued his assault. In that critical moment, the demon serpent launched another strike, swinging its massive tail towards Nezha. Still ensnared in the waters controlled by Albing, Nezha could not evade. No, Li Jing, disregarding all else, charged towards Nezha, attempting to shield him from the demon serpent's assault. Father, no. Nezha gasped in alarm at Li Jing's reckless advance. At the brink of disaster, Albing finally regained a flicker of clarity. Seeing Li Jing and Nezha in peril, his heart jolted, and with indomitable will, he broke free from Shun Gongbao's control. No, Albing shouted, conjuring the waters to form a sturdy barrier that intercepted the demon serpent's tail. Albing, you? Nezha looked at Albing, his eyes reflecting both anger and a hint of confusion. Nezha, I apologize. I was just under control, Albing said, his face etched with anguish. Nezha had no time for further inquiries. The demon serpent was attacking once more, and they needed to address it first. Let us repel the demon serpent, Nezha declared, suppressing his pain as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Albing once more. The duo unleashed their full might, engaging in a desperate struggle against the demon serpent. Through their relentless efforts, the beast began to falter. Howl! The demon serpent let out a furious roar, realizing that if it continued, it would surely meet its end. Thus, it turned and plunged into the depths of the sea, fleeing rapidly. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Nezha attempted to pursue, but Albing restrained him. Nezha, do not chase. Your injuries are critical. Moreover, this demon serpent is cunning. It may have further schemes. Albing cautioned. Nezha regarded Albing, his heart a mix of emotions. Yet he understood the wisdom in Albing's words. He glanced down at his wounded arm, blood still flowing freely. Humph, this time you may have escaped swiftly. Should our paths cross again, I shall ensure your demise. Nezha shouted towards the direction of the fleeing demon serpent. Although the people of Chintang Pass have found temporary safety, their misunderstanding of Nezha has deepened. They gaze at him with eyes brimming with hostility and anger. Nezha, you vile creature, colluding with the demonic serpent to bring about our demise. Indeed, you can no longer remain in Chintang Pass. Begone. The townsfolk shouted in unison. Nezha, confronted by the animosity of the villagers, felt a tumult of rage and grievance within. He could not fathom why his relentless efforts to protect them had led to such a bitter outcome. Dear villagers, I assure you, I have not conspired with the demonic serpent. There are unseen forces orchestrating this. Nezha attempted to elucidate, yet the villagers turned a deaf ear to his words. Humph, we trust only our own eyes. You are a scourge. Chintang Pass does not welcome you. They retorted vehemently. Li Jing, witnessing this scene, felt a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. He understood that no matter how he explained, the villagers would not believe Nezha. Everyone, let us remain calm. There must be some underlying mystery. Nezha has always strived to protect Chintang Pass, and I trust he would not commit such an act, Li Jing implored. General Li, cease your defense of him. The facts are clear. Nezha is indeed in league with the demonic serpent, one villager asserted. Indeed, General Li, if you do not expel Nezha, we shall never find peace, another echoed. Nezha, witnessing the villagers' wrath, felt a wave of desolation wash over him. He knew that further explanations would be futile. Father, there is no need for explanations. They will not believe me, Nezha said to Li Jing, his eyes filled with disappointment. Ao Bing, standing aside, was consumed with guilt. He recognized that this misunderstanding stemmed from the misdeeds he and Shin Gongbao had wrought upon Nezha. Nezha, I, Ao Bing, wish to apologize. Yet I am at a loss for words, he confessed. Nezha cast a glance at Ao Bing, remaining silent, his heart heavy with confusion over why Ao Bing had suddenly turned against him. Very well, everyone should return for now. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, Li Jing said resignedly. Although the villagers were reluctant, they gradually dispersed under his persuasion. Li Jing turned to Nezha with compassion, saying, Nezha, come with me to tend to your injuries. We shall deliberate on other matters later. Nezha nodded and followed Li Jing back to the manor. Ao Bing watched their departing figures, silently vowing to uncover Shin Gongbao's schemes and restore Nezha's honor. Meanwhile, deep in the eastern sea, Shin Gongbao glared at the fleeing demonic serpent, his expression dark and foreboding. Humph, Ao Bing has managed to break free from my control and thwarted my plans. Yet, this is merely the beginning. I possess myriad ways to incite the people of Chintang Pass against Nezha, Shin Gongbao muttered to himself, a malicious glint flickering in his eyes. Though Chintang Pass had temporarily regained its tranquility, it resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, concealing a far graver crisis beneath its surface. Nezha's misunderstanding by the villagers had rendered his relationship with Ao Bing complex and delicate. The sinister machinations of Shin Gongbao persist, as a far greater tempest quietly brews, poised to engulf Chintang Pass in an abyss of darkness. Chapter 32, The Rampage of the Demon Serpent, Chintang Pass in Peril. Chintang Pass, a town that usually buzzes with life, now finds itself shrouded in an oppressive cloud of fear. The once azure sky has succumbed to a shroud of ominous clouds, heavy and oppressive, pressing down upon the hearts of the people like a colossal slab of lead. The sea wind howls violently, carrying with it a biting chill that causes the banners along the streets to snap and flutter, producing an eerie sound akin to an ill omen. Suddenly, a deep and muffled roar erupts from the distant sea, echoing like thunder rolling beneath the waves. The ocean begins to churn violently, massive waves colliding with one another, sending sprays of water soaring high into the air. A colossal demon serpent breaks through the surface, its form reminiscent of a small mountain, its body covered in scales as dark as ink that glimmer with a sinister light beneath the dim sky. The serpent's eyes blaze like two enormous crimson lanterns, radiating a bloodthirsty ferocity. It opens its gaping maw, revealing fangs as sharp as blades, unleashing a deafening roar that seems to penetrate the heavens, causing the very ground of Chintang Pass to tremble. The demon serpent. The cry of terror escapes the lips of an unknown individual, and in an instant, the streets and alleys of Chintang Pass are filled with the panicked shouts and cries of the populace. The townspeople rush from their homes, their faces etched with fear and despair. Children wail in terror, clinging tightly to their parents' legs, while the elderly collapse to the ground, murmuring prayers for divine protection. Calm yourselves, and heed my command. Li Jing, clad in heavy armor and wielding a long spear, stands resolutely atop the city wall. His voice is firm and powerful, attempting to quell the panic of the frightened citizens. Yet, in the face of the overwhelming terror wrought by the demon serpent, his words seem somewhat feeble. General, what shall we do? An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, stumbles towards Li Jing, his eyes brimming with helpless tears. Li Jing's expression turns grave as he grips his spear tightly and declares, Fear not, good sir. I, Li Jing, shall do everything in my power to safeguard the people of Chintang Pass. Relay my orders. All soldiers must assemble immediately and prepare to confront the enemy. At his command, the city resounds with the urgent sound of trumpets. Before long, the soldiers of Chuntang Pass converge from all directions, forming an orderly line beneath the city wall. Clad in armor and brandishing weapons, their gazes reflect determination and resolve, though they may harbor fear in their hearts in the face of such a formidable foe. As guardians of Chuntang Pass, they show no sign of retreat. Brave soldiers, Li Jing stands atop the city wall, his piercing gaze sweeping over the ranks below, and shouts, "We bear the solemn duty of protecting the citizens of Chuntang Pass. Today, we shall lay down our lives if necessary, but we must not allow this demon serpent to harm a single soul. Do you have confidence?" "Yes, yes, yes," the soldiers roar in unison, their voices ringing through the air as if to dispel the fear that grips their hearts. Yet the demon serpent offers them no time to prepare. It swung its immense body, resembling a black warship, racing toward Chuntang Pass. Wherever it passed, the sea was stirred into towering waves, soaring dozens of feet high, forming a wall of water crashing toward Chuntang Pass. "Release the arrows," commanded Li Jing, and the archers atop the city walls swiftly drew their bows, unleashing a torrent of arrows toward the demonic serpent. However, the creature's hard scale seemed to serve as a natural armor, causing most arrows to shatter upon impact, inflicting minimal harm. "What shall we do, General? This demon serpent is impervious to blades and bullets," a vice commander exclaimed anxiously, furrowing his brow. Li Jing pondered for a moment before responding. "Continue firing to draw its attention. At the same time, send someone to summon Nezha for assistance." "Yes." The vice commander promptly dispatched a rider to hasten to find Nezha. Meanwhile, the demon serpent had closed in on Chuntang Pass. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a stream of black venom that surged toward the city walls. Wherever the venom touched, be it the walls or soldiers, it corroded instantly, producing a hissing sound and filling the air with a pungent odor. "Dodge!" Li Jing shouted, and the soldiers scrambled for cover, yet many were caught off guard, splashed by the venom and crying out in agony. "This demon serpent is too powerful. What shall we do?" A soldier said, fear etched upon his face, his voice trembling. "Fear not. We are the defenders of Chuntang Pass and shall not retreat," Li Jing bellowed. "As long as we draw breath, we will not allow the demon serpent to set foot in Chuntang Pass." Just then, the demon serpent launched another attack, violently whipping its tail to send a colossal wave crashing against the city walls. The wave struck like a massive hand, causing the walls to shake violently, and stones began to tumble down. "Not good, the walls are collapsing," the soldiers cried in terror. "Steady yourselves, do not panic," Li Jing shouted, striving to bolster morale while wielding his spear to counter the wave's impact. Yet, the sheer force of the water was overwhelming, leaving him somewhat at a loss. In that critical moment, a familiar voice rang out from afar. "Father, I am here." Everyone turned to see Nezha arriving rapidly on his wind and fire wheels, brandishing a fiery spear like a shooting star. "Nezha, you have finally come." Li Jing's heart soared at the sight, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged. "Father, do not worry. With me here, this demon serpent shall not prevail," Nezha declared, his gaze fixed fiercely on the serpent, flames of wrath igniting in his eyes. At that moment, Ao Bing also surged from the sea, clad in white armor and wielding a silver spear, his expression stern. "Nezha, I have come to lend you my strength," Ao Bing proclaimed. "Very well, Ao Bing. Together we shall confront this demon serpent," Nezha replied. "Humph. Two little brats dare to obstruct me." The serpent scoffed disdainfully upon seeing Nezha and Ao Bing. "Demon serpent, your reign of terror ends here," Nezha shouted, and with that, he launched himself forward on his wind and fire wheels, a streak of red lightning racing toward the fiend. Meanwhile, Ao Bing unleashed his magic, manipulating the ocean waters to form sharp blades of water that shot towards the demon serpent. The demon serpent, undaunted, opened its maw and sprayed a stream of black venom towards Nezha. Reacting swiftly, Nezha brandished his fiery spear, deflecting the toxic liquid. The venom splashed onto the sea surface, instantly rising in a cloud of black smoke, exuding a pungent odor. "Ao Bing, let us flank it from both sides and see how this demon serpent withstands our assault," Nezha shouted. "Indeed," Ao Bing replied, directing the waters to launch an attack from the rear. The ocean transformed into countless water dragons, coiling towards the demon serpent. Sensing the rear assault, the demon serpent spun around and lashed its tail, scattering the water dragons effortlessly. "Cursed creature, it truly is formidable," Ao Bing furrowed his brow. "Fear not, Ao Bing, we shall exert ourselves further," Nezha urged, channeling the power of the magic orb within him, igniting his spear in a blaze. With a fierce shout, He charged at the demon serpent, thrusting the spear towards its body. Caught off guard, the demon serpent was pierced by the fiery spear, letting out a howl of anguish. "Well done, Nezha." Li Jing cheered from atop the city walls upon witnessing this scene. However, the demon serpent was far from subdued. It roared in fury, its scales shimmering with an eerie light. Suddenly, a circle of black halos appeared around its body, rapidly expanding and enveloping Nezha and Ao Bing. "What is this?" Both Nezha and Ao Bing felt an overwhelming force surging towards them, prompting them to conjure their spells in defense. "This is not good. The demon serpent's power has intensified," Ao Bing exclaimed. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Nezha and Ao Bing were occupied with the halos, the demon serpent launched another attack. It opened its jaws wide, attempting to bite Nezha. Unable to evade in time, Nezha was struck, its fangs grazing his arm, causing blood to flow freely. "Nezha!" Ao Bing gasped in horror at the sight. He quickly conjured a barrier of water to separate Nezha from the demon serpent. "Ao Bing, do not mind me. We must continue our assault." Nezha gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his arm. "Very well," Ao Bing responded, and together they charged once more toward the demon serpent. Just then, a sinister laughter echoed from the sky. "Ha! Do you truly believe you can vanquish the demon serpent?" Such naivety. Everyone looked up to see Shen Gongbao standing amidst the clouds, clutching a black talisman, clearly manipulating the demon serpent from the shadows. "Shen Gongbao, you despicable scoundrel." Nezha angrily pointed at him. "Humph! Nezha, today marks your demise. Demon serpent, kill them." Shen Gongbao commanded loudly. Under his control, the demon serpent became even more frenzied. Its eyes glowed with a blood-red light, and its black scales seemed to harden further. It gaped its maw wide, a powerful suction emanating from its mouth, attempting to draw Nezha and Ao Bing inside. "This is bad. Everyone hold steady," Nezha shouted, as he and Ao Bing struggled against the overwhelming force. Yet, the suction was immense, and their bodies began to slide involuntarily towards the demon serpent's gaping maw. "What shall we do, Nezha?" Ao Bing asked anxiously. "Do not panic. Ao Bing, let us devise a solution together," Nezha proclaimed. At that moment, an idea struck him. He summoned the power of the magic orb within him, plunging the fiery spear into the sea and unleashing a formidable burst of flames. Instantly, the surrounding waters began to boil, generating a dense cloud of steam that formed a barrier, temporarily thwarting the suction of the demonic serpent. "Hurry, Ao Bing," Nezha shouted, seizing the opportunity. He and Ao Bing evaded the serpent's pull and soared into the sky. "Huh, you think you can escape? It won't be that easy." Shen Gongbao, witnessing their escape, commanded the serpent to launch another assault. The serpentine creature writhed its massive form, charging towards Nezha and Ao Bing. "Nezha, we can no longer remain passive. We must find a way to conquer the serpent and confront Shen Gongbao," Ao Bing exclaimed. "I am aware, Ao Bing. First, we shall unite against the serpent, and then we will address Shen Gongbao," Nezha replied. After their brief consultation, the two charged once more at the serpent. This time, their collaboration was more harmonious. Ao Bing manipulated the water, crafting razor-sharp blades that shot towards the serpent from various angles, distracting its attention. Meanwhile, Nezha sought the serpent's vulnerability, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. The serpent struggled to cope with the onslaught, evading the water blades while remaining wary of Nezha's impending strike. In that moment, Nezha discerned that the serpent's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, he leapt onto the wind-fire wheels, darting like a bolt of lightning towards the serpent's eye. "Behold my spear," Nezha cried, thrusting the fiery spear towards the serpent's eye. The serpent sensed the imminent danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The spear struck true, piercing its eye, eliciting a wretched roar of agony as the creature convulsed violently. "We have succeeded, Nezha," Ao Bing exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the scene. However, at that very instant, Shen Gongbao conjured a beam of dark light and directed it at Nezha. Unprepared and focused on the serpent, Nezha was struck by the dark energy, plummeting towards the ocean's surface. "Nezha!" Ao Bing gasped in shock and swiftly descended to catch him. "Ao Bing, I am unhurt," Nezha murmured weakly. "You are injured. Do not feign otherwise," Ao Bing replied anxiously. At that moment, the serpent, seizing the opportunity while Nezha was weakened, launched another attack. It gaped its jaws wide, aiming to bite down on Ao Bing and Nezha. Quick to respond, Ao Bing wielded his magic to summon a sturdy barrier of water to shield them from the serpent's onslaught. Yet, the serpent's might was overwhelming, causing fissures to appear in the barrier. "What shall we do, Ao Bing? This barrier cannot hold much longer," Nezha exclaimed. "I shall not allow it to harm you." Ao Bing gritted his teeth defiantly. Just as the barrier was on the brink of collapse, a powerful voice echoed from the heavens. "Wretched beast, cease your rampage." All eyes turned skyward to behold the celestial figure of Tai Junren, riding on a cloud and wielding a whisk, swiftly approaching. "Master!" Nezha cried out in delight upon seeing Tai Junren. "At last, you have arrived, Tai Junren." Ao Bing added. Shingongbao, how dare you commit such heinous acts? Today, I shall not spare you." Taiji Junren exclaimed, his voice resounding with fury as he glared at Shingongbao. "Mind your own business, Taiji. Today marks the demise of Nezha." Shingongbao retorted defiantly. "You vile scoundrel, still daring to speak boldly." With that, Taiji Junren waved his whisk, unleashing a golden beam of light towards Shingongbao. Seeing this, Shingongbao hastily employed his magic to defend against the attack. Simultaneously, Taiji Junren directed his powers towards the demonic dragon, immobilizing it with an overwhelming force. "Nezha, Ao Bing, are you both unharmed?" Taiji Junren inquired. "Master, we are unscathed, thanks to your timely arrival. Otherwise, we would have faced grave danger," Nezha responded. "While I am here, this wretched beast shall not prevail," Taiji Junren declared. "Master, what shall we do now?" Nezha asked. "First, we shall vanquish this demonic dragon, and then we will deal with Shingongbao," Taiji Junren instructed. With that, he, Nezha, and Ao Bing launched a concerted assault on the demonic dragon. Under the combined might of the trio, the creature could no longer endure, letting out a mournful cry as it sank slowly to the ocean's depths. "Shingongbao, your demonic dragon has been defeated. Surrender yourself at once," Taiji Junren bellowed, fixing Shingongbao with a fierce gaze. "Capturing me will not be so simple," Shingongbao proclaimed, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and vanishing from sight. "Curse him, he escaped," Nezha exclaimed in frustration. "It matters not. He may flee today, but he cannot evade forever. For now, we shall let him go and return to Chintang Pass to check on the people," Taiji Junren advised. Upon their return to Chintang Pass, they were met with a scene of devastation. Many houses lay in ruins, and the populace was a mix of the injured and the grieving. Li Jing hurriedly approached upon seeing Nezha and the others return. "Nezha, are you all safe?" Li Jing asked with concern. "Father, we are fine. It is thanks to Master that we were able to repel the demonic dragon," Nezha replied. "That is a relief." "We owe much to Taiji Junren," Li Jing said, bowing in respect. "Sir General, you are too kind. Although the demonic dragon has been repelled, Shingongbao will not relent. We must remain vigilant," Taiji Junren cautioned. "Indeed, your words ring true. I shall reinforce the defenses of Chintang Pass, ensuring Shingongbao finds no opportunity to strike again," Li Jing affirmed. At that moment, a soldier rushed over to Li Jing, stating, "General, the people are asking why the demonic dragon attacked so suddenly. And if it is related to Nezha?" Li Jing furrowed his brow, uncertain how to respond. Hearing the soldier's words, Nezha felt a pang of sorrow, aware that the people's misunderstanding of him had deepened. "Father, allow me to explain to them," Nezha proposed. "My son," Li Jing replied, his eyes filled with concern for Nezha. "It will be fine, father. I believe that one day, the people will come to understand me," Nezha reassured him. With that, Nezha stepped forward before the gathered crowd. Raising his voice, "Villagers, I understand that you harbor misunderstandings about me, believing that the attack of the demonic dragon was my doing. But I assure you, I, Nezha, shall undoubtedly protect Chintang Pass and safeguard everyone." Chapter 33, Fierce Battle Against the Demon Dragon. The winds of change above Chintang Pass, the clouds churned like thick ink, resembling a massive black curtain weighing heavily upon the hearts of the onlookers. The deep-sea demon dragon erupted from the water, its colossal form akin to a moving mountain, entirely cloaked in dark, impenetrable scales that glimmered with a chilling light beneath the dim sky. It opened its cavernous maw, emitting a deafening roar that reverberated like a tangible force, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. Wherever it surged, the sea erupted into towering waves, rising dozens of feet high, rushing towards Chintang Pass with overwhelming ferocity. The crest of the waves resembled a ferocious beast, poised to devour the entire Chintang Pass. The citizens of Chintang Pass, witnessing this harrowing sight, erupted into panicked screams that echoed throughout the city. Streets and alleys were instantly engulfed in chaos, as people fled in all directions like headless flies, dragging their families along, their cries and pleas intertwining in a cacophony reminiscent of the apocalypse. Children wailed in terror, clinging desperately to their parents' legs, while the elderly stumbled in disarray, nearly losing their footing. Li Jing, clad in heavy armor, wore a grim expression as stern as iron. He swiftly drew his longsword, its blade shimmering coldly like a flash of ice. With a commanding voice that cut through the chaotic din, He rallied his troops to resist. Warriors, Chintang Pass is our homeland. Behind us are our loved ones. We cannot allow this vile creature to prevail. Hold your ground and heed my command. Meanwhile, he urgently dispatched riders to summon Nezha for assistance. At that moment, Nezha was diligently practicing in his courtyard. Armed with his fiery spear, its tip radiated a chilling brilliance, each flourish conjuring a fierce wind. His footwork was agile and unpredictable, at times resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, and at others, a tiger descending from the mountain. Executing his spear techniques with great vigor, beads of sweat cascaded from his brow, soaking his garments, yet his gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of hesitation. Upon receiving word of the demon dragon's assault, a spark of determination flashed in Nezha's eyes. Without a moment's pause, he sheathed his fiery spear and dashed toward Chintang Pass. His figure streaked through the streets like a crimson comet, leaving a trail of swirling dust in his wake. Almost simultaneously, Ao Bing sensed the disturbance upon the sea's surface. Dressed in a flowing light blue robe, the edges fluttered with the wind, akin to a water nymph in graceful motion. With a gentle leap, he floated towards the ocean like a delicate cloud. The magical fabric in his hands rustled in the breeze, seemingly heralding the impending battle. Nezha and Ao Bing arrived before the demon dragon in near unison. The demon dragon, with claws bared, lunged towards Chintang Pass, its massive body thrashing upon the surface, stirring tumultuous waves. Without uttering a word, Nezha took the initiative. He shouted with a voice that thundered across the sea, "Vile creature, prepare to be struck down." With that, his fiery spear shot forth like a red lightning bolt, piercing directly towards the demon dragon's head, the tip slicing through the air with a fierce whistling sound. The monstrous serpent sensed a looming threat, and with a sudden, fierce twist of its body, its massive tail, akin to a stout iron pillar, swept menacingly towards Nezha. Agile as a nimble monkey, Nezha deftly leapt aside, evading the serpent's tail strike. In midair, he executed a swift somersault, thrusting the fire-tipped spear once more, its tip piercing the serpent's scales and igniting a dazzling spark. Ao Bing, undeterred, brandished the heavenly silk with fervor, chanting, "Witness how this heavenly silk binds you, vile beast." Instantly, the silk transformed into a resplendent dragon, lunging fearlessly at the serpent. Wherever the heavenly silk traversed, the ocean was forcefully parted, creating a vast chasm. As the serpent beheld the approaching silk, a glint of malice flickered in its eyes. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of venomous black liquid towards the silk. The noxious fumes filled the air, causing the water it touched to turn pitch black, bubbling ominously. Ao Bing furrowed his brow, skillfully maneuvering the heavenly silk to deftly evade the poison. Almost immediately, the silk wound around the serpent's form like a resilient cord. Bound, the serpent thrashed violently, its body writhing in a desperate attempt to break free from the silk's grasp. The silk vibrated tautly, emitting a low hum, as if on the verge of snapping. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha charged once more towards the serpent, calling out, "Ao Bing, keep it entangled. Watch me deliver the fatal blow." With that, he channeled all his might into the fire-tipped spear, its tip shimmering with searing flames, as though poised to incinerate everything in its path. Ao Bing replied, "Be cautious. This creature possesses immense strength." He intensified his control over the heavenly silk, which radiated brilliance, tightening its grip on the serpent. Nezha leapt high into the air, resembling a blazing meteor descending upon the serpent. He bellowed, "Receive my spear." The fire-tipped spear, imbued with Nezha's wrath and strength, plunged forcefully into the serpent's body, piercing through its scales and embedding itself deep into its flesh. The serpent let out a chilling, anguished wail that echoed through the heavens, sending shivers down the spine. It thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge Nezha. Yet, Nezha clung fiercely to the spear, refusing to relinquish his grip despite the serpent's frantic struggles. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Humph! Vile creature, today marks your end." The serpent's blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding waters crimson. However, as the duo coordinated seamlessly, gaining the upper hand and inflicting significant damage upon the serpent, a sinister smile crept across the face of Shun Gongbao, concealed behind a nearby rock. Swiftly forming hand seals, he murmured, "Ao Bing, it is time to execute the plan. Do not disappoint me." A beam of black light shot from his hands, striking Ao Bing like a bolt of dark lightning, instantly penetrating his being. Ao Bing's once clear gaze became clouded, his body trembling slightly. The spells of Shun Gongbao began to take effect within him, ensnaring his mind. In the depths of Ao Bing's consciousness, the mission of the Dragon Clan, the expectations of his father, and the various utterances of Shun Gongbao intertwined and flickered continuously. Under Shun Gongbao's influence, Ao Bing's actions suddenly became sluggish. His hands, which manipulated the Hunyuan silk, began to tremble slightly, and the once tight grip on the demon flood dragon loosened just enough. The demon flood dragon, keenly sensing this shift, seized the opportunity to exert itself and broke free from the bindings of the Hunyuan silk. Ao Bing's unexpected behavior plunged Nezha into a dire predicament. Once liberated, the demon flood dragon unleashed its pent-up fury upon Nezha. Its massive head abruptly swung towards Nezha, opening its cavernous maw to deliver a ferocious bite. Nezha, caught off guard, was assailed by a foul stench. The creature's teeth, sharp as daggers, swiftly carved several deep gashes into his shoulder, blood streaming forth profusely. Despite the pain, Nezha stifled a groan and tightened his grip on the fire-tipped spear, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. The citizens of Chintang Pass, witnessing this scene, found their initial terror instantly replaced by outrage. They mistakenly believed that Nezha had colluded with the demon flood dragon and deliberately allowed it to escape. Their anger reaching a boiling point, voices from the crowd rose in accusation. Look, Nezha must be in league with this beast. Otherwise, how could things have turned so dire? Indeed, he is a scourge. He should have been expelled from Chintang Pass long ago. Accusations surged like a tidal wave. Upon seeing Nezha injured, Ao Bing's clarity returned in an instant. He gazed at the wounds on Nezha's shoulder, his eyes filled with regret and self-reproach. Internally, he chastised himself fiercely. What am I doing? How could I be swayed by Shun Gongbao and harm my own friend? Yet, with the demon flood dragon pressing its attack, he had no choice but to momentarily cast aside his guilt and suppress his anguish, charging once more towards the beast. As he advanced, he called out to Nezha, I am sorry, Nezha. Let us first drive back this vile creature. With that, he once again wielded the Hunyuan silk against the demon flood dragon. Nezha, gritting his teeth against the pain, fixed his determined gaze upon Ao Bing and replied loudly, Ao Bing, regardless of what transpired moments ago, we must first confront this monster together. Ignoring the injury on his shoulder, he raised the fire-tipped spear once more, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ao Bing in battle. The two unleashed their full might. Nezha's spear became a blazing inferno, each thrust imbued with searing power, while Ao Bing's Hunyuan silk swirled like a vibrant whirlwind, continually ensnaring the demon flood dragon. Under the onslaught of their combined attacks, the creature began to falter, suffering additional wounds from which blood flowed freely. However, the demon flood dragon was a formidable beast of the deep sea, and sensing the threat to its life, it suddenly unleashed a surge of immense power. With a powerful flick of its tail, it sent both Nezha and Ao Bing hurtling through the air. They crashed heavily onto the surface of the sea, sending up a colossal spray of water. The demon flood dragon regarded the injured pair with a glimmer of disdain in its eyes. It opened its gaping maw and let out a thunderous roar. Umph, do you two little brats think you can defeat me? I shall return, and when I do, the Chintang Pass will be a sea of blood. With those words, it dragged its wounded form slowly into the depths of the ocean. Although the citizens of Chintang Pass were temporarily safe, their misunderstanding of Nezha deepened. They gathered at the gates, demanding that Li Jing expel Nezha from Chintang Pass. Among the crowd, an elder spoke with indignation. Li Jing, behold the misdeeds of your son. He is a calamity for Chintang Pass. If he remains, we shall know no peace. Others echoed his sentiments. Yes, drive him away, drive him away. Li Jing stood atop the city walls, witnessing the fury of the populace. Feeling utterly helpless, he addressed the villagers, proclaiming, fellow townsfolk, I believe Nezha's nature is inherently good. He was striving to protect Chintang Pass. There is surely more to this matter than meets the eye. Yin Shenyang, standing beside him, pleaded for Nezha, her eyes welling with tears. Dear villagers, though Nezha may be mischievous, he would never harm anyone. Please grant him a chance. However, the citizens, engulfed by their anger, could not heed the words of Li Jing or Yin Shenyang. They continued to shout for Nezha's expulsion. Nezha, standing aside, felt a mixture of anger and injustice as he gazed at the hostile crowd. He could not comprehend why his efforts to protect them had led to such an outcome. His eyes reddened slightly, fists clenched, his body trembling with emotion. Ao Bing, witnessing Nezha's plight, felt profound anguish. He yearned to explain, but was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, but ultimately bowed his head in silence, filled with self-reproach and guilt. The sea breeze gently swept by, carrying a hint of saltiness, as if lamenting this misunderstanding. The situation at Chintang Pass had grown more complex and tense due to this battle and the citizens' misapprehension. Chapter 34. Deceptive schemes disturbing the battle. Nezha wronged, and trapped the waters before Chintang Pass were in disarray. Ravaged by the fierce clash between the magical serpent and Nezha, along with Ao Bing, the waves surged like a frenzied beast, relentlessly battering the shore and sending sprays of water soaring high. Nezha and Ao Bing had just coordinated seamlessly, forcing the magical serpent into retreat, its body marred by charred wounds, blood seeping into the sea and staining large swathes of water crimson. Yet, just as the dawn of victory appeared, Shen Gongbao, lurking in the shadows, was unwilling to accept defeat. A sinister glint flickered in his narrow eyes as he murmured incantations, his hands deftly forming intricate seals. With his movements, a dark, thread-like spell silently darted towards Ao Bing, seamlessly merging with the surrounding waters. Ao Bing, fully engrossed in the assault alongside Nezha, was suddenly pierced by a strange and malevolent force that slithered into his body like a venomous snake. A sharp pain erupted in his mind, akin to countless needles pricking at him, swiftly followed by a dark consciousness beginning to erode his will. In his heart, Ao Bing let out a cry of anguish, desperately attempting to resist the overwhelming force that clung to him like a parasite, gradually causing his magical powers to spiral out of control. Ao Bing, muster your strength. The demon serpent is on the verge of collapse. Nezha shouted excitedly, brandishing his fiery spear with vigor, the flames at its tip growing ever more intense as he thrust it once more towards the demon serpent. Ao Bing wished to respond to Nezha, but he found his body no longer under his control. Under the manipulation of Shen Gongbao's sorcery, his gaze became vacant, his once clear eyes now shrouded in a veil of gloom. He abruptly turned his ice spear, not directing it at the demon serpent as was customary, but instead aiming it fiercely at Nezha's back. Caught completely off guard, Nezha was wholly focused on battling the demon serpent and never anticipated Ao Bing's sudden betrayal. The icy spear's tip pierced through his garments in an instant, the sharp blade slicing through his skin, and blood gushed forth. "Ah!" Nezha cried out in pain, staggering a few steps forward, nearly collapsing into the sea. He turned his head with great difficulty, disbelief etched across his face, filled with shock, anger, and confusion. "Ao Bing, have you lost your mind? Why would you attack me?" Nezha demanded, gritting his teeth and suppressing the agony in his back. Ao Bing's lips trembled slightly, his heart tormented as he struggled to reveal the truth, yet Shen Gongbao's magic firmly constricted his throat, rendering him mute. A flicker of anguish and guilt flashed in his eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by the dark force that enveloped him. Seizing this rare opportunity, the demon serpent's malevolent gaze glinted with ferocity. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a thunderous roar that seemed capable of shattering souls. Immediately, the massive creature launched itself towards Nezha like an arrow released from a bow, spewing forth a torrent of water laced with swirling black mist. "Curse it!" Nezha's heart raced with both fear and fury. Ignoring the pain in his back, he hastily summoned the power of the magic orb. With his fiery spear positioned defensively, he endeavored to withstand the demon serpent's assault. However, still reeling from Ao Bing's earlier blow, his strength had significantly waned, and with the full force of the demon serpent crashing upon him, he felt as though he were a fragile leaf tossed by a tempest, violently hurled away. Thud! Nezha landed heavily upon the sandy shore, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. Yet he clutched his fiery spear tightly, his eyes reflecting an unyielding spirit. "Nezha!" From a distance, Li Jing watched this scene unfold, his heart racing with anxiety. Unable to restrain his cries for help, he yearned to rush forward to aid Nezha, but was thwarted by the colossal waves stirred by the demon serpent. The citizens of Chintang Pass, who had previously harbored a glimmer of hope in Nezha and Ao Bing's ability to repel the demon serpent, were now ignited with fury upon witnessing Ao Bing's attack on Nezha and the subsequent injury inflicted by the demon serpent. Their emotions erupted like a volcano. "Look, Nezha is indeed in cahoots with the demon serpent. Otherwise, how could Ao Bing have assaulted him?" A middle-aged man shouted, his face flushed as he waved his fists in outrage. "Indeed, this little demon has been deceiving us. He is the calamity of Chintang Pass." An elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, trembled as she pointed at Nezha. "Drive him away. Never let him wreak havoc on Chintang Pass again." The populace, inflamed with anger, began to gather stones and wooden sticks, hurling them in Nezha's direction. "Fellow villagers, this is not right. There must be some misunderstanding." Nezha struggled to rise and explain, but the pain in his back made every movement agonizing. "Humph, we have seen it with our own eyes. What misunderstanding could there be? You, demon, cease your futile defense." The townsfolk ignored Nezha's pleas, their fury having clouded their reason. "Ao Bing, Witnessing the injured Nezha and the enraged crowd, felt his heart ache to its limits. Deep within, his benevolent self fought desperately to break free from the constraints of Shun Gongbao's spell. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as he clenched his teeth and emitted a low growl. "No, I cannot." Ao Bing screamed internally, a flicker of clarity shining in his eyes. Just as the demonic serpent prepared to strike again, Ao Bing, with indomitable will, momentarily broke free from Shun Gongbao's control. "Ao Bing, you have finally awakened." Nezha rejoiced at the change in Ao Bing's gaze. "Nezha, I am sorry. It was Shun Gongbao who controlled me," Ao Bing said with a face full of guilt, tears brimming in his eyes. "What? Shun Gongbao?" Nezha was taken aback, never having anticipated that Shun Gongbao was the one pulling the strings. "First, we must repel the demonic serpent. Other matters can wait." With that, Ao Bing swiftly wielded his ice spear, commanding the sea to attack the serpent. Gritting his teeth, Nezha endured the pain and rose to his feet. He summoned the remaining power of the magic orb within him, reigniting the flames of the fire-tipped spear. Though not as fierce as before, it still radiated a formidable aura. "Very well, this time we shall utterly defeat this demonic serpent," Nezha roared, charging alongside Ao Bing once more. The serpent, seeming to sense their determination, roared in fury, its massive tail swinging violently, conjuring towering waves that surged toward Nezha and Ao Bing. "Watch out!" Ao Bing shouted, conjuring a solid water shield to absorb the impact of the waves. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha darted to the side of the serpent like a wraith, timing his strike. He concentrated all his strength into the fire-tipped spear and thrust it fiercely into the serpent's underbelly. Ack! The serpent let out a pained howl as Nezha's spear pierced its flesh, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ao Bing seized the moment to attack as well, raising his ice spear high and summoning countless sharp ice spikes that rained down upon the serpent. The icy projectiles pierced the serpent's body, causing it to writhe in agony. Under the combined assault of the two, the serpent gradually faltered. Realizing that continuing would lead to its demise, it violently shook its head, dislodging Nezha's spear, and turned to flee into the depths of the sea. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Nezha attempted to pursue, but Ao Bing blocked his path. "Nezha, cease your pursuit. Your injuries are severe, and the demon serpent may have further tricks up its sleeve," Ao Bing advised. Nezha gazed at Ao Bing, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recognized the validity of Ao Bing's words, yet the fury and grievance within him remained unquenchable. He cast his eyes upon his wounds, blood continuing to seep and staining the sand beneath him. "Humph, this time you escaped swiftly. Should our paths cross again, I shall ensure your utter destruction." Nezha shouted with clenched teeth in the direction of the fleeing demon serpent. Although the citizens of Chuntang Pass witnessed the retreat of the demon serpent, their misunderstanding of Nezha deepened. They continued to glare at him with hostility, their animosity unabated. "Nezha, do not believe this will absolve you of your crimes. We shall no longer trust you. Indeed, you are nothing but a deceiver. Begone from Chuntang Pass." The citizens' jeers echoed through the air. Li Jing observed the wrathful populace and the wounded Nezha, feeling a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. He approached Nezha, shielding him with his presence, and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please remain calm. There must be more to this matter. Nezha has always strived to protect Chuntang Pass, and I believe he would never collude with the demon serpent. Generally, do not shield him any longer. The evidence is before us. We all witnessed Ao Bing attacking him. It is clear he conspired with the demon serpent. And Ao Bing acted only upon discovering this treachery," a citizen proclaimed loudly. "Yes, generally, if you do not expel Nezha, Chuntang Pass will never know peace again." Another citizen echoed. Nezha looked upon the enraged crowd, a wave of desolation washing over him. He understood that no matter how he explained, the citizens would not believe him. "Father, there is no need for explanations. They will not trust me," Nezha said to Li Jing, his eyes filled with disappointment and resignation. Ao Bing stood to the side, consumed by guilt. He realized that this misunderstanding stemmed from his and Shun Gongbao's actions, which had led to Nezha's misinterpretation by the citizens. "Nezha, I, Ao Bing, wish to apologize once more, yet I find myself at a loss for words." Nezha glanced at Ao Bing, remaining silent. His heart was still filled with uncertainty towards Ao Bing, although he knew he had been manipulated by Shun Gongbao. The events that had transpired were difficult for him to reconcile. "Very well, everyone should return for now. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly," Li Jing said with resignation. Although the citizens were unwilling, they gradually dispersed under Li Jing's persuasion. Li Jing turned to Nezha, his voice laden with concern. "Nezha, Let us return to tend to your wounds. We shall deliberate on other matters later. Nezha nodded and followed Li Jing back to the residence. Ao Bing watched their departing figures, silently vowing to uncover Shen Gongbao and expose his nefarious plot, thereby restoring Nezha's honor. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the depths of the Eastern Sea, Shen Gongbao observed the direction in which the demon serpent had fled, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Humph! Although that rascal Ao Bing nearly thwarted my plans, it is fortuitous that Nezha has been misunderstood by the populace. My forthcoming schemes should proceed more smoothly. Shen Gongbao murmured, his eyes glinting with malice. Although Chintang Pass has temporarily regained its tranquility, it resembles a volcano on the verge of eruption, concealing deeper crises beneath its calm surface. Nezha finds himself misunderstood by the populace, and the relationship between him and Ao Bing grows increasingly intricate. Meanwhile, the sinister schemes of Shen Gongbao persist, heralding the approach of a far greater storm, silently brewing and poised to envelop Chintang Pass in an endless abyss of darkness. Chapter 35. Wronged and oppressed, trapped in despair. The veil of truth awaits revelation. The sea before Chintang Pass, still tumultuous from the recent fierce battle, churns violently. Its waters stained a deep crimson with blood. Nezha has just endured a sudden assault from Ao Bing and a fierce strike from the magical serpent, plummeting to the sandy beach like a kite severed from its string. With a cough, Nezha expels blood, splattering it onto the gravel beside him. His complexion as pale as parchment, his lips devoid of color. Blood gushes from the wound on his back, saturating his garments in a vivid red, dripping incessantly onto the sand, leaving behind a darkened stain. Nezha, Li Jing, consumed with urgency, disregards all dangers and rushes toward Nezha, oblivious to the raging waves stirred by the serpent. His eyes brim with worry and anxiety, his steps frantic and disordered. Dad! Nezha struggles to lift his head, gazing at Li Jing, his eyes filled with pain and injustice. At that moment, the magical serpent, sensing Nezha's injury, glimmers with a feral light in its eyes. Its massive body twists violently, sending towering splashes of water into the air as it opens its gaping maw and lunges once more at Nezha, its roar reverberating through the air with a deafening resonance. Do not harm my son, Li Jing bellows, swiftly drawing his sword from his waist, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. Without hesitation, he charges toward the serpent, exuding an aura of defiance in the face of death. However, the serpent's speed is astonishing. Before Li Jing can draw near, it descends upon Nezha like a tempest. The creature's formidable tail rises high, resembling a colossal black pillar, poised to strike Nezha with tremendous force. No, Li Jing cries out in despair, his figure appearing diminutive amidst the crashing waves and roaring winds. In that critical moment, Ao Bing finally breaks free from Shen Gongbao's transient control. A glimmer of determination flashes in his eyes as he swiftly brandishes his ice spear, chanting incantations. Instantly, the surrounding waters surge as if animated, coalescing into a massive water shield that stands protectively before Nezha. With a thunderous crash, the serpent's tail collides with the water shield, sending a deluge of spray into the air. The immense force causes the shield to tremble violently, and Ao Bing, affected by this power, staggers slightly, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Ao Bing and Nezha exchange glances, a mix of anger and complex emotions reflected in their eyes. Nezha, Ao Bing begins to explain, but the serpent resumes its assault. It opens its maw, unleashing a torrent of water laced with black mist, hurtling toward Nezha and Ao Bing like a cannonball. With no time for further thought, both Nezha and Ao Bing instinctively conjure spells to defend themselves. Nezha, suppressing his pain, channels the residual power of the magic orb within, igniting a flicker of flame upon his fire spike spear, attempting to intercept the water column. Ao Bing, meanwhile, manipulates the water shield, striving to maintain their defense. Yet, having just endured a fierce battle, they were now utterly exhausted. The force of the water column surpassed their capacity to withstand it. With a resounding crash, the water shield shattered, and the flames were instantaneously extinguished by the torrent. Nezha and Ao Bing were once again hurled away by the overwhelming power. Coughing, Nezha fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ao Bing, too, collapsed nearby, his ice spear slipping from his grasp and embedding deeply into the sand. The citizens of Chintang Pass witnessed this entire scene, their initial fear now replaced by a burgeoning anger. To them, the actions of Ao Bing and Nezha unequivocally confirmed their collusion with the demon serpent. Look, they are indeed in league, a young fisherman exclaimed, his face flushed with rage. Nezha is a monster. He has come with the demon serpent to wreak havoc upon us at Chintang Pass. Indeed, this little demon has always harbored malicious intentions. We cannot allow him to remain here any longer. An elderly woman cried, trembling as she pointed at Nezha. He has brought us nothing but unrest. He must be expelled. Expel him. Expel him. The citizens, filled with indignation, began to gather stones and wooden sticks from their surroundings, hurling them at Nezha and Ao Bing while shouting curses. Fellow villagers, it is not like this. Nezha struggled to rise and explain, but due to his severe injuries, he stumbled and fell back to the ground. Humph. Do you still wish to argue? We have all witnessed it with our own eyes. What more could you possibly say? A middle-aged man bellowed, accurately striking Nezha with a stone in his hand. Everyone, please calm down. Li Jing interposed, arms outstretched to shield Nezha. Nezha fights against the demon serpent to protect Chintang Pass. He could never collude with it. Generally, please cease your protection of him. The evidence is before us. We only trust our own eyes. A citizen retorted loudly. Indeed, generally, if you do not expel Nezha, we shall take matters into our own hands. Another citizen echoed, their emotions nearing a breaking point. Ao Bing gazed at the enraged crowd, his heart heavy with guilt and remorse. He understood that the chaos and misunderstanding stemmed from his and shunned Gongbao's conspiracy. Struggling to rise, he wished to explain to the citizens, yet found himself at a loss for words. Fellow villagers, it is truly Shun Gongbao who orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. I was compelled by him to attack Nezha. Ao Bing proclaimed, but his voice was swiftly drowned out by the furious shouts of the crowd. Who would believe your nonsense? You are all in cahoots. Yes. Do not listen to their excuses, drive them out. The citizens dismissed Ao Bing's explanations, their anger spreading like wildfire. Nezha, witnessing the uncontrollable situation before him, felt a mix of fury and grievance. He could not comprehend why his earnest desire to protect the citizens of Chintang Pass had culminated in such profound misunderstanding and hostility. Father, there is no need for explanations. They will not believe us, Nezha said, looking at Li Jing, his eyes filled with disappointment and helplessness. Li Jing, observing the injured Nezha and the furious citizens, felt a deep sense of helplessness and sorrow. He was acutely aware that the populace had succumbed to a frenzy of rage. And no matter how he explained the situation, it would be challenging to quell their ire. Everyone, do not act impulsively. There must be a deeper mystery to this matter. We cannot draw conclusions solely based on what is immediately visible. Li Jing shouted hoarsely, striving to instill calm among the masses. However, the people's emotions had spiraled completely out of control. They continued to hurl stones and wooden sticks at Nezha and Ao Bing, their shouts of vitriol ringing in the air. At that moment, the malevolent serpent seemed to sense that the crowd's attention was diverted by the commotion. A glimmer of cunning flickered in its blood-red eyes. The serpent began to glide its massive form silently closer to Chintang Pass, preparing to launch a new assault. This is bad. The serpent is about to attack again. A sharp-eyed soldier suddenly cried out. The crowd, upon hearing the shout, was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Those who had been venting their anger towards Nezha and Ao Bing now turned in terror to face the encroaching serpent. What should we do? The serpent is coming back. Run. The populace erupted into chaos, fleeing in all directions. Observing the turmoil, Li Jing swiftly turned and bellowed, "Soldiers, hold the line. We cannot allow the serpent to approach Chintang Pass." The soldiers at Chintang Pass quickly assembled, weapons in hand, ready for battle. However, having already endured a prior confrontation with the serpent, most were utterly exhausted. And a flicker of fear was evident in their eyes as they faced the looming threat once more. Do not be afraid. Together we shall confront the serpent and protect Chintang Pass. Li Jing brandished his sword, rallying their spirits. Nezha surveyed the chaotic scene, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that Chintang Pass was in imminent peril, and the lives of the people were at stake. Despite the misunderstandings he faced, he resolved to step forward. Father, I will stand with you. Nezha gritted his teeth, suppressing his pain as he rose to his feet, gripping his fiery spear tightly, determination igniting in his eyes once more. Ao Bing approached Nezha's side and declared, Nezha, I will join you. This time, we must repel the serpent and reveal the truth to our fellow villagers. Nezha glanced at Ao Bing and nodded slightly. Though doubts lingered in his heart, they shared a common goal, the protection of Chintang Pass. Very well, let us go. Nezha cried out, charging alongside Ao Bing towards the serpent. The serpent, seeing them charge once more, let out an enraged roar. It opened its maw wide, unleashing a stronger plume of black mist towards Nezha and Ao Bing. Be careful, that mist is toxic, Ao Bing warned. He swiftly cast a spell, conjuring a transparent shield around them to block the encroaching mist. Seizing the moment when the shield repelled the toxic vapors, Nezha channeled all his energy, attempting to reignite the power of his fiery spear. Yet, due to his previous injuries, his abilities were significantly diminished, and the flames on the spear merely flickered weakly, failing to blaze as they usually did. Damn it, my injuries are impairing my powers, Nezha thought anxiously. Ao Bing looked at Nezha and said, Nezha, you should rest for a moment. I will hold them off. As he spoke, he wielded the ice spear, commanding the sea to form sharp blades of water that shot towards the demon serpent. The serpent twisted its body, skillfully evading most of the water blades. Yet a few still struck its scales, producing a crisp sound of impact. In pain, the demon serpent roared in fury, violently swinging its tail, creating a towering black wave akin to an indomitable wall of water that crashed towards Ao Bing. Ao Bing, be careful, Nezha shouted, disregarding his own injuries as he rushed forward, bracing the wave with his fire spear. However, the force of the wave was overwhelming, pushing both Nezha and Ao Bing backward, leaving deep grooves in the sand. What should we do? This is not a viable solution, Ao Bing said, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. At that moment, Li Jing arrived with his soldiers. They swiftly knocked their arrows, aiming at the demon serpent. Countless arrows fell like rain upon the serpent, yet its scales were impervious. The arrows merely bounced off, inflicting no harm. This serpent's defense is too formidable. Ordinary attacks cannot harm it. A soldier exclaimed anxiously. Everyone, remain calm. Continue searching for its weakness, Li Jing commanded. Nezha, observing the demon serpent, suddenly recalled their previous battle where striking its abdomen had proven somewhat effective. Father, we should attack its abdomen. The scales there are comparatively thinner, Nezha cried out. Li Jing nodded in agreement. All right, everyone, listen up. Focus your attacks on the serpent's abdomen. Thus, Li Jing led his soldiers alongside Nezha and Ao Bing once more toward the demon serpent, with Nezha and Ao Bing in the lead, and Li Jing and the soldiers closely following. They coordinated their efforts to launch another assault. The serpent seemed to sense their intent, its eyes flashing with caution. It twisted its body, constantly shifting positions to evade their strikes. Everyone, hold steady. Do not panic. Wait for the right moment, Li Jing shouted. Just as the serpent paused momentarily, Nezha seized the opportunity, channeling all his strength, thrusting the fire spear towards the serpent's abdomen. Ao Bing also manipulated the sea, forming a colossal hand to grasp the serpent's tail, attempting to immobilize it. Roar! The demon serpent let out a painful howl as Nezha's fire spear successfully pierced its abdomen, blood gushing forth once more. We did it. Continue the assault, Li Jing shouted. Seeing this, the soldiers quickly knocked their arrows again, aiming for the serpent's abdomen. Under the combined onslaught, the demon serpent began to falter, its movements becoming sluggish. This is bad. We must retreat. The serpent may be cornered and act recklessly. Nezha suddenly realized something was amiss, shouting loudly. The group hastily retreated. Indeed, the demon serpent emitted a thunderous roar, its body trembling violently, the surrounding waters surging wildly. With a thunderous explosion, the demon serpent erupted, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent towering waves towards Chintang Pass. Quick, organize the citizens to take cover, Li Jing commanded loudly. Nezha, Ao Bing, and the soldiers swiftly sprang into action, aiding the common folk in evading the surging waves. Through their collective efforts, the majority of the populace found refuge in time. Once the tumultuous waves receded, Chintang Pass momentarily returned to tranquility. Although the malevolent serpent had been repelled, the misunderstanding harbored by the people towards Nezha lingered. Indeed, even if the serpent has been vanquished, it does not absolve Nezha from suspicion. His previous actions were far too dubious for our trust. The villagers congregated, their whispers laced with hostility towards Nezha, observing the animosity directed at him. Nezha felt a tempest of anger and helplessness within. He understood that to dispel the villagers' misconceptions, he needed to uncover irrefutable evidence to expose the conspiracy of Shungongbao and the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Father, I am determined to unveil the truth and show the villagers that I am not a monster, nor an ally of the malevolent serpent, Nezha declared resolutely. Gazing at Li Jing looked at Nezha, his eyes brimming with pride and support. Very well, my child, I have faith in you. Regardless of the obstacles, I will stand by your side. Ao Bing chimed in. Nezha, I too shall assist you. This turmoil arose from my entanglement with Shungongbao, and I am resolute in rectifying my mistakes. Nezha cast a glance at Ao Bing and nodded slightly. Together, we shall uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Deep within the East Sea's Dragon Palace, Shun Gongbao and Dragon King Ao Guang glowered in the direction of the defeated serpent. Humph. That rascal Ao Bing managed to break free from my control at a critical moment, thwarting my plans. Shun Gongbao seethed through clenched teeth. Dragon King Ao Guang furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What shall we do now?" Nezha and his companions seemed to have caught on. Our forthcoming endeavors will undoubtedly be more challenging. A glint of fierce determination flickered in Shun Gongbao's eyes. Fear not, for it shall not be so easy for them to unveil the truth. We possess other means. We must not allow them to disrupt our schemes. Thus, the curtain rose on a contest of truth and deception. Though Chentang Pass appeared to have regained its calm, unseen currents swirled beneath the surface. How will Nezha, Ao Bing, and Li Jing unravel the machinations of Shun Gongbao and the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, revealing the truth to the populace? What cunning plots will Shun Gongbao and Dragon King Ao Guang devise to thwart their efforts? All remains uncertain, as they brace themselves for even more formidable challenges. Chapter 36. Guilt and Choices, Struggles Amidst the Flames of War. Under the ferocious assault of the malevolent serpent, Nezha found himself unable to evade its onslaught, suffering a grievous wound from its sharp fangs, blood instantly staining his garments crimson. Ao Bing, witnessing Nezha's injury, felt as if struck by lightning. The bewitching spell cast by Shun Gongbao shattered in the wake of this unforeseen calamity, his gaze returning to clarity. Overwhelmed by a tide of remorse. What have I done? Ao Bing's heart cried out in anguish, guilt and self-reproach piercing his soul like 1,000 needles. As he beheld Nezha's injured form, he wished fervently that he were the one suffering instead. In this moment, the malevolent serpent, sensing Nezha's vulnerability, intensified its assault. Its massive form rolled upon the surface of the sea, conjuring towering waves that surged towards Nezha and Ao Bing like formidable mountains. The demon serpent gaped its cavernous maw, unleashing a stream of black venom that arced through the air like a volley of dark arrows aimed directly at Nezha. Ao Bing, with no time to ponder, was consumed by a single thought. He must not allow Nezha to suffer any further harm. Swiftly, he wielded the Hunyuan silk, which transformed into a resplendent barrier, shielding Nezha from the impending onslaught. The venom struck the silk with a hissing sound, enveloping it in a cloud of acrid smoke. "Nezha, are you all right?" Ao Bing exclaimed, strenuously fending off the serpent's assault while anxiously glancing at Nezha. Clenching his teeth against the searing pain in his shoulder, Nezha replied loudly, "I am fine." Ao Bing, what is happening? At that moment, confusion and rage swirled within Nezha's heart. He could not comprehend why his steadfast comrade would suddenly turn against him. Ao Bing's face contorted with anguish as he attempted to explain, but another wave of the serpent's attack came crashing down. The creature lashed its sturdy tail like a colossal black whip, sweeping towards them. Both Ao Bing and Nezha leapt into the air to evade the fierce strike. "Nezha, I am sorry. I was momentarily ensnared by confusion." Ao Bing shouted amidst the howling wind, his voice nearly drowned out. Nezha furrowed his brow, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. As he dodged the serpent's strikes, he insisted, "Now is not the time for such discussions. We must first repel this abomination." With a swift maneuver, they landed firmly upon the ocean's surface. Meanwhile, the citizens of Chentang Pass witnessed the tumultuous battle unfold, their anger igniting like dry tinder. Ablaze with fury. "Look, Nezha is indeed in league with that demon serpent," shouted a young man, pointing furiously. "Yes, he must be doing this on purpose, wanting to bring us all to ruin." An elderly woman echoed, her eyes filled with fear and indignation. The tide of accusations surged against Nezha. However, he and Ao Bing were wholly preoccupied with the immediate threat posed by the demon serpent. Ao Bing gripped the Hunyuan silk tightly, his gaze resolute. "Nezha, this time I will stand by your side and not falter." Nezha nodded slightly, clutching his fiery spear, its tip glinting with a menacing light. "Very well. Let this abomination know our might." With that, both charged towards the serpent. Ao Bing struck first, channeling his entire magical essence into the Hunyuan silk, which blazed brightly, resembling an agile dragon as it coiled around the serpent's head. Sensing peril, the demon serpent sought to evade, only to find the silk clinging to its neck like a shadow. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha dashed forward, his feet barely touching the surface of the sea, striking like a crimson lightning bolt towards the serpent. With a mighty shout, he infused the full power of the magic orb into his fiery spear, which ignited in a searing blaze, emanating an overwhelming aura. "Take this." Nezha roared with fury, the fire-tipped spear imbued with immense force, piercing fiercely into the belly of the demon serpent. The beast, writhing in pain, let out a thunderous roar, thrashing wildly in an attempt to break free from the restraints of the heavenly rope, while simultaneously swiping its claws at Nezha. With remarkable agility, Nezha dodged the creature's attacks, narrowly evading each strike. Seizing the moment, he thrust the fire-tipped spear once more, this time driving the spearhead deeply into the serpent's flesh, causing its blood to spout forth like a gushing spring, staining the surrounding waters crimson. Ao Bing, from the side, diligently manipulated the heavenly rope, tugging forcefully at the demon serpent to prevent it from focusing its energy on Nezha. The rope tightened around the creature, rendering its movements increasingly sluggish. Nezha, put in more effort. We can surely drive it back. Ao Bing shouted, sweat glistening on his brow, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. All right, witness my final strike. Nezha replied, taking a deep breath as he summoned the full might of his magical essence. The flames on the fire-tipped spear blazed more intensely, as if eager to ignite the entire surface of the sea. Just as Nezha prepared to unleash his final blow, the demon serpent seemed to sense the impending threat of death. It suddenly erupted with a surge of formidable power, breaking free from the heavenly rope's grasp. Ao Bing staggered back a few steps, nearly losing his footing upon the surface of the water. Once liberated, the demon serpent glared menacingly at Nezha and Ao Bing, opening its maw to unleash a powerful suction that drew the surrounding waters towards it, as if pulled by an invisible force. Nezha and Ao Bing felt themselves being inexorably dragged towards the serpent. This is dire, Nezha thought to himself, quickly thrusting the fire-tipped spear into the seabed in a bid to stabilize his stance. Ao Bing swiftly cast a spell, conjuring an icy platform beneath his feet to momentarily resist the force of the suction. Ao Bing, think of something. At this rate, we will both be drawn into its maw. Nezha shouted, gripping the fire-tipped spear tightly, the veins on his arms standing out prominently. Furrowing his brow, Ao Bing pondered a strategy. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. Nezha, let us strike at its eyes. That is its weakness. Nezha nodded in agreement. All right. I shall follow your lead. The two exchanged determined glances and launched their coordinated assault. Ao Bing manipulated the heavenly rope, transforming it into two slender ribbons that shot towards the serpent's eyes. Nezha hurled the fire-tipped spear with all his might. The spear, enveloped in searing flames, soared like a blazing meteor aimed at the creature's eyes. The demon serpent, noticing the incoming attack, attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The heavenly rope ensnared its eyes first, momentarily blinding it. Immediately thereafter, the fire-tipped spear struck its left eye with tremendous force, eliciting a piercing scream from the serpent. And the suction abruptly ceased. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha soared into the air, catching the fire-tipped spear mid-flight. He charged once more towards the demon serpent, this time unleashing his most powerful technique. The power of the magic orb surged within him, emanating an overwhelming aura of dark energy that intertwined with the flames enveloping his form, forging a peculiar, yet formidable strength. Behold my technique, the Qian Kuan Fire Demon Slash. Nezha bellowed, as the fiery spear in his grasp expanded several-fold, ablaze with fierce flames and potent magic, striking towards the head of the demon serpent. Sensing this lethal threat, the serpent attempted to evade, but its movements were hampered by its injured eyes. With a thunderous crash, the spear struck heavily upon the serpent's head, and in an instant, its body was engulfed by the flames. The demon serpent writhed in agony, emitting a series of anguished roars, until eventually, its form slowly sank to the ocean floor. Before submerging completely, the serpent menaced, "You shall wait for my return." Nezha and Ao Bing exhaled a sigh of relief as they watched the serpent disappear from sight. However, their moment of triumph was swiftly overshadowed by the enraged cries of the citizens of Chintang Pass. Expel Nezha. He is nothing but a scourge. Indeed, he must not remain in Chintang Pass. Otherwise, we shall find no peace. The townsfolk gathered atop the city walls, vociferously denouncing Nezha and Ao Bing. Nezha, confronted by the hostility of the crowd, felt a tumult of anger and indignation within him. He could not fathom why his desperate efforts to safeguard them had culminated in such disdain. Fellow villagers, the situation is not as you perceive. Ao Bing endeavored to clarify, but the citizens were unwilling to listen. Humph, we witnessed it with our own eyes. Do you still wish to argue? A middle-aged man retorted fiercely. Li Jing, standing atop the city tower, surveyed the furious populace with a heavy heart. He called out, "Villagers, I believe in Nezha's inherent goodness. There must be a deeper truth behind this incident. I implore you to remain calm." In Shenyang, anxious at his side, added, "Indeed, villagers, though Nezha can be mischievous, he would never harm you. Please, grant him a chance." Yet, The townsfolk, consumed by their fury, disregarded Li Jing and Yin Shenyang's pleas, continuing to demand Nezha's expulsion. Nezha, witnessing this scene unfold, felt a bitter pang in his heart. He turned to Ao Bing, a complex expression in his eyes. Ao Bing, do you think I truly should not remain here? Ao Bing gazed at Nezha, filled with guilt. Nezha, this is all my fault. If it weren't for me. Nezha interrupted, it is pointless to dwell on this now. I simply do not understand why my efforts yield no recognition. Ao Bing opened his mouth to offer comfort, yet found himself at a loss for words. He regarded Nezha's desolate silhouette and silently vowed to find a way to rectify his mistakes, to help Nezha earn the acceptance of the people of Chintang Pass. The sea breeze gently caressed them, carrying a hint of saltiness, as if it too lamented the misunderstanding that had transpired. The situation at Chintang Pass has become increasingly intricate and tense due to the recent battle and the misunderstandings among the populace. Nezha and Ao Bing now face even more formidable challenges. Chapter 37. Standing together amidst pain, undercurrents of misunderstanding before Chintang Pass. The sea breeze howled and the waves surged violently, as if recounting the aftermath of the fierce confrontation. Nezha bore grievous wounds, his complexion pale as parchment, blood seeping continuously from his injuries, staining his garments and dampening the sand beneath him. Ao Bing was equally disheveled, his hair in disarray, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with remorse and resolve. Though the demonic serpent had been left battered and bruised from their prior combined assault, its crimson vertical pupils still glimmered with ferocity and stubbornness. Its massive form writhed in the sea, stirring towering waves and unleashing roars that seemed capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. Little wretches, do not think you can easily drive me away. The grudge of today shall be repaid 100-fold. The serpent's voice boomed like a bell across the surface of the water, saturated with menace and fury. Nezha gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain from his wounds, gripping the fire-tipped spear tightly. Despite the tremors in his hand causing the spear to quiver slightly, his gaze remained resolute, fixed on the demonic serpent. He declared loudly, "Demonic serpent, vile beast of wickedness, if you have the capability, come forth. I, Nezha, shall not fear you." Ao Bing brandished his ice trident, its surface glinting with a chilling light. He gazed at the serpent, his tone frigid as he proclaimed, "Demonic serpent, you wreak havoc at Chintang Pass and harm the innocent. Today marks your demise." The serpent seemed incensed by their words, violently lashing its tail, unleashing a towering black wave akin to an impenetrable wall of water, crashing towards Nezha and Ao Bing with overwhelming force. As it surged forth, the seawater appeared tainted by black ink, emanating a nauseating stench. "Be careful," Nezha shouted, swiftly channeling the remaining power of the demon orb within him. However, his grave injuries had severely diminished its potency, and only a flickering flame ignited at the tip of his spear. He concentrated the flame and thrust it towards the colossal wave. Meanwhile, Ao Bing manipulated the seawater, swiftly conjuring a thick ice shield before him to withstand the fierce onslaught. Boom! The massive wave collided with the ice shield and the fire-tipped spear, erupting in a deafening roar. The ice shield instantly fractured into countless splinters, and with a resounding crack, it shattered entirely, sending shards flying. Nezha was violently thrown backward by the force, crashing onto the beach and coughing up blood. Nezha! Ao Bing's heart raced with urgency, disregarding his own safety. He hurried towards Nezha. At that moment, the serpent opened its gaping maw, unleashing a jet of water mixed with black mist, hurtling towards them like a cannonball. Ao Bing, noticing this, swiftly turned, wielding the ice trident once more, summoning the remaining seawater to form a curtain of water, temporarily blocking the oncoming blast. Yet, the force of the water column was immense, and the curtain began to waver precariously. "This cannot continue. We must devise a plan," Ao Bing shouted anxiously while striving to maintain the water curtain. Nezha gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping rapidly across the surroundings until it landed on a massive rock not far away. An idea struck him, and he called out to Ao Bing, "Ao Bing, divert the attention of the demon serpent while I sneak around to its rear and strike at its weak point." Understanding the plan, Ao Bing nodded and replied, "Very well. Be careful." With that, he brandished his ice spear and invoked the spells of the Dragon Palace, conjuring countless water dragons that surged toward the demon serpent. Upon seeing the approaching water dragons, the demon serpent roared in fury, abandoning its assault on Nezha and Ao Bing to confront the onslaught of water dragons instead. It opened its gaping maw, crushing the nearby water dragons one by one, as dark mist poured forth from its mouth, rapidly corroding and dissipating the water dragons. Seizing the moment when the demon serpent's attention was drawn away by Ao Bing, Nezha, dragging his injured body, cautiously maneuvered behind the demon serpent, utilizing the cover of the waves and the rocks. With each movement, the pain from his wounds surged like electric currents throughout his body. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. At last, Nezha reached the rear of the demon serpent, timing his strike perfectly. He summoned the last remnants of his magical power, channeling the force of the magic orb into his fiery spear, and shouted, "Behold my spear." The fiery spear shot forth like a crimson meteor, piercing the demon serpent's tail with tremendous force. A chilling cry erupted from the demon serpent as it was struck, blood gushing forth like a fountain and staining the surrounding waters crimson. In agony, the demon serpent thrashed wildly, its immense strength stirring up even greater waves. "Now, Ao Bing," Nezha bellowed. Hearing the call, Ao Bing immediately ceased the control of the water dragons, instead concentrating all his magical energy into his ice spear, which radiated a brilliant blue light. In a flash, he darted toward the demon serpent like a bolt of blue lightning, capitalizing on its slowed movements due to the injury to its tail, and thrust the ice spear forcefully into its side. "Prepare to meet your end," Ao Bing roared. The demon serpent, grievously wounded, emitted pained roars, its body trembling violently, sending the surrounding waters into a frenzy. After a fierce struggle, the demon serpent could no longer withstand the onslaught and gradually sank to the ocean floor. "At last, we have driven it back," Nezha sighed in relief. Collapsing onto the beach from exhaustion, Ao Bing approached Nezha, concern and guilt flooding his heart as he observed Nezha's weakened state. "Nezha, how are you?" he asked. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me," Nezha waved his hand weakly, responding, "Let us not dwell on that now, Ao Bing. We owe our success to our joint efforts. Otherwise, it would have been truly difficult to repel this demon serpent." At that moment, Li Jing arrived with the soldiers from Chintang Pass. Seeing the injured Nezha, Li Jing's heart ached, and he hurried over to support him. "Nezha, are you all right?" Nezha managed a faint smile. "Father, I am fine. I just need to rest for a bit." The townsfolk of Chintang Pass gathered around. Yet their eyes were filled with suspicion and hostility as they regarded Nezha. Who knows if he is truly not in league with the demon serpent? "Perhaps this is all part of a ruse," a middle-aged man declared, furrowing his brow. Indeed, not long ago, he and Ao Bing worked harmoniously together. Suddenly, Ao Bing turned against him, and there must be some hidden motive behind this. An elderly woman echoed, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Exactly, we cannot trust him so easily. We must expel him from Chintang Pass, otherwise, our peace will remain forever elusive." The citizens expressed their outrage, clamoring in unison. Hearing their accusations, Nezha felt both anger and injustice swell within him. Struggling to his feet, he proclaimed loudly, "Fellow villagers, I, Nezha, have devoted myself to protecting Chintang Pass and all of you. I nearly lost my life battling the demon serpent today. Why do you refuse to believe in me?" "Humph. We only trust our own eyes. Do not attempt to deceive us further," a young man shouted, brandishing his fist. Li Jing surveyed the enraged populace and called out, "Everyone, please calm down. Nezha is my son. I know him best, and he would never collude with the demon serpent. There must be some mystery behind today's events. I ask you to grant us time to investigate thoroughly. Generally, it is not that we do not trust you, but the circumstances are indeed too suspicious," an elder replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Ao Bing stepped forward, stating, "Villagers, there is indeed more to this story. It was Shun Gongbao who secretly cast a spell to control me, which led to my attack on Nezha. Please believe that we will uncover the truth and provide you with an explanation." "Humph, Shun Gongbao. Who knows if this is merely an excuse you have concocted?" The people remained skeptical, refusing to be easily swayed. Nezha gazed at the villagers' demeanor, a profound sorrow settling in his heart. He understood that dispelling their misconceptions would be no simple task. "Father, Ao Bing, it seems we must swiftly gather evidence to expose Shun Gongbao and the conspiracy of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Otherwise, the villagers will not believe us," Nezha resolutely declared, looking at Li Jing and Ao Bing. Li Jing nodded. "Indeed, Nezha. However, you are grievously injured. Return home to recuperate properly. We shall deliberate on this matter at length." Ao Bing added, "Nezha, rest assured. I will secretly investigate Shun Gongbao's movements during this time to see if I can uncover any evidence." Nezha expressed his gratitude with a glance at them, saying, "Thank you. I will recover swiftly and join you in revealing the truth." Subsequently, Li Jing escorted Nezha back to their residence. In Shenyang had been anxiously awaiting their return, and, upon seeing Nezha injured, tears welled in her eyes. "My son, how have you sustained such grave injuries?" Mother, I am fine. Do not worry, Nezha reassured her. Fine. Look at all this blood, In Shenyang exclaimed, hastily summoning a physician. The doctor arrived promptly, examined Nezha's injuries meticulously, prescribed several medications, and cautioned, young masterly. Your injuries are severe. You must rest adequately, take your medicine on time, and refrain from unnecessary movement to prevent exacerbating your condition. In Shenyang expressed her gratitude to the physician and sent someone to prepare the medicine. She remained by Nezha's bedside, her heart aching as she gazed at him. My child, why do you push yourself so hard? You always exert yourself to such extremes. Nezha grasped In Shenyang's hand and replied, Mother, I do this to protect Chintang Pass and safeguard our fellow villagers. I cannot bear to witness their suffering. In Shenyang gently stroked Nezha's head and said, My dear, I am aware of your kind heart, but you must also be mindful of your own safety. Nezha nodded in agreement and replied, Mother, I understand. Once I have healed, I shall ensure that the villagers learn the truth and restore my honor. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, Dragon King Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao glared darkly in the direction of the defeated magical serpent. Humph! How dare Ao Bing betray us and join forces with Nezha to repel the serpent, thwarting our plans? Shun Gongbao hissed through clenched teeth, malice flickering in his eyes. Dragon King Ao Guang's face was equally clouded with fury. This ungrateful wretch has dared to defy my orders. I shall not let him off lightly. Yet, our plans have been disrupted. What shall we do next? After a moment of contemplation, Shun Gongbao smirked and said, Fear not, Dragon King. We have other means at our disposal. Nezha and his companions believe that they have triumphed over the serpent, unaware that a greater crisis looms ahead. We can secretly dispatch more sea demons to attack Chintang Pass and deliberately leave clues linking them to Nezha, deepening the villagers' misunderstandings of him. At the same time, I shall continue to seek opportunities to strike at Nezha and his allies. Dragon King Ao Guang nodded and proclaimed, Very well, let it be as you say. We must not allow Nezha and his companions to thwart our plans. We must ensure that the Dragon Clan escapes its plight and regains its freedom. A new conspiracy quietly brewed within the East Sea Dragon Palace, while Nezha and his companions remained oblivious to the impending danger that loomed over Chintang Pass like ominous clouds. On the other side, upon returning to the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing made his way directly to his own chamber. Along the way, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals watched him with glances filled with a hint of peculiarity. Ao Bing knew that word of his assistance to Nezha in repelling the serpent had surely spread throughout the palace. As he stepped into the hall, Dragon King Ao Guang appeared before him, his countenance dark enough to seem as if it could drip with water. Ao Bing, you have audacity. How dare you betray the Dragon Clan and conspire with Nezha against our plans? Dragon King Ao Guang roared in fury. Ao Bing regarded his father, feeling a pang of guilt, yet resolutely stated, Father, our plans were flawed from the outset. Nezha is my friend. I cannot stand idly by while he is wronged, nor can I allow us to harm innocent civilians. Friend, do not forget that you are the third prince of the Dragon Clan. Your mission is to aid our kin in overcoming adversity, not to befriend a reincarnated demon. Dragon King Ao Guang glared fiercely, admonishing him loudly. Father, must we resort to such a means of harming the innocent to escape our plight? There are alternative paths we can take. Ao Bing attempted to persuade his father. Silence. What do you understand? The Dragon Clan has languished in the depths of the sea for years, enduring humiliation. If we do not employ this strategy, when shall we ever see the light of day again? Dragon King Ao Guang interrupted Ao Bing's words, bellowing in anger. Ao Bing looked at his father, filled with helplessness. He understood that his father's eyes were blinded by hatred and a longing for freedom, rendering him difficult to persuade in that moment. Father, I am aware of your tireless efforts for the future of our dragon kin, yet we cannot act against our conscience. I implore you to cease this plan and join me in confessing everything to Nezha and the others. Perhaps there is still a chance for redemption. Ao Bing spoke earnestly. Humph, impossible. I shall never abandon this endeavor. If you dare to obstruct me again, do not expect me to remain merciful as your father. The Dragon King Ao Guang retorted coldly, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Ao Bing gazed at his father, a pang of sorrow striking his heart. He realized that the rift between them had become irreparable. Father, since you remain obstinate, I shall no longer partake in your schemes. I will assist Nezha in revealing the truth and restoring his honor. With that, Ao Bing turned to leave. You dare. The Dragon King Ao Guang seethed with rage, extending his hand to unleash a powerful surge of magic toward Ao Bing. Sensing the imminent danger, Ao Bing swiftly dodged. the magic narrowly missing him and crashing into the palace wall, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Ao Bing, you are betraying the Dragon Clan. If you step out of this palace today, do not expect to return. The Dragon King Ao Guang bellowed in fury. Ao Bing halted, casting a pained and helpless glance back at his father. Father, I do not wish to be your enemy, but I cannot betray my conscience. I hope you will awaken to the truth soon. With that, he departed the Dragon Palace without a backward glance. After leaving the palace, Ao Bing found himself alone by the seashore. He gazed at the tumultuous waves, his mind awash with thoughts. He understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet he did not regret his decision. Nezha, rest assured, I shall uncover the evidence and expose the conspiracy of Shun Gongbao and my father. Even if it means standing against the world, I shall not falter, Ao Bing declared resolutely, his eyes fixed on the sky. Meanwhile, within the residence of Li Jing at Chintang Pass, Nezha lay resting on his bed, his eyes closed in meditation. After several days of recuperation, his injuries had begun to mend, yet his heart remained troubled by the truth and the misunderstandings of the people of Chintang Pass regarding him. Shun Gongbao, Dragon King Ao Guang, await your reckoning. I shall ensure your conspiracy is laid bare for all to see. Nezha clenched his fists, silently vowing. A fierce struggle between justice and malevolence was intensifying beneath the tranquil facade of Chintang Pass. Chapter 38. Misunderstandings as deep as the abyss. Steadfast in the heart of justice following the defeat of the demonic flood dragon, an atmosphere of tension and oppression lingered in Chintang Pass. As if the very air lamented Nezha's plight, the sea breeze wailed, carrying the brackish taste of the ocean, seemingly mourning for Nezha's ordeal. The alliance of Nezha and Ao Bing in repelling the demonic beast should have been a cause for celebration. However, the people's misconceptions about Nezha loomed like heavy clouds, casting a shadow over their hearts. In the streets of Chintang Pass, crowds of citizens gathered, whispering amongst themselves, their eyes filled with suspicion and hostility towards Nezha. This Nezha, with his peculiar ways, now engages in such strange battles with the demonic flood dragon. Perhaps he truly colludes with the beast. A dark-skinned fisherman exclaimed, his brow furrowed as he waved his robust arms, seemingly venting his pent-up anger. Indeed, it was previously observed that he and Ao Bing collaborated seamlessly, only for Ao Bing to suddenly turn against him. There must be a hidden secret behind this betrayal. Perhaps they are deliberately staging this scenario to lower our guard. An elderly man, his hair a cascade of silver, leaned on his cane, trembling with trepidation, his eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. Yes, he cannot remain in Chintang Pass. Otherwise, our lives will be fraught with turmoil. A wave of agreements surged through the crowd, their fervor escalating. Within the confines of Li Jing's residence, Nezha lay upon his bed. Although his wounds had been hastily bandaged, a dull ache persisted. Gazing out at the angry figures of the townsfolk, he felt a profound sense of helplessness and injustice. I have devoted myself to Chintang Pass, striving to protect them. Why can they not trust me? Nezha murmured, his fists unconsciously clenching, a flicker of defiance igniting in his eyes. At that moment, Li Jing and Yin Shenyang entered the chamber. Yin Shenyang, upon witnessing Nezha's haggard countenance, felt a surge of maternal sorrow, tears brimming in her eyes. She gently settled beside him, taking his hand, and said, my dear child, do not despair. Your mother believes in you. You were injured in your noble effort to safeguard everyone. Nezha looked at her, warmth blossoming within him. Yet the townsfolk's misunderstanding cast a shadow over his heart. Mother, I know you and father believe in me, but the villagers perceive me as a monster, a scourge upon Chintang Pass. Li Jing approached Nezha, placing a reassuring hand upon his shoulder, his gaze resolute. Nezha, I too believe in your inherent goodness. There must be a misunderstanding, and we shall uncover the truth. For now, focus on your recovery. Nezha gritted his teeth, declaring, Father, I cannot remain idle. I must seek out the evidence to prove my innocence and reveal the truth to the villagers. Li Jing regarded Nezha's unwavering determination with a mix of pride and concern. It is commendable that you possess such resolve. However, your injuries are severe. First, you must heal. This matter, I will face alongside you. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside the door. Li Jing furrowed his brow and stepped out to investigate. A throng of townsfolk had gathered at the entrance, clamoring loudly. Li Zongbing, you must expel Nezha from Chintang Pass. He is nothing but a calamity. If he remains here, we shall all suffer. A robust young man waved his fists, shouting vehemently. Yes, cast him out. We no longer wish to see him. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices shaking the very boards of the door. Li Jing surveyed the enraged populace, his expression grave. Fellow villagers, Nezha is my son, and I know his character. He is wholly devoted to Chintang Pass. In his recent battle against the demonic serpent, he nearly lost his life. He could never collude with such a creature. Humph. Li Zongbing, you are merely protecting your son. We have all witnessed the events unfold. The facts are laid bare before us, and yet you still attempt to defend him. A middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, her tone unapologetic. Indeed, Li Zongbing, we recognize your dedication to Chintang Pass, but Nezha's actions are undeniably suspicious. You cannot show favoritism simply because he is your son, another elder interjected. Li Jing took a deep breath, patiently articulating, fellow villagers, I, Li Jing, have lived my life with integrity. I would never show bias towards anyone. The recent events indeed possess an air of intrigue. A.O. Bing has mentioned that it was Shun Gongbao who, through clandestine sorcery, manipulated him into attacking Nezha. We require time to investigate thoroughly and provide a satisfactory explanation to all. Shun Gongbao? That is merely a fabricated excuse. Why should we place our trust in you? The populace remained unconvinced, continuing to voice their grievances loudly. At this impasse, A.O. Bing arrived. Witnessing the ire of the citizens, he was overwhelmed with remorse. He stepped forward, bowing deeply before the crowd, and proclaimed, "Esteemed villagers, I too bear responsibility in this matter. Under the influence of Shun Gongbao's enchantment, I inflicted harm upon Nezha. Please believe that Nezha and I shall uncover the truth and deliver a satisfactory resolution to you all." Why should we believe your words? You are all in league together. The citizens continued to regard A.O. Bing with skepticism, feeling the sting of their distrust. A.O. Bing understood that dispelling their misconceptions would not be an easy endeavor. Dear villagers, I swear by the name of the Dragon Prince, I will collaborate with Nezha to unearth the evidence and expose Shun Gongbao's treachery. Should we fail, I shall accept any consequences you deem fitting, he declared resolutely. Upon hearing A.O. Bing's vow, the crowd quieted slightly, though doubts lingered. We hope you can uphold your promise. Otherwise, we shall not let you off easily. Li Jing gazed at A.O. Bing with gratitude, saying, A.O. Bing, thank you. A.O. Bing shook his head and replied, Generally, this is my duty. This situation arose because of me, and I shall see it through to the end. At that moment, Nezha, disregarding his injuries, emerged from the chamber. He addressed the villagers loudly, Esteemed compatriots, I, Nezha, vow to uncover the truth and restore my honor. If I truly conspired with the malevolent serpent, I shall willingly accept punishment. However, until the truth is revealed, I beseech you for a chance. The crowd regarded Nezha's steadfast gaze, and their fury seemed to subside slightly. Very well, we shall grant you an opportunity. But if the truth remains elusive, you must depart from Chintang Pass. An elder declared. Agreed, it is a pact. Nezha responded without hesitation. The crowd gradually dispersed. Li Jing looked at Nezha and remarked, Nezha, your wounds are not yet healed. How could you venture out? Nezha met Li Jing's gaze and replied, Father, I am fine. I cannot allow the villagers to continue misunderstanding me. I must swiftly gather evidence to prove my innocence. A.O. Bing added, Nezha, I will assist you with all my strength. Together, we shall unveil Shun Gongbao's conspiracy. Nezha nodded and said, Very well, let us commence our investigation. A.O. Bing, with your knowledge of Shun Gongbao and the Dragon Palace, where do you suggest we begin? After a moment of contemplation, A.O. Bing responded, Shun Gongbao has colluded with my father. Their scheme must be connected to the Dragon Palace. We should commence our search in the waters surrounding the Dragon Palace to see if we can uncover any clues. Nezha agreed. Excellent. Let us set off at once. Li Jing observed them and cautioned, Be careful. Shun Gongbao is cunning and will undoubtedly take precautions. Should danger arise, return immediately. Do not worry, father. We shall exercise utmost caution, Nezha reassured. Thus, Nezha and A.O. Bing departed from Chintang Pass, heading towards the East Sea Dragon Palace. Along their journey, the ocean winds howled and waves crashed against the shore, as if heralding the beginning of their adventurous quest. A.O. Bing, why does Shun Gongbao target me? What compels him to frame both me and the people of Chintang Pass? Nezha inquired as they walked. A.O. Bing sighed and replied, Shun Gongbao harbors envy towards Tai Yijunren and has long sought an opportunity to prove himself. He has conspired with my father, intending to exploit our friendship to ensnare you, incite chaos in Chintang Pass, and thereby fulfill his ambitions of disturbing the realm. Nezha clenched his fists and exclaimed, That Shun Gongbao is utterly detestable. I will not let him escape justice. A.O. Bing cautioned, Nezha, Shun Gongbao possesses formidable powers and is cunning. We must not underestimate him. We must proceed with vigilance. Nezha nodded, resolute. I understand. This time, I will ensure his nefarious schemes are utterly thwarted. The duo arrived at a region near the East Sea Dragon Palace. The waters here were deep and imbued with a mysterious aura. Occasionally, colossal whirlpools erupted on the surface, as if concealing boundless peril. Nezha, we are nearing the Dragon Palace. We must tread carefully. Shungongbao and the palace's denizens may be lying in ambush nearby. Ao being warned with keen awareness. Nezha nodded, channeling the power of the magic orb, as the firepoint spear in his hand flickered with a faint glow. Ao Bing, too, gripped his ice spear tightly, prepared for any unforeseen eventuality. They cautiously navigated the waters, when suddenly, a swarm of sea demons surged forth from all directions. These creatures varied greatly in form. Some resembled octopuses, their tentacles thrashing, while others appeared as sharks, their teeth sharp and menacing. They lunged at Nezha and Ao Bing, emitting a cacophony of eerie cries. Ah, just in time. Nezha bellowed, brandishing the firepoint spear and charging towards the sea demons. The spear whirled in his grasp with fierce momentum, instantly piercing several of the creatures. Ao Bing unleashed his own spells, manipulating the waters to form ice blades that shot towards the sea demons. The blades streaked across the surface like shooting stars, striking many of the demons, who shrieked in agony. However, the sheer number of sea demons was overwhelming, and they continued to pour forth relentlessly. Nezha and Ao Bing found themselves gradually struggling. Ao Bing, this cannot continue. We must devise a way to break free. Nezha shouted while fending off the relentless assaults of the demons. Ao Bing surveyed their surroundings and realized that the sea demons seemed to be deliberately hurting them in a particular direction. Nezha, these sea demons appear to be intentionally leading us somewhere. Why not let them take us and see what they are up to? Ao Bing proposed. Nezha nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall follow them. But remain cautious. It could very well be a trap. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing feigned defeat. Proceeding in the direction the sea demons urged them. The demons, sensing their compliance, redoubled their efforts to drive them forward. Before long, they arrived at a vast expanse of coral reefs. The sea witches suddenly came to a halt, parting to reveal a narrow passage. Nezha, be cautious. There is surely something amiss here, Ao Bing cautioned. Nezha nodded in acknowledgement, and the two cautiously ventured into the coral reef. Within the reef, grotesque rocks jutted out in various shapes. Some pierced the seabed like sharp swords, while others resembled plump, whimsical mushrooms. Yet, at that moment, Nezha and Ao Bing had no inclination to admire the scenery, their attention sharply attuned to the surrounding movements. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the depths of the coral. Haha, you have finally arrived, Nezha and Ao Bing. Following the sound, they beheld a figure emerging slowly from behind the coral. The individual was tall and clad in a dark robe, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a fearsome mask that obscured their features. Who are you? Nezha demanded, aiming his fiery spear at the stranger. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that none of you shall leave here alive today. The mysterious figure responded coldly, a chilling undertone in their voice. Who do you think you are? You believe you can detain us? Nezha scoffed. Is that so? Then let us test that theory. With a swift motion of their hands, the surrounding coral suddenly came to life, transforming into countless sharp coral spikes that launched towards Nezha and Ao Bing. Watch out! Ao Bing shouted, conjuring a shield of water to protect them. The coral spikes struck the barrier with a cacophony of clinks, yet the shield trembled as if on the verge of shattering. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha harnessed the power of his magic orb, plunging the fiery spear into the seabed. Instantly, a torrent of flames surged forth, racing towards the enigmatic figure. The mysterious being deftly evaded the flames with a flicker of movement. You possess some skill, but it is far from sufficient. They sneered, once again gesturing with their hands to summon a tumultuous whirlpool from the surrounding waters. Nezha and Ao Bing were ensnared by the vortex, their bodies spiraling uncontrollably. Ao Bing, we cannot remain passive. We must devise a plan. Nezha shouted. Ao Bing nodded in agreement, both concentrating their efforts to break free from the whirlpool's grasp. Just as despair began to creep in, Nezha's eyes caught sight of a faint light at the center of the vortex. Ao Bing, look at that light. It may hold the key to unraveling the whirlpool. Nezha exclaimed. Following Nezha's gaze, Ao Bing too spotted the glimmer. They exchanged a knowing glance, their minds in harmony. Channeling all their magical energy, they surged towards the light. After considerable effort, they finally drew near to the source of illumination, which turned out to be a pearl embedded in the coral. Nezha reached out and grasped the pearl, a powerful force coursing through him instantaneously. Now is the time, Nezha shouted, unleashing the pearl's power. Its brilliance illuminated the entire reef, and the whirlpool gradually ceased its tumultuous spinning. The mysterious figure's expression shifted in surprise. I did not anticipate you would unravel my whirlpool. However, This is merely the beginning. Do not think you can depart so easily." With those words, the enigmatic figure summoned forth a multitude of sea witches. The sea monsters, fiercer than before, charged towards Nezha and Ao Bing. "Come on. Today, I shall eradicate all you demons." Nezha brandished his fire spear, engaging in a fierce battle with the sea creatures. Ao Bing, equally determined, wielded his ice trident and fought valiantly against the monsters. During the fray, Nezha discerned that a mysterious figure seemed to be manipulating the movements of the sea monsters from the shadows. A thought struck him, and he resolved to confront this enigmatic individual first. "Ao Bing, hold off the sea monsters. I will deal with that mysterious person," Nezha declared. Ao Bing nodded in agreement, cautioning, "Be careful." Harnessing the power of the magic orb, Nezha darted like lightning towards the mysterious figure. Upon seeing Nezha charge at him, the figure smirked coldly. "You are merely courting death." The mysterious figure unleashed a spell, sending a beam of dark light towards Nezha. Nezha dodged to the side, simultaneously thrusting his fire spear at the figure. The figure hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding Nezha's attack. The two engaged in an intense duel, with the figure's spells being bizarre and unpredictable, while Nezha relied on the power of the magic orb and his agile movements to counter the assaults. As the battle raged between Nezha and the mysterious figure, Ao Bing noticed something peculiar amidst his struggle with the sea monsters. He observed that each sea creature bore a similar mark, reminiscent of the aura of Shun Gongbao's spells. Could these sea monsters have been sent by Shun Gongbao? A thought flickered in Ao Bing's mind, prompting him to capture one of the sea monsters for questioning. He invoked his magic, ensnaring a sea monster within the waters. Approaching it, he inquired, "Were you sent by Shun Gongbao?" The sea monster thrashed and snarled, "Humph, so what if we were? You all shall die today." A chill ran down Ao Bing's spine. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Where is Shun Gongbao? What is his scheme? He pressed further. The sea monster scoffed. "Want to know? Dream on. Do you think I will divulge anything?" Frowning, Ao Bing intensified his magical pressure, prompting the sea monster to writhe in agony. "You won't extract any information from me." Just as Ao Bing was poised to intensify his interrogation, the mysterious figure sensed his actions. He unleashed a formidable force directed at Ao Bing. Chapter 39. Upholding Justice, A Father's Heart. Awaiting the dawn amidst the thickening atmosphere in Chintang Pass following the retreat of the demonic dragon, the misunderstandings of the populace towards Nezha remained as impenetrable as ice. Outside the residence of Li Jing, a crowd gathered, their clamorous voices rising in demand for Nezha's expulsion from Chintang Pass. Clad in heavy armor, Li Jing stood solemnly at the steps of his residence, surveying the faces filled with anger. He understood the fear and rage of the people, yet he remained steadfast in his belief in his son's inherent goodness. "Dear villagers," Li Jing raised his voice in an effort to quell the uproar. "I, Li Jing, have guarded Chintang Pass for many years. When have I ever wronged you? Nezha is my son, and I know his character intimately. He would never conspire with the demonic dragon to threaten Chintang Pass." Amidst the throng, a middle-aged man stepped forward, his face flushed with emotion as he proclaimed, "General Li, we hold great respect for all that you have accomplished for Chintang Pass, yet the circumstances surrounding this incident are exceedingly perplexing. During the attack by the malevolent serpent, Nezha and Ao Bing suddenly turned upon one another, and subsequently, Nezha was injured. Is it not evident that something is amiss? How can we trust that he is innocent?" Indeed, echoed the sentiments of the crowd. "We cannot gamble with the safety of all Chintang Pass. Nezha must be expelled." Li Jing furrowed his brow and patiently explained. "Dear villagers, Ao Bing has clarified that he was ensnared by the nefarious sorcery of Shun Gongbao, which compelled him to assault Nezha. There must be a misunderstanding. We ought to remain composed and afford Nezha an opportunity to prove his innocence." An elderly woman, leaning heavily on her cane, quavered, "General Li, it is not that we are unwilling to trust you, but the facts are undeniably bizarre. Nezha, born of the magic orb, has always behaved unusually, and now, with such an occurrence, how can we find peace of mind?" Yin Shenyang emerged from her residence, her eyes brimming with concern and urgency. Approaching Li Jing, she addressed the gathered folk with a slight bow. "Fellow villagers, I am Nezha's mother. Though he has often caused trouble due to the power of the magic orb, he possesses a kind heart and is devoted to protecting Chintang Pass and all of you. He has sustained grave injuries in his battle against the malevolent serpent. Cannot you see his valor?" A voice from the crowd murmured, "Though that may be so, who can say he is not feigning this charade to deceive us?" With tears welling in her eyes, Yin Shenyang replied, "I carried Nezha for 10 months and watched him grow. I know him better than anyone. He has always longed for your acceptance and desired to play and befriend the children of Chintang Pass. Each time he has caused trouble due to the orb's power, he has been filled with regret and sorrow. This time, in his fight against the serpent, he charged forth without hesitation. Does this not attest to his intentions? At that moment, a youthful voice interjected, Madam, we understand your feelings as a mother, yet the safety of all Chintang Pass is at stake, and we must exercise caution. If Nezha truly colludes with the serpent, what shall we do? Li Jing gazed at the villagers earnestly, stating, Dear folks, I, Li Jing, stake my life as assurance that Nezha harbors no ill will. Please grant us some time. We shall uncover the truth and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Should it ultimately be proven that Nezha is indeed at fault, I will not shield him from the consequences. Let the villagers decide his fate. The crowd fell into a brief silence, exchanging glances as they contemplated Li Jing's words. A scholar stepped forward and said, Generally, we trust in your integrity. However, this matter is of great importance. We hope you can swiftly ascertain the truth and offer us a clear explanation so that we may find solace. Li Jing nodded earnestly. Thank you for your trust. I will dedicate myself fully to this task. In the meantime, I urge everyone not to believe in rumors and to grant Nezha some time. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, yet some lingered, casting back glances imbued with doubt and discontent. Upon returning home, Yin Shenyang gazed anxiously at Li Jing and expressed, My lord, the misconceptions among the common people run so deep. What shall we do? Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. Li Jing gently grasped Yin Shenyang's hand, offering solace. My dear, do not be overly distressed. Nezha is our son, and we know his character well. Together, we shall devise a plan to restore his honor. Wiping away her tears, Yin Shenyang replied, But time is of the essence. If we do not uncover the truth swiftly, the populace may not relent. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jing declared, I intend to pursue the lead involving Shen Gongbao. His collusion with the Dragon Palace of the East Sea suggests a larger conspiracy at play. However, locating Shen Gongbao will not prove easy, as he is notoriously elusive. At that moment, Nezha emerged from his chamber. Though his wounds were bandaged, he still walked with a slight limp. Father, mother, I overheard your conversation, he said, determination gleaming in his eyes. I cannot allow you to worry for me. I must seek evidence to prove my innocence. Li Jing looked at Nezha with a serious demeanor. Nezha, you are still recovering. It is unwise for you to act. Allow me to handle this matter while you focus on your healing. Nezha stubbornly shook his head. Father, this is my affair, and I must be involved. Shen Gongbao targets me, and I have some inkling of his scheme. Furthermore, Ao Bing will assist me. Together, we shall uncover the truth. Yin Shenyang, with concern etched across her face, implored, My child, your injuries are grave. Should anything untoward occur. Nezha approached his mother and took her hand, reassuringly stating, Mother, please do not worry. I will be cautious. I do not wish to burden you with my troubles or be misjudged by our fellow villagers. Li Jing, observing the resolute fire in Nezha's eyes, felt a mix of pride and trepidation. After a moment's thought, he acquiesced, Very well, Nezha. Since you are resolute, I shall not hinder you. However, you must exercise utmost caution. If any danger arises, return immediately. Nezha nodded. Father, you need not worry. Ao Bing and I have planned to begin our inquiries near the Dragon Palace. As Shen Gongbao has close ties there, we may uncover vital clues. Li Jing cautioned. The Dragon Palace wields considerable power, and Shen Gongbao is cunning. You must proceed with great care. Should you encounter peril, do not act recklessly. Promptly inform me or Master Tai. Yin Shenyang added, My son, please prioritize your safety. I shall await your return. Nezha, feeling a surge of warmth from his parents' concern, replied, Father, mother, I shall. At that moment, Ao Bing arrived at Li Jing's residence. He entered the hall, and upon seeing Nezha's family, a wave of guilt washed over him. General Li, Madam, Nezha, Ao Bing lowered his head, unable to meet their gaze. This incident arose from my actions, causing great trouble for you all, and I feel deeply remorseful. Li Jing regarded Ao Bing with understanding. Ao Bing, you are not to blame. This is the machination of Shen Gongbao. Our immediate priority is to gather evidence, expose Shen Gongbao's plot, and vindicate Nezha. Ao Bing lifted his gaze, determination radiating from his eyes. General Li, rest assured. I will do everything in my power to assist Nezha. I am quite familiar with the Dragon Palace and may be able to uncover some valuable clues. Nezha approached Ao Bing and gently patted him on the shoulder. Ao Bing, do not blame yourself. We are friends, and we shall face this together. Ao Bing looked at Nezha with gratitude. Yes, let us uncover the truth together. Li Jing interjected. In that case, you too must proceed with caution. I will continue my investigation at Xintang Pass to see if I can discover any additional leads. After bidding farewell to Li Jing and his wife, Nezha and Ao Bing departed from the Li Jing residence, heading towards the East Sea Dragon Palace. The sea breeze howled, causing their garments to billow dramatically. Ao Bing, do you think we might find any clues near the Dragon Palace? Nezha inquired as they walked. Ao Bing pondered for a moment before responding. The location where Shun Gongbao conspired with my father is likely within the secret chamber of the Dragon Palace. However, the chamber is heavily guarded, making direct access exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, the surrounding waters may harbor traces related to Shun Gongbao, such as the residual aura of his spells or signs of activities involving the sea demons he collaborates with. Nezha nodded in agreement. All right, let us begin our search in the surrounding waters. If we can uncover even a fragment of a clue, we may have a chance to unravel Shun Gongbao's scheme. The pair arrived at the waters near the East Sea Dragon Palace, where the depths of the sea exuded an aura of mystery and danger. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, producing a thunderous roar. Nezha, we are now near the Dragon Palace. We must exercise caution. Shun Gongbao's spies may be lurking nearby, Ao Bing warned, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Nezha harnessed the power of the magic orb, and the fire spear in his hand flickered with a faint glow. Rest assured, I have a feeling that we are drawing closer to the truth. They meticulously searched along the coastline when suddenly, Ao Bing noticed something unusual. On a massive rock, strange runes were inscribed, emanating a faint black aura. Nezha, look at these runes. They bear the unique marks of Shun Gongbao's spells, Ao Bing pointed out. Nezha leaned in for a closer look. It seems we have indeed arrived at the right place. The presence of these runes indicates that Shun Gongbao has been active in this vicinity recently. At that moment, a horde of sea demons surged forth from the depths, lunging at Nezha and Ao Bing with claws bared and shrill howls escaping their mouths. Ah, just in time, Nezha exclaimed, brandishing his fire spear and charging towards the sea demons. The spear danced in his grasp like a streak of crimson lightning, swiftly piercing down several sea demons. Ao Bing quickly conjured spells, manipulating the seawater to form icy blades that shot towards the sea demons. The blades glimmered with a frosty sheen under the sunlight, accurately striking several of the creatures, who cried out in agony. However, the sheer number of sea demons was overwhelming, continuously emerging from the ocean. Nezha and Ao Bing gradually found themselves in a fierce battle. Ao Bing, these sea demons seem endless. This cannot continue, Nezha shouted as he defended against the relentless onslaught. Ao Bing scanned their surroundings and realized that the sea demons appeared to be intentionally hurting them in a specific direction. Nezha, it seems these sea demons are deliberately leading us somewhere. Let us play along and see what they truly intend, suggested Ao Bing. Nezha nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall follow them. But be cautious, it may well be a trap. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing feigned weakness and advanced in the direction the sea demons urged them. Sensing their success, the sea demons redoubled their efforts, emitting excited cries. Before long, they arrived at a secluded cove, encircled by towering coral reefs that formed a natural barrier. The sea demons surrounded Nezha and Ao Bing, and then a colossal sea demon emerged from behind the coral. This creature was as massive as a hill, its body cloaked in black scales that emitted a nauseating stench. Its eyes, the size of lanterns, glimmered with a fierce light. Haha, you two little brats have finally taken the bait, boomed the enormous sea demon, its voice resounding like thunder throughout the cove. Nezha gazed at the giant sea demon with disdain. Who are you? Do you think you can handle us? The enormous sea demon sneered. Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that you will meet your demise here today. Lord Shun Gongbao has promised great rewards for anyone who can capture you. Ao Bing furrowed his brow. So it is indeed Shun Gongbao who has sent you. You sea demons are complicit in his wickedness. Do you not fear retribution? The giant sea demon laughed heartily. Retribution? In this world of the survival of the fittest, only the strong endure. Lord Shun Gongbao possesses formidable powers. Following him, we shall reap endless benefits. Nezha retorted angrily. Shun Gongbao has committed countless atrocities and will not escape a grim fate. Today, I shall deal with you minions first. With that, Nezha summoned the power of the magic orb, causing the flames on his fire-tipped spear to surge to towering heights. He shouted a battle cry and charged at the colossal sea demon. The sea demon, in response, opened its gaping maw and unleashed a jet of black water towards Nezha. Nezha sidestepped and evaded the water column, swiftly closing the distance to the giant sea demon, driving his spear fiercely into its body. However, the sea demon's scales were nearly impenetrable, and the spear merely left a shallow mark. Haha, with such meager skills, you think you can harm me? The giant sea demon laughed triumphantly. Seizing the moment, Ao Bing cast a spell, manipulating the sea to form a massive icy hand aimed at the giant sea demon. The sea demon sensed the impending danger and quickly twisted its body to evade the icy grasp. "You two together are still no match for me," it boasted, once again opening its large mouth to expel a cloud of black mist. The mist spread rapidly, enveloping Nezha and Ao Bing within its grasp. "This mist is poisonous," Ao Bing shouted, swiftly conjuring a layer of ice shield around them to block the noxious fog. Inside the ice shield, Nezha harnessed the power of the magic orb, attempting to disperse the mist. With a fierce shout, a torrent of flames erupted from him, surging towards the fog. As the flames made contact with the mist, a sizzling sound ensued, gradually dispersing the noxious cloud. "Humph! Let us see how long you can hold out." The colossal sea monster launched another attack, swinging its massive claws towards the ice shield. Under the tremendous force, the ice shield began to crack. "Ao Bing, if this continues, the ice shield will shatter. We must devise a strategy to strike back," Nezha declared. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Bing replied, "Nezha, observe the topography of this bay. It is surrounded by coral reefs. We can utilize the reefs to create a trap against it." Nezha's eyes sparkled with realization. "Excellent idea. I will strike the coral reefs with my fire-tipped spear, and you can control the seawater to propel the shattered coral fragments towards it. Perhaps we can inflict some damage." Ao Bing nodded. "All right, I am prepared. You may proceed." Nezha summoned all his magical energy, concentrating the power of the magic orb into the fire-tipped spear. With a mighty shout, he lunged at the coral reefs encircling the bay. With a thunderous roar, the coral reef was struck by the spear, shattering instantaneously, sending countless fragments scattering. Ao Bing swiftly commanded the seawater, gathering the coral fragments into a torrent that surged towards the colossal sea monster. The creature, caught off guard by their maneuver, was unable to evade the oncoming deluge of coral. "Ack!" The colossal sea monster let out a pained howl as the coral shards tore through its scales, blood streaming from its wounds. "Now is our chance." Nezha seized the moment, channeling the power of the magic orb, his form darting like lightning towards the colossal sea monster. The flames on the fire-tipped spear blazed more fiercely as he focused all his strength at the spear's tip and thrust it forcefully into the beast's abdomen. With a sickening squelch, the spear penetrated the monster's flesh, eliciting a chilling scream of agony. Its body convulsed violently, causing the surrounding waters to churn. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Bing cast a spell, manipulating the seawater to form a gigantic ice sword, aimed at the creature's neck. Already wounded, the colossal sea monster lacked the strength to evade, and the ice sword struck true, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "How dare you harm me? Lord Shingongbao will not let you go unpunished." The colossal sea monster struggled to speak. Nezha glared at the creature, retorting, "Humph! Shingongbao cannot even save himself. How can he concern himself with you? Speak. Where is Shingongbao? What schemes does he have?" The colossal sea monster sneered. "Want to know? Dream on. Even in death, I will not divulge anything to you." With that, the colossal sea monster suddenly. Chapter 40. Misunderstanding as deep as the abyss. Heartache hard to heal. The atmosphere in Chintang Pass was stifling. Akin to the eerie calm before a storm, the hostility of the populace towards Nezha surged like a tumultuous undercurrent, flowing unchecked in every corner. Nezha stood isolated and unsupported, surrounded by the furious gazes of the people, their eyes like sharp daggers, mercilessly piercing him. Heart full of grievance, his eyes glimmered with unshed tears. He looked at those he had once valiantly protected, his voice trembling. "I am only trying to safeguard everyone. Why do you not believe me?" Yet the anger of the citizens had long clouded their reason, and no one was willing to listen to his explanations. "Humph, you demon, cease your sophistry. We have all seen with our own eyes. You and that vile serpent are in league." A burly man brandished his fists, his eyes wide with fury as he roared. His face was etched with anger and distrust, as if Nezha were a villain of the most heinous sort. "Indeed, you are the scourge of Chintang Pass. Since your arrival, we have not known a single day of peace." An elderly woman echoed his sentiments, her gaze filled with terror and disdain, gripping her cane tightly as if ready to drive Nezha away at any moment. Nezha's chest heaved violently, a tempest of anger and grievance swirling within him. He retorted loudly, "I, Nezha, am devoted to the protection of Chintang Pass, willing to sacrifice my life if necessary. How can you so slander me?" Yet his voice was drowned out amidst the cacophony of the people's accusations, rendering it insignificantly small. Yin Shenyang gazed at her son with a heavy heart, stepping forward in an attempt to soothe the enraged crowd. "Fellow villagers, though Nezha is the reincarnation of a demon, His nature is inherently kind. This is truly a misunderstanding. He and Ao Bing have been tirelessly combating the demon serpent and have even sustained injuries. Cannot we grant this child a chance? Her eyes brimmed with pleading. Her voice tinged with a slight sob. However, the villagers were unmoved. A young woman retorted sharply, "Humph, Madamine, being his mother, you are naturally biased. We only trust what we see." He colluded with the demon serpent, intending to bring us harm. Around her, heads nodded in agreement, voices of consensus rising in a chorus. Li Jing stood by, his brow furrowed, a grave expression upon his face. He understood that the emotions of the populace had spiraled out of control, and quelling them would not be an easy task. He spoke loudly. "Fellow villagers, I, Li Jing, assure you in my capacity as the general of Chintang Pass, that Nezha is not that kind of person. When the demon serpent attacked, he was the first to rush to our aid. Does this not prove his intentions? My Lord General, we know you are just, but Nezha's actions this time are indeed highly suspicious. We cannot gamble the lives of everyone in Chintang Pass." An elderly man voiced his concerns, his words reflecting the sentiments of the majority. Nezha watched his father defend him, warmth swelling within him. Yet he also felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He knew that no amount of explanation at this moment would suffice. Ao Bing stood at a distance, his heart tormented. He observed Nezha enduring the misunderstandings of the crowd, his lips quivering, longing to step forward and clarify, yet feeling burdened by guilt, unsure of how to begin. His heart was heavy with self-reproach and remorse, wishing that he were the one facing the crowd's ire. Nezha, Ao Bing, finally summoned the courage to speak. Yet as the words formed on his lips, he was silenced by Nezha's furious gaze. Nezha coldly regarded Ao Bing and said, "Ao Bing, you need not explain. I only wish to know why you did this." Ao Bing lowered his head, unable to meet Nezha's eyes, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. At that moment, a sea breeze swept through, carrying a briny scent, as if lamenting the misunderstanding. The sky over Chintang Pass was shrouded in gloom, heavy clouds pressing down as though heralding a greater crisis on the horizon. Li Jing observed the stalemate, his heart filled with anxiety. He was acutely aware that if this misunderstanding was not swiftly resolved, not only would Nezha suffer, but the hearts of the people of Chintang Pass would also be shattered. After a moment of contemplation, he proclaimed loudly, "Villagers, why not grant Nezha some time to prove his innocence? If he truly colludes with the demon serpent, I, Li Jing, shall be the first to hold him accountable." Upon hearing Li Jing's words, the crowd began to murmur among themselves, expressing a myriad of opinions. After a while, an elder spoke up, "Very well, for the sake of the general, we shall afford Nezha this opportunity. However, should he display any further suspicious behavior, we shall show no mercy." Nezha gazed at Li Jing, a flicker of gratitude illuminating his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Father, rest assured, I will prove myself. I shall make it known to all that I, Nezha, am steadfast in my commitment to protect Chintang Pass." Ao Bing observed Nezha's resolute expression and silently vowed, "Nezha, no matter the cost, I will aid you in clearing your name and atone for my misdeeds." As night fell, darkness enveloped Chintang Pass. Nezha strolled alone along the shoreline, the sea breeze howling against his face, drying the remnants of tears that lingered. He gazed at the surging waves, his mind a tumult of thoughts. Why? Despite my earnest efforts to protect everyone, does it lead to such dire consequences? Nezha murmured to the ocean, his voice laden with confusion and anguish. He recalled his childhood. Though he was the reincarnation of a demon, he never intended to harm anyone. He yearned for acceptance and recognition from all, yet now, just then, Ao Bing's figure materialized behind him. Ao Bing spoke softly, "Nezha, I understand that no words can amend my past errors, but please trust that I will demonstrate my remorse through my actions." Nezha did not turn around, but coldly replied, "Actions? What do your past actions signify? Do you comprehend the depth of my trust in you?" Ao Bing approached Nezha, observing his profile, remorse evident in his gaze. "Nezha, I was led astray by Shin Gongbao and my father. They used the fate of the dragon clan to coerce me, and in a moment of folly, I committed those acts. But I am now awakened, and I am willing to face everything alongside you." Nezha turned to face Ao Bing, his anger gradually yielding to resignation. "Ao Bing, we were once friends, and I understand you had your struggles. Yet your recent actions have left me profoundly disappointed." Ao Bing lowered his head, filled with self-reproach, and said, "Nezha, I acknowledge my errors. From this moment forth, I shall stand by your side, and regardless of the challenges we encounter, I shall not falter. Together, we will uncover the truth and ensure the people of Chintang Pass recognize your innocence." Nezha paused in silence before slowly responding, "Very well. I hope you do not let me down this time. But first, tell me what scheme Shin Gongbao and your father are concocting. Ao Bing took a deep breath and replied, Shin Gongbao has conspired with my father to sow discord throughout the land. They intend to use the demon serpent to attack Chintang Pass, sowing misunderstanding among the populace towards you, Nezha, thus inciting chaos. They also plan to have me confront the demon serpent at a suitable moment to establish my reputation, enabling them to seize control of Chintang Pass for their grander scheme. Upon hearing this, Nezha furrowed his brow, his inner fury reigniting. What a despicable figure, Shin Gongbao. What a treacherous dragon king, Ao Guang. To gratify their own selfish desires, they would dare to harm innocent civilians. Turning to Ao Bing, he declared, since you have chosen to stand by my side, let us expose their nefarious schemes and ensure they receive the punishment they deserve. Ao Bing nodded resolutely. Indeed, Nezha, I shall follow your lead. Together, we shall strive to unveil the truth for all to see. The moonlight shimmered upon the surface of the sea, casting a silvery glow. The figures of Nezha and Ao Bing appeared especially resolute beneath the moonlight, fully aware that the path ahead would be fraught with hardship and challenges. Yet, they had made a steadfast decision to fight for justice and truth, regardless of the sacrifices required. Meanwhile, Chintang Pass seemed to be awaiting a genuine transformation following this tumultuous episode. Chapter 41. The mist begins to rise, clouds of doubt gather. The path to truth grows treacherous in the aftermath of the retreating demon serpent. The atmosphere in Chintang Pass remained stifling, suffocating in its heaviness. Nezha returned to his chamber alone, the pain from his wounds paling in comparison to the anguish in his heart. Sitting at the edge of his bed, he replayed the battle with the demon serpent in his mind, haunted by Ao Bing's sudden betrayal, which pierced his heart like a dagger. Why? Why would Ao Bing do this? Nezha murmured, his brows knitted tightly together, confusion and anger etched across his countenance. He refused to accept being misunderstood, unwilling to believe that Ao Bing, whom he regarded as a friend, would harm him. As his thoughts deepened, Nezha began to reminisce about the moments he shared with Ao Bing. From their initial encounter by the seaside to their shared training and dreams, each memory was vividly clear. Yet, the anomalies during the battle clashed with these cherished recollections. At the critical moment of their confrontation, Ao Bing's gaze had shifted unnaturally, a stark departure from his usual demeanor. Furthermore, his attacks, though seemingly directed at Nezha, bore an unsettling restraint. Nezha pondered quietly, his doubts intensifying. He realized that Ao Bing's actions could not have been mere coincidence. There must be unspeakable secrets lurking beneath the surface. Indeed, Ao Bing had been acting rather peculiarly. After the battle with the sea demon, he seemed burdened by unspoken thoughts. Moreover, he directed me to address the chaos surrounding Chintang Pass. Could this have been part of a larger scheme? The more Nezha contemplated, the more suspicious he became, resolving to uncover the truth rather than remain idle. Thus, Nezha, enduring his pain, began to inquire throughout Chintang Pass. He first made his way to the seaside, the very place where he had first encountered Ao Bing and where they often gathered. He believed he might uncover some clues there. The seaside remained as it always was, with waves crashing against the shore, producing a monotonous sound. Nezha meticulously searched along the beach, leaving no stone unturned. Suddenly, he discovered peculiar markings beneath a rocky outcrop, reminiscent of some residual spell. What kind of spell is this? It seems somewhat familiar. Nezha crouched down to scrutinize the markings, striving to recall where he had seen similar traces of magic. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that these markings bore a resemblance to the spell cast by Shin Gongbao earlier. Shin Gongbao. Could Ao Bing's behavior be linked to him? A sudden chill coursed through Nezha's heart as a bold conjecture emerged within him. He resolved to seek out Ao Bing for clarity, even if it meant confronting a truth he was most reluctant to accept. Meanwhile, Ao Bing, in the confines of his dwelling, was likewise tormented by his thoughts. He was acutely aware of the immense harm his actions had inflicted upon Nezha, as well as the crisis it had brought upon Chintang Pass. Sitting by the window, gazing towards Chintang Pass, he was overwhelmed with guilt and helplessness. Nezha, how can I explain myself to you? I never intended to hurt you. Yet I am burdened by the mission of the Dragon Clan. Ao Bing murmured softly, his eyes filled with anguish and inner conflict. He contemplated approaching Nezha to confess everything, yet feared that Nezha might never forgive him, and was even more terrified that his actions could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Dragon Clan. Just as Ao Bing was caught in his indecision, Shin Gongbao suddenly materialized before him, clad in a black robe and wearing a conical hat. His inscrutable expression remained unchanged. Ao Bing, you seem somewhat distracted lately. Shin Gongbao's voice resonated low and cold, imbued with a hint of forewarning. Startled, Ao Bing quickly rose to his feet. Shen Gongbao. I was merely contemplating our next course of action. Shen Gongbao scoffed lightly. Contemplating plans? It appears you are troubled by Nezha's matter. I caution you. Ao Bing, do not forget the mission of your dragon clan. You have come this far. There is no turning back. Lowering his head and clenching his fists, Ao Bing replied, Shen Gongbao, I understand. Yet, Nezha is my friend. Friend? Shen Gongbao interrupted. In this chaotic world, friendship is but an illusion. You bear the future of the dragon clan. Do you intend to forsake the hope of the entire clan for the sake of a single friend? A sharp pang pierced Ao Bing's heart, as Shen Gongbao's words cut into his most vulnerable core. He recognized the truth in Shen Gongbao's statement. He could not abandon the mission of the dragon clan for the sake of his emotions. Enough of this hesitation. Proceed with the plan and escalate the conflict between Nezha and the citizens of Chintang Pass swiftly. Only then can our scheme unfold successfully. Shen Gongbao declared before vanishing into the shadows. Ao Bing stared in the direction of Shen Gongbao's departure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He realized he had ensnared himself in an inextricable dilemma, torn between friendship and duty, unsure of how to choose. At that moment, Nezha was making his way to Ao Bing's residence. His heart was filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Eager to uncover the truth from Ao Bing, yet apprehensive that the revelation would lead to utter disillusionment. Shortly thereafter, Nezha arrived at Ao Bing's dwelling. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door. Upon seeing Nezha's sudden appearance, Ao Bing's face registered surprise and panic. Nezha, what brings you here? Ao Bing's voice trembled. Unable to meet Nezha's gaze, Nezha looked at Ao Bing, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. Ao Bing, I wish to ask you, during the battle with the demon serpent, why did you act as you did? Are you concealing something from me? Ao Bing felt a tumult of emotions within him. He recognized that this moment was the most opportune time to confess everything to Nezha, yet the warning of Shen Gongbao echoed ominously in his mind. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately refrained from revealing the truth. Nezha, I truly do not know what happened. It was as if I suddenly lost consciousness. And by the time I regained it, I had already committed such an act. Ao Bing lowered his gaze, unable to meet Nezha's eyes, his voice betraying a timidity that even he could perceive. Observing Ao Bing's demeanor, Nezha felt further convinced of his suspicions. Ao Bing, you are lying. I know you well. You would not lose consciousness without reason. Moreover, I discovered traces of Shen Gongbao's magic by the seaside. Does this not concern you? Ao Bing was taken aback, realizing that Nezha had discerned the clue regarding Shen Gongbao with astonishing speed. Unsure of how to respond, he fell into silence. Ao Bing, we were once friends. I have always regarded you as my closest companion. Why have you betrayed me? Why become entangled in this conspiracy? Nezha's voice was tinged with anger and disappointment. Ao Bing clenched his teeth, waves of guilt crashing over him. He raised his head to meet Nezha's gaze, his eyes filled with torment. Nezha, I truly cannot speak of it. Please, do not ask me any further. Leave this place. The farther you go, the better. Nezha stared at Ao Bing, his fury now irrepressible. Ao Bing, do you think that by remaining silent, I will be unable to uncover the truth? I will certainly reveal the reality, and you will have no words left to defend yourself. With that, Nezha turned and departed from Ao Bing's dwelling. Watching Nezha's retreating figure, Ao Bing felt a profound sense of loss. He understood that the bond of friendship between them might have reached its end. Yet, he could not defy the wishes of Shen Gongbao and his father. He could only bear witness to the unfolding events. After leaving Ao Bing's residence, Nezha's resolve to uncover the truth grew even stronger. He decided to pursue the lead concerning Shen Gongbao, firmly believing that once he located him, all enigmas would be unraveled. Thus, Nezha began to inquire about Shen Gongbao's whereabouts around Chintang Pass. He questioned numerous individuals, including fishermen who frequently sailed the seas and elders knowledgeable in the arts of magic. But none provided any helpful information. Just as Nezha began to feel disheartened, he suddenly recalled Tai Jinren, known for his formidable powers and vast knowledge. Tai Jinren might possess insights into Shen Gongbao's location. Consequently, Nezha hastened to Tai Jinren's abode. Throughout his journey, he was consumed with urgency, yearning to obtain clues from Tai Jinren as swiftly as possible. Before long, Nezha arrived at the entrance of Tai Jinren's cave. He noticed the door was tightly shut, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Nezha approached and knocked upon the door, calling out loudly, Master, Master, it is I, Nezha. I urgently seek your assistance. After a moment, the door slowly creaked open, revealing Tai Jinren, clad in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk, a look of curiosity etched upon his face. Nezha, what brings you here? You appear quite flustered. Has something transpired? Nezha promptly recounted the details of his battle with the magical serpent, along with his suspicions regarding Ao Bing and Shingongbao, to the venerable Tai Jinren. Upon hearing this, Tai Jinren furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. Nezha, what you have shared is indeed quite suspicious. Shingongbao has long harbored jealousy towards me. His collusion with the Dragon Palace of the East Sea undoubtedly signals the plotting of a nefarious scheme. However, Shungongbao's movements are elusive, making him difficult to locate. Nezha, filled with urgency, implored, Master, what shall we do? I cannot continue to be misunderstood by the villagers. I must uncover the truth and clear my name. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Jinren replied, Do not be hasty, Nezha. I have heard whispers that Shungongbao has established a secret stronghold in a hidden location by the East Sea. We can investigate there. Perhaps we will discover some clues. A glimmer of hope flickered in Nezha's eyes. Is that true? Master, let us set forth immediately. Tai Jinren nodded. Very well. But since Shungongbao has designated this place as a secret stronghold, it will be heavily guarded. We must prepare ourselves thoroughly. With that, Tai Jinren led Nezha into his cave, where they began to gather magical artifacts and spells to confront any dangers they might encounter. While preparing, Tai Jinren imparted crucial techniques to Nezha for countering Shungongbao's spells. Nezha, Shungongbao excels in the use of various arcane spells. You must remain vigilant. His water-piercing technique is exceptionally sharp, capable of breaching an enemy's defenses in an instant. Always be on guard and skillfully wield your fire-tip spear to fend it off. Furthermore, his shadow clone technique can create multiple illusions to confound you. Focus your mind and discern his true form by observing the aura. Nezha listened intently, committing Tai Jinren's words to memory. Master, I understand. I will not let you down. After their preparations, Tai Jinren and Nezha departed from the cave, journeying towards the secret stronghold by the East Sea. As they traveled, the ocean winds howled, and waves crashed against the shore, seemingly heralding the dangers that lay ahead. Upon reaching the East Sea, twilight descended, casting a warm orange hue upon the waters as the setting sun bathed the sea in its glow. Tai Jinren surveyed the surroundings, diligently searching for clues regarding Shungongbao's hidden lair. Nezha, to my knowledge, Shungongbao's secret stronghold should be nearby. However, we must search meticulously to pinpoint its exact location, he stated. Nezha nodded, beginning to comb the area alongside Tai Jinren. They scoured the coastline, inspecting every suspicious spot without overlooking any detail. Suddenly, Nezha noticed peculiar symbols etched upon a massive rock. These symbols emanated a faint black aura, strikingly similar to the spell markings he had previously encountered by the sea. Master, look at these symbols. Could they be left by Shingongbao? Nezha exclaimed, pointing at the inscriptions. Tai Jinren approached, studying the markings closely, and his expression shifted slightly. Indeed, these are unmistakably Shungongbao's unique symbols. It seems we have found the right place. The secret stronghold must be in the vicinity. At this moment, the surrounding waters began to churn violently, and towering black columns of water erupted from the sea. Within these columns, enormous sea monsters emerged, their forms vaguely discernible. These grotesque creatures, with their claws bared, lunged towards Nezha and Master Tai. Humph, these sea monsters must be the guardians set by Shingongbao. Be cautious, Nezha. Master Tai, wielding his whisk, invoked a spell, and a beam of golden light shot forth from it, striking several of the sea monsters. Nezha swiftly reacted, channeling the power of the magic orb, brandishing his fiery spear as he charged at the beasts. The spear danced in his hand like a streak of crimson lightning, swiftly piercing through several of the sea monsters. However, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, as they poured forth from the depths of the ocean. Their roars filled the air as they launched a ferocious assault on Nezha and Master Tai. Master, there are too many of these sea monsters. What should we do? Nezha shouted while fending off the attacks. Master Tai furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying. Nezha, although these sea monsters are numerous, they lack substantial strength. We cannot afford to be entangled with them for long. We must swiftly locate Shungongbao's secret lair. Follow my lead, and together we shall break through their defenses with our spells. With that, Master Tai waved his whisk, chanting incantations. A powerful surge of magical energy emanated from him, forming a golden shield that enveloped both him and Nezha. Seeing this, Nezha summoned all his magic orb power, driving his fiery spear into the ground. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from the earth, surging towards the sea monsters. As the flames met the creatures, they sizzled and sparked, eliciting anguished cries from the monsters. Through the combined efforts of Master Tai and Nezha, the sea monsters' defenses were finally breached. Seizing the opportunity, They pressed forward in search of Shun Gongbao's hidden lair. After a thorough search, they discovered a vast cave nestled within a secluded valley. At the entrance of the cave stood two towering figures clad in black robes, emanating a formidable aura of magical energy, clearly elite subordinates of Shun Gongbao. Oomph, we have finally found it. Nezha, I shall handle these two guardians. You take the chance to enter the cave and see if you can uncover Shun Gongbao and any clues about the conspiracy, Master Tai instructed. Nezha nodded, saying, Master, please be careful. With that, Master Tai approached the two black-robed figures wielding his whisk. Upon noticing him, the guardians immediately unleashed their spells, sending two beams of black light hurtling towards Master Tai. With a deft motion, he waved his whisk, effortlessly deflecting the dark projectiles. He cast his spell, and a golden ray shot forth from his whisk, striking one of the black-robed figures. The figure was sent reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The other black-robed figure, witnessing this, let out a furious roar and charged at Master Tai, brandishing a black longsword. Master Tai sidestepped, evading the attack, and then cast a spell that ensnared the assailant within a golden circle. Seizing the opportunity while Master Tai engaged the black-robed figure, Nezha dashed swiftly towards the cave. As he entered the cavern, a formidable darkness enveloped him, an overwhelming force that seemed to surge forth. The air was thick with a black mist, obscuring the path ahead. The potency of this dark energy was undeniable. It was clear that Shun Gongbao was orchestrating his schemes here, Nezha mused silently. Channeling the power of the magic orb, he endeavored to disperse the mist. However, the fog proved obstinate, allowing only a modest sphere of clarity around him, enabling him to perceive his surroundings. Cautiously, Nezha navigated the cave, when suddenly he was met with a low, chilling laughter that echoed ominously within the confines. Haha, Nezha, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for so long. A voice emerged from the shadows. Clenching his fire-tipped spear, Nezha bellowed, Shun Gongbao, step forth. Why have you conspired against me? What is your purpose in inciting chaos at Chintang Pass? Why, you ask? Because I wish for all to recognize that I, Shun Gongbao, surpass even the great Master Tai. I intend to plunge the entire realm into turmoil, thus proving my superiority. Chapter 42. The truth will be obstructed. A friend's heartache is indescribable in a dimly lit corner of Chintang Pass. Ao Bing wandered alone, his heart tormented like a searing flame, incessantly scorching his reason and emotions. Since the battle with the demonic serpent, he had known no peace. Nezha's eyes, filled with hurt and indignation after his injury, pierced his heart like sharp needles, each memory a painful reminder. Ao Bing was acutely aware that his actions, influenced by Shun Gongbao, had driven Nezha into a dire predicament, subjecting him to the misunderstandings and accusations of the people of Chintang Pass. This guilt weighed heavily upon him, like a boulder, rendering him breathless. I can no longer continue in this manner. I must confess everything to Nezha. Even if he were to loathe me for it, I cannot allow him to suffer unjustly. Ao Bing resolved silently, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Meanwhile, Nezha sat in his chamber, staring blankly at the weapons adorning the wall. Memories of their shared past, of training together and dreaming of the future, flooded his mind, each recollection as vivid as if it had occurred yesterday. Yet, reality was cruel. Ao Bing's betrayal during battle plunged him into profound confusion and anguish. Ao Bing, why have you chosen this path? Is our friendship so fragile that it crumbles at the slightest pressure? Nezha murmured to himself, his heart entangled in a web of questions. At that moment, Ao Bing approached Nezha's room with heavy steps, each stride seemingly draining him of all strength. His heart was a tumult of guilt towards Nezha and dread for the impending confession. Upon reaching the threshold of Nezha's chamber, he raised his hand several times, only to let it fall in defeat. The internal struggle rendered him unable to muster the courage to open the door. Nezha, how am I to face you? Ao Bing whispered, his voice trembling. Finally, taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and pushed the door open. Nezha, hearing the sound, turned to see Ao Bing, and a complex array of emotions flickered in his eyes: anger, confusion, and a glimmer of hope. Ao Bing, you have finally arrived. I have long awaited your explanation. Nezha's voice was icy, imbued with an undeniable authority. Ao Bing gazed at Nezha, his lips quivering slightly, yearning to speak, yet feeling as though his throat was constricted by an unseen force. Nezha, Ao Bing managed to utter, but suddenly, an inexplicable dark energy descended quietly. The atmosphere in the room became stifling, the candlelight flickering uncertainly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Alas, it is Shun Gongbao. A A shock coursed through Ao Bing's heart as he instantly realized that Shun Gongbao had sensed his intentions and had come to thwart his revelation of the truth. Indeed, the sinister figure of Shun Gongbao loomed like a specter in the shadows of the room. Clad in a long black robe and wearing a conical hat, only his eyes, glimmering with a strange light, were visible. Ao Bing, I have warned you not to attempt betrayal. Shun Gongbao's voice was deep and frigid, as if echoing from the depths of the underworld. Anger surged within Ao Bing as he confronted Shun Gongbao, declaring loudly, Shun Gongbao, your actions have already harmed too many. I can no longer allow you to act with impunity. I must confess everything to Nezha and reveal the truth. Shun Gongbao scoffed derisively. Humph, the truth? The truth is that you must adhere to my plans, lest the Dragon Clan be condemned to eternal despair. Do you wish to witness your kin forever trapped beneath the sea, enduring humiliation? A pang of anguish struck Ao Bing's heart. The fate of the Dragon Clan had always been an inescapable burden for him. Shun Gongbao's words struck him like a hammer, hitting upon his vulnerabilities. Yet, this path is wrong. We cannot harm the innocent for the sake of the Dragon Clan, nor betray our friends. Ao Bing's voice bore a trace of helplessness and internal conflict. Shun Gongbao dismissed him disdainfully, stating, Friends? In this ruthless world, friends are merely tools for exploitation. Should you reveal the truth, not only will the Dragon Clan descend into ruin, but you shall also become their villain. Nezha observed the exchange between Shun Gongbao and Ao Bing, his confusion intensifying. He spoke loudly, Shun Gongbao, what are you scheming? Ao Bing, do not heed him. Quickly tell me the truth. Seeing the situation, Shun Gongbao ceased his engagement with Ao Bing. With a wave of his hands, black runes surged forth, swiftly encircling Ao Bing in a dark prison. The runes pulsed with an eerie radiance, emanating immense dark power, binding Ao Bing tightly within. Ao Bing, reflect upon your actions here. As for you, Nezha, you shall never uncover the truth, Shun Gongbao declared, turning to Nezha with a glint of malice in his eyes. Infuriated, Nezha drew his fiery spear, channeling the power of the magical orb, and charged at Shun Gongbao. The spear blazed with fervent flames, illuminating the entire room. Shun Gongbao, you despicable wretch, today I shall compel you to reveal the truth. Nezha bellowed. Shun Gongbao merely chuckled coldly, unfazed as he raised his hand, summoning a black barrier that materialized instantaneously before him, thwarting Nezha's assault. Flames collided with the ebony barrier, emitting a hissing sound. Yet they could not breach it in the slightest. Nezha, do you truly believe you can rival me? You are merely a child possessed by a demonic orb. Surrender without resistance, mocked Shun Gongbao. Nezha's fury surged within him, his teeth clenched as he intensified the output of the orb's power. The flames upon his fiery spear grew ever fiercer, striving to shatter Shun Gongbao's dark barrier. Humph, I will not yield easily. You, the schemer, shall receive your due punishment. Nezha proclaimed, attacking with fervor. However, despite the ferocity of his strikes, Shun Gongbao's barrier remained unyieldingly solid. Within the confines of the dark prison, Ao Bing watched the battle between Nezha and Shun Gongbao, feeling both anxious and helpless. He attempted to cast a spell to break free and aid Nezha, but the cage, imbued with formidable dark energy, rendered his magic ineffectual. Nezha, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. Shun Gongbao is too powerful. You are no match for him. Ao Bing shouted desperately. Nezha paid no heed to Ao Bing's pleas. His sole focus was to breach Shun Gongbao's defenses and compel him to reveal the truth. Rest assured, Ao Bing, I will not abandon you. Today, I shall unmask his true nature, Nezha declared resolutely. As the confrontation reached a stalemate, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Shun Gongbao's eyes. Seizing the moment when Nezha launched a full-force assault on the barrier, he secretly cast a spell. A beam of black light shot from his hand, aimed at Nezha's back. Ao Bing, witnessing this alarming scene, was seized by a surge of dread. Ignoring his own peril, he hurled himself against the wall of the dark prison with all his might. Though he could not break through, his action diverted Shun Gongbao's attention, causing the trajectory of the black light to veer slightly. The dark beam grazed Nezha's form, crashing into a table in the room, reducing it to mere dust. Ao Bing. Nezha felt a warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated Ao Bing's selfless warning at such a critical moment. Nezha, do not concern yourself with me. You cannot defeat Shun Gongbao. Seek help from Tai Zhenren. Ao Bing shouted urgently. Nezha understood that, at this moment, he was indeed no match for Shun Gongbao. If he continued to engage, not only would he fail to uncover the truth, but he could also find himself in an even more perilous situation. Shun Gongbao, consider yourself fortunate today. But remember, I will return, and I shall expose your conspiracy, Nezha declared. Sheathing his fiery spear, and turning to dash toward the door. Shen Gongbao watched Nezha's retreating figure, a cold sneer escaping his lips. Humph, seeking Tai Jinren? By all means, go ahead and try. I shall relish seeing what he can do to me. With that, he turned his gaze back to Ao Bing, his eyes filled with warning. Ao Bing, it would be wise to abandon any treachery. Otherwise, you shall know the consequences. Ao Bing glared at Shen Gongbao with fury, asserting, Shen Gongbao, you will not succeed. One day, you shall pay for your misdeeds. Shen Gongbao dismissed him with a scoff and, with a wave of his hand, retracted the dark prison. He flickered away, vanishing into the darkness. Ao Bing gazed in the direction where Shen Gongbao had disappeared, his heart brimming with anger and helplessness. He understood that revealing the truth to Nezha and exposing Shen Gongbao's treachery would become increasingly arduous. Nezha, you must find Tai Jinren. We must thwart Shen Gongbao's machinations. Ao Bing murmured softly, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. At that moment, Nezha had already departed from the Li Jing residence, hastening toward Tai Jinren's abode with a heart aflame with urgency. Along the way, his mind was consumed by anger and anxiety. Shen Gongbao, you despicable fiend. I shall ensure you pay for your misdeeds. And what of Ao Bing? What does he truly know? Why does Shen Gongbao fear the revelation of the truth? Nezha pondered as he pressed onward. Before long, Nezha arrived at the entrance of Tai Jinren's cave. Without a moment's hesitation, he burst into the dwelling. Master, master, are you there? Nezha called out loudly. After a brief interval, Tai Jinren emerged from the inner chamber. Observing Nezha's anxious demeanor, his heart tightened. Nezha, what has transpired? Why such distress? Tai Jinren inquired. Nezha promptly recounted Ao Bing's visit and Shen Gongbao's sudden intervention to silence Ao Bing from disclosing the truth. Upon hearing this, Tai Jinren's brow furrowed deeply, and his expression grew exceedingly grave. I never anticipated Shen Gongbao would be so audacious as to openly obstruct Ao Bing from revealing the truth at Chintang Pass. It appears their conspiracy is indeed formidable. Tai Jinren remarked. Nezha, filled with urgency, responded, Master, what shall we do? I must uncover the truth. We cannot allow Shen Gongbao to continue his malevolence. Tai Jinren pondered for a moment before replying. Nezha, do not be hasty. Shen Gongbao's fear of Ao Bing revealing the truth signifies that such a revelation would be a devastating blow to his plans. We must deliberate carefully and devise a comprehensive strategy to expose his schemes. Nezha, feeling the weight of urgency, implored, Master, time is of the essence. Shen Gongbao may commit further atrocities, and the citizens of Chintang Pass remain in peril. Tai Jinren nodded, acknowledging Nezha's sentiments. I understand your concern, Nezha. However, we cannot act recklessly. Shen Gongbao is cunning and immensely powerful. We must prepare thoroughly. For now, return and discreetly observe Ao Bing's movements. Shen Gongbao will not easily relinquish him, and perhaps he will reveal a flaw. Meanwhile, I shall gather like-minded allies to devise a counterplan. Though Nezha felt anxious, he recognized the wisdom in Tai Jinren's words. He nodded and replied, Very well, Master. I shall heed your counsel, but you must devise a plan swiftly. We cannot allow Shen Gongbao's scheme to succeed. Tai Jinren patted Nezha's shoulder, assuring him, Rest assured, Nezha, I will devise a solution promptly. Upon your return, exercise caution and avoid recklessness. Nezha bid farewell to Tai Jinren and turned to leave the cave. On the journey back to Chintang Pass, he found himself consumed by thoughts on how to unravel the nefarious plot of Shen Gongbao and restore both his and Ao Bing's innocence. Ao Bing, you must hold on. I will find a way to rescue you, and together we shall expose the true nature of Shen Gongbao, Nezha silently vowed. Upon returning to Chintang Pass, Nezha did not proceed to the residence of Li Jing, but instead sought a concealed spot to covertly observe Ao Bing's dwelling. He was acutely aware that Shen Gongbao might strike against Ao Bing at any moment, and he needed to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, after arriving at his own abode, Ao Bing was unable to quell the turmoil within his heart. He recognized he was ensnared in a quandary. On one hand, he yearned to confide in Nezha and clear his name. On the other, he feared for the fate of the Dragon Clan. Was there truly no alternative? I do not wish to betray my friend, nor do I desire to plunge the Dragon Clan into peril. Sitting by the window and gazing at the night beyond, Ao Bing was overwhelmed with helplessness. Suddenly, a faint noise outside the door jolted him from his reverie. Alarmed, he immediately adopted a cautious stance. Stealthily, he approached the door and peered through the crack. He observed several shadowy figures lurking outside, exuding an ominous aura that clearly indicated their malevolent intentions. They are Shen Gongbao's henchmen. What do they want? Ao Bing pondered. Deciding to bide his time, he resolved to watch their actions. One of the shadows produced a talisman from within his garments and began to chant incantations. The talisman ignited instantly, emitting a plume of black smoke that wafted towards the door. This is bad. They intend to do me harm, Ao Bing thought, his heart racing. Without delay, he summoned his magical abilities, erecting a shield of ice around the room to thwart the encroaching smoke. The black smoke collided with the ice shield, producing a hissing sound as corrosive energies sought to erode the barrier. Yet Ao Bing's ice shield was remarkably resilient, holding firm against their onslaught. Humph, Ao Bing, do you think you can evade us? If you are wise, you will come with us willingly. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy, called the shadow from outside. Filled with fury, Ao Bing retorted loudly, You treacherous lackeys, return to Shen Gongbao and inform him that I will not yield. His plot shall not succeed. The shadow let out a derisive laugh. Your bravado is futile. Today, you must accompany us. With that, the shadows unleashed their spells, directing beams of black light toward the door. The ice shield began to fracture under the assault of the dark energies. Ao Bing realized he could not remain passive. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his magical prowess, preparing to engage in a fierce battle against the shadows. Come forth. I will not allow you to prevail. Ao Bing shouted defiantly. Just as a fierce confrontation was about to ensue, Nezha, observing from the shadows, felt a pang of urgency, understanding that Ao Bing was in peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he conjured his magic and rushed towards Ao Bing's residence. Ao Bing, I am coming. Nezha called out, his voice echoing with determination. Upon hearing Nezha's voice, Ao Bing's heart soared with hope, realizing that his friend had come to rescue him. Nezha, be cautious. These individuals are subordinates of Shen Gongbao, and they are formidable, Ao Bing warned loudly. Nezha did not respond. Instead, he brandished his fiery spear and channeled the power of the magic orb, dashing into the courtyard like a crimson bolt of lightning. The spear danced in his hands, swiftly piercing several shadows. You scoundrels, how dare you bully Ao Bing? Watch as I deal with you. Nezha shouted in fury. The shadows were taken aback by Nezha's sudden appearance, momentarily thrown into disarray. However, they quickly regained their composure, surrounding Nezha and Ao Bing, trapping them within their midst. You've come at just the right time. Let us resolve this together, sparing ourselves further trouble, one shadow declared. With that, the shadows unleashed their spells, casting dark beams toward Nezha and Ao Bing. Standing back to back, they braced themselves against the onslaught. Ao Bing, let's confront them together, Nezha urged. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. Indeed, this time we shall ensure they do not return. Chapter 43. The truth finally revealed. The night in Changtong Pass was eerily quiet, almost stifling. Nezha fixed his gaze on Ao Bing, his eyes ablaze with intensity, as if they could pierce through to the very secrets hidden within Ao Bing's heart. Under such scrutiny, Ao Bing's internal defenses began to crumble. Although the interference of Shen Gongbao's spells still lingered, Nezha's seething anger and his fervent quest for truth surged like a more potent force, battering against Shen Gongbao's restraints. Ao Bing, we once stood together through life and death. Why do you now hesitate? What hidden secrets do you possess? If you do not clarify today, I shall not relent. Nezha's voice was deep and resounding, echoing with an undeniable authority within the silent room. Ao Bing lifted his head, his eyes brimming with anguish and conflict. His lips trembled, struggling to articulate words, yet he found himself ensnared by the remnants of Shen Gongbao's dark magic. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, as he battled fiercely between friendship, the responsibilities of the Dragon Clan, and the looming threat of Shen Gongbao. Nezha, I never intended to deceive you, but the conspiracy behind this is far too intricate. I am not in control, Ao Bing managed to utter, his voice laden with profound helplessness. Nezha stepped forward, grasping Ao Bing's shoulders and shaking him forcefully. Not in control? Is it more important than our friendship? What is this conspiracy? Speak at once. Ao Bing inhaled deeply, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. He summoned all his magical power, attempting to break free from Shen Gongbao's spell. The dark force enveloped him like an invisible net, constricting his throat, making each word an arduous struggle. It is Shen Gongbao. He has colluded with my father. Ao Bing barely uttered a few words before a surge of overwhelming dark energy assailed his consciousness, striving to silence him once more. Sensing Ao Bing's distress, Nezha activated the power of the magic orb, a scorching aura emanating from him, surrounding Ao Bing to help him withstand the oppressive darkness. Ao Bing, hold on. Continue. I am eager to witness what tricks Shen Gongbao has up his sleeve, Nezha exclaimed, his anger igniting like a raging inferno, countering Shen Gongbao's dark sorcery. With Nezha's assistance, Ao Bing finally found his voice. They intend to exploit you. To use your reincarnation as the demon pill to incite chaos in Chintang Pass, thereby granting the Dragon Clan an opportunity to escape their plight. Nezha's heart quaked at this revelation. He released Ao Bing's shoulder, stepping back in disbelief. Use me? Incite chaos. Ao Bing, how could you become entangled in such a conspiracy? Ao Bing bowed his head, unable to meet Nezha's gaze, and spoke with remorse. Nezha, I was unaware at the outset. Shen Gongbao approached me, claiming this was the sole chance to alter the Dragon Clan's fate. The clan has been trapped beneath the sea, suffering indignities. And as the third prince of the Dragon Clan, I bear the burden of restoring our lineage. In a moment of folly, I consented to his scheme. Nezha trembled with rage, pacing back and forth as he proclaimed, does the fate of the Dragon Clan justify harming the innocent? Does it permit betrayal of friends? Ao Bing, you have deeply disappointed me. Ao Bing lifted his head, tears brimming in his eyes as he replied, Nezha, I recognize my faults. Throughout our time together, I have regarded you as my closest friend. I contemplated abandoning this plan, yet both Shen Gongbao and my father relentlessly pressured me. I was truly at a loss. During the battle with the demon serpent, Shen Gongbao secretly enchanted me to thwart you. Once I regained my senses, I was overwhelmed with regret. Nezha halted, gazing at Ao Bing with a mixture of anger and a hint of compassion. Then why did you not confide in me sooner? Why wait until now? Allowing the people of Chintang Pass to misinterpret my intentions, nearly costing me my life? Ao Bing approached and knelt before Nezha, exclaiming, Nezha, I am truly sorry. I attempted to disclose the truth several times, but each time, Shen Gongbao sensed my intent and used his magic to silence me. I was tormented, caught between friendship and my duty to the Dragon Clan, unsure of how to choose. Nezha looked down at the kneeling Ao Bing, his heart a tempest of emotions. He understood the heavy mantle Ao Bing had borne since childhood, caught in the vice of Shen Gongbao and the Dragon King's dual pressures, making choice exceedingly difficult. Enough, rise. Given the circumstances, we must devise a plan to thwart their conspiracy. Please share the details of this plot with me. Nezha extended his hand to help Ao Bing up, his tone still laced with anger, yet overshadowed by concern for the future. Ao Bing stood, wiping away his tears, and said, Shen Gongbao and my father plan to first deploy the demon serpent to attack Chintang Pass, exacerbating the conflict between you and the people there. They have even prepared more nefarious tactics to plunge Chintang Pass into a greater crisis, distracting the Heavenly Court and allowing the Dragon Clan to break free from their constraints. They have also allied with certain mysterious dark forces, though I am not entirely informed of the specifics. Nezha furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply before stating, if that is the case, their conspiracy extends far beyond this. We must act swiftly, lest they succeed. Do you have any knowledge of their next move? Ao Bing shook his head. I am uncertain. Shen Gongbao has always been exceedingly cautious, often refraining from divulging details to me. However, I surmise that they may instigate greater chaos at Chintang Pass, potentially leveraging the powers of those dark forces. Nezha clenched his fists and declared, regardless of their schemes, I shall not allow them to harm the people of Chintang Pass. We must swiftly relay this information to Father and Tai Jinren, so they can prepare in advance. At that moment, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Nezha and Ao Bing were taken aback, immediately falling into a state of alertness. Who goes there? Nezha called out loudly, swiftly drawing his fiery spear and channeling the power of the magic orb. The door was abruptly pushed open, revealing Li Jing, whose face bore an expression of urgency. Nezha, Ao Bing, I have just received some news that seems to pertain to Shen Gongbao's conspiracy, Li Jing announced. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances, and then Nezha replied, Father, we have just learned of Shen Gongbao's plot in collusion with Dragon King Ao Guang. Ao Bing has just informed me. Li Jing's brow furrowed deeply as he remarked, it appears the situation is even more dire than I had imagined. I have just received a confidential report indicating that the East Sea Dragon Palace has recently mobilized a considerable military force, seemingly plotting some grand maneuver. Furthermore, there have been sightings of suspicious individuals around Chintang Pass, exhibiting very peculiar behavior. Nezha interjected, Father, Ao Bing mentioned that they intend to use me to incite chaos at Chintang Pass, allowing the Dragon Clan to seize the opportunity to extricate themselves from their predicament. They have even conspired with mysterious dark forces. Li Jing nodded gravely. If that is the case, their conspiracy is already in the process of unfolding. We must devise a strategy to counter it swiftly. Nezha, Ao Bing, do you have any ideas? Nezha glanced at Ao Bing and then responded, Father, I believe we should take the initiative. We cannot remain passive, waiting for them to assault Chintang Pass. We can first head to the East Sea Dragon Palace and disrupt their plans. Ao Bing concurred. Generally, Nezha speaks wisely. I am quite familiar with the Dragon Palace and can lead the way. Moreover, I wish to atone for my previous mistakes. After contemplating for a moment, Li Jing stated, the journey to the East Sea Dragon Palace will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Yet, if we do not take proactive measures, the people of Chintang Pass will face even greater danger. Very well, we shall proceed to the East Sea Dragon Palace. I will now gather the soldiers of Chintang Pass and prepare for departure. With that, Li Jing turned and exited the room to assemble the troops. Nezha and Ao Bing began their preparations as well. Nezha, this time when we go to the Dragon Palace, I will exert every effort to assist you in thwarting Shen Gongbao and my father's conspiracy, Ao Bing said, his gaze filled with determination. Nezha patted Ao Bing on the shoulder and replied, indeed, we shall face this together. But remember, this mission is not solely for the people of Chintang Pass. It is also to prove your innocence. Ao Bing nodded. Yes, I understand. I will not let you down again. Before long, Li Jing had gathered the soldiers of Chintang Pass. Each soldier bore a serious expression, weapon in hand, fully prepared for the imminent departure. Soldiers, our journey to the East Sea Dragon Palace is to thwart the conspiracy of Shen Gongbao and Dragon King Ao Guang to protect the people of Chintang Pass. The journey ahead is fraught with peril, yet I firmly believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we shall undoubtedly succeed. Li Jing proclaimed loudly, his voice resolute and powerful. Protect Chintang Pass. The soldiers echoed in unison, their voices resonating through the night sky. Subsequently, Li Jing, Nezha, and Ao Bing led the warriors of Chintang Pass towards the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Along the way, the moonlight cascaded upon them, casting elongated shadows that seemed to foreshadow the formidable challenges they were about to face. Upon nearing the vicinity of the Dragon Palace, they discovered it was heavily guarded, with the palace's warriors standing at the ready. It appears they have made preparations, Li Jing remarked quietly. Nezha tightened his grip on the fire-tipped spear and declared, regardless of their level of preparation, we must penetrate their defenses and unveil their sinister plot. Ao Bing surveyed the Dragon Palace and said, Commander Li, Nezha, there are several secret passages into the palace. I can lead a contingent of warriors through there for a surprise attack from within. Li Jing nodded in agreement. Very well, let it be as you suggest. Nezha, you and Ao Bing will lead a team of soldiers through the secret passage. I shall lead the remaining warriors in a frontal assault to divert their attention. Yes, father, Nezha responded. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing selected a group of agile warriors and followed Ao Bing towards the secret passage of the palace, while Li Jing charged forward with the rest of the soldiers towards the main entrance. Attack, Li Jing commanded, and the soldiers surged towards the Dragon Palace's entrance like tigers descending from the mountains. The palace's warriors immediately engaged them, and a fierce battle ensued. The sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons intertwined, resonating across the sea. Nezha and Ao Bing cautiously advanced through the secret passage, which was dim and damp, imbued with an air of mystery. Be cautious, there may be traps here, Ao Bing whispered. The group heightened their vigilance, carefully feeling their way forward. Suddenly, a stone door appeared ahead, inscribed with strange runes. This is the forbidden stone door of the Dragon Palace. I will open it, Ao Bing stated, stepping forward to cast a spell. With swift hand gestures and incantations, the runes on the stone door began to shimmer, and the door slowly creaked open. Hurry, Ao Bing urged, and the group swiftly passed through the doorway. However, just as they crossed the threshold, a piercing whistle echoed. Countless sharp arrows rained down from all directions. Watch out, Nezha shouted, harnessing the power of the magic orb to form a fiery shield around himself and the soldiers. The arrows struck the shield, instantly turning to ash. It seems they anticipated our entry through here, Nezha remarked. Ao Bing furrowed his brow. No matter, we shall press on. Everyone, stay close to me. The group continued forward, encountering numerous traps and obstacles along the way, all of which were deftly neutralized by Nezha and Ao Bing alongside their warriors. At last, they arrived inside the Dragon Palace, where chaos reigned as Li Jing's soldiers clashed fiercely with the palace's defenders. Let us hasten to their aid. Nezha, wielding his fiery spear, charged into the battlefield, closely followed by Ao Bing and the soldiers. Like a blazing inferno, Nezha surged through the enemy ranks, and wherever his spear struck, warriors from the Dragon Palace fell in droves. Ao Bing unleashed his magical prowess, manipulating the sea to conjure ice blades that assailed the foes. The soldiers of Chintang Pass fought valiantly, momentarily overwhelming the forces of the Dragon Palace. At that moment, the Dragon King Ao Guang appeared before them. Adorned in a magnificent dragon robe and a golden crown, his eyes betrayed a mix of anger and astonishment. "Ao Bing, how dare you betray the Dragon Clan? You bring outsiders into the Dragon Palace. This is an act of treachery," he thundered, pointing an accusatory finger at Ao Bing. Gazing back at his father, Ao Bing replied, "Father, it is you who conspired with Shun Gongbao, orchestrating schemes that harm the innocent. That is the true act of treachery. I can no longer allow your reckless actions to continue." With a scoff, Ao Guang retorted, "Humph, what do you understand? The Dragon Clan has languished at the ocean's depths for years, enduring humiliation. This is our sole opportunity to escape our plight. Only by plunging Chuntang Pass into chaos can we secure our future." Nezha glared at the Dragon King, exclaiming, "Is it justifiable to harm the people of Chuntang Pass for the interests of your clan? Your actions are utterly despicable." Ao Guang's gaze hardened as he looked at Nezha, a glint of menace in his eyes. "You, the reincarnation of that cursed demon, if it weren't for you, our plans wouldn't be so convoluted. Today, I shall deal with you first." With that, Ao Guang opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful torrent of water toward Nezha. Swiftly harnessing the power of the demon orb, Nezha swung his spear, cleaving the water column in two. "Old Dragon King, do not be so arrogant. Today, you shall pay for your misdeeds." Nezha roared, charging toward Ao Guang. Ao Bing also cast his spells, joining Nezha in their assault against the Dragon King. Seeing Ao Guang's appearance, Li Jing rallied the soldiers to encircle the Dragon Palace warriors, escalating the fierce battle. Just as the clash intensified, Shun Gongbao emerged unexpectedly. He stood aloft, surveying the fray below with a cold smirk. "Do you think you can thwart our scheme this way? Such naivete," he proclaimed, gesturing with his hands as a dark beam shot into the sky. Instantly, ominous clouds gathered, and a massive black vortex manifested above them. "Not good. Shun Gongbao is about to unleash a more formidable spell," Ao Bing shouted. Nezha glared at Shun Gongbao, seething with rage. "You despicable villain. Come down and face me in a fair fight." Shun Gongbao laughed derisively. "Nezha, do you think I would fall for your provocation? Today, you shall all perish here." As Shun Gongbao cast his spell, dark forces surged forth from the vortex, bearing down upon them. The onlookers felt an overwhelming pressure, nearly suffocating them. "Everyone, hold your ground," Li Jing bellowed, channeling his power to resist the encroaching darkness. Nezha, Ao Bing, and the soldiers also summoned their magic to fend off the invasion of dark energy. However, the formidable spells of Shun Gongbao began to overwhelm the crowd. At that moment, Ao Bing suddenly conceived a plan. He turned to Nezha and said, "Nezha, let us combine our powers and strike at the source of Shun Gongbao's magic. Perhaps we can shatter this dark force." Nezha nodded in agreement. "All right, let us give it a try." Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing concentrated their entire magical energy and unleashed their most potent spells towards the direction of Shun Gongbao. A radiant beam of intertwined gold and blue light surged forth like a sharp sword, piercing towards the black vortex. Upon impact, the vortex trembled violently, revealing signs of weakness in the dark force. "Everyone, muster your strength," Nezha shouted. The soldiers of Chuntang Pass, seeing a glimmer of hope, summoned their courage and exerted their full magical might. Through their collective effort, the black vortex was ultimately shattered, and the dark power gradually dissipated. Seeing his magic undone, Shun Gongbao was filled with fury. Chapter 44, Wrath Unleashed Towards the Dragon Palace. A father's love as steadfast as a mountain. Nezha stood rooted, his chest heaving, and his eyes blazing as if they might ignite the very world around him. The truth ignited a fury within him that surged like an unstoppable tide. "Ao Guang, Shun Gongbao, you despicable scoundrels, how dare you conspire against me and the people of Chuntang Pass? I shall ensure you pay a grievous price." Nezha's voice echoed with fury, causing dust to tumble from the walls. Ao Bing, filled with guilt, stood by with lowered eyes, unable to meet Nezha's gaze. He stammered, "Nezha, I truly understand my mistakes. I am willing to accompany you and do everything in my power to atone for my wrongdoings." Nezha turned sharply to Ao Bing, his gaze piercing. "You? Humph. Were it not for our past bond, I would not even consider it." He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening as he stifled his rage. "Very well, accompany me, and let us see if your contrition is genuine." At that moment, Li Jing hurried in upon hearing the news, his expression grave, filled with concern. Observing Nezha's fury, Li Jing understood that his son's wrath was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, impossible to quell. "Nezha, we must not act impulsively. The East Sea Dragon Palace wields immense power, and Shun Gongbao is cunning. We must deliberate carefully," Li Jing advised. fully aware that their journey to the East Sea Dragon Palace would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle, and any misstep could plunge them into irreversible peril. Nezha looked at his father, the fire in his eyes unextinguished. "Father, how can I remain idle while they commit such atrocities? The people of Chintang Pass have suffered due to my misunderstanding, nearly losing their lives. I must seek justice." Li Jing furrowed his brow, pondering before responding. "I understand your feelings, Nezha. However, we cannot act without foresight. Nonetheless, since you are resolute, I shall accompany you to ensure your safety." A warmth filled Nezha's heart. He knew his father, though often stern, always stood firmly by his side in crucial moments. "Thank you, father. With you by my side, I am more confident that Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao will reveal their true forms," Nezha declared, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. Upon witnessing the unfolding circumstances, Ao Bing proclaimed, "General Li, Nezha, I possess ample familiarity with the topography and defenses of the Dragon Palace, and I can guide you, lending you my assistance." Li Jing cast a discerning glance at Ao Bing and nodded slightly. "Very well. This endeavor shall rely heavily upon your expertise. However, you must bear in mind that should you inflict any further harm upon Nezha or the citizens of Chintang Pass, I shall show you no mercy." Ao Bing promptly nodded in affirmation. "Rest assured, General Li, I have resolved to sever ties with my past transgressions and will dedicate myself fully to aiding you." Subsequently, Li Jing swiftly assembled the warriors of Chintang Pass. Standing upon the command platform, his gaze swept across each soldier like an eagle surveying its territory, as he declared loudly, "Brave warriors, the East Sea Dragon Palace has conspired with Shun Gongbao, intending to harm the citizens of Chintang Pass. Such malevolence shall not be tolerated. Today, we shall march upon the East Sea Dragon Palace to reclaim our justice. Do you possess confidence?" Indeed, the soldiers resounded in unison, their voices reverberating like thunder, their spirits soaring high. Each warrior bore a resolute expression, weapons in hand, their eyes reflecting a fierce anger towards their foes and a fearless readiness for battle. Once preparations were complete, Nezha, Li Jing, and Ao Bing led the valiant soldiers of Chintang Pass toward the East Sea Dragon Palace in a magnificent procession. Along the way, the fierce winds howled and the tumultuous waves surged, as if the very elements were enraged in anticipation of the impending conflict. Nezha, at the forefront of the procession, continually pondered the conspiracy spoken of by Ao Bing, his hatred for Shun Gongbao and the Dragon King Ao Guang intensifying with each moment. He silently vowed to ensure they would pay dearly for their misdeeds. "Ao Guang, Shun Gongbao, prepare to meet your demise," Nezha muttered quietly, gripping his fiery spear tightly. Sensing the fury emanating from its master, the weapon vibrating slightly in response. After a strenuous journey, they finally arrived before the East Sea Dragon Palace. The palace loomed majestically amidst the turbulent sea, its grand gates shimmering with an enigmatic glow, encircled by layers of water, resembling a mysterious underwater citadel. "Dragon King Ao Guang, Shun Gongbao, come forth," Nezha bellowed, his voice echoing across the surface of the sea, sending ripples cascading through the waters. Yet, within the palace, an oppressive silence prevailed, with no reply forthcoming. "Humph, do they believe they can hide within and escape our reckoning?" Nezha scoffed, preparing to unleash his powers to force entry. Just then, the gates of the Dragon Palace creaked open, and a cadre of palace soldiers emerged, clad in scaled armor and wielding sharp blades. Their eyes warily fixed upon Nezha and his companions. "Why have you trespassed upon the Dragon Palace?" A commanding officer of the palace barked. Nezha glared at him defiantly and declared, "Summon Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao. They have committed numerous heinous acts, and today marks their reckoning." The Dragon Palace officer let out a derisive laugh. "Do not spout nonsense here. The Dragon King and Lord Shun Gongbao would not stoop to engage with a mere reincarnation of a demon. Wise ones would depart swiftly, or else we shall have no choice but to respond unfavorably." Nezha trembled with indignation, brandishing his fiery spear as he retorted, "I see you are too obstinate to heed warnings. Today, I shall lay waste to this East Sea Dragon Palace." Seeing this, Li Jing stepped forward and declared, "You, Dragon Palace, have conspired with Shun Gongbao, unleashing the demon serpent to assault Chintang Pass with the intent to harm the innocent. Such malevolence is intolerable by heaven's law. Today, we demand an explanation." The Dragon Palace general's expression shifted, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Do not slander us. Our Dragon Palace has always maintained a peaceful coexistence with Chintang Pass. How could we commit such an atrocity?" Nezha scoffed. "Humph, still in denial? Ao Bing, step forth and confront them." Ao Bing emerged from the ranks, gazing at the Dragon Palace general, and proclaimed, I am Ao Bing, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Indeed, my father and Shun Gongbao are complicit in this conspiracy. I have repented and come today to thwart their wicked deeds." The general, upon seeing Ao Bing, grew even more agitated. "Third prince, how can you conspire with outsiders and betray the Dragon Palace?" Ao Bing replied, "I do not betray. I refuse to aid tyranny any longer. The actions of my father and Shun Gongbao have harmed far too many innocents, and I cannot stand idly by." The Dragon Palace general was about to argue further when a commanding voice resonated from within the palace. "Ao Bing, you ungrateful wretch. You dare betray the Dragon Clan and come with outsiders to seek retribution? You are utterly incorrigible." The crowd turned to see the Dragon King Ao Guang, resplendent in a magnificent dragon robe and adorned with a golden crown, striding forth with an imposing presence. Beside him stood Shun Gongbao, clad in black robes and a conical hat, a sneer of disdain upon his face. "Ao Guang, you have finally chosen to show yourself. Today marks your demise." Nezha glared furiously, his fiery spear aimed directly at the Dragon King Ao Guang. The Dragon King, meeting Nezha's gaze, felt a flicker of rage. "You, reincarnation of the demon, dare to be arrogant. The affairs of the Dragon Palace are not for a mere child like you to meddle in." Shun Gongbao chimed in with a mocking tone. "Nezha, do you think that with these people, you can do anything to the Dragon Palace? Wise ones would retreat at once. Perhaps you might spare your life." Nezha replied with a cold laugh. "Shun Gongbao, you vile scoundrel, resorting to any means to achieve your ends. Today, I shall ensure you pay for your misdeeds." Li Jing regarded the Dragon King Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao, stating, "Ao Guang, Shun Gongbao, your conspiracy has been exposed. Will you not surrender?" The Dragon King coldly snorted. "Exposed? What evidence do you possess? Merely the words of this traitorous son?" Nezha retorted, "Do you think you can wriggle out of this? Ao Bing has laid bare your entire plot. To extricate the Dragon Clan from peril, you would harm the people of Chintang Pass. Such wickedness is against the natural order." Shun Gongbao sneered. "Natural order? In this world of the strong devouring the weak, only the powerful can dictate the laws of nature. Your arrival today is merely a path to self-destruction." Nezha thundered, "Enough of your prattle. Witness how I shall deal with you today." With that, Nezha summoned the power of the demon, and flames erupted from his fiery spear, roaring like an enraged beast as he charged toward Dragon King Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao. Li Jing, seeing this, swiftly commanded the soldiers of Chintang Pass to launch their assault. Instantly, the air was filled with battle cries, and the sea turned crimson with blood. In a fierce confrontation, Nezha clashed with the Dragon King Ao Guang, the fiery spear colliding with the Dragon King's treasured sword, sending sparks flying. Ao Guang, the formidable ruler of the East Sea Dragon Palace, wielded immense power, each strike unleashing powerful waves. "You old scoundrel, prepare to meet your doom," Nezha bellowed, thrusting his fiery spear with the ferocity of a tempest. Ao Guang, parrying the onslaught with his sword, retorted, "You insolent wretch. Today you will learn the consequences of opposing the East Sea Dragon Palace." Meanwhile, Shun Gongbao was embroiled in a chaotic melee with the soldiers of Chintang Pass. He unleashed his sinister spells, sending forth dark beams of light that struck down numerous warriors. "A mere swarm of ants dares to challenge me," Shun Gongbao scoffed, his gaze brimming with contempt. Observing Shun Gongbao's audacity, Ao Bing seethed with anger. He conjured a spell, manipulating the sea to form massive ice spikes that hurtled towards Shun Gongbao. "Shun Gongbao, you despicable coward, take this," Ao Bing shouted, detecting the impending attack from behind. Shun Gongbao swiftly turned and cast a protective spell. The ice spikes collided with his dark beams, producing a thunderous cacophony. "You ungrateful wretch, how dare you betray me? Today, I shall deal with you as well." Shun Gongbao glared at Ao Bing, his eyes glinting with malice. On the battlefield, Li Jing commanded his troops, his heart heavy with concern as he witnessed Shun Gongbao's tenacity. "Warriors, do not falter. Steady your formation. We must prevail," Li Jing proclaimed with resolute authority. At that moment, the duel between Nezha and Ao Guang intensified. Drawing strength from his magic orb, Nezha fought with increasing vigor. Yet Ao Guang's experience rendered it difficult for either to gain the upper hand. "Ao Guang, you are no match for me. Surrender while you can," Nezha taunted amidst his relentless attacks. Ao Guang responded with a derisive laugh, saying, "You insolent child, your bravado is amusing. Today, you shall learn that the majesty of the East Sea Dragon Palace is not to be trifled with." With that, Ao Guang summoned a formidable spell. As the seawater converged to form a colossal water dragon that lunged at Nezha. Undaunted, Nezha channeled the full power of his magic orb. Intensifying the flames on his spear, and creating a vast fiery barrier around himself. The water dragon collided with the fire circle, producing a thunderous roar and enveloping the area in steam. Seizing the moment, Nezha burst forth from the flames, his spear striking like lightning towards Ao Guang. Caught off guard, Ao Guang felt the spear pierce his shoulder, blood gushing forth. "Ah, you wretched spawn," he roared, a mix of shock and fury coursing through him. At that moment, noticing Ao Guang's injury, Shen Gongbao realized the gravity of the situation. He understood that if Ao Guang were to fall, he too would be ensnared in dire straits. This cannot continue, Shen Gongbao pondered, resolved to cast an even more potent spell to turn the tide of battle. With swift hand movements, Shen Gongbao formed intricate seals, chanting incantations. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and black lightning crackled ominously within the storm. "Behold how I shall capture you all today," SHNGNGBO bellowed, as black lightning descended like raindrops upon Nezha and his companions. Li Jing, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of alarm. "This is bad. Everyone be cautious." The soldiers of Chentang Pass hastily employed their spells to defend themselves, yet the might of the black lightning proved overwhelming, and many fell, injured by its fierce strikes. Nezha glared at SHNGNGBO, his eyes ablaze with indignation. "SHNGNGBO, you despicable wretch, resorting to such treacherous tactics." With that, Nezha summoned the power of the magic orb and charged towards SHNGNGBO, determined to thwart him before he could unleash an even more formidable spell. "Think you can stop me? That will not be so simple." SHNGNGBO sneered as he beheld Nezha's advance. He conjured a black barrier before him. Nezha brandished his fiery spear, thrusting it forcefully against the barrier. The collision emitted a piercing sound. "Humph, do you really believe you can shatter my barrier?" SHNGNGBO mocked, gritting his teeth. Nezha intensified the output of the magic orb's power, causing the flames on his spear to blaze even hotter, as if intent on melting the black barrier. At that moment, Ao Bing, seeing Nezha ensnared in peril, disregarded his own safety and cast a spell, commanding the waters to surge against SHNGNGBO. The sea rushed forth like a torrent, hurtling towards him. SHNGNGBO, sensing the assault from behind, was taken aback and had no choice but to divert some of his magical energy to withstand the onslaught of water, thereby diminishing the strength of his black barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha escalated his assault, and the fiery spear finally pierced through the black barrier, aiming at SHNGNGBO. The latter could not evade in time and was grazed by the spear on his arm. "Ah!" he cried out, his gaze fixed with fury upon Nezha and Ao Bing, his eyes brimming with hatred. Just as the battle raged on, a melodious sound of a flute wafted through the air from a distance. The sweet notes, like a clear spring, felt out of place amidst the chaos of combat. The crowd, hearing the flute, felt a chill in their hearts, and they ceased their actions, turning their attention towards the source of the sound. A celestial figure, clad in white, appeared, holding a jade flute and treading upon clouds, approaching with grace. "Tai Yizhenren," Nezha exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the immortal. Tai Yizhenren, arriving before them, surveyed the battlefield's devastation, his brow furrowing slightly. "What is the meaning of this? Why such a fierce conflict?" Nezha hurriedly replied, "Master, SHNGNGBO has conspired with Dragon King Ao Guang to harm the people of Chentang Pass. We have come to seek justice." Tai Yizhenren turned his gaze towards SHNGNGBO and Dragon King Ao Guang, a stern glimmer flashing in his eyes. SHNGNGBO, Ao Guang, is this true? SHNGNGBO snorted in response, remaining silent. While Dragon King Ao Guang said, "Tai Yizhenren, do not heed this child's one-sided tale. Our dragon palace has always been law-abiding. How could we engage in such deeds?" Tai Yizhenren smiled faintly. "Humph, your conspiracy cannot escape my notice. I have long been aware of your suspicious activities. Today, you shall pay the price for your actions." With that, Tai Yizhenren grasped his whisk and unleashed a formidable spell. A golden beam of light burst forth from the whisk, soaring towards Shen Gongbao and Dragon King Ao Guang. The formidable power of Tai Yizhenren's spell struck fear into their hearts. They hastily conjured their own spells in defense. The golden radiance collided with their magic, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. In an instant, the sea churned violently, and the heavens themselves seemed to change hue. Under the relentless assault of Tai Yizhenren's potent magic, Shen Gongbao and Dragon King Ao Guang found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. "What shall we do? Tai Yizhenren's spell is overwhelmingly powerful," Dragon King Ao Guang exclaimed anxiously. Shen Gongbao gritted his teeth and declared, "We shall fight to the bitter end. We cannot simply surrender." With resolve, Shen Gongbao and Dragon King Ao Guang summoned all their strength, unleashing their most formidable spells to counter Tai Jinren's might. Yet, the depth of Tai Jinren's magic was akin to a towering mountain, pressing down on them, making it difficult to breathe. "Your struggles are in vain. Today marks your demise," Tai Jinren proclaimed, waving his whisk, intensifying the golden light. Chapter 45. Confrontation before the Dragon Palace. Upon learning of the conspiracy between the East Sea Dragon Palace and Shen Gongbao, Nezha was consumed by wrath. The power of his demonic core surging violently within him, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Li Jing, witnessing the fiery anger in his son's eyes, understood his feelings intimately and recognized the perilous nature of their impending confrontation at the East Sea Dragon Palace. As a father, his foremost concern was Nezha's safety. Thus he resolved to accompany the troops of Chintang Pass to safeguard his son. Clad in armor and wielding formidable blades, they advanced with fervor towards the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon reaching their destination, they beheld the palace, resplendent in gold and jade, rising majestically from the tumultuous depths of the sea, exuding an aura of mystery and authority. Yet, at that moment, Nezha and his companions were consumed solely by righteous indignation, undeterred by the opulence before them. With his fire-tipped spear in hand, Nezha pointed its tip directly at the palace gates, bellowing, "Dragon King Ao Guang, Shen Gongbao, you despicable scoundrels, come forth and meet your end. Your plots and schemes have harmed the innocent, and today marks your reckoning." His voice echoed through the depths like rolling thunder, sending ripples through the surrounding waters. The gates of the Dragon Palace slowly creaked open, and a throng of warriors emerged, encircling Nezha and his companions. At the forefront stood a towering dragon general, clad in silver-scaled armor and wielding a trident, exuding an imposing presence. With a disdainful glint in his eyes, he barked, "Who dares to cause a ruckus before the East Sea Dragon Palace? Be wise and retreat at once, or we shall show no mercy." Nezha responded with a cold laugh, declaring, "Humph. I am Nezha, son of Li Jing of Chintang Pass, here to seek justice. Your palace has colluded with Shen Gongbao, unleashing the demonic serpent to attack Chintang Pass, and plotting to frame me. This debt shall be settled." The dragon general's expression shifted, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Do not speak baseless accusations. Our East Sea Dragon Palace has always shunned conflict. How could we commit such acts? Surely, you are merely spouting nonsense, seeking to provoke us." Li Jing stepped forward and declared with righteous fervor, "The evidence is clear. Do you still wish to deny it? As the general of Chintang Pass, I am determined today to seek justice for the common folk of the world. Should you willingly surrender the Dragon King Ao Guang and Shen Gongbao, leniency may be afforded. Otherwise, we shall show no mercy." The dragon general glanced apprehensively at the soldiers of Chintang Pass surrounding him, yet he retorted defiantly, "To think that we would surrender the Dragon King and Lord Shen Gongbao is sheer folly. You mere mortals dare to oppose the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. This is a path to your own demise." At that moment, Ao Bing hurriedly emerged from the depths of the Dragon Palace. Guilt and turmoil filled his heart as he beheld Nezha and Li Jing. He was acutely aware that the turmoil stemmed from the actions of his father and Shen Gongbao. And now, with Nezha and the others demanding accountability, he found himself torn between aiding Nezha and his loyalty to the Dragon Kin. Approaching the Dragon General, Ao Bing whispered, "General, this matter indeed lies at the feet of my father and Shen Gongbao. We must not remain obstinate." The Dragon General looked at Ao Bing in astonishment and replied, "Third Prince, what do you mean? How can you side with outsiders?" Raising his gaze, Ao Bing spoke with conviction, "General, I have come to recognize the truth. My father and Shen Gongbao, driven by selfish desires, have harmed countless innocents. Their actions are a profound injustice. We as dragons must not be led into the abyss by their misdeeds." The Dragon General furrowed his brow and said, "But Third Prince, this concerns the reputation and future of our dragon clan. We cannot compromise so easily." Ao Bing looked earnestly at the general and responded, "General, true reputation and future are founded upon justice and kindness. If we persist in this wrongful path, we will only lead our clan to an irretrievable fate. Please trust me. Allow me to handle this matter." After a moment of hesitation, the Dragon General stepped aside. Ao Bing turned to Nezha and Li Jing, saying, "Nezha, General Li, I know that no words can amend our transgressions at this moment, but please grant me the chance to counsel my father, to guide him back to the right path." Nezha regarded Ao Bing, a flicker of complexity in his eyes, and replied, "Ao Bing, I shall extend my trust to you this once. However, If Dragon King Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao remain unrepentant, I shall not spare them. Ao Bing nodded and proceeded into the Dragon Palace. Shortly thereafter, Dragon King Ao Guang emerged, flanked by a retinue of dragon generals, clad in a resplendent dragon robe and adorned with a golden crown. His eyes betrayed a hint of panic and fury. Addressing Nezha and the others, Dragon King Ao Guang bellowed, "You intruders! What is it that you seek by barging into my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? We have never interfered with Chintang Pass. Why do you come demanding retribution?" Nezha retorted angrily. "Dragon King Ao Guang, do you still dare to feign innocence? You conspired with Shun Gongbao to unleash the deep-sea demon serpent upon Chintang Pass, attempting to cast the blame upon me. We have uncovered all of this. What further defense do you have?" The countenance of Dragon King Ao Guang shifted, yet he maintained a facade of composure, saying, "Humph, this is merely your one-sided account. What evidence do you possess to prove my culpability? Are you attempting to incite discord between humanity and the Dragon Clan?" Li Jing stepped forward and declared, "Dragon King, at this juncture, do you still refuse to acknowledge the truth? Our audacity to come here is backed by irrefutable evidence. For your own selfish interests, you have conspired with Shun Gongbao, causing harm to innocent civilians, a reprehensible act indeed. Should you fail to repent, today shall mark the downfall of your Eastern Sea Dragon Palace." The Dragon King Ao Guang felt a twinge of insecurity, yet as the sovereign of his clan, he was reluctant to concede. He scoffed, "Humph. Do you truly believe you can challenge us? The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace boasts profound heritage and formidable warriors. What can you possibly do to me? Depart now, and I shall overlook your transgressions. Otherwise, do not expect me to show mercy." Nezha, filled with fury, retorted with a sardonic smile, "What a brazen Dragon King Ao Guang. Even at this critical moment, you remain so arrogant. Today, I shall ensure that you face justice for your villainy." With that, he brandished his fiery spear, poised to charge forward. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed from the heavens as Shun Gongbao, clad in black robes and wielding a whisk, descended slowly from the clouds. He regarded Nezha and the others with a chilling sneer. "Ha, Nezha, Li Jing, do you truly believe that by arriving at the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, you can alter our fate? Your naivety is astounding." Nezha glared at Shun Gongbao, his eyes ablaze with wrath. "You despicable wretch, all these schemes are orchestrated by you. Today, I shall ensure you pay for your misdeeds." Shun Gongbao dismissed him with disdain. "Humph, and what are you? Merely a reincarnation of a demonic essence. How formidable can you truly be? Today, you shall learn the consequences of opposing me." Tension hung thick in the air, both sides brimming with hostility. As a clash loomed imminent, the soldiers of Chintang Pass gripped their weapons tightly, their resolve unwavering. The warriors of the Dragon Palace stood ready for confrontation. Meanwhile, Nezha, Li Jing, the Dragon King Ao Guang, and Shun Gongbao exchanged fierce glares, as if seeking to devour each other with their stares. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Ao Bing stepped forward once more. He addressed his father and Shun Gongbao. "Father, Shun Gongbao, cease this madness. We cannot afford further mistakes. Look at the turmoil our schemes have wrought. How many lives have been harmed? We must take responsibility for our actions rather than perpetuate our errors." The Dragon King Ao Guang regarded Ao Bing with a flicker of disappointment and anger. "Ao Bing, you ungrateful wretch. How dare you speak in favor of outsiders? What of our clan's future? Do you wish to witness the dragon lineage forever trapped beneath the sea?" Shun Gongbao interjected. "Ao Bing, do not let them deceive you. If we adhere to our plan, the Dragon Clan shall surely rise from adversity and dominate the world. Do not let a moment of compassion jeopardize our grand design." Ao Bing looked steadfastly at them, declaring, "Father, Shun Gongbao, dominating the world does not necessitate the suffering of the innocent. If our Dragon Clan embraces justice and kindness, we too can earn respect and a promising future. We have already committed too many errors. We must not continue down this path." Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, both the Dragon King Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao fell into a contemplative silence. They were acutely aware that Ao Bing's words held a semblance of truth. However, the years of scheming and ambition rendered them reluctant to relinquish their aspirations easily. At that moment, a young soldier from Chintang Pass could no longer contain his fervor and shouted, "You nefarious villains, cease your futile arguments. Surrender at once, or we shall storm in and leave the East Sea Dragon Palace in ruins." The other soldiers rallied in response, their morale soaring. Shun Gongbao, observing the impassioned troops of Chintang Pass, felt a surge of irritation. With a flick of his whisk, he declared, "Humph, since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless." The Dragon Palace warriors heeded his command, charging forth to attack. In response, the soldiers of Chuntang Pass stood their ground, bravely confronting their foes. In that instant, the battlefield echoed with the sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons, as the sea was stained crimson with blood, marking the commencement of a fierce conflict. Nezha, wielding his fiery spear, surged into the ranks of the Dragon Palace warriors like a streak of red lightning. He unleashed his full prowess, the spear dancing with ferocity, each strike imbued with formidable magical energy, swiftly felling several Dragon Palace soldiers. Li Jing, brandishing his longsword, engaged the Dragon General in combat. The General's trident struck with ferocity, yet Li Jing, drawing upon years of combat experience and unparalleled skill, deftly countered the assaults while launching his own retaliatory strikes. The two warriors exchanged blows, locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao and the Dragon King Ao Guang covertly monitored the unfolding skirmish. Shen Gongbao contemplated how to exploit this battle to eliminate Nezha and Li Jing, while simultaneously considering how to navigate potential unforeseen variables. The Dragon King Ao Guang wore a grim expression, torn between concern for the safety of the Dragon Palace and his unwillingness to abandon his plans. Watching the fierce clash, Ao Bing was consumed with anguish. He detested the thought of the Dragon Clan and the soldiers of Chuntang Pass slaughtering one another. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to avert this tragedy. Suddenly, his gaze hardened, as if he had resolved to take a significant step. In a flash, Ao Bing appeared beside Shen Gongbao, who was intently focused on the battlefield, unprepared for Ao Bing's sudden approach. Warily, he regarded Ao Bing and inquired, "What do you intend?" Ao Bing. Meeting Shen Gongbao's gaze, Ao Bing replied, "Shen Gongbao, this conflict has arisen because of you. If you cease your hostilities now, perhaps we can avert further casualties." Shen Gongbao let out a cold laugh, responding, Cease? It is too late for that. Today, it is either they perish or we do. You would do well not to obstruct my path, or you shall face the same fate." Fury ignited within Ao Bing as he retorted, "Shen Gongbao, you vile scoundrel, driven by your selfish desires, you resort to any means necessary. I shall stop you today." With that, Ao Bing unleashed his magical abilities and charged at Shen Gongbao. Caught off guard by Ao Bing's sudden assault, Shen Gongbao could only hastily wield his whisk in defense. A fierce battle erupted between them in midair. Ao Bing, determined to prevent this tragedy, exerted every ounce of his strength, employing his ultimate techniques, while Shen Gongbao, infuriated and humiliated, was resolute in his desire to defeat Ao Bing and continue his nefarious scheme. On the battlefield, the clash between Nezha, Li Jing, and the warriors of the Dragon Palace had reached a fever pitch. Although the soldiers of Chuntang Pass displayed remarkable valor, the sheer number and formidable skills of the Dragon Palace warriors resulted in a stalemate. At that moment, the duel between Ao Bing and Shen Gongbao captured everyone's attention. Nezha, witnessing the confrontation, felt a surge of surprise. However, he recognized that this was an opportune moment to launch an attack. He shouted, "Brothers of Chuntang Pass, do not falter. Let us charge forth together and avenge the people of Chuntang Pass." Inspired by Nezha's words, the soldiers' spirits soared, and they bravely advanced. Nezha led the charge, his fiery spear aimed directly at the Dragon King Ao Guang. Seeing Nezha rush towards him, Ao Guang felt a twinge of panic. Yet, as the sovereign of the Dragon Clan, retreat was not an option. He drew his treasured sword and met Nezha head-on. The two engaged in a fierce battle, with Nezha drawing upon the power of his magic orb and his indomitable spirit to mount a relentless offense, while the Dragon King, armed with profound magical prowess and extensive combat experience, remained composed in his defense. Their struggle was extraordinarily intense, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently under their magical forces. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Li Jing and the Dragon General reached a critical juncture. Seizing the moment, Li Jing thrust his sword towards a flaw in the Dragon General's defense. Taken by surprise, the Dragon General was grazed on the arm, causing him to hesitate in his assault. Li Jing seized this opportunity to launch a more powerful offensive, ultimately driving the Dragon General back. As the battles between Ao Bing and Shen Gongbao, Nezha and Ao Guang, and Li Jing and the Dragon General progressed, the morale of the Dragon Palace warriors began to wane significantly, while the soldiers of Chuntang Pass grew increasingly emboldened, gradually gaining the upper hand. Observing the unfavorable turn of events, Shen Gongbao felt a sense of urgency. While engaged in battle with Ao Bing, he concocted a plan to escape. Suddenly, he feigned an opening, enticing Ao Bing to attack. Unaware of the ruse, Ao Bing charged forward. Shen Gongbao seized the opportunity and unleashed a spell, sending forth a beam of black light toward Ao Bing. Caught off guard, Ao Bing was struck by the dark energy, spitting blood as he plummeted from the sky. Upon witnessing Ao Bing's injury, Nezha's heart tightened. Ignoring his duel with Ao Guang, he dashed towards the direction where Ao Bing was falling. The Dragon King, noticing Nezha's distraction, took the chance to strike. A powerful torrent of water surged toward Nezha. Sensing the imminent danger, Nezha wished to evade, but he was too close to Ao Bing to abandon him. Thus, he resolved to withstand the blow. At that critical moment, Li Jing arrived just in time. He cast a protective spell, conjuring a shield before Nezha to deflect the Dragon King's attack. Gratefully, Nezha glanced at Li Jing before assisting Ao Bing to his feet. Gazing at Nezha, Ao Bing weakly remarked, "Nezha, I am sorry for not being able to stop Shen Gongbao." Nezha replied, "Ao Bing, do not speak. You have done your utmost. We will surely defeat Shen Gongbao and the Dragon King Ao Guang," exposing their conspiracy. At that moment, the tension on the battlefield escalated further. Shen Gongbao, observing Ao Bing's injury, felt a sense of secret triumph. Seizing the opportunity, he shouted to the Dragon King Ao Guang, "Your Majesty, we can no longer hold back. Let us unleash our formidable spells and obliterate them all." Upon hearing Shen Gongbao's words, the Dragon King hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded in agreement. The two stood side by side, forming intricate hand seals while chanting incantations. A potent surge of magical energy coalesced in their hands, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently, as if a terrifying force were on the verge of eruption. Nezha, Li Jing, and the others sensed a disquiet in their hearts as they observed the actions of Ao Guang and Shen Gongbao. They understood that this impending strike would possess immense power, and if not averted promptly, the consequences would be dire. Just as Ao Guang and Shen Gongbao were about to launch their attack, a sudden commotion erupted within the Dragon Palace. Some righteous figures from the palace, witnessing the actions of Ao Guang and Shen Gongbao, could no longer tolerate the situation and decided to turn against them to aid Nezha and his companions. The arrival of these righteous defenders turned the tide of battle. They launched a surprise attack from behind, disrupting Ao Guang and Shen Gongbao's spellcasting rhythm. The two were immediately thrown into chaos, and the potency of their spells diminished significantly. Seizing the moment, Nezha shouted, "Everyone, charge together. Take advantage of their confusion and defeat them." The soldiers of Chintang Pass rallied behind Nezha and Li Jing, confronting Ao Guang and his Dragon Palace warriors at the East Sea Dragon Palace. The atmosphere tense as a bowstring drawn taut, poised to snap. Nezha, enraged by Ao Guang's refusal to acknowledge his wrongdoing and his attempts to obstruct them, felt his fury surge even higher. His eyes ablaze with an intense fire that seemed capable of incinerating everything in sight. "Umph, Ao Guang, you old scoundrel, how dare you still deny your misdeeds? Today, you shall pay dearly for your actions." Nezha roared, his voice resonating like thunder, sending the surrounding waters into a violent frenzy. With a powerful stomp, he kicked up a massive splash, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, fire spear in hand, cutting through the air with a whistling rush towards the Dragon Palace warriors' line of defense. The fire spear in his grasp danced like an agile fire dragon, its tip gleaming with a piercing cold light, tearing through the air as it advanced. Li Jing, recognizing Nezha's decisive strike, understood that hesitation was no longer an option. He swiftly brandished his sword, issuing a resolute command, "Soldiers, for the sake of the people of Chintang Pass, for the cause of justice, charge with me." His voice rang with unwavering strength, echoing across the sea like a resounding bell. The soldiers of Chintang Pass responded in unison, shouting, "Kill." Their battle cry soared to the heavens, their spirits ignited like raging flames. With steadfast determination and weapons firmly in hand, they surged forward like tigers descending from the mountain, charging toward the Dragon Palace warriors, their feet splashing against the surface of the sea. The Dragon Palace warriors did not falter. They quickly formed a resolute formation, resembling an impenetrable wall, braced for the impending clash. The leading Dragon Palace commander brandished his trident, proclaiming loudly, "Protect the Dragon Palace. Do not let these outsiders set foot inside, even a single step." The warriors of the Dragon Palace echoed his call, their weapons shimmering with cold light, exuding an indomitable spirit willing to face death. Nezha plunged into the ranks of the Dragon Palace soldiers, akin to a fierce tiger invading a flock of sheep. His fire-tipped spear danced with an impenetrable ferocity, transforming into a myriad of afterimages. Each thrust emanated immense power, repelling the encroaching Dragon Palace warriors. "You despicable minions aiding the tyrant, meet your demise." Nezha roared, fiercely attacking as the force of the demonic orb surged within him. A faint red glow enveloped his form, casting a crimson hue upon the surrounding waters. A shrimp soldier from the Dragon Palace swung its massive pincers towards Nezha's back. Yet, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, Nezha deftly evaded the strike with a swift movement. He then pivoted, his spear darting forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the shrimp soldier squarely in the chest and sending him hurtling into the ocean, crashing heavily into the water. "You think you can harm me? You are woefully inadequate," Nezha declared with arrogance, his gaze filled with disdain. At that moment, several crab generals brandished their long blades, launching an assault from various angles. Undeterred, Nezha harnessed the power of the demonic orb, his crimson aura intensifying. With a thunderous shout, he propelled himself upward, soaring into the air. As he spun rapidly, his spear whirled like a propeller, forming a colossal fire vortex. Wherever this fiery tempest passed, the seawater boiled instantaneously, producing a cacophony of bubbling sounds, while the nearby crab generals were engulfed, shrieking in agony as the flames scorched their exoskeletons. Meanwhile, Li Jing was locked in a fierce clash with a fishman general of the Dragon Palace. The fishman, agile in movement, wielded his long blade like a streak of black lightning, striking swiftly at Li Jing. Remaining composed, Li Jing's sword traced elegant arcs, deftly parrying the fishman's onslaught. "You, in collusion with the nefarious SHNGNGBO, have committed heinous acts. Today marks your end," Li Jing proclaimed, seizing an opportunity amid the fishman's attack to thrust his sword forward. The fishman narrowly dodged, yet the blade grazed his arm, causing crimson to bloom in the waters. "Humph, do not revel in your triumph. You shall not leave the Dragon Palace alive today." The fishman snarled through clenched teeth, charging at Li Jing once more. Unfazed, Li Jing executed a masterful display of swordsmanship, the glimmering blade clashing fiercely against the fishman in a stalemate. On the battlefield, the cacophony of shouts and clashing weapons intertwined, creating a deafening symphony of chaos. The seawater, tainted red by blood, resembled a vast sea of crimson. The soldiers of Chintang Pass fought valiantly, acutely aware that this battle was pivotal for the safety of the citizens and the triumph of justice, compelling each individual to exert their utmost effort. A soldier from Chintang Pass, armed with a long spear, faced off against a turtle soldier of the Dragon Palace. The turtle soldier's shell was extraordinarily resilient, and the spear merely left shallow marks upon its surface. "Let us see how many of my strikes your shell can withstand," the soldier bellowed, gripping the spear tightly. Channeling all his strength, he lunged forcefully towards the turtle soldier's head. The turtle soldier hastily raised his shield to defend, but the soldier's might was overwhelming. The shield was sent flying, and the spear narrowly grazed the turtle soldier's head, leaving him pale with fright. On the other side, an archer from Chintang Pass stood at the rear of the formation, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of arrows upon the warriors of the Dragon Palace. The arrows fell like rain, striking many of the Dragon Palace soldiers, who succumbed and fell to the ground. "Let you experience my archery skills," the archer proclaimed, swiftly knocking another arrow and releasing it. A.O. Bing, observing the fierce battle from the sidelines, felt a tumult of emotions within him. On one hand, he harbored profound guilt for his previous involvement in a conspiracy. On the other, he resolved to assist Nezha in thwarting the malevolent actions of his father and Shingongbao. Witnessing Nezha bravely facing numerous assaults from the Dragon Palace soldiers, A.O. Bing could no longer hesitate. "I cannot remain a mere bystander any longer," he silently vowed, then conjured a spell to manipulate the seawater into forming massive ice spikes. The ice spikes, akin to gigantic arrows, whistled through the air, hurtling towards the Dragon Palace warriors. "Cease your actions. Do not persist in your misguided path," A.O. Bing shouted. The ice spikes swiftly disrupted the soldiers' formation, with some unable to evade in time, sustaining injuries and collapsing. The Dragon Palace commander, witnessing this scene, glared at A.O. Bing in fury. "You ungrateful wretch! How dare you betray the Dragon Clan and assist outsiders? Do you not honor the expectations of your kin?" A.O. Bing met the commander's gaze with resolve, stating, "I do not betray the Dragon Clan. Rather, I refuse to witness your complicity in villainy that harms the innocent. The actions of my father and Shun Gongbao have transgressed the bounds of justice, and I can no longer stand idly by." You are merely making excuses. The mission of the Dragon Clan supersedes all. What is the sacrifice of a few mortals in the name of our future?" The commander roared. "No, true justice does not come at the expense of the innocent. I shall stop you and reveal the truth to the world," A.O. Bing declared, once more invoking his powers to command the seawater into forming a colossal wall of water, propelling it towards the Dragon Palace soldiers. The water wall surged like a mighty tsunami, sweeping many warriors into its depths. Nezha, Witnessing Ao Bing's assistance, felt a surge of joy. Ao Bing, your timing is perfect. Together, we shall eradicate the evil forces of the East Sea Dragon Palace today. Nezha exclaimed, simultaneously wielding his fiery spear with renewed vigor, quickening the pace of his assault. Observing his soldiers faltering, Dragon King Ao Guang felt a mix of astonishment and rage. This bunch of incompetents cannot even handle a few outsiders. He seethed through clenched teeth, then resolved to intervene personally to turn the tide. In a flash, Dragon King Ao Guang appeared at the center of the battlefield. With a sweeping gesture, his formidable magical powers surged forth, causing the sea to coalesce into a colossal water dragon. The dragon, fierce and roaring, lunged towards Nezha and his allies. You shall all perish. Dragon King Ao Guang bellowed. Unfazed by the approaching water dragon, Nezha summoned the full force of his magical essence, causing the flames on his spear to surge dramatically, forming a vast ring of fire that encircled and protected himself and the surrounding warriors from Chintang Pass. The flames within the ring blazed fiercely, crackling as they collided with the water dragon. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the water dragon collided with the fiery ring, generating an immense shockwave. The seawater was instantaneously evaporated by the searing heat, enveloping the battlefield in a thick mist. The combatants were thrown off balance by this force, many unable to maintain their footing and falling to the ground. Ao Guang, you old fool, unleash whatever tricks you have left. Nezha shouted from within the fire circle, his voice resolute and imbued with an indomitable spirit. Seeing his water dragon fail to breach Nezha's defenses only fueled Ao Guang's fury. He conjured another spell, causing the water dragon to swell in size, its scales shimmering with an ethereal blue light, as it unleashed a barrage of icy water jets towards the fiery ring. Simultaneously, Shen Gongbao was not idle. Observing that Ao Guang had personally intervened without gaining the upper hand, he felt a sense of urgency. We cannot allow them to thwart our plans, he whispered, then invoked a sinister spell, releasing tendrils of black smoke that drifted towards the soldiers at Chintang Pass. Wherever the black smoke spread, the seawater turned as dark as ink, exuding a pungent odor. The soldiers at Chintang Pass inhaled the noxious fumes, quickly succumbing to dizziness and a significant reduction in combat effectiveness. Be cautious. This smoke is toxic, Li Jing warned, having detected the unusual nature of the smoke. He summoned his magical powers, conjuring a transparent shield around the soldiers to temporarily fend off the encroaching haze. Shen Gongbao, you vile scoundrel, resorting to such despicable tactics. Nezha yelled, his fury nearly consuming him. Humph, to deal with fools like you, there is no need for honorable methods. As long as the goal is achieved, what does it matter how it is done? Shen Gongbao retorted, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Just as the standoff continued, a peculiar light suddenly appeared in the sky. The radiance intensified, illuminating the entire sea surface. The onlookers looked up to see Tai Zhenren descending on clouds, holding a whisk, and gracefully approaching. Tai Zhenren, Nezha exclaimed with joy, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of victory. Tai Zhenren's expression was grave as he surveyed the battlefield, a flicker of sternness in his eyes. Shen Gongbao, Ao Guang, your collusion in such wicked deeds shall face retribution today, he declared, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, imbued with undeniable authority. Shen Gongbao felt a tightening in his chest upon seeing Tai Zhenren, but feigned calmness. Tai Zhenren, do not meddle in our affairs. This is a matter between us and Chintang Pass, and does not concern you. Humph, you attempt to disrupt the world and harm the innocent. How can I remain indifferent? Today, I shall put an end to your malevolence, Tai Zhenren proclaimed, and with a flick of his whisk, a golden beam of light shot forth, aimed directly at Shen Gongbao and Ao Guang. Both Shen Gongbao and Ao Guang sensed the overwhelming power of Tai Zhenren's spell, their hearts gripped with alarm. They hastily cast their own spells in defense, with Ao Guang manipulating the water dragon, while Shen Gongbao summoned the black smoke to form a formidable barrier. The golden radiance collided with the water dragon and the dark barrier, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the sea surged violently, illuminated by flickering lights, as if the entire cosmos trembled under the impact of such formidable power. Let us all join forces to aid the great Master Tai, Nezha exclaimed as he witnessed the intense confrontation between Tai Zhenren and Shen Gongbao, along with the Dragon King Ao Guang. Subsequently, he summoned the power of the magic orb. The flames on his firepoint spear harmonized with Tai Zhenren's golden brilliance, shooting forth towards Shen Gongbao and the Dragon King Ao Guang. Ao Bing also unleashed his spells, manipulating the sea into countless icy blades that joined the assault. The icy shards sparkled with a chilling luminescence under the sunlight, resembling a flock of silver birds soaring towards their targets. Li Jing led the soldiers of Chintang Pass, collectively casting their own spells, beams of light emanating from their hands, converging with the onslaught from Nezha, Ao Bing, and Tai Junren, forming a formidable force that pressed against Xun Gongbao and the Dragon King Ao Guang. Under the relentless assault of their combined efforts, Xun Gongbao and the Dragon King Ao Guang began to falter. Cracks appeared in their magical barriers, and the water dragon's form began to dissipate. How could this be? The Dragon King Ao Guang cried in terror, a flicker of despair crossing his face. We cannot fail like this. Xun Gongbao gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to wield the power of the black mist to withstand their onslaught. However, the might of the collective was overwhelming. Their resistance was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Ultimately, the golden light shattered their defenses, striking both Xun Gongbao and the Dragon King Ao Guang. With a thunderous crash, they were hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the floor of the Dragon Palace, their magical auras dimming and their breaths growing faint. You have won, the Dragon King Ao Guang uttered weakly, his eyes reflecting deep-seated resentment. Xun Gongbao glared bitterly at Tai Junren and the others, declaring, Consider yourselves fortunate this time. But do not think that you can rest easy. There are more powerful forces behind us. Sooner or later, you will pay for today's deeds. Tai Junren fixed his gaze upon Xun Gongbao, coldly asserting, Xun Gongbao, your malevolence has led you to this day. Regardless of the forces supporting you, justice shall always triumph over evil. Turning to Nezha and the others, Tai Junren continued, Nezha, Li Jing, Ao Bing, you have performed admirably. This ordeal has tested you, but it has also fostered your growth. Nezha responded with a smile, Master, we are grateful for your timely arrival. Without you, we would have faced considerable difficulties today. Li Jing added, Thank you, Tai Junren, for your assistance. Without your presence, victory would have been elusive. Ao Bing spoke up. Tai Junren, I have erred in the past by participating in their schemes. Yet I am resolved to reform and seek your forgiveness. Tai Junren regarded Ao Bing with a slight nod. Your ability to recognize your missteps is commendable. I hope you will steadfastly adhere to the righteous path henceforth and avoid further mistakes. Subsequently, Tai Junren, accompanied by Nezha and others, escorted Xun Gongbao and the Dragon King Ao Guang, departing from the East Sea Dragon Palace. This heart-stirring battle had finally drawn to a close. Yet, all were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The path ahead remained fraught with challenges and peril, and they must remain ever vigilant to embrace new trials. Through this conflict, the bonds of camaraderie among Nezha, Ao Bing, and the others had deepened, solidifying their resolve to uphold justice and protect the world. Chapter 47. Ao Bing turns against the Dragon Palace to aid Nezha. Turmoil unfolds in the Dragon Palace before the East Sea Dragon Palace. The cacophony of battle between the soldiers of Chintang Pass and the Dragon Palace guards reverberated through the waters. Nezha, akin to a furious young beast, wielded the power of the magic orb, surging forward with unstoppable momentum, breaching the defenses of the Dragon Palace warriors and storming into the mysterious and majestic palace. Ao Bing stood aside, observing Nezha's increasingly valiant figure fueled by rage, feeling an overwhelming wave of guilt wash over him. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles widening, as an internal struggle ensued within him. On one hand lay the dragon tribe that had nurtured him, along with the burdens of their mission. On the other was his true friend Nezha and the justice trampled upon by his father and Xun Gongbao. I cannot falter any longer, Ao Bing whispered to himself, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He understood that if he allowed his father and Xun Gongbao's schemes to succeed, not only would Nezha be harmed, but countless innocents would also suffer. With a sudden stomp of his foot, Ao Bing summoned his magical powers, no longer hesitating. He resolved to betray the Dragon Palace and assist Nezha. He swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, and powerful torrents of water surged under his command towards the interior of the Dragon Palace. This deluge, akin to a rampaging beast, swept through the palace, causing coral columns to topple and dragging away unprepared attendants, who cried out in alarm. Ao Bing, you ungrateful wretch, how dare you betray the Dragon Palace? An elder general of the palace bellowed upon witnessing Ao Bing's actions, his anger palpable as he brandished his sword and charged at him. With a steely expression, Ao Bing faced the charging general and declared, Uncle Wang, the actions of my father and Xun Gongbao have defied the heavens. I can no longer aid their tyranny. You are committing an act of utmost treachery. The honor of the Dragon Clan cannot be trampled upon by someone like you. The elder roared, his sword slicing through the air like lightning towards Ao Bing. Ao Bing deftly sidestepped the attack, easily evading the blow, and conjured a wall of ice from the flowing waters to block the elder's path. Uncle, do not remain stubborn. There is still time to turn back. Ao Bing implored loudly. Yet, the elder was undeterred, continuing to assault the ice wall furiously, cursing, "You traitor! Today, I shall clear the way for the Dragon King." Meanwhile, Nezha had burst into the inner sanctum of the Dragon Palace, where the lavish decorations of gold and jade, adorned with coral and pearls, created a breathtaking spectacle. However, at this moment, Nezha had no heart for admiration. His sole focus was on locating the Dragon King Aoguang and Shingongbao, demanding that they face the consequences of their malevolence. "Aoguang, Shingongbao, come out and face me," Nezha shouted, rampaging through the Dragon Palace. His voice echoed through the corridors of the Dragon Palace, sending shivers down the spines of some timid aquatic attendants. Suddenly, a throng of palace guards surged in from all directions. The leading captain, wielding a long blade, menacingly declared, "You, the reincarnation of the demon orb, dare to trespass into the Dragon Palace? Today marks your demise." Nezha let out a cold laugh, twirling his fire-tipped spear with finesse, and retorted, "Is it merely you who would attempt to stop me?" As soon as the words left his lips, Nezha's figure darted like lightning towards the guards. The fire-tipped spear whistled through the air, akin to a crimson flash of lightning, swiftly impaling several guards. Witnessing this, the remaining guards rushed forward, encircling Nezha. "Altogether, eliminate him," the captain bellowed. Unfazed, Nezha weaved through the throng, his spear dancing with lethal precision. Each strike was impeccably aimed, inflicting fatal blows. "You minions shall perish," Nezha roared, the power of the demon orb surging within him, radiating a brilliant red glow. One guard, seizing an opportunity, raised his long blade to strike Nezha's back. Sensing the movement behind him, Nezha spun around sharply, his spear lunging forth like a venomous serpent, piercing the guard's chest. "Overestimating yourselves," Nezha scoffed. Meanwhile, Ao Bing was diligently striving to create an opening for him. He continued to manipulate the water, sowing chaos within the Dragon Palace. Concealed mechanisms were triggered by the flowing water, shooting forth jets that disrupted the formation of the palace soldiers. "Quickly stop Ao Bing. We must not allow him to continue his sabotage," a Dragon Palace commander urgently commanded. Thus, another group of soldiers charged towards Ao Bing. Gazing at the advancing multitude, Ao Bing took a deep breath and declared, "Having made my decision, there is no turning back." He waved his hands, and the water transformed into countless sharp icicles, launching towards the soldiers. The icicles, accompanied by a piercing whistle, descended like a rain of deadly arrows, striking true. Many soldiers, caught off guard, were hit and fell with cries of agony. "Ao Bing, you traitor, watch how I deal with you." A burly Dragon Palace warrior swung a massive hammer towards him. The hammer stirred a fierce wind, causing Ao Bing's hair to flutter wildly. Frowning slightly, Ao Bing conjured a gigantic ice block to block the impending blow. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the ice, shattering it instantly, yet successfully thwarting the warrior's attack. Seizing the moment, Ao Bing unleashed a spell, creating an ice trap beneath the warrior's feet. The warrior, caught unawares, found himself ensnared in ice, unable to move. "Release me," he bellowed in fury. At that moment, Li Jing led the soldiers of Chuntang Pass, breaking through the defenses of the Dragon Palace soldiers and entering the palace. "Warriors, we must find the Dragon King and Shingongbao to seek justice for the people of Chuntang Pass," Li Jing proclaimed, brandishing his sword with fervor. The soldiers of Chuntang Pass responded in unison, "We shall seek justice for the people of Chuntang Pass." Their voices resonated throughout the Dragon Palace. In the passageways of the Dragon Palace, they encountered reinforcements from the palace, and an intense battle ensued. The soldiers of Chuntang Pass charged forward with unwavering determination, driven by their commitment to justice and their responsibility towards the people. Each individual unleashed formidable combat prowess. One soldier, wielding a spear, faced off against a shrimp soldier from the palace. The shrimp soldier swung its large pincers toward him, but the soldier adeptly sidestepped and thrust his spear forcefully into the shrimp soldier's abdomen. In pain, the shrimp soldier released its grip, and the soldier seized the opportunity to kick it to the ground. "Kill!" the soldier shouted as he charged at another Dragon Palace soldier. Meanwhile, an archer from Chuntang Pass stood on high ground, continuously loosing arrows at the palace warriors. His archery was exceptional, with each arrow striking its mark. "Let you taste my arrows," the archer declared as he swiftly knocked another arrow and shot again. Amidst the chaos, Ao Bing finally broke free from the encirclement of Dragon Palace soldiers and rushed toward Nezha. He saw Nezha besieged by a group of palace guards in dire straits. "Nezha, I am here to help," Ao Bing shouted, manipulating the water currents to create a powerful suction that drew several guards toward him. Seeing Ao Bing arrive, Nezha's heart soared with joy. "Ao Bing, you have come at the right moment. Today, we shall shatter the conspiracy of the East Sea Dragon Palace." Ao Bing nodded and said, "Nezha, I deeply regret my previous actions. Now I will do everything in my power to assist you." With that, Ao Bing and Nezha stood back to back, facing the surrounding guards. Their cooperation was seamless, with Nezha using his fiery spear to attack the guards in front, while Ao Bing manipulated the water to thwart assaults from behind. "Everyone join in. Leave no one unscathed." The commander of the palace guards shouted in desperation upon seeing Ao Bing and Nezha unite. However, at that moment, Nezha and Ao Bing were like two sharp blades, cutting through the ranks of the palace guards. Nezha's fiery spear blazed with intensity, injuring a guard with each strike. Ao Bing's magic was unpredictable, with water transforming into ice spikes one moment and forming shields the next, leaving the guards defenseless. "You lot, today none shall impede us," Nezha proclaimed amidst the battle, his voice brimming with confidence and bravado, as if dismissing the palace guards entirely. Just then, the Dragon King Ao Guang and Shingongbao, having learned of the turmoil within the palace, rushed in. "Ao Bing, you unfilial son, how dare you betray me? And you, Nezha, do you think you can act with impunity within the Dragon Palace?" The Dragon King Ao Guang trembled with fury, pointing at Ao Bing and Nezha as he roared. Nezha glared at Ao Guang, his eyes filled with rage. "Ao Guang, you and Shingongbao conspired together, committing heinous acts. Today marks your end." Shingongbao sneered from the side. "Oomph, you are too naive. This Dragon Palace is our domain. Escape is impossible for you." Ao Bing looked at the Dragon King and said, "Father, cease your actions. Your deeds have plunged the Dragon Clan into injustice. Do not persist in your delusions." "Silence. You treacherous scoundrel, the affairs of the Dragon Clan are not yours to meddle in," thundered the Dragon King, Ao Guang. Shingongbao interjected, "Ao Guang, there is no need for idle chatter. Let us first eliminate them." With that, a dark sword materialized in Shingongbao hand, emanating an eerie aura. He brandished the sword and charged towards Nezha and Ao Bing. The two exchanged a glance and advanced in unison. In an instant, the three engaged in a fierce confrontation within the grand hall of the Dragon Palace. Shingongbao sword struck like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly slashing towards Nezha and Ao Bing. Nezha blocked the assault with his fire spear, while Ao Bing sought an opportunity to exploit any weaknesses in Shingongbao defense with his spells. "Shingongbao, your nefarious schemes have been unveiled. Surrender now," Nezha shouted as he parried the onslaught. Shingongbao let out a cold snicker. "Humph, do you think I will yield so easily?" At that moment, Dragon King Ao Guang joined the fray, unleashing formidable spells that manipulated the seawater into a colossal vortex, surging towards Nezha and Ao Bing. "Be careful," Ao Bing cried out. And together with Nezha, they prepared their own spells to counter the impending attack. Nezha channeled the power of the magic orb, intensifying the flames upon his spear, which coalesced into a vast fire circle, enveloping them both in protection. Simultaneously, Ao Bing commanded the flow of water to form an ice shield outside the fire circle, harmoniously working in tandem to withstand the vortex's onslaught. The vortex relentlessly battered against the fire circle and ice shield, resonating with thunderous roars. Nezha and Ao Bing fought valiantly, their garments drenched in sweat. "We cannot afford to lose to them." Nezha gritted his teeth, amplifying the output of the magic orb's power, causing the fire circle to blaze even more fiercely, evaporating the surrounding seawater into vapor. Ao Bing exerted every ounce of his strength, fortifying the ice shield to steadfastly repel the vortex's might. Just as the two were locked in this stalemate, Li Jing and the soldiers of Chintang Pass stormed into the hall. "Soldiers, unite. Let us vanquish them," Li Jing bellowed, wielding his long sword. The soldiers of Chintang Pass charged forth like tigers descending from the mountain, plunging into battle against Dragon King Ao Guang and Shingongbao. Once more, the air was filled with the cacophony of clashing swords and battle cries, plunging the Dragon Palace into chaos. "Humph, do you think sheer numbers will secure victory?" Shingongbao eyes glinted with malice as he beheld the approaching soldiers. He brandished his sword once more, casting intricate spells, unleashing rays of black light that shot forth from the blade towards the soldiers of Chintang Pass. Some were caught unawares, struck by the dark beams and collapsing to the ground, injured. "Everyone, be cautious. These spells are treacherous," Li Jing warned loudly. In that crucial moment, Nezha and Ao Bing seized the opportunity to extricate themselves from the vortex's clutches and renewed their assault against Xinguang Bao and Dragon King Ao Guang. Ao Guang, Xinguang Bao, prepare yourselves, Nezha roared, as the fire spear shot forth like a meteor towards the Dragon King. Ao Bing, meanwhile, commanded the waters to form countless ice blades, launching them at Xinguang Bao. Both Ao Guang and Xinguang Bao hastily conjured their spells to defend themselves. The hall was illuminated with the dazzling brilliance of magic, and the shouts of battle echoed deafeningly. The atmosphere on the battlefield intensified, with both sides exerting their utmost efforts, unwilling to yield even an inch. Amidst the fierce combat, Nezha discerned a flaw in Shun Gongbao's defense. Seizing the moment, he thrust his fiery spear with great force, piercing through Shun Gongbao's guard and inflicting a wound upon his arm. Ah! Shun Gongbao cried out in pain, a flicker of rage and fear flashing in his eyes. Is that all you've got, Shun Gongbao? Nezha taunted. Clenching his teeth, Shun Gongbao retorted, Humph, do not rejoice too soon. I possess a secret technique. With that, he began to chant incantations, emanating an even more potent aura of darkness. His eyes turned blood red, resembling those of a demon. This is bad. He is about to unleash a more formidable spell. Ao Bing exclaimed, sensing Shun Gongbao's ominous transformation. Unfazed, Nezha declared, Come on. I am eager to see what you can truly do. With a sweeping motion of his hands, Shun Gongbao unleashed a beam of dark light that surged towards Nezha and his companions. Wherever the beam traversed, it consumed everything in darkness, as if threatening to annihilate the entire Dragon Palace. Everyone, take cover, Li Jing shouted. Nezha, Ao Bing, and the soldiers of Chuntang Pass hastily cast their spells to evade the onslaught. Yet, some soldiers were struck by the beam, vanishing into the shadows in an instant, unable to even utter a cry. What kind of spell is this, so fearsome? One soldier from Chuntang Pass exclaimed in terror. We cannot allow him to continue casting, Nezha asserted, channeling the power of his magic orb as he prepared to charge at Shun Gongbao once more. Just then, an extraordinary light suddenly appeared in the sky. The radiance grew stronger, illuminating the entire hall of the Dragon Palace. The onlookers looked up to see Tai Zhenren descending slowly, stepping on clouds and wielding a whisk. Tai Zhenren. Nezha's heart soared with joy upon witnessing his arrival, as if he beheld the dawn of victory. Tai Zhenren surveyed the battlefield with a grave expression, a glimmer of sternness in his eyes. Shun Gongbao, Ao Guang, you two have conspired together to commit such heinous acts. Today shall be your reckoning, he proclaimed, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, imbued with undeniable authority. Shun Gongbao felt a tightening in his chest at Tai Zhenren's presence, yet he feigned calmness, saying, Tai Zhenren, do not meddle in our affairs. This is a matter between us and Chuntang Pass, and does not concern you. Humph. You seek to disrupt the world and harm the innocent. How could I remain indifferent? Tai Zhenren asserted. Today, I shall put an end to your villainy. With that, he waved his whisk, unleashing a beam of golden light that shot toward Shun Gongbao and Dragon King Ao Guang. Sensing the immense power of Tai Zhenren's spell, both Shun Gongbao and Dragon King Ao Guang were taken aback. They hastily invoked their own spells to defend themselves, with Dragon King Ao Guang manipulating the sea to form a colossal water wall, while Shun Gongbao concentrated his dark energy to create a formidable barrier. The golden light collided with the water wall and dark barrier, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the hall. In that instant, the Dragon Palace shimmered with flashes of light, the seawater surged and boiled, and the entire space quaked under the impact of this tremendous force. Everyone, lend a hand and assist the great Master Tai, Nezha exclaimed as he witnessed the fierce confrontation between Tai and the formidable Shunlian leopard, alongside the Dragon King Ao Guang. Subsequently, he channeled the power of the magic orb, intertwining the flames of his fire-tipped spear with the golden radiance of Tai, directing their combined force towards Shunlian leopard and Ao Guang. Ao Bing, too, unleashed his sorcery, manipulating the ocean waters to transform into countless icy blades that joined the onslaught. The icy shards sparkled under the illumination, resembling a flock of silver birds soaring towards Shunlian leopard and the Dragon King. Li Jing led the soldiers of Chuntang Pass, each casting their respective spells in unison as the tides of battle surged. Chapter 48. Sudden Turmoil in the Dragon Palace. Dawn of justice within the confines of the Dragon Palace. Ao Bing's betrayal sent ripples through the realm, akin to a mighty stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring chaos. The once harmonious factions within the palace were now engulfed in disarray, fully aware that his actions would irrevocably alter the course of events. A.O. Bing's gaze hardened with resolve as he summoned a tempest within the palace. The howling wind swept through, toppling the palace guards and scattering them like leaves in a storm. Opulent lanterns, suspended from the palace walls, were torn from their perches and shattered, their fragmented light flickering upon the ground, symbolizing the collapse of order within the Dragon Palace. A.O. Bing, you ungrateful wretch, how dare you betray the Dragon Clan? The Dragon King A.O. Guang, witnessing his son's defiance from afar, erupted with fury, his eyes bulging and his dragon whiskers quivering with rage. Though guilt gnawed at A.O. Bing's heart for his father, he remained steadfast in his belief in righteousness. He boldly proclaimed, "Father, your actions alongside Xunlian Leopard have harmed too many innocents. The Dragon Clan should not resort to such despicable means to secure a so-called future. I can no longer stand idly by as you make one grievous error after another." At that moment, Nezha and Li Jing, leading the soldiers of Chintang Pass, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to advance into the depths of the Dragon Palace like fierce tigers. With his fire-tipped spear in hand, its tip radiating brilliant light, Nezha's every swing summoned a powerful gust, repelling the palace guards who dared to obstruct their path. "Stay close to me, and spare no one who colludes with evil." Nezha's voice echoed through the corridors of the Dragon Palace, imbued with a spirit-boosting fervor. Li Jing, wielding his long sword with precision and composure, fought valiantly while directing the soldiers of Chintang Pass. Maintain coordination, uphold formation, and do not falter. Under his guidance, the soldiers worked in concert to engage in fierce combat with the guards of the Dragon Palace. Amidst the tumultuous throng, a young commander of the Dragon Palace, shocked and enraged by A.O. Bing's treachery, brandished his spear and charged towards him, declaring, "A.O. Bing, you have betrayed the Dragon Clan. Today, I shall purge the palace in the name of the Dragon King." A.O. Bing, undaunted by the advancing commander, swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a blue radiance that materialized into an ice shield, intercepting the spear. "My resolve is unshakable. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," A.O. Bing declared. The general, having missed his strike, was consumed by fury as he forcefully withdrew his spear and launched another attack. This time, the spear cut through the air with a menacing whoosh, aimed directly at A.O. Bing's throat. With a deft sidestep, A.O. Bing narrowly evaded this lethal blow and retaliated with a swift motion, sending an icy blade hurtling towards the general. The general was caught off guard. The icy shard grazed his arm, instantly staining his sleeve with crimson. "Humph, do you think you can alter anything? The Dragon King's plan is destined to succeed." The general snarled through clenched teeth, his eyes glinting with malice. A.O. Bing regarded him with a gaze filled with sorrow. "You are mistaken. Success born of treachery is ultimately illusory. Only justice and virtue can earn the respect that the Dragon Clan truly deserves." At that moment, as A.O. Bing confronted the general, Nezha had already broken through numerous obstacles and arrived before a grand hall of the Dragon Palace. This hall, resplendent with gold and adorned with precious jewels, was now overshadowed by Nezha's fury and sense of righteousness. "Dragon King A.O. Guang, Shingongbao, come forth. No more hiding like cowardly turtles," Nezha bellowed, his voice echoing like rolling thunder, causing the walls of the hall to tremble slightly. The doors of the hall creaked open, revealing Dragon King A.O. Guang and Shingongbao emerging from within. A.O. Guang's countenance was as dark as the sky before a tempest, and as he glared at Nezha, his eyes burned with resentment. "Nezha, you have repeatedly thwarted my plans. Today shall be your demise." Shingongbao stood beside him, a sinister smile adorning his face. "Humph, Nezha, do you truly believe you can escape our grasp? You are woefully naive." Nezha scoffed. "You too? Your schemes have been unveiled. Surrender now, and perhaps you shall receive leniency. Otherwise, I shall ensure you pay dearly for your actions." Enraged, Dragon King A.O. Guang burst into laughter. "Ha ha, leniency? What are you to speak so boldly here? Today, I shall demonstrate the might of my East Sea Dragon Palace." With that, he waved his hands, and a horde of colossal merman warriors surged forth from the hall. Armed with sharp tridents, their scales shimmered with a cold light, and their piercing cries echoed as they charged towards Nezha and the soldiers of Chintang Pass. Unfazed, Nezha summoned the full power of the magic orb, igniting his fire-tipped spear in a blazing inferno. "Come forth and witness how I vanquish all you vile fiends," Nezha shouted, leading the charge against the merman warriors. The fire-tipped spear whirled in his grasp like a tempest, each thrust imbued with tremendous force, and soon several merman warriors fell beneath his onslaught. However, the sheer number of merman warriors was overwhelming, as they pressed forward relentlessly, attempting to engulf him. Seeing Nezha ensnared, Li Jing's heart tightened. He called out loudly, "Soldiers, Follow me and protect Nezha. The soldiers of Chuntang Pass rallied in unison, brandishing their weapons as they engaged in a fierce struggle with the merman warriors. The sounds of battle, shouts of slaughter, and the clash of weapons intertwined, resonating throughout the grand hall. In the midst of a fierce battle, a young soldier from Chuntang Pass inadvertently suffered a wound to his arm from the trident of a merman warrior. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he pressed on, resolutely declaring within himself, "I cannot falter, for Chuntang Pass, for justice." With this conviction, he wielded his long sword with renewed ferocity. Meanwhile, Ao Bing had freed himself from his entanglement with the general and rushed to support Nezha. Upon witnessing Nezha besieged by numerous merman warriors, he immediately conjured a spell, manipulating the sea water to form icicles that shot towards the merman warriors. The icicles struck like arrows, swiftly piercing through several merman bodies and relieving Nezha from his predicament. "Nezha, I am here to assist you," Ao Bing shouted. Nezha glanced at Ao Bing and replied, "Ao Bing, your timing is impeccable. Together, let us vanquish these foes." Side by side, they fought in perfect harmony. Nezha's fiery spear struck with ferocity, while Ao Bing's spells shifted unpredictably, gradually overwhelming the merman warriors. At that moment, Shun Gongbao recognized the tide of battle turning against him and stealthily retrieved a black orb from his sleeve. This orb emitted a sinister glow, its surface seemingly alive with countless dark shadows swirling within. Shun Gongbao raised the orb high, chanting incantations. "This is bad. He intends to wield dark magic." Ao Bing realized Shun Gongbao's intentions and felt a surge of dread. As Shun Gongbao's incantation reached its crescendo, the black orb unleashed a formidable wave of dark power, surging toward Nezha, Ao Bing, and the soldiers of Chuntang Pass. Wherever it flowed, darkness consumed all, plunging the grand hall into a pitch-black void. "Everyone, be cautious," Nezha warned loudly, channeling the power of the magic orb to conjure a red shield around himself, temporarily warding off the dark force's onslaught. Ao Bing swiftly cast a spell, erecting a wall of ice around the group. However, the dark power was overwhelmingly potent. The ice wall began to crack upon contact with the encroaching darkness. "This dark sorcery is too formidable. What shall we do?" A soldier from Chuntang Pass exclaimed in terror, just as despair loomed over them. A golden light pierced through from outside the hall, slicing through the dark power like a sharp blade. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Tai Jinren who had arrived. "Disciples, do not panic. Your master is here." Tai Jinren's voice resonated like a mighty bell. Clutching his whisk, he radiated an aura of immense celestial energy. With a gentle wave of his whisk, golden runes surged forth, racing toward the dark force. The runes collided with the dark energy, emitting a blinding brilliance that momentarily suppressed its advance. "Master, you have finally arrived," Nezha exclaimed with joy upon seeing Tai Jinren. The master turned to Nezha and said, "Disciple, I have arrived late. Step back and allow me to confront this dark sorcery." Shun Gongbao's expression darkened at the sight of Tai Jinren. Through gritted teeth, he declared, "Tai Jinren, you come to thwart my plans once more. Today, I will not allow you to succeed." Upon uttering these words, he intensified the magical output directed at the black orb, causing the dark forces to swell in potency once more. The esteemed Tai Jinren wore a grave expression, fully aware of the formidable nature of this malevolent sorcery. He channeled all his magical energy into his whisk, reciting an incantation. Suddenly, the runes upon the whisk blazed with brilliance, transforming into a colossal golden barrier that repelled the encroaching darkness. "Humph, Shun Gongbao, your wicked sorcery is but a trifling matter," declared Tai Jinren. Witnessing this, Shun Gongbao was consumed by anxiety. He understood that if he did not swiftly vanquish Tai Jinren, his plans would be irrevocably thwarted. Therefore, he recklessly charged at Tai Jinren, his whisk morphing into a series of shadowy strikes aimed at his opponent. Unperturbed, Tai Jinren deftly wielded his whisk, countering Shun Gongbao's assault. Seizing the moment, he delivered a swift kick that struck Shun Gongbao squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backwards several paces. "Shun Gongbao, your reign of terror ends today," proclaimed Tai Jinren as he prepared to deliver the final blow. At that moment, the Dragon King Ao Guang, witnessing Shun Gongbao's defeat, felt a twinge of fear. He realized that should Shun Gongbao be vanquished, he too would face dire consequences. Thus, he stealthily slipped away through a hidden passage in the Great Hall. Thinking of fleeing? It won't be that simple. Nezha, having noticed Ao Guang's movements, immediately pursued him. Ao Bing, observing Nezha's retreating figure, addressed Tai Jinren, "Esteemed Jinren, I entrust this to you. I shall assist Nezha." Tai Jinren nodded in acknowledgement, advising, "Go, but exercise caution. Ao Bing turned and dashed in the direction Nezha had taken. In the hidden passage, Nezha quickly caught up with the Dragon King Ao Guang. "Where do you think you're going, Ao Guang?" Nezha shouted. The Dragon King halted. Turning to face Nezha, his eyes filled with resentment and defiance. "Nezha, why do you persist in thwarting my plans? Everything I do is for the future of the dragon race." Nezha scoffed, retorting, "For the future of the dragon race? You have conspired with Shun Gongbao and harmed innocent civilians for your own ambition. Is this your notion of serving the dragon race? You are unworthy of leading them." Ao Guang trembled with rage at Nezha's words. "Silence. What do you know? The dragon race is trapped beneath the sea, enduring humiliation. I merely wish to see them rise again. Is that a crime?" Nezha regarded the Dragon King with solemnity, asserting, "The rise of the dragon race should rest upon justice and diligence, not upon deceit and treachery. Your actions will only lead them to perdition." As Nezha and Ao Guang faced off, Ao Bing arrived at the scene. He gazed at his father, his expression a complex blend of emotions. "Father, Nezha speaks the truth. Our dragon race cannot afford further mistakes. Surrender and cease this futile struggle." Ao Guang looked at Ao Bing, his heart aching. "Ao Bing, you would side with an outsider against me? Have you forgotten that you are the third prince of the dragon race?" Ao Bing met his father's gaze, resolutely stating, "Father, I have not forgotten. Yet I cannot stand idly by as you continue to commit malevolent acts. Only by acknowledging your transgressions can the Dragon Clan hope for a genuine future." Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, King Ao Guang fell into deep contemplation. He gazed at Nezha and Ao Bing, feelings of complexity swirling within him. At length, he let out a heavy sigh and declared, "Very well, I concede." At that moment, Tai Zhenren, accompanied by the valiant soldiers of Chintang Pass and the righteous denizens of the Dragon Palace, arrived. Tai Zhenren addressed King Ao Guang, stating, "Dragon King, the sins you have committed must be met with retribution. However, given your eventual realization, perhaps leniency may be afforded." King Ao Guang nodded in agreement, saying, "I am prepared to accept my punishment." Thus, the fierce battle within the Dragon Palace came to a temporary conclusion with King Ao Guang's concession. Yet, all present understood that this was merely the beginning, as greater challenges loomed ahead. In the aftermath of this conflict, the bond between Nezha and Ao Bing grew ever stronger, their commitment to upholding justice more resolute, as they prepared to confront the new trials that awaited them. The future of Chintang Pass and the Dragon Clan remained shrouded in uncertainty.